Chapter 1: Being asked to pay rent. Su Chen, who was having a sweet dream, was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. "Who is this? Are you going to let me sleep?" Su Chen was furious and was about to curse when the sharp voice of the landlady came from outside the door. "Su Chen, are you there? Pay the rent quickly, or pack up your bedding and get out of here." Hearing the landlady's voice, Su Chen was startled. This is a female tiger. Not only is she strong, but she also knows a little kung fu. If you mess with her, you will suffer the consequences. Bang bang bang. The door shook violently as she pushed it. Su Chen rubbed his aching head and cursed in his heart, "Isn't it just that I delayed the rent for 3 days? Is it necessary for you to urge me to pay the rent like my life is dying? It's not like I won't pay." Although he complained in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. The female landlord's fist was bigger than a copper bell. If she punched him, Su Chen's life would be in danger. Speaking of which, Su Chen was also a college student, but he studied an unpopular major. He finally found a job, but the company went bankrupt after half a year, and the salary that was supposed to be paid was delayed for 3 months. When he went to look for a job again, he encountered various problems. Either the salary is too low, or it's a scam company. The city he lives in is Jiangzhou, a developed coastal city. The housing prices there are almost skyrocketing, and the rent is also ridiculously expensive. He has to use half of his monthly salary to pay the rent, plus the cost of living is not low, so he has to make friends, have parties, and buy miscellaneous things, so basically all the money is spent. Not only is he living paycheck to paycheck, but he's also in debt. After knocking on the door for a while, the landlord didn't hear any movement in the room. Maybe he thought Sun Chen was not at home, so he just walked away. Although the tigress landlord looks fierce and has little education, she owns 10 demolished houses and collects rent of 30,000 to 50,000 yuan every month, which is more than Su Chen's salary for half a year. Sun Chen was extremely envious of the life of the tigress. "It would be great if I could own a dozen houses in Jiangzhou and become a landlord." Su Chen secretly saw through the cat's eyes that the tigress had finally left. Only then did he feel relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. "When I didn't pay the rent, I lived in fear and was under great mental pressure." Sun Chen felt a little exhausted. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded in my head. "Huh? What's going on? Could it be that I'm hallucinating because of too much pressure?" Su Chen was frightened. A clear and pleasant voice: "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super rich system. If you sign in once a day, you can get countless wealth and rewards." Does the host need to sign in? Sign in to get wealth? Su Chen was a little confused. Is this the system that is popular in online articles? Su Chen calmed down immediately. As an online literature enthusiast, he also knew what a system was. That means with the system in hand, the world is mine. Maybe God really saw that he was having a hard time and wanted to send him a super rich system. The pleasant goddess voice sounded again: "Remind the host, if you don't sign in now, you will lose the chance to sign in today. You have to wait until tomorrow to claim it. Are you ready to give up?" "No, I want to sign in." Su Chen became excited. How could I let go of such a good opportunity to change my life? Then, Su Chen shouted to the sky, "I sign in. I want to be a winner in life. Sign in successfully." A pleasant voice sounded in my mind: "The system will send the host a reward soon, please check it later." "What reward?" Su Chen asked excitedly. Then, after the wonderful electronic sound, something like a game system screen appeared in front of his eyes. There is a huge red gift package on it. Just click on it and you can get the gift inside. Excited, Su Chen tapped the void with his hand, and soon he heard the sound of coins ringing, which was particularly pleasant. A flash of light appeared, the gift package opened, and the beautiful voice of the system reminded again: "Congratulations to the host for getting a Jiangwan Villa in Yulan Mountain, Jiangzhou." Yulanchen Jiangwan Villa? Su Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. Anyone who lives in Jiangzhou knows about the Yulanchen Jiangwan Villa in Jiangzhou. It is the place with the most expensive housing prices in the whole Jiangzhou and even in the whole of China. Almost all the upper-class people in Jiangzhou gather here. Almost all the people living here are either rich or noble, and each of them is very valuable. Moreover, the river view here is the best in the whole Jiangzhou, and you can have a panoramic view of the most prosperous river view in the whole Jiangzhou. Su Chen immediately opened the beautifully packaged bag given by the system. It contains the real estate certificate, transaction contract, and all formal procedures of Jiangwan Villa, which can withstand inquiries from any department and can ensure that the source of this house is absolutely formal. Because Jiangwan Villa is equipped with the world's most advanced smart home, as a considerate system, she also prepared a set of introductory instructions for the host to use conveniently. The system's service is really thoughtful. Su Chen opened the introduction. This villa is located halfway up the mountain. It is a 3-story detached villa with 16 rooms, 3 halls, a private swimming pool, and 4 nannies. The market valuation of this villa has reached more than 300 million yuan. Because this villa occupies an excellent location in Yuelan Mountain, there is still great room for appreciation in value in the future. Su Chen looked at the instruction manual and his heart beat faster and faster. Is this fucking true? He slapped himself in the face and felt the burning pain. Only then did he believe that this was true. He really owned a villa worth more than 300 million yuan. Su Chen originally wanted to sleep, but now he has no sleepiness at all. He feels like he has taken stimulants. The Yulanchen villa is worth 300 million. I have to go and see what this mansion looks like. Su Chen quickly put on his clothes and walked out the door. He sneaked out from the tigress's door. He couldn't let the tigress find him, or else he would get scolded. Su Chen took the document bag in his hand and hailed a taxi. When the taxi driver heard him say that he was going to Yuelan Mountain, a wealthy area in Jiangzhou, he couldn't help but look at him twice. Seeing that he was wearing cheap clothes, he was stunned for a moment, then repeated the question. Su Chen also saw the other party's disdain, and couldn't help but shouted, "Yes, I am going to Yuelan Mountain." After more than an hour's journey, Su Chen finally arrived at the Yulanchen Villa district, which is indeed the most luxurious wealthy area in Jiangzhou. The surrounding greenery is particularly artistic and is not much different from the general 5A-level scenic spots. The taxi driver originally wanted to enjoy the view as well, but taxi drivers are not allowed to stay for too long. He had no choice but to turn around and leave. Su Chen opened the door and got out of the car. Without hesitation, he walked directly to the gate of Yuelan Mountain's top villa area. It has the most advanced security system in the world, as well as the most professional security personnel, most of whom are special forces who have retired from the front lines. Unlike many old men in their 50s and 60s like those in many communities. Just as Su Chen approached the gate of the villa area, fully armed security guards came forward to block him. Chapter 2: Luxurious Life. Sir, this is a top private luxury residential area, please, don't. Just as the security guard was about to say, "Please don't come near," Su Chen had already taken out his ID card and placed it directly on the sensor on the door. Ding ding. "Welcome home, master," a robot voice sounded. Then, the tightly closed door slowly rose. Even though the well-trained security guards were extremely surprised, they immediately put on a smile on their faces. "Sir, let me clear the way for you. May I ask which villa number you are the owner of?" Su Chen smiled back but didn't yell at him, as that would make him look like a useless upstart. Although the security guard next to him tried hard to remain calm, his heart was already in turmoil. This seemingly ordinary young man turned out to be the owner of the Yulanchen villa. Rich people nowadays really know how to have fun. They go out wearing flip-flops, carrying a plastic bag, and wearing cheap goods? Is he trying to test me? Number 23. Su Chen said lightly. Afterwards, the security guard took Su Chen to villa building number 23 in a small bus in the villa area. He bowed and got off the bus, welcoming Su Chen warmly. "Sir, I am Xiao Chen, who is responsible for the security of villas 20 to 30. If you need anything, you can call me on the radio. I will come to serve you immediately after receiving the signal." "Okay, I understand." Su Chen nodded slightly. As Su Chen entered the villa, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the owner had a good temper, otherwise he would have been fired for his abrupt behavior just now. Entering the villa, there were 4 nannies standing upright at the door. As soon as Su Chen entered, they bowed and said in unison, "Master, you have worked hard. Welcome home." "Master? Am I that old?" Su Chen frowned and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Don't call me master anymore. Call me young master." The 4 nannies nodded in unison, "Yes, master." "Young master, would you like to eat first or take a bath first?" asked the leader, a mature, charming and beautiful woman in her 30s. Su Chen looked at the 4 nannies carefully and was amazed. These cleaning nannies seem to be of good quality. The system's arrangement is really considerate. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. No need to eat or take a bath yet. I want to visit my own home first. Su Chen waved his hand. The leading nanny was called Biyun. She immediately took out a pair of clean, cool slippers and placed them in front of Su Chen, saying, "Master, please change them." Okay. Su Chen enjoyed the 5-star treatment and threw away his dirty slippers and changed into clean brand slippers. As soon as you put your feet on it, you will feel its softness and the fragrance coming from it. Su Chen was the first person to feel the happiness of rich people. Standing next to the 4 nannies was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He bowed and said, "Master, I am the housekeeper assigned by the property center to manage everything for you. I will provide you with all the help you need for your stay. I guess you are unfamiliar with everything in the villa at the moment. I will explain it to you in detail now." Su Chen sighed in his heart that the service at Yulanchen Villa was really exceptional. They had already arranged solutions for all the troubles I encountered. Okay, I'll have to trouble the housekeeper then. The middle-aged uncle bowed and said, "You are too polite, young master. This is all my job. My surname is Sun, and my name is Sun Cheng. You can call me if you have any instructions." Okay, then take me to familiarize myself with the room first. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then, Sun Cheng brought Su Chen to the hall. The decoration in the room was all made of materials imported from abroad, exuding an atmosphere of luxury in its elegance. In addition to using top-quality materials, all home appliances in the room are smart home devices, giving it a full sense of technology. Everything can be controlled with a mobile phone, and you can even give direct voice commands at home. Su Chen stroked the gold-plated sofa and lay down on it. The soft and warm feeling made him feel comfortable. "It feels good to be rich," Su Chen exclaimed. Compared to the tattered second-hand hard sofa in his rental house, the touch was completely different. Lying on the comfortable and soft sofa, he felt sleepy immediately. More comfortable than a bed. After lying down, the large panoramic screen on the wall immediately opened. Then the 5D surround sound system started playing at the same time. He was immediately in a luxurious private cinema. Wow, this big screen is so high definition that I instantly feel like I'm actually there. Sun Chen was immediately immersed in the enjoyment of the home theater. The beauty in bikini on the beach in the screen is so real that she looks like she can jump out at any moment. Her shaking big breasts are so fucking real. "Young master, would you like to experience the private swimming pool? Swimming for an hour every day will be very good for your body." Sun Cheng on the side continued to introduce to Su Chen. "Well, okay. Let's go to the next stop," Su Chen said with a smile. "In the future, I will live in a house of such high standards. Just think about how that would feel. It would be so wonderful." Led by the housekeeper Sun Chen came to the private swimming pool in the backyard. "Wow, it's so big?" Sun Chen thought that the private swimming pool was just a small puddle, but he didn't expect that this swimming pool was much bigger than the one he had played in the amusement park. It takes at least 20 minutes to swim back and forth. Sun Chen didn't care about anything else and just jumped down. After swimming for about half an hour, his stomach started to growl and he realized that he hadn't had breakfast yet. He waved to the housekeeper Sun Cheng and said, "I'm hungry. Go order some takeout for me. I want to have a braised chicken with rice, plus a roasted chicken." Normally, the best meal Su Chen had was braised chicken with rice. During the difficult few days before salary payment, he only ate instant noodles. Su Chen ordered a braised chicken with rice. He was worried that the housekeeper would laugh at him, so he added a roasted chicken to make his spending power seem decent. Listening to Su Chen's order, Sun Cheng, who was standing next to the swimming pool, almost covered his mouth and laughed. Of course, his professionalism made him laugh. He adjusted his expression and said, "Master, there are 2 top chefs in the villa who can cook both Chinese and Western food. You just need to name the dishes and I will ask them to prepare them now." The villa is also equipped with a top chef? Su Chen had never expected that there would be such thoughtful service in the villa. "Okay, then you ask them to do it for me." Su Chen had never eaten anything good, so when asked to order food, he didn't know what to order for a moment. Sun Cheng, who was standing by, immediately noticed Su Chen's embarrassment and suggested, "Master, the kitchen has just received a new tuna, as well as Australian lobster, caviar, Peking duck, and fresh cod. Are you interested in these ingredients?" Listening to Sun Chengbao's menu, Su Chen's mouth was already watering. How could he hold back any longer? Hurry, prepare them all for me. I will eat these dishes at noon," Su Chen hurriedly called out. The more I listen to the delicious food, the hungrier I get. Suchen had only seen the dishes that Sun Chung described on TV, and he didn't expect that he would have the chance to eat them now. Chapter 3 Bad Luck Card is in effect. Speaking of which, I really have to thank God for the gift of this super rich system. Now that you have reached the peak of your life, you should enjoy life to the fullest in the days to come. After coming out of the swimming pool, Suchen changed into a clean set of clothes, then went to the game room on the second floor, turned on the highest configuration computer on the market, and entered into the crazy battle of LOL. Wow, the feel is so fucking good. After playing 2 games, Suchen got a quad kill and a pentakill in the diamond game. In the past, when he was at this level, he was often slaughtered. It turns out that it's not that I'm not good at technology, but that my second-hand laptop is too bad. Suchen exclaimed excitedly. Afterwards, Suchen entered the billiard room, table tennis room, badminton room, tennis room. Almost all popular sports are arranged in his home. When Suchen saw this, he was dumbfounded. In Jiangzhou, there are countless people who struggle all their lives for a house of 50 or 60 square meters, but his villa is equipped with so many entertainment projects. You can't even imagine the happiness of rich people. After playing for a while, the butler Sun Chang came up to remind Suchen that his luxurious Chinese meal was ready. "Young master, please follow me." Sun Chang led the way. There is a special restaurant for dining. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Suchen saw large Australian lobsters, tuna salad, 2 large roast ducks, and more than a dozen plates of various fruits and vegetables on the table. Made for me alone? Sun Chen was shocked beyond words as he looked at so many delicious dishes. That's right, these are all prepared for the young master. If the young master has any other instructions, I will ask the chefs to prepare them immediately. Sun Chang thought Sun Chen felt that there were too few dishes. No more, these dishes are enough. When had Sun Chen ever eaten such a sumptuous meal? He quickly grabbed a large lobster and started to tear it into pieces. But the lobster was too hard and he couldn't bite it open. Sun Chang frowned as he watched. He immediately waved his hand and the 2 nannies beside him came forward to help Suchen slowly peel the lobster and dig out the meat filling inside. Young master, lobster and tuna should be paired with a glass of good red wine, which will make the eating more enjoyable. There is a 1989 Lafite in the villa. I wonder if you like to drink it. Sun Chang suggested. When it comes to this kind of Western food, Sun Chang is naturally much more experienced than Suchen. Then bring it up quickly. Sun Chen waved his hand. Suchen is not very familiar with red wine, but he has seen a lot of it on TV. A bottle of 1989 red wine would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Add to that all the delicious food on the table, this meal would probably cost $100,000. The more Suchen thought about it, the more surprised he became. He thought he only earned 50,000 yuan a year working, which was not enough to pay for this meal. Drinking red wine and eating seafood, Sun Chen was very happy and satisfied. Because he couldn't hold his liquor, he got drunk and didn't wake up from his soft bed until the next morning. What happened yesterday was too dreamy for Sun Chen, and he still felt it was unreal. When he woke up from the bed, he thought it was just a dream. Who knew that the voice of Sun Chang, the housekeeper, rang in his ear, "Master, the water and towel for washing your face are ready for you. Would you like to get up now?" Butler Sun Chang. Ha, it turns out this is not a dream. Suchen smiled brightly. This is not a dream, so he can continue to enjoy this rich life. Okay, you guys go out, I can handle it myself. Sun Chen regained his composure and waved his hand to let the housekeeper and nanny go out. Sun Chen was in excitement. At the same time, a beautiful electronic sound immediately rang in his mind. Would you like to sign in, host? Sign in. Suchen chose to sign in without hesitation. You can get rewards by signing in, only a fool would not sign in. Sure enough, the electronic voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for winning 500,000 in cash and a bad luck card. What, 500,000? Suchen almost laughed out loud. He worked hard for 10 years to earn 500,000 yuan, but now he can get 500,000 yuan just by signing in casually. It's really cool. System, what is the bad luck card used for? Suchen was a little curious about the extra bad luck card and couldn't help but ask. The bad luck card can affect anyone. After using the bad luck card, that person will have an unlucky day and nothing they do will go well, the system explained. Well, that's not bad. When someone provokes me, I will throw the bad luck card to him. Suchen said with an idea. With the 500,000, I will first settle the rent with the current tigress landlord. He owed her 2 months' rent and knocked on her door every day, almost driving Suchen crazy. Now that she finally had money, she could just take out some to shut up the tigress. After washing up, Suchen immediately went out and took a taxi, heading directly to his dilapidated village in the city. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the building where he lived, he saw his clothes thrown on the ground, as well as his toiletries and books. This is too much. The tigress actually threw my things out. Suchen was furious. He shouted directly, "Tigress, what qualifications do you have to throw out my things?" At this moment, the tigress was watching TV in her room. When she heard Suchen's voice, she walked out coldly and yelled at him in a loud voice, "Suchen, you owe me 2 months' rent, so I am naturally qualified to throw your things out. If you don't rent it, my house can't be left empty for nothing. Who will be responsible for the loss?" The tigress's saliva was almost spraying onto Suchen's face. "Isn't it just 2 months' rent? Do you have to be so ruthless, tigress?" Suchen accused. Hearing their noise, a lot of people gathered around and came to watch the fun. "Aunt Joe," the tigress said with disdain, "it's just 2 months' rent." "That's easy to say. If you have money, why don't you pay it to me? Pauper, don't rent a house if you don't have money." Aunt Joe's words were like 2 big slaps in Suchen's face. This made Suchen furious. Fortunately, he had money today, otherwise, he would have been looked down upon by this bitch. "Give me your WeChat QR code. I will pay you 2 months' rent now," Suchen said with his head held high. Hearing that Suchen suddenly became confident, Aunt Joe's face looked a little strange, and she wondered in her heart, does this kid really have money to pay the rent? If that was the case, he had indeed gone too far by throwing away Suchen's luggage. After all, there were many other residents in the corridor, and this would affect her reputation. However, he still looked down on Suchen and moved the QR code over. Suchen immediately scanned the QR code with his mobile phone and transferred the 3,000 yuan rent immediately. When Aunt Joe saw 3,000 new yuan deposited into her phone, her expression immediately changed and she smiled like a sunflower. "Oh, Xiaosu, it was Aunt Joe who was impulsive. It was Aunt Joe who was wrong. Please forgive Aunt Joe this time. Aunt Joe promises that she won't do this again next time. I apologize to you. You can continue to live with Aunt Joe, and I will waive your water bill for 1 month." Aunt Joe's rapid change in attitude made Suchen feel nauseous. This kind of person who looks down on others is not worthy of being talked to. "I don't think it's necessary. I don't think this dilapidated environment is suitable for me to live in. I have already found a house in Yuelan Mountain, and my housekeeper will come to pick me up soon," Suchen said coldly. "Yuelan Mountain?" Aunt Joe covered her mouth and laughed. "Xiaosu, Yuelan Mountain is the top wealthy area in Jiangzhou. For someone like you, where do you live? Stop joking." Just as Aunt Joe was questioning, a Bentley with the words Yuelanshan on it drove up the road. A middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit got out of the car. He bowed respectfully to Suchen and said, "Master, I'm late. Please forgive me. Move all my luggage into the car." Suchen ordered calmly. "Yes, young master." Sun Sheng hurried to pack his luggage. When Aunt Joe saw the Bentley worth millions, she was so surprised that her eyes almost fell out. Has Suchen really become rich? Aunt Joe felt so regretful. Why did she treat a rich man so rudely? "I'm sorry, Xiaosu, Aunt Joe is such a bad person." The tigress slapped herself in the face, hard. This woman is really capable of doing this. Suchen no longer paid attention to such a shameless person. He directly ordered Sun Changdao, "Let's go." Afterwards, Suchen used a bad luck card on Aunt Joe. How could Suchen let this bitch go after she trampled on his dignity like this? System prompt, bad luck card is in effect. Sure enough, just over 10 minutes after Suchen walked out of the urban village, Aunt Joe fell from the corridor, suffered multiple fractures, and was taken away by the ambulance. Chapter 4 Hello, President. The system then reminded him that as long as he did good deeds, he would receive a huge monetary reward. Suchen made a fortune like crazy within a month, and in a blink of an eye, his net worth was several billion. He also met a wealthy woman named Wan Xingha, helped her with a favor, and became a guest of honor at Huaxing Group. Huaxing Building, 33rd floor, office of the vice chairman of Huaxing Group. Wan Xingha straightened his appearance and said to the dozens of Huaxing executives in the office, "The president has arrived at Tianyu Media. Let's cheer up and welcome the president." Yes. This group of Washington executives is full of morale, including Zhao Hongguang's father, Zhao Xiong, general manager of Tianyu Media. In addition to being excited, Zhao Xiong also felt a little strange inside. Why didn't the new president go directly to the headquarters, but came to my Tianyu Media first? Tianyu Media has won several big orders recently. Could it be that this has attracted the attention of the new president? It seems that my opportunity has come. Zhao Xiong thought for a long time and only thought of this possibility. Just as Wan Qinghe and dozens of Huaxing executives were rushing towards the 9th floor, the security guards called by Zhao Hongguang had already surrounded Su Chen. Several security guards stared at him with a fierce look in their eyes. Su Chen had no choice but to walk out of the company obediently with his resignation report. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Zhao Hongguang is very proud. Everyone, put down what you are doing and watch how I kick that loser Su Chen out of the company. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hongguang shouted to other employees in the company. These people had no choice but to turn their attention to Su Chen and watch him walk out of the company step by step. Chen Kurson looked at this scene, feeling proud but also a little regretful. It's a pity for Victoria Restaurant. Such a nice place is owned by this loser. Only I am worthy of this restaurant. Chen Kurson felt sorry. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had walked out of Tianyu Media. Zhao Hongguang couldn't help laughing again and said, "A waste like you is worthy to fight with me. I say I will kick you out of Tianyu, and I will kick you out of Tianyu. You useless thing, you overestimate your own abilities." As soon as Zhao Hongguang finished speaking, Su Chen's face appeared in the sight of Wan Qinghe and others who were rushing towards Tianyu. "Hello, President." Wan Qinghe shouted hurriedly with a respectful look on his face. Seeing this, other Huaxing executives bowed and shouted respectfully, "Hello, President." The sound resounds throughout the sky. Zhao Hongguang and Chen Kurson were stunned when they saw this scene. Su Chen stretched and said calmly, "You are finally here. I have been kicked out of the company." Hearing this, all the senior executives of Huaxing trembled, especially Zhao Xiong, who was shrouded in an ominous premonition. "Hello, President. I am Wan Qinghe. I will definitely give you an explanation," Wan Qinghe said quickly. Zhao Hongguang looked at this scene in disbelief, and said in a somewhat crazy tone, "Boss Wan, Dad, what are you doing? This guy is called Su Chen, and he is just an ordinary employee of our Tianyu Media. How could he be the president of the company? You must have recognized the wrong person. Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Wan Qinghe gave Zhao Hongguang a cold look. With his cleverness, he immediately guessed that Zhao Hongguang must have been responsible for the president being kicked out of the company. When Zhao Xiong heard what his son said, he was almost frightened to death, and the next moment, he was filled with uncontrollable anger. He rushed to Zhao Hongguang, knocked him down with one kick, and cursed as he beat him, "I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. You're so blind that you even dared to offend the new president. I'm so unlucky to have given birth to someone like you." Seeing Zhao Xiong beating up Zhao Hongguang, the minds of the employees of Tianyu Media were in a mess. Chen Kurson's mind was even more confused. She shouted hysterically, "Impossible, how could Su Chen be the president of the company? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Su Chen's father is a bricklayer and his mother is just a waitress. How could he be the president of the company? Presumptuous." Wan Qinghe looked at Chen Kurson fiercely. Chen Kurson pretended not to see it and continued, "How could Su Chen be the president of the company? I have been with him for 3 years. If he is the president of Huaxing Group, how could he hide it from me? It's fake, all fake." A light flashed in Wan Qinghe's eyes, and then he took out his mobile phone, opened the Huaxing official website, and handed it to Chen Kurson. What caught Chen Kurson's eyes were the 4 big words, "New President." Name, Su Chen. Age, 23. Education, bachelor's degree. ID number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The evidence is as solid as a mountain. Chen Kurson was struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. Are you really the president of Huaxing? Faced with the ironclad facts, Chen Kurson had no choice but to accept reality. It's disappointing to you, isn't it? Su Chen had a calm expression. Snap. Chen Kurson suddenly knelt down in front of Su Chen, tears streaming down her face. "Su Chen, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I just made the same mistakes that all girls make. Please forgive me and let's start over. I promise I will never leave you in this life. Didn't you just say that you only belong to Zhao Hongguang in this life?" Su Chen had a playful look on his face. Bang bang bang. Chen Kursen slapped herself several times in succession and said sincerely, "I was just joking with you. In fact, I don't have any feelings for Zhao Hongguang at all. He is fat and ugly. How could I really like him? Su Chen, in fact, the person I love the most has always been you. Please don't abandon me, okay? I can't live without you in my life." Chen Kursen knelt in front of Su Chen and grabbed Su Chen's trouser leg. "Don't be like this. There's something I've always wanted to say to you." Su Chen helped Chen Kursen up, also with a look of deep affection on his face. Chen Kursen's face lit up with joy. It seems that Su Chen has changed his mind. When Chen Kursen thought about becoming the young lady of Huaxing Group, a company worth hundreds of billions of yuan, she was so excited that she could hardly stand. Su Chen looked at Chen Kursen lovingly, and said in an unusually gentle tone, "This sentence means, you are fired." Dang! Chen Kursen fell to the ground, completely desperate. At this time, Zhao Xiong had almost beaten Zhao Hongguang, so he quickly ran to Su Chen to apologize. "Boss, my son has committed a heinous crime. I will let you deal with me. I, Zhao Xiong, will not complain at all." Su Chen didn't say anything, but picked up a check and started writing. After writing it, he handed it to Zhao Xiong and said, "Here, this is Zhao Hongguang's medical expenses." Before Su Chen could finish his words, Zhao Xiong said hurriedly, "President, there is no need. I am a rebellious son who has no eyes to recognize the great man. I have offended you, and it is only natural that I get a beating. How can I ask the president to compensate for the medical expenses?" Zhao Xiong said this, feeling relieved. The medical expenses have been compensated, so it seems the president doesn't take it to heart. As expected, he is a man who does great things, he is so generous. I haven't finished speaking yet. This check is not only for Zhao Hongguang's medical expenses, but also for your and Zhao Hongguang's severance pay. You are also fired. If you want to know why, it's best to ask your son. Because your son told me that in the company, as long as you have a high enough position, you can do whatever you want. I'm the president of Huaxing, so I'm the boss here. Su Chen put the check on Zhao Xiong's chest, making Zhao Xiong almost unable to breathe. Zhao Hongguang, who had finally regained consciousness, fainted again after hearing this. Chapter 5: Level Reversal. It's over, it's all over. This was the last thought in his mind before he fainted. After finishing these things, Su Chen glanced at Wan Qinghe and said, "Go to the head office." After saying that, he left without looking back. Yes. Wan Qinghe and other Huaxing executives hurriedly followed, while Zhao Xiong could only wait to be kicked out of the company by the security guards. "President, these are the major industries under the group, as well as the industry details, and the documents you need to sign." Wan Qinghe walked into the super luxurious president's office of 300 square meters, holding a stack of documents in awe. "Brother Wan, you are a veteran of the company and the right-hand man of the previous president. Just leave these small matters to other people." Su Chen was quite polite to Wan Qinghe. After all, Wan Qinghe is an expert in the field of entertainment media, while he knows nothing about it. "You're welcome, President." Wan Qinghe smiled. For the next few hours, Su Chen was looking at documents. This was related to hundreds of billions of annual revenue and the jobs of tens of thousands of people, so he had to be careful. After reading and signing the documents, Su Chen stretched. A phone call came right after. When Su Chen answered the phone, it was Shuya who asked him to have dinner with her. Su Chen agreed without thinking. Coincidentally, the place Shuya chose to eat was Victoria Restaurant. Before leaving the company, Su Chen called Wan Qinghe to his side again and explained two things to him. First, don't publicize yourself as the new president of Huaxing Group. He doesn't want to be too high profile. Second, as the vice chairman, Wan Qinghe has the right to make his own decisions as long as it is not a particularly important matter and there is no need to report to him. After giving the instructions, Su Chen took the president's exclusive elevator in the president's office, went directly to the underground garage, and drove away. After a while, Victoria Restaurant arrived. When Zhao Xiaoyan saw Su Chen, her heart suddenly trembled. "Boss!" Zhao Xiaoyan shouted very respectfully. "I have a friend coming over later, so don't call me boss. I don't want her to know." Su Chen said to Zhao Xiaoyan as he walked into the restaurant. "No problem, boss." Zhao Xiaoyan quickly agreed. As soon as Su Chen entered the restaurant, he found Shuya with her back to them. "My friend is here, remember what I told you." After Su Chen whispered the instructions, he walked towards Shuya. When he sat in front of Shuya, he found that Shuya had put on light makeup today. She looked pure and charming, even more beautiful than when Su Chen saw her at the Supreme car dealership. Mr. Su. Shuya was a little excited when she saw Su Chen. Just call me Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm not used to it. Su Chen said with a smile. Then I'll call you Brother Chen. Shuya said after a little thought, and when she said this, her face turned red again. Okay, then I'll call you Xiaoya. Xiaoya, what do you want to eat? Su Chen handed the menu to Shuya. When Shuya heard Su Chen addressing her, she felt shy and took the menu absent-mindedly. After the two people asked each other, they finally ordered the meal. 2 steaks, some snacks, and a bottle of red wine, a total of 4,005. Waiter, let's pay first. Shuya called Zhao Xiaoyan over. I'll pay. Su Chen took out his cell phone. No, it's my treat. If you pay me, I'll be angry. Shuya stopped Su Chen with one hand and looked at him seriously. Su Chen saw Shuya's attitude and knew that if he gave her the money, she would definitely be angry. So he put down his phone and said to Zhao Xiaoyan, I remember your restaurant launched an event where lucky customers could have a free meal and get something as a gift? Is this event still going on? Zhao Xiaoyan immediately understood, put away the payment machine, and said, Yes, sir, there is also this promotion. I forgot to check your number just now. I will check it now. Does their store have this activity? Why didn't I see it? Shuya's expression was a little silly and cute. Maybe you didn't notice. Su Chen smiled. In less than a minute, Zhao Xiaoyan came back with an excited smile on her face and a bottle of red wine in her hand. She said excitedly from a distance, Congratulations, 2 distinguished guests. You are the 18,888th guest since the establishment of our restaurant. Therefore, not only can you dine for free, but we will also give you a bottle of red wine. Really? Shuya stood up excitedly. Yes. You are a very lucky lady. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled at Shuya and put the red wine on the table. This is a bottle of Lafite from the year 2000, worth more than 40,000 yuan. Wow, Rafi. Shuya recognized the brand of red wine. Lafite 2000, let me see how much it is. After saying that, he searched it on his phone. After seeing the price, Shuya's hands trembled and she almost dropped her phone on the ground. For 3888, this wine is too expensive. No, it's too expensive. We can't have it. Shuya quickly picked up the wine. This confused Zhao Xiaoyan and she didn't know what to do. Su Chen smiled at Shuya and said, Xiaoya, since the restaurant has this rule, we should accept it, otherwise the waiter will be embarrassed. Yes, ma'am, I have to give you this wine. If you don't accept it, my boss will scold me. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at Su Chen and said, Oh, that's it. We have no choice but to accept it. Shuya put the wine back on the table in embarrassment. Brother Chen, have I embarrassed you? After Zhao Xiaoyan left, Shuya looked at Su Chen somewhat embarrassedly. Why do you say that? Su Chen was puzzled. This wine, I've never seen such expensive wine before. Did I just act stupidly? Shuya buried her head. No, you acted very cute. Su Chen did think Shuya was quite cute. Cute. Shuya muttered the word. After that, the two of them chatted casually, and when they were almost done eating, Shuya's phone rang. Hey, Xiaoya, where are you? What? You are at Victoria Restaurant. I just got up and haven't eaten yet. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. On the other end of the phone, there was a female voice in a hurry. Shuya hung up the phone embarrassedly and said to Su Chen, Brother Chen, I'm sorry, it was my best friend Wang Ting who called. She said she would come over later. Fine. Su Chen didn't care much. After a while, a tall beauty wearing a belly-bearing outfit appeared in the restaurant and walked straight towards Shuya. Shuya, I'm here. I'm starving. Hey. Who is he? After Wang Ting found Shuya, her eyes immediately fell on Su Chen. One reason is that Su Chen is handsome. The second reason is that Su Chen is with Shuya. But when Wang Ting saw Su Chen wearing cheap clothes, she immediately curled her lips and asked Shuya with some dissatisfaction. He is my friend. Shuya's face turned red again. Hello, my name is Su Chen. Shuya introduced you to me and said you are her best friend, Wang Ting. Su Chen stood up and greeted him. Cut. Wang Ting glanced at Su Chen with disdain and then sat down next to Shuya. Su Chen was not angry and sat back down. Ting Ting, apologize to Brother Chen. Shuya looked at Wang Ting angrily. Chapter 6, Not That Much Money. Wang Ting waved her hand and said, Xiaoya, stop teasing me. I am your good sister. Why are you standing up for others instead of me? Oh, the food is delicious. Here's a bottle of Lafite 2000. Wang Ting's eyes swept across the food and drinks on the table, lingering on the Lafite 2000 for a moment, and then she quickly stood up and said to Su Chen, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Wang Ting was very clear about Shuya's financial strength, so she immediately confirmed that the bottle of Lafite 2000 was bought by Su Chen. A bottle of Lafite 2000 costs tens of thousands, which is enough to prove Su Chen's financial strength. This is also why Wang Ting went from being disdainful at the beginning to apologizing now. Su Chen also understood Wang Ting's psychological changes, pointed at the Lafite and said, You don't need to apologize, because the Lafite was given by the restaurant. From the restaurant? Wang Ting was startled at first, then she glared at Su Chen fiercely and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? After all this time, I am still a poor guy. My apology was in vain. Ting Ting. Shuya's tone was a little angry. Fine. Su Chen smiled indifferently. You have self-awareness. Wang Ting glared at Su Chen again, and then called the waiter. Hello, what can I do for you? The one who came over was still Zhao Xiaoyan. I heard that you give away Lafite for free? What's going on? Wang Ting asked. It's like this. Zhao Xiaoyan had no choice but to repeat what the lucky customer said. Oh, I see. Then bring me all the most expensive food in your restaurant. After listening to this, Wang Ting was extremely excited. Ting Ting, what are you doing? This is not right. When Shuya heard this, she quickly stopped him. Xiaoya, it would be a waste if you don't eat it. It's not easy to come here, how can you not eat enough at once? Waiter, why don't you go and get it? Zhao Xiaoyan was also stunned. She glanced at Su Chen without leaving any trace. After seeing Su Chen nod, she replied, No problem. Please wait a moment. Ting Ting, you're going too far. Shuya was very angry. Xiaoya, it's okay. I know the restaurant owner, he doesn't need this little money. Su Chen didn't want Shuya and Wang Ting to break up because of this incident, so he quickly persuaded them. But as soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Wang Ting looked at Su Chen with disdain and sneered, You know the owner of this restaurant? Stop it. The owner of Victoria Restaurant is at least a wealthy man worth hundreds of millions. Wang Ting couldn't believe that Su Chen, who was wearing cheap clothes, could know the owner of Victoria. Su Chen smiled indifferently. However, Shuya couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Wang Ting. Ting Ting, you must apologize to Brother Chen. Wang Ting didn't believe Su Chen's words, but Shuya didn't doubt it at all. After all, Su Chen is the owner of the country's top luxury car, so it's not surprising that he knows Victoria's boss. Hey, Xiaoya, this man has bewitched you, why are you speaking up for him like this? Wang Ting looked at Shuya with dissatisfaction and said, Shuya, you won't tell me that you like him. Don't do that. Look at him, he doesn't look like a rich man at all. If you follow him, you will only suffer endlessly. You'd better give up this idea quickly. Isn't Mr. Wang, the man your family introduced to you some time ago, very good? His family runs a company and he has a net worth of several hundred million. If you nod your head, wouldn't it be nice to marry him and enjoy life as a wife of a wealthy family? Don't talk nonsense. When Wang Ting asked whether she liked Su Chen, Shuya blushed. Seeing this, Wang Ting became more certain, damn, this can't be true. She stared at Su Chen even more unhappily and said, Hey, boy, don't you see how strong you are? You dare to flirt with Xiaoya wearing cheap clothes? Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Don't hinder Xiaoya's happiness. Wang Ting, you must apologize today. Otherwise, you have to move out. Shuya was completely furious. When Wang Ting heard Shuya asking her to move out, she panicked. She didn't have a proper job in Shanghai, and in order to save money, she had been living in the house rented by Shuya. If she were asked to move out, she would really have nowhere to go. Okay, I apologize. Wang Ting had no choice but to say sorry to Su Chen in a voice quieter than a mosquito, but she hated Su Chen even more in her heart. Soon, the meal was served, consisting of the most expensive food in Victoria Restaurant. Wang Ting ate with relish, and while eating she proudly recounted a recent experience. Xiaoya, I met a jerk named Zhang Chang when I was drinking in a bar some time ago. I told him I had a great investment project and asked him if he wanted to invest in it for fun. He said he was willing to take out $1 million, but only if I became his girlfriend. 1 million, I definitely promised him. After he transferred the money to me, I said I was going back to my hometown and would come to Shanghai in a few days. I didn't expect him to actually believe it. I guess this idiot is still waiting for me to return to Shanghai from my hometown. Ha 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 ha. Shuya listened to Wang Ting's experience, but she couldn't laugh at all, and even felt very embarrassed. First, what Wang Ting did was extremely wrong. Second, Shuya was worried that Su Chen would have a bad feeling about her because of this. Su Chen did not change his opinion of Shuya, but he changed his opinion of Wang Ting. He originally thought that Wang Ting was just a little materialistic, but he didn't expect her to be so shameless. Fortunately, Shuya was not affected. The meal lasted 2 hours. During this time, Wang Ting ate batch after batch of food, all of which were the most expensive in the restaurant. Zhao Xiaoyan calculated that if it was not free, Wang Ting must have eaten at least over 1 million yuan worth of food. Belch. Wang Ting stood up, burped contentedly, and said, "Xiaoya, let's go shopping. You don't have to come with us." The last half of the sentence was said by Wang Ting to Su Chen. "If Brother Chen doesn't go, I won't go either." Shuya shook her head. Wang Ting was very angry. "Shuya, do you have a pig brain? With your conditions, can't you find a rich young man? Why do you have to get together with a loser? If you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider me, your good sister. You are going to marry into a wealthy family, and I, your good sister, can also enjoy the good life with you. Shuya, please don't be so selfish." She turned her gaze to Su Chen again and said, "Be smart and get out of here. Don't get in the way here." Su Chen ignored Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, you stinky bitch, I finally found you, just wait for death." At this moment, an extremely angry voice sounded from behind Wang Ting. Then, a tall man in black with an angry face strode over. The man in black stared at Wang Ting, his eyes full of anger and resentment. "Zhang Cheng." As soon as she saw the person coming, Wang Ting trembled all over and her face turned pale. "Damn it, you stinky bitch, if a friend hadn't told me that he saw you hugging and kissing other men at the Maji bar last night, I would have thought you had returned to the countryside." Zhang Cheng rushed over and punched Wang Ting in the face. "You bitch, you dare to cheat me out of my money? I'll beat you to death." Zhang Cheng slapped Wang Ting twice again. "Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I was wrong." Wang Ting distanced herself from Zhang Cheng and quickly apologized. "Where's your apology? Where's my money? If you don't get that million back today, I'll beat you to death." Zhang Cheng had a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 7: Shurya's Dilemma. Wang Ting stood there with a wandering look in her eyes. "Ting, return the money to him as soon as possible," Shuya said anxiously. Bang! "You stinky woman, I told you to pay me back, did you hear me?" Zhang Cheng slapped Wang Ting in the face again. Mrs. Wang cried out in pain and said in despair, "I have no money, I really have no money. I lost the 1 million in online gambling. I don't have a penny on me now." "What?" Shuya was shocked. Zhang Qing didn't care so much. He grabbed Wang Ting's hair and walked out. "No money. I'm going to sell you to a brothel right now. Don't you like men? I'll make you happy." No. Wang Ting screamed in fright. "Xiaoya, save me. Hurry up and give me some money to save me." Shuya looked anxious. "Where do I have 1 million? You don't, but young Master Wang does. Young Master Wang's family is so rich, if you ask him to lend you 1 million, he will definitely lend it to you," Wang Ting said quickly. Asking Wang Xing to lend her money is definitely not as simple as just lending money. Wang Ting was clearly asking her to sell herself. "Xiaoya, don't hesitate. Can you bear to see me like this? We have been good sisters and best friends for more than 10 years. Wang Ting cried. Shuya was in a dilemma. She wanted to save Wang Ting, but she had no way. It's impossible to borrow money from Wang Xing. She couldn't bring herself to ask Su Chen for a loan of money. After all, Wang Ting had been insulting Su Chen for a long time. What should I do? What should I do? Shuya was extremely anxious. Stop it, I can help her pay for it. Su Chen called Zhang Qing to a halt, then looked at Wang Ting calmly and said, only if you never associate with Shuya again, otherwise, I will pay you back double. No problem, I promise. Wang Ting agreed without thinking. Shuya's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Mr. Shang, you heard it. He said he would help me pay back the million. His name is Su Chen. Don't make the mistake of remembering him. Wang Ting didn't care about Shuya's expression at all, but looked at Zhang Qing anxiously. Zhang Qing stared at Su Chen in surprise and said, Brother, are you sure you want to help her pay back the money? This woman is not a good person. Sure, but I'm not doing this for her. I just don't want to make things difficult for Xiaoya. Su Chen said lightly. Zhang Qing glanced at Shuya, then turned his gaze back to Su Chen, full of admiration. Brother, you can do it. Shuya blushed beside her. Su Chen transferred 1 million to Zhang Qing. Stare. The host has solved his friend's problem note, referring to Shuya, and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. The host is specially rewarded with a Patek Philippe Ref 1518. Pick up the goods at the Shanghai Patek Philippe store with the order number. The order number is. The mechanical voice sounded again. Su Chen felt no fluctuation in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. Finally got a cheap reward. Brother, that's bright. After receiving the money, Zhang Qing gave Su Chen a thumbs up, then pushed Wang Ting away and said fiercely, Bitch, thank your bestie and her boyfriend, otherwise you won't even know how you died. I will definitely listen to Master Zhang carefully. Wang Ting nodded repeatedly. However, as soon as Zhang Cheng left, Wang Ting's face changed immediately, and she looked at Shuya with great dissatisfaction. Shuya, why didn't you ask him to take out 1 million earlier? I got beaten for nothing. Humph. I don't care, you have to at least give me 100,000 for medical expenses. Shuya couldn't stand Wang Ting's shamelessness at all, and said coldly, Why should I let Brother Chen use money to save you? We are best friends. Wang Ting looked as if it was a matter of course. Not anymore. Shuya had a cold expression. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, then became angry and said, Who wants to be friends with a poor guy like you? If I hadn't thought you were pretty and might marry into a wealthy family, do you think I would want to associate with you? Go away. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Su Chen asked, Are you sure you want to draw a line between you and Shuya? I'm sure. Wang Ting looked at Su Chen with disdain and said, The 1 million just now is probably your entire fortune, right? Only a pig-brained person like Shuya would fall for a poor guy like you. Just make sure you draw a clear line with Shuya. Su Chen nodded and said calmly, Then please pay for your dinner. Wasn't the dinner just now free? And why should I pay just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Wang Ting said arrogantly. Because he's the owner of our Victoria restaurant. Zhao Shaoyan came over with 7 or 8 security guards. After hearing these words, Shuya and Mrs. Wang were stunned. What? He's the owner of Victoria's? Wang Ting pointed at Su Chen in shock. Doesn't this mean that Su Chen is not only not poor, but also a wealthy man worth hundreds of millions? Hello, President Su. Zhao Shaoyan was the first to bend down and shout towards Su Chen. Hello, President Su. Then, all Victoria's staff stopped what they were doing and shouted respectfully to Su Chen. This. Wang Ting was completely dumbfounded. Shuya looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. Ma'am, your total spending is 1.88 million yuan. Please pay the bill. Zhao Shaoyan took out the receipt and handed it to Wang Ting. Several security guards also surrounded Wang Ting. 1,880,000? Wang Ting's head exploded all of a sudden. She noticed the security guards staring at her covetously and quickly said to Shuya, Xiaoya, we are best friends, please help me. Shuya looked indifferent and said, Do you know me well? You'd better pay the bill quickly. Xiaoya, please don't. I beg you to help me. It's over $1 million. How can I give it to you? Wang Ting's face was full of anxiety. Shuya ignored Wang Ting. Manager Zhao, if she doesn't have the money to pay the bill, just take legal action. We are running a business openly, so we are not afraid of people like her who eat and dine for free. Su Chen threw down a few words and then took Shuya's wrist and walked out of the restaurant. Dang! Wang Ting sat down on the ground, feeling that her life was bleak. Brother Chen, I will return the 1 million to you. After leaving the restaurant, Shuya said to Su Chen sincerely. Don't talk about this among friends. Su Chen had a serious expression. Shuya stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to mention this matter again. It's still early, we can go shopping. Su Chen looked at the time and it was only 8:30 in the evening. Okay. Shuya readily agreed, as she didn't want to separate from Su Chen so early. The two of them started strolling around the city, and while strolling, they came to a watch store. Brother Chen, I need to buy a watch, and the other managers of the car dealership have one, and they said that personal packaging is very important. Shuya took Su Chen into a Cartier watch store. After a while, Shuya chose a watch that cost about 4,000 yuan, put it on her wrist, and asked Su Chen, "Does it look good?" "Nice." Su Chen nodded. "This one will definitely look good on Brother Chen." Shuya smiled and took out another watch from her bag and handed it to Su Chen. "Brother Chen, I know you definitely don't need these things, but I still want to thank you." Shuya looked at Su Chen with affectionate eyes. Su Chen took the watch naturally, put it on, shook it in front of Shuya, and said, "Thank you, this is the best gift I have ever received." Shuya laughed happily, as long as Brother Chen likes it. Chapter 8 Pay the Bill, 1.8 million. When Su Chen was leaving the Cartier store, he saw the same watch as the one he was wearing, priced at 17,000 yuan. This girl. Su Chen looked at Shuya's clean and pure face and felt a little moved. "Bitch, who allowed you to get so close to another man?" As Su Chen and Shuya walked out of the store, an angry male voice came from the side. Su Chen turned around and saw a fashionable man in his 20s staring at Shuya with anger on his face. The man's left hand was holding a woman with seductive makeup. Wang Xing. When Shuya saw the man, a trace of disgust appeared in her eyes, and she said in a slightly cold tone, "Wang Xing, I have said it many times, except for the one time I kissed you, I have nothing to do with you, you have no right to say that to me." "Humph. From the moment you and I went on a blind date, you can only be my woman. If you walk with other men now and my brothers see you, where will I put my face?" Wang Xing's expression was a little distorted. "Brother Chen, let us go and ignore him." Shuya pulled Su Chen and was about to leave. "Go? Did I let you go? Stop right there." Wang Xing blocked their way, his eyes lingering on the Cartier watch on Su Chen's wrist, and said, "Damn it, a loser with only a Cartier watch dares to snatch a woman from me, get out of here." Su Chen glanced at Wang Xing calmly, "Is your watch valuable? What does a watch represent?" Wang Xing showed his watch and said proudly, "Patek Philippe, 1.28 million? It's much more expensive than your rubbish watch. Do you think you are qualified to compete with me for a woman? I thought it was very expensive, but it's only over 1 million. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. "Ha, you, a Cartier wearing rubbish, are you qualified to say something like that?" Wang Xing's eyes turned cold. "I want to wear Cartier because it was given to me by Xiaoya. It is more meaningful than a watch worth millions or tens of millions." Su Chen said lightly. "What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Ha, you loser, everyone can brag, but you have to be able to afford $1 million watch first." Wang Xing's female companion said with a look of contempt. "Xiaoya, you gave me a watch, and I also have a gift for you. Come with me." Su Chen took Shuya's hand and walked directly into the Patek Philippe store next to Cartier. "Pretend." Wang Xing and his female companion followed him in. They didn't believe that Su Chen could afford a Patek Philippe watch, so they went there to see a joke. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique. What may I do for you?" The tall and good-looking female manager received Su Chen. "Take out the most expensive watch in your store. Su Chen looks like he has plenty of money." The female store manager glanced at the Cartier on Su Chen's wrist, a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes, but she still patiently replied, "Hello, the most expensive watch in our store is the Patek Philippe Ref 1518, priced at $16 million, equivalent to 105 million Chinese yuan." Hearing this number, Shuya was shocked. It was hard to imagine that a watch could be sold for 100 million Chinese yuan. Wang Xing looked like he was watching a show. "Help me get it out," Su Chen said without hesitation. The female store manager said, "I'm sorry, sir. The Patek Philippe Ref 1518 is our store's treasure and is generally not sold to the public. Haha, you're pretending really well. It seems like you've already inquired about this store. Unfortunately, I can tell at a glance that you're just pretending." Wang Xing interrupted the waiter and said with a mocking look on his face. Su Chen didn't say anything. The waiter continued, "Even if it is for sale, you can't buy it, sir, because this Patek Philippe Ref 1518 has been bought by a distinguished customer." Su Chen frowned. "Does your store only have one Patek Philippe Ref 1518? It was obvious that he was the one who bought the store's treasure. The female store manager said, "Sir, you are joking." A watch of this level, Patek Philippe Ref 1518, is a treasure in any watch store. It is great for our store to have one. Damn it, you're still pretending here, talking as if I can afford it just because of you. Wang Xing sneered. A watch worth 100 million yuan, there are not many people in Shanghai who can afford it, so how can a guy wearing cheap goods afford it? While Wang Xing despised Su Chen, he was also curious about which god of wealth in Shanghai bought the Patek Philippe Ref 1518, a billion-dollar watch. If he could know a god of wealth of this level, the Wang family would definitely be able to move to a higher level. Su Chen still ignored Wang Xing and said, "Then please recommend me the most expensive women's watch in your store that is suitable for this lady." Su Chen pointed at Shuya. When Shuya heard this, her face turned red and she quickly said, "Brother Chen, I can't accept it. You gave me a gift, so how could I not give you one?" Su Chen waved his hand and continued to say to the waiter, "Take us to see the watches." "Yes, sir." Although the female store manager didn't think Su Chen could afford a Patek Philippe watch, out of professional ethics, she still took Su Chen and the others to look at a watch. This is an emerald green watch, full of Chinese elements, noble and elegant. The selling price is 3.76 million. Su Chen glanced at the female store manager and said, "Are you sure this is the most expensive women's watch?" The female store manager rolled her eyes at Su Chen. "This is certainly not the most expensive one. The most expensive one is more than 30 million. She didn't believe that Su Chen had the financial ability to buy it, so she just showed Su Chen one at random. Wang Xing said coldly, "I wonder how long you can keep pretending to be poor." Su Chen looked at Shuya. "Shuya, what do you think of this watch?" Shuya was very moved. "There is no way, this women's watch is impeccable in terms of workmanship, appearance, and design. It is not an exaggeration to call it a work of art." But the sky-high price of more than 3.7 million yuan made her hesitate. Su Chen sensed Shuya's inner thoughts and said to the female store manager, "This is the watch. Please pay with your card." When these words were spoken, both the female manager and Wang Xing were surprised. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy it?" The female manager couldn't believe it. "What? Do I look like someone who can't afford it?" "No, no." The female store manager shook her head quickly and took out the card machine. Wang Xing stared at Su Chen. Even at this point, he still didn't believe that Su Chen had the ability to afford a watch worth 3 million. "Look, 3,780,000, payment successful." However, the sound from the machine completely shattered his last hope. "Damn it!" Wang Xing's face suddenly turned ugly. "Sir, please keep your watch." The female store manager politely handed the watch to Su Chen. Su Chen gave it to Shuya. "I can't have it." Shuya quickly refused. "Put it on and see how it works." Su Chenlan took Shuya's little hand and put it on Shuya's wrist in a domineering manner. Suddenly, Shuya had a more noble temperament. The female store manager and Wang Xing's female companion looked at this scene with envy in their eyes. How many men are willing to give their girlfriends a gift worth more than 3 million? You! Wang Xing was furious when he saw Shuya's affection for Su Chen. He shouted at the female store manager, "Isn't it just a watch worth more than 3 million? I don't need the money. Get me a watch worth more than 5 million. Seeing this, the female store manager was delighted and went to get another watch worth 5 and 600,000. Chapter 9 Super Luxury Watch. Stare. Wang Xing paid the money with gritted teeth, put the watch on his wrist, looked at Su Chen coldly, and said, "What else can you do?" Su Chen smiled. What he likes most is when someone compares their wealth with his. Su Chen took out his mobile phone and showed the order number of Patek Philippe Ref 1518 in front of the female manager. "I took this watch as well." When the female store manager saw that it was a Patek Philippe Ref 1518, she became very excited and said, "So it is you who bought the Patek Philippe Ref 1518 from our store? I will get the watch for you right away." Wang Xing was stunned on the spot, as if petrified. "I really don't know why a watch can be worth 100 million. Su Chen took the Patek Philippe Ref 1518 from the female store manager, casually put it in his pocket, and said calmly. The female store manager's mouth twitched. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Wang Xing looked at the watch on his wrist, which was worth more than $5 million, and suddenly realized that it was no different from garbage. He said to Su Chen carefully, "Brother, I was just rude, don't take it to heart." After saying that, he slapped himself. "That's it?" Su Chen took a step forward and slapped Wang Xing hard. "This slap is for Xiaoya, because you have a dirty mouth." Do you accept it or not? Wang Xing was beaten dizzy, but he didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he had a flattering smile on his face. I am convinced. Wang Xing nodded and bowed. Bang! Su Chen slapped him again with his backhand. This slap is for me. Who do you think you are? How dare you whine in front of me? Do you accept it? Wang Xing still had a smile on his face. I accept it. Bang! Su Chen slapped Wang Xing left and right, and 2 more slaps landed on his face. I gave you these 2 slaps purely because I didn't like you. Do you accept it? I am convinced. Wang Xing gritted his teeth secretly, but still had a smile on his face. A watch worth 100 million is enough to prove Su Chen's identity. Wang Xing can't afford to offend him. It's good that you accept it. If you dare to harass Xiaoya again, it won't be as simple as a few slaps. Go away. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Don't worry, bro. I promise there won't be a next time. After Wang Xing made the promise, he ran away in shame. Shuya looked at the handsome and domineering Su Chen, her beautiful eyes gradually lit up, and her heart was completely engraved with the mark of Su Chen. The 2 of them strolled around the city for a while, and then Su Chen sent Shuya downstairs. Brother Chen, do you want to go upstairs and have a drink of water? Shuya looked at Su Chen affectionately, her eyes moving and her expression a little nervous. Why is this question again? No, you should go to bed early. Su Chen thought about it and refused. Good night, Brother Chen. Shuya gave Su Chen a hug and went upstairs. The moment he turned around, Su Chen noticed that Shuya's expression was a little gloomy. This little girl. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and turned to go home. When Su Chen was almost home, he found an elderly man in his 60s sleeping on a bench on the street. Under the bench was half a bag of cherries. Uncle, why are you sleeping here so late? Su Chen went up and woke up the old man. The old man rubbed his eyes and smiled. No, the things are not sold out yet. My home is in the suburbs, and it costs more than 10 yuan to go back home. I can't bear it, so I'll make do on the bench tonight so that I can continue selling things tomorrow. Su Chen said without even thinking, Grandpa, I want all the rest. You want them all? The old man was startled, then hesitated for a moment and said, Young man, I understand your good intentions, but you definitely can't finish all these cherries, and it would be a pity if they go bad. I can sell you 2 or 3 pounds. Su Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, old man, I won't waste them. If I can't finish them, I'll take them to the company tomorrow to give to my colleagues. They love to eat them. The old man pondered for a moment and said, Okay. The total here is 180, just give 150. Su Chen transferred 300 yuan to the old man via WeChat, but he was afraid that the old man would not dare to take it if it was more. Grandpa, please go home early. I'll take your things away. Su Chen picked up the bag and left. By the time the old man discovered that Su Chen had given him too much money, Su Chen had already walked away. I met a good person tonight. The old man sighed sincerely. Stare. The host helped the old man and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I specially reward the host with the cultivation of the Grandmaster of Chinese martial arts. A mechanical voice sounded, and a ray of warm sunshine filled Su Chen's whole body. After the warm feeling disappeared, Su Chen found that his body became more symmetrical and stronger, and his eyesight became particularly good. Ba Jiquan. Zingyi Iquan. Tai Jiquan. Yuji Aquan. Su Chen also found that there was a lot of information about martial arts in his mind, and he had mastered all of these martial arts. The cultivation of a great master of Chinese martial arts. Su Chen weighed the 10-pound cherries in his hand and carried them as easily as if he were holding a bottle of water. This thing is bullshit, but it's a pity that it has no use. Su Chen shook his head regretfully. In a society ruled by law, fighting is prohibited. Besides, as long as he paid fast enough, there was no need to throw punches. Misley, you can't run away. You'd better go and see Mr. Zhou obediently. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, in front of him, 7 or 8 men in black suits were chasing a young woman. No way, use it now? Su Chen ran over briskly with cherries in his hand. Bang! Just when a big man in black was about to catch the girl, Su Chen gave a handsome flying kick, sending the man flying 7 or 8 meters away and saving the girl. Fuck, this is so exaggerated. Looking at the big man in black being carried away, Su Chen was slightly shocked. Where did you come from, you wild boy? How dare you meddle in the Zhou family's affairs? Get out of here. The big men in black looked at Suchen standing between them and stopped. One of the older men in black looked at Suchen coldly. It's not good for so many people to bully a little girl. Only then did Suchen see the girl's face clearly. Her hair was as black, her eyebrows were as pretty as a painting, her skin was as white as snow. She was extremely beautiful and could be said to be the most beautiful girl Suchen had ever seen. The girl hid behind Suchen nervously. She wanted to continue running, but Suchen's back gave her an inexplicable sense of security. It's not your turn as a wild boy to point fingers at the Zhou family. Go ahead. 7 or 8 big men in black surrounded Suchen. Careful. The girl looked worried. Bang bang bang. Suchen was not afraid at all, instead he took the initiative to attack. In less than 10 seconds, all the men in black were lying on the ground, wailing and groaning. You guys fell down before I even tried to use any strength. It's useless. Suchen was still not satisfied. Good boy, you are so cruel, let's wait and see. The older man in black struggled to get up from the ground, threw a harsh word at Suchen, and ran away with his men. Thank you for helping me. My name is Li Churen. The girl's eyes lit up as she looked at Suchen. She had never seen anyone as handsome and as good at fighting as Suchen. Suchen. After introducing himself, Suchen walked towards the rental house. Li Churen followed Suchen carefully. Why are you following me? Suchen was a little surprised. I have nowhere to go, no money and no ID card. Li Churen said a little embarrassedly. Chapter 10, The Cultivation of a Grandmaster of Chinese Martial Arts. Suchen thought for a while and said, I'll find you a hotel outside and I'll pay for it. Li Churen grabbed Suchen and said, I don't dare. I'm afraid they will come looking for me again. Suchen raised his eyebrows. Is this the rhythm that depends on yourself? Suchen lives in an old residential complex with 7 floors in total. Suchen lives on the 3rd floor, with a 1-bedroom and 1 living room. The decoration is simple, but it is kept very clean. You sleep on the bed tonight and I'll sleep on the sofa. After the two entered the house, Suchen said. Li Churen was born into a wealthy family and had never seen such a simple house. However, she did not dislike it. Instead, she felt it was very warm. Thank you for taking me in. Li Churen said gratefully. Stare. The host has helped others and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I will reward the host with the cooking skills of the god of cookery. Why are the rewards getting weirder and weirder now? A mechanical voice sounded, and Suchen muttered something. But I'm hungry, so I can try this god of cookery's cooking skills. Suchen asked Li Churen, are you hungry? I'm going to make some dinner. A little. Suchen asked Li Churen to find a place to sit down, and then went to the kitchen to start working. Based on the available ingredients, Suchen made a plate of shredded pork with green peppers and a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Let's eat. Suchen handed Li Churen a pair of chopsticks. Although Li Churen was hungry, he had no appetite because he was worried. He only symbolically picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. However, after taking a bite, Li Churen's expression froze. She had never eaten such delicious food before. Bang bang bang. Li Churen began to dig the rice with graceful movements. Soon the bowl of rice was empty, but she was still not satisfied. She wanted to add more rice but was too embarrassed to do so. Suchen saw through Li Churen's little thoughts and added another bowl for Li Churen. After a while, the bowl of rice was finished, but fortunately Li Churen didn't have a big appetite, and although he wanted to eat more, his stomach was really full. Your cooking is delicious. Li Churen quietly touched the round belly and praised sincerely. It was better than the food she had in a 5-star hotel. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Suchen smiled faintly. It seems that the god of cookery's cooking skills are still useful. After saying that, Suchen cleaned up the dishes. Let me do it. Li Churen cleaned up the dishes before Suchen and walked towards the kitchen. Suchen didn't say anything. Dang. Less than a minute later, there was a sound of breaking something in the kitchen. Suchen walked closer and took a look. Wow, only 4 bowls were used for the meal, and Li Churen broke 2 of them at once. Li Churen stood in the kitchen in a daze, his face filled with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Suchen didn't take it to heart at all and said, no one is hurt, right? No. Li Churen shook his head awkwardly. You go and rest, I'll do it. Su Chen asked Li Churan to leave, not because he was afraid that Li Churan would break the bowl again, but because he was afraid that Li Churan would get hurt. After washing the dishes, Su Chen found an old cell phone from the bedroom and threw it to Li Churan, because Su Chen found that Li Churan had nothing on him. Su Chen's thoughtful consideration warmed Li Churan's heart. When she opened her phone, she found that the wallpaper was an intimate photo of Su Chen and a girl. It turns out he has a girlfriend. I don't know why, but when Li Churan saw this photo, he felt a little sad. She had only known Su Chen for less than 2 hours, so why did she feel such emotions? Could it be that she fell in love with Su Chen at first sight? Li Churan quietly looked at Su Chen. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and clear features. He was more handsome than many male celebrities she had seen who relied on their looks to make a living. It was possible that she fell in love with him at first sight. Your girlfriend must be very good to you. Li Churan asked this question for some unknown reason. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then he saw the wallpaper on his phone and instantly understood what was going on. It was a photo of him and Chen Kurson. He said calmly, "She cheated on me." "Oh, sorry." Li Churan quickly apologized. However, although this is clearly a sad story, Li Churan felt a little secretly happy in his heart. Without a girlfriend, doesn't that mean she has a chance? But when Li Churan thought of his current predicament, he became gloomy again. I've turned on the hotspot for you. The password is 1 to 9. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Chen did not continue the topic. He threw down his phone, took some clean clothes from the bedroom and went to the bathroom. When Su Chen took off his clothes and looked in the mirror, he was stunned. He found that he had an incredibly good figure, with a well-proportioned and tight body, broad shoulders and a thin waist, and his 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible. It should be the change brought about by the cultivation of the Grandmaster of National Martial Arts. Su Chen quickly understood everything. He showed off his biceps in the mirror again. Damn it, I, a grown man, am drooling. Su Chen didn't dare to read any further. This is simply a perfect work of art. When Su Chen finished taking a shower and was getting dressed, he realized that he hadn't taken his shirt with him. If he was alone it wouldn't matter, even if he wasn't wearing underwear, but the key point was that Li Churan was there too, and the two of them were not very familiar with each other. Li Churan, can you help me get a shirt from the bedroom? Anyone will do. Su Chen had no choice but to ask Li Churan for help. Okay. Li Churan went to the bedroom and got a t-shirt, ready to hand it to Su Chen. But just as she was about to open the toilet door a crack, her foot slipped and she pushed the toilet door open, and Su Chen, with his upper body naked, appeared in front of her. Suddenly, Li Churan couldn't take his eyes away. Su Chen's perfect figure shocked her too much. This is no longer just a body, but a flawless work of art. Cough cough. Seeing that Li Churan kept his eyes on him, Su Chen coughed twice awkwardly. Li Churan finally reacted, handed the shirt to Su Chen with a blushing face, and ran out of the bathroom. Boom boom boom. When he came to the living room, Li Churan's heart was still beating wildly. He is in such good shape. Li Churan bit her lip. Su Chen's perfect figure lingered in her mind. Soon, Su Chen put on a t-shirt and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Su Chen getting dressed, Li Churan was actually a little disappointed. Li Churan, what's wrong with you? How could you have such a terrible thought in your mind? Li Churan shook his head vigorously. What are you doing? Su Chen was a little strange. Nothing. Li Churan answered quickly, but her face turned even redder. If you want to take a shower, everything is ready for you. The toothbrush and towel are all new, but as for clothes, you can only wear mine. Su Chen said something and lazily lay down on the sofa. Li Churan went to the closet, picked out a large t-shirt and went to the bathroom. After a while, Li Churan came out after washing. Her hair was slightly wet and there were a few water drops on her face, which were crystal clear. She was wearing Su Chen's oversized t-shirt, which reached to her thighs. Her two long, white legs were shining with a healthy and attractive luster under the light. Her whole body revealed a leisurely and lazy beauty. When Su Chen saw Li Churan like this, he was a little dazed for a moment. Li Churan puffed out his chest upon seeing this. You have a good figure, and I have a good figure too. She felt a little proud. Woo woo. Su Chen's old cell phone vibrated. WeChat phone. Li Churan hesitated for a moment and clicked to answer the call. Li Churan. What happened tonight? I asked you to stay with Master Zhou, but you ran away. Master Zhou said you ruined his mood and he's very angry now. Chapter 11 Perfect Body. There was an angry voice on the other end of the line. Lee Churin gritted his teeth and said nothing. The person on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "Didn't you say you would help Dad this time? Why are you running away? Do you know that by running away, all of Dad's previous efforts have been wasted? Dad, I promised to help you meet that blind date, but you didn't tell me that person was Joe Long. Don't you know what kind of person Joe Long is? He has ruined so many good girls over the years. He is a complete scum and a devil. You are clearly pushing your daughter into the fire pit." Lee Churin's voice was a little out of control. Father Lee paused for a moment and said, "Joe Long is the crown prince of the Zhou family and represents the face of the Zhou family. It is normal for him to act out of turn sometimes. Just don't take it to heart. Besides, after you marry him, Joe Long will naturally restrain himself. Dad, you are still speaking for Joe Long. Do you know that he almost drugged and raped our daughter tonight? If I hadn't run fast, he would have succeeded," Lee Churin said in a crying voice. "He actually..." Father Lee's voice was a little excited at first, but soon he calmed down and said, "You are almost young Master Zhou's person. Even if he did something to you, it's actually no big deal. Are you still my dad?" Lee Churin hung up the phone angrily and burst into tears. Seeing Lee Churin crying so sadly, Su Chen's head suddenly became big. He doesn't know how to comfort people. "Here, tissue." Su Chen handed Lee Churin a pack of paper. "The pear blossoms in the rain are heartbreaking." Lee Churin cried for a while and gradually calmed down. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. What's going on?" Su Chen asked. Lee Churin wiped away her tears and said, "My father's investments failed in the past 2 years and he owed a lot of money. He was about to mortgage the company, so he placed his hopes on me, hoping to save the company through marriage. Tonight is a blind date arranged by my father for me. I didn't refuse because I know that my father has given me a comfortable life since I was a child. If he can help him save his career by letting me get married, I am willing to help him. But I didn't expect that the person he wanted me to marry was Joe Long. He is the most disgusting person to me, and during dinner, I heard him asking the waiter to put drugs in my cup. I saw that the opportunity was not right, so I ran out, and then I met you. Your dad." Su Chen had nothing else to say. Although Lee's father raised Lee Churin, it is outrageous for him to push his daughter into the fire just because of this. "If you take me in, given Joe Long's personality, he will definitely cause you trouble, so I will leave early tomorrow morning," Lee Churin said again. "Where are you going?" Su Chen said. Lee Churin was silent for a while. All her bank cards were frozen by her father, and she couldn't move forward without money. "Just stay here with me for now. I'm least afraid of trouble," Su Chen said with a relaxed look. "Su Chen, be my boyfriend," Lee Churin said suddenly. "What the hell?" Su Chen was a little confused. But he quickly reacted and said seriously, "If you think that living with me will cause me trouble, and that's why you choose to be my girlfriend, then there is no need for that. I'm not helping you just because you're pretty." Lee Churin did have this idea. But more importantly, she found that she really liked Su Chen. He is handsome, a great cook, and considerate, which completely meets her standards for a boyfriend. The only shortcoming of Su Chen at the moment is probably that he is a little poor. However, Lee Churin believed that as long as the two of them were willing to work hard, they would have everything. "Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early." Su Chen lay on the sofa. "Okay, but can you give me a hug before I go to sleep?" Lee Churin opened his arms. Su Chen had no choice but to get up and hug Lee Churin. Feeling the softness of Lee Churin's chest and the fragrance emanating from her body, Su Chen's heart was moved. He suddenly regretted refusing to become Lee Churin's boyfriend. "Thank you." During the hug, Lee Churin gave Su Chen a light kiss on the cheek, then quickly ran back to the bedroom. "Am I being taken advantage of?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then fell asleep happily. The next day, Su Chen prepared breakfast early. When Lee Churin came out of the bedroom, he asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "It smells good and feels good." Lee Churin is radiant and her beauty is unmistakable. "That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to sleeping." Hearing this, Lee Churin's face turned slightly red. Because the bed she slept in last night was the one Su Chen had always slept in, and there was Su Chen's scent on it. After breakfast, Su Chen took Lee Churin out to purchase supplies. "Su Chen, wait for me for a moment." When they were almost at a supermarket, Lee Churin greeted Su Chen and walked towards a cafe. Su Chen didn't follow and went into the supermarket to shop for supplies. Of course, this way. As soon as Li Charan entered the cafe, two young and beautiful girls sitting by the window shouted at her. Li Charan walked over quickly and shouted to the two of them. Qian Meng, Song Qi. Qian Meng and Song Qi, her two best friends. Qian Meng was a girl with heavy makeup on. She asked, of course, are you sure you won't go back to the Li family? Not going back. Li Charan said firmly. It's better not to go back, lest your father sell you out again. Song Qi has short hair and looks very heroic. He said, of course, I asked my dad to lend you some money. I gathered some money together. Here is a total of 1 million. Take it first. The password is your birthday. Li Charan took the bank card and said with great emotion, thank you. Song Qi looked at Qian Meng and said, Qian Meng, how much are you going to lend to Ran Ran? Qian Meng glanced at Li Charan and said, I have 200,000 here. Only 200,000? Song Qi frowned and said, Qian Meng, you should have more than this amount of money, and I remember that you haven't paid back the 800,000 yuan that Ran Ran lent you before. Now Ran Ran is in trouble, you should at least lend him a little more. Qian Meng said calmly, let's keep things separate. Li Charan lent me 800,000 yuan before because I had the ability to pay it back. Now Li Charan has decided to leave the Li family. God knows if she can pay it back. It's good enough that I can borrow 200,000 yuan. When Song Qi heard this, he instantly became furious and said, Qian Meng, what are you talking about? Ran Ran is our best friend, do we need to be so fussy about it? He. Qian Meng sneered and said, the moment she chose to leave the Li family, she was no longer my friend. Qian Meng, don't make friends with poor people. Qian Meng's words were like a needle, piercing Li Charan's heart, making her angry and uncomfortable. Song Qi could no longer control his emotions and said, Qian Meng, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten how Ran Ran helped you before? Now that Ran Ran is in trouble, is this how you treat Ran Ran? You ungrateful bastard. Chi, stop talking. Since she doesn't consider us friends, I don't want her money anymore. Qian Meng, our relationship ends here. There was a hint of sadness in the depths of Li Charan's eyes. After all, Qian Meng was her friend since childhood. Okay, save me 200,000. Qian Meng sneered. Let's go. Chapter 12 Be My Boyfriend. Li Charan left the cafe in boredom. Hey, Li Charan, don't leave in a hurry. Mr. Zhou wants to see you. Qian Meng called out to Li Charan, who was about to leave, with a hint of a smile on her lips. You told me Zhou Long that I'm here? Li Charan said in shock. Yes, Mr. Zhou spent 1 million to buy information about you from me, Li Charan. I really didn't expect that you are still so valuable even though the Li family is about to go bankrupt. I really don't know what Mr. Zhou likes about you. There was a hint of sourness in Qian Meng's words. Qian Meng, you are shameless. Li Charan was really angry. Of course, you made it so hard for me to find you. As soon as Li Charan finished speaking, a domineering voice came from outside the cafe, and a tall and well-dressed young man appeared in Li Charan's sight. Zhou Long. Li Charan's face showed panic. Of course, am I that scary? Zhou Long grinned, a smile that was a little morbid. Mr. Zhou, you are here. Qian Meng greeted him with a smile. However, Zhou Long just coldly handed Qian Meng a check for 1 million and said, go away. Qian Meng's face froze, and she left obediently. Zhou Long, get out of the way. Ran Ran and I are going shopping. Song Qi stood between Li Charan and Zhou Long, looking at Zhou Long with an unhappy look on his face. Bang! Zhou Long slapped Song Qi directly in the face. Bitch, if you don't want to die, get out of here. After doing all this, Zhou Long's expression changed. He looked at Li Charan with a gentle smile and said, Ran Ran, you've made enough trouble. Come back to the Zhou family with me. I really like you. Li Charan first hugged Song Qi, then looked at Zhou Long coldly. Don't even think about touching me unless I die. Of course, if you say that, I will be very sad. Zhou Long took a step forward and reached out to touch Li Charan's cheek. Go away. Li Charan picked up the display item on the table and hit Zhou Long on the hand, roaring. Zhou Long took a half step back to avoid the attack, and his expression suddenly turned cold. You are such a bastard. Your father has sold you to me, and you still dare to disobey me. Take her to the car. Zhou Long gave an order, and the bodyguards began to approach Li Charan. Ran Ran, run. Song Chi was very loyal and intercepted the bodyguards for Li Churan. Get lost. A burly bodyguard pushed Song Chi away and reached out to grab Li Churan. Do you know how to write the word death if you dare to touch me? Just when the bodyguard was about to catch Li Churan, a cold voice sounded from behind everyone. Then a black shadow flashed and the bodyguard flew across. Su Chen appeared in front of Li Churan. Mr. Zhou, it was this bastard who stopped us last night. A bodyguard immediately spoke to Zhou Long after seeing Su Chen. My friend, do you know what will happen if you snatch a woman from me? Zhou Long looked at Su Chen coldly, with a kind of condescending arrogance. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Su Chen sneered. That's pretty crazy, but I hope you can still be crazy next time. A cold light flashed in Zhou Long's eyes, and several bodyguards rushed towards Su Chen. Careful. Li Churan and Song Chi both screamed out in nervousness. Crackling. In less than 10 seconds, all of Zhou Long's bodyguards were lying on the ground. The cafe was a mess. That's it? Su Chen was very disdainful. It couldn't even warm him up. Zhou Long's eyes gradually became gloomy. Humph, you are crazy enough? But not enough. Zhou Long took action. He punched Su Chen in the face with force as strong as thunder. Zhou Long is not completely useless. At least his strength as a black belt in Taekwondo was real. Click. Just when Zhou Long was confident that he had succeeded, Su Chen stretched out a hand and easily grasped Zhou Long's fist, then exerted force with his 5 fingers. Snap. The clear sound of bones breaking echoed in the air, and Zhou Long let out a pig-slaughtering howl. You can't either. Su Chen looked at Zhou Long with disdain as he screamed. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Long yelled hysterically. Bang! Su Chen loosened his hand and slapped Zhou Long in the face, sending him flying backwards. Do you have that ability? Su Chen sneered. Just wait for me. Zhou Long was sweating coldly from the pain and uttered a harsh word to Su Chen. Bang! Su Chen slapped him again. What do you want me to wait for? Ah! I'm going to kill you. Zhou Long was furious. Bang! Su Chen continued to slap. What do you want me to wait for? You bastard, I'm from the Shanghai Zhou family. The Zhou family has tens of billions of assets and can easily kill you. Zhou Long's expression was distorted. Bang! Su Chen slapped him again. Let me ask you, what do you want me to wait for? The pain on his face gradually overshadowed Zhou Long's anger. I. Zhou Long found that his eyes were a little wet. It hurts. I ask you, what do you want me to wait for? Su Chen continued to slap Zhou Long in the face with an indifferent expression. Zhou Long finally couldn't stand it anymore and started begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have snatched the woman from you. Please let me go. I promise not to cause you any trouble in the future. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen anyone as arrogant as Su Chen. He was scared. Why did you say that earlier? Is it worth it to get slapped so many times? Su Chen smiled. There is still a hint of innocence in the smile. I am an idiot, please let me go, big brother. Zhou Long is like a docile little lamb. Go away. Su Chen said. Swish. Zhou Long rushed out of the cafe, fearing that Su Chen would regret it. Su Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Li Churan bit her lip and said apologetically. Ha, it has nothing to do with you. I just don't like that idiot. Su Chen smiled. While the two were talking, Song Chi also looked Su Chen up and down. He was handsome, skilled, and had personality. He was an interesting man. The only downside is that the clothes are a bit ordinary. Handsome guy, I'm Ran Ran's best friend. My name is Song Chi. This is the first time I know you. What's your relationship with Ran Ran? Song Chi showed a curious look on his face. Relation? Su Chen was stumped by the question. Just a friend? A roommate? Li Churan answered first. Chi, I forgot to tell you that Su Chen is my boyfriend. Li Churan naturally hugged Su Chen's arm and then pressed against Su Chen, looking satisfied and intoxicated. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? Su Chen was a little confused. Stare. The host currently has 2 choices. Choose one, help Li Churan, admit that you are her boyfriend, and you will be rewarded with a set of Yunding Manor, worth 4.7 billion. Choose 2, expose Li Churan, and you will be rewarded with a broom, worth 1 billion Chinese currency. The mechanical voice of the system appeared in Su Chen's mind again. Can we play like this? Su Chen was slightly surprised and silently chose option 1 in his mind. Yes, I am Ranran's boyfriend. Su Chen changed the way he addressed Li Churan. Stare. The host helped his friend complete the cover and let the light of justice shine on the earth. I reward the host with yunding manner. Ranran, you didn't lie to me, did you? Songqi looked at the two of them suspiciously. Chi-Chi, when have I ever lied to you? Li Churan asked back. Songqi thought about it and felt that Li Churan had indeed not lied to her, so she believed in Su Chen's identity. But when she saw Su Chen dressed simply, she became a little worried about Li Churan and asked, Su Chen, what do you do? Chapter 13 What is arrogance? Li Churan also pricked up her ears because she didn't know what Su Chen did. I have a small business, a restaurant and an entertainment company. Su Chen said calmly. However, Songqi frowned when he heard this answer. According to Su Chen, it is not necessary to wear this on the road. Could he be an emotional cheater? Songqi suddenly became alert. Because some time ago, the news often reported that there were men who took advantage of their good looks to defraud people of money and sex. Li Churan is the kind of person who is easily deceived. Thinking of this, Songqi suddenly lost his favor towards Su Chen and said sarcastically, I really didn't see that. Li Churan thought Su Chen said this to save his face, so he quickly changed the subject and said, let's go shopping while Zhou Long is being chased away by Brother Chen. Songqi agreed. Su Chen had no choice but to carry a bag of supplies and go shopping with the two girls. Songqi really likes looking at clothes. She goes around and tries on many of them, but she never buys anything. It's not that she doesn't want to buy anything, but she has lent all her money to Li Churan. Soon Songqi finished trying on another piece of clothing. It is a cheongsam with exquisite workmanship and novel design. When worn by Songqi, it perfectly shows her figure. Of course, does it look good? Songqi asked. Li Churan nodded. Su Chen, what do you think? Songqi turned around and asked Su Chen for his opinion. Su Chen glanced at it casually. The cheongsam wrapped Songqi in a straight front and curved back, full of alluring charm, but Su Chen was not interested and replied indifferently, it's okay. Looking at Su Chen's calm expression, Songqi snorted in his heart. Snort! You're pretending well, you emotional liar. As long as I'm here, you can't cheat Ranran out of a penny. At the same time, there were two more customers in the Chanel store, a man and a woman. The man looked like a wealthy man, wearing luxury goods, while the woman was wearing heavy makeup, looking coquettish and arrogant. Welcome, Mr. Xia and Miss Fangqin. The female manager of Chanel immediately came over with a warm look on her face. As soon as the woman entered the store, her eyes fell on Songqi, and she said to the rich man in a coquettish tone, Brother Xia, I want this dress. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Brother Xia winked at the store manager of Chanel Women. The female store manager immediately came to Songqi and said, Excuse me, ma'am, someone wants to buy the cheongsam you are wearing. Songqi was a little unhappy when she heard this, and said, I tried this dress first, and I didn't say I didn't want to buy it. You tried on so many clothes before, but I didn't see you buy any? The female store manager rolled her eyes at Songqi. Songqi's face froze for a moment. But she really liked this dress. She was silent for a moment and said, I'm going to buy this dress too. Brother Xia, she's stealing clothes from others. Fangqin started to speak in a coquettish voice again. Brother Xia is rich and powerful. He waved his hand and said, I'll pay double the price. The female store manager's eyes lit up. Madam, you heard it too, Miss Fangqin really likes this dress, why not help her? I like it too, why not let them help me? Songqi said dissatisfiedly. The female store manager smiled and said, It's because President Xia and Miss Fangqin are old customers of our store. They spend millions of dollars in our store every year. Hearing this, Fangqin was very proud and said, If you don't have money, don't make so many complaints. Isn't it better to be honest and keep your tail between your legs? You! Songqi was furious. If it were any other time, she would definitely take out hundreds of thousands to make the female store manager convinced, but now she had lent all her money to Li Churan and was short of money. Hey, if you don't have money, just take off your clothes and give them to me. If you wear them for too long, your clothes will be full of your poor smell. Fangqin's face was full of sarcasm again. Songqi was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was really nothing else he could do. Li Churan hesitated for a moment and was about to take out the 1 million that Song Chi lent her to restore Song Chi's dignity, when Su Chen spoke. Isn't it just that they spend more money in your store than we do? Simple. I bought everything in your store today, let's settle the bill. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Fang Qin looked at Su Chen carefully and said, if you want to show off in front of us, please package yourself well. It's still a question whether you can take out $100 from your body. Song Chi didn't believe that Su Chen could come up with the money, so he had to pull Su Chen aside and said, forget it, let's not argue with them. Let's go. Don't worry, I still have this little money. Su Chen smiled. Phew. Fang Qin laughed impudently, this little money? Do you know how much it costs to buy clothes from this store? I guess you can't earn that much in your lifetime. I've never seen such a poor and stupid idiot like you. If any of you think I have the purchasing power, bring the card machine over here. Su Chen ignored Fang Qin's sarcasm and spoke to the employees in the Chanel store. A young and pretty female clerk hesitated for a moment, then came over with a card reader and said weakly, hello, sir. I've calculated that if you buy all the clothes in our store, the total cost will be 5.37 million. Within my authority, I can give you a discount to 5.1 million. When the other shop assistants saw the female employee stand up, they all showed mocking smiles on their faces. Yang Jing, you are crazy about money. It's good enough for him to buy a piece of clothing in his current condition. All inclusive? Dream on. After all, he is a new employee. He only thinks about good things every day. Yang Jing, your actions make me doubt your business ability. Yang Jing bit her lip. She just felt that since Su Chen had asked for her help, it would seem pitiful if no one responded. She never thought that Su Chen would really buy the clothes. Swish. Facing everyone's doubts, Su Chen took the card machine, entered the amount of 5.37 million, and clicked pay. 5,370,000, payment successful. The sound from the card machine made everyone shut their mouths all of a sudden, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He really bought them all? Fang Qin's eyes almost popped out of her head. Li Churan and Song Chi were not much better off, both looking incredulous. Damn it, I encountered a rich man visiting incognito. Brother Xia's face turned a little blue. Ran, Song Chi, see if there are any clothes you like. If there are, take them. The rest can be left in the store first. Su Chen said calmly to Li Churan and Song Chi. Su Chen, I love you so much. Song Chi no longer treated Su Chen as an emotional cheater, and said boldly, then started to pick out clothes she liked. Li Churan pinched the 1 million yuan that Song Chi lent her, with a complicated expression. She was going to give this 1 million to Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen lived in a simple rental house, she thought that Su Chen's financial condition was average, but it seemed that she had thought too much. However, facing the handsome and talented Su Chen, Li Churan felt a little inferior. No wonder Su Chen refused to be my boyfriend without even a second thought last night. It seems like he doesn't tea like me. Li Churan felt a little bitter. Brother, I was too arrogant just now. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you here. Brother Xia came in front of Su Chen and said somewhat embarrassedly. Fang Qin also lost her previous arrogance and became timid, like a quail. Su Chen ignored him. Brother Xia's expression became even more embarrassed. Brother, we were stupid just now. We won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Brother Xia quickly took Fang Qin out of the store. Chapter 14 All-Inclusive. The female manager of Chanel also wanted to come up and talk to Su Chen, but Su Chen simply ignored her and said to Yang Jing, it should be okay to leave the clothes that cannot be taken away in the store for the time being. In the past, Yang Jing definitely didn't have the right to make the decision, but now that she has just completed a super order of more than 5 million, she is confident, of course, no problem. After a while, Song Chi and Li Churan each chose 2 large bags of clothes. Especially Song Chi, she basically took all the sizes that suited her. It's so cool. It was such a great experience shopping for the first time. Song Chi looked satisfied. Su Chen looked at the time. It was almost noon and the 2 girls had another big bag of food, so he said, let's find a place to eat. Okay. Song Chi agreed without thinking. It just so happened that Victoria Restaurant was not far from here, and the Maybach was parked there, so Su Chen decided to go there for dinner. After taking a taxi, the 2 quickly arrived at the restaurant. Mr. Su, you are here. When Zhao Xiaoyan saw that Su Chen was accompanied by 2 girls, She did not reveal Su Chen's identity, but just received them warmly. "Give us a quiet room," Su Chen said. "Okay, this way please." Zhao Xiaoyan brought Su Chen to a very stylish room, which was the most luxurious private room in Victoria Restaurant. "Su Chen, you must be a frequent customer of this store," Song Qi asked. "Why do you say that?" "Victoria Restaurant is a well-known restaurant in Shanghai. The waiters there are all arrogant. The one just now is the manager of the restaurant. He was so polite to you. It must be because you are a frequent customer of this restaurant." "I guess so," Su Chen said casually. "Order your food, whatever you want." Su Chen handed the menu to Li Charan and the other daughter. "The two of us ordered a few dishes each, none of which were expensive." "No need to save money for me." Su Chen smiled. He still has more than 10 billion yuan in his bank card, but if he doesn't take out the money to spend, it will always remain a number. "That's enough. Just enough to eat," Li Charan said gently. Songqi followed up by saying, "Su Chen, first of all, I want to thank you very much because you have saved my face and given me so many beautiful clothes. But I think it is necessary to remind you that you should spend less money lavishly because you still have to live with Ran Ran. Don't worry, a few million is nothing to me, but thank you for your reminder." Su Chen is full of generosity. "You can be willful if you have money." Songqi curled her lips and continued to ask, "Su Chen, what do you do? Didn't I say this before? I'm going to run a small business, own a restaurant and an entertainment company." "What's the name of the restaurant?" "Victoria." "What about the entertainment company?" "Huasheng Group." "Hey, stop joking." Songqi rolled his eyes at Su Chen. "Isn't Victoria's boss's surname Sun? And Huasheng Group is a listed company with a market value of hundreds of billions. How could the boss be a young man in his early 20s like Su Chen?" She didn't believe a word of Su Chen's words. At the same time, several young people dressed fashionably came into Victoria Restaurant. Leading the group was a young man dressed luxuriously and wearing earrings. Although Victoria Restaurant is a bit low-end, the food is pretty good. "Let us have dinner here today," said the young man with earrings. "No problem, we will all follow Master Wan's arrangements," several people around the young man with earrings said. "Mr. Wan is here." Zhao Xiaoyan received this group of people warmly. "Manager Zhao, take us to the most luxurious private room," the young man with earrings said. "I'm sorry, Master Wan, the room is already occupied," Zhao Xiaoyan answered politely. "There are people here?" "That's easy. Just ask them to move to another place," Wan Xiao said very forcefully. Zhao Xiaoyan felt a little embarrassed facing the powerful Master Wan. Because this young Master Wan was a prominent figure, he was the son of Wan Qinghe, the vice chairman of Huasheng Group, and one of the most powerful young masters in Shanghai. Every time Wan Wei came to eat, their former boss would always come out to accompany him. Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't make up her mind, so she had to politely say, "I'll go ask them if they're willing to change the private room." "Hurry up, my patience is limited," Wan Wei said impatiently. "Boss, Wan Wei, the son of Wan Qinghe, the vice chairman of Huasheng Group, is here. He asked to eat in this private room. What do you think?" Zhao Xiaoyan entered the private room and whispered in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "Tell him to either eat or get out." Zhao Xiaoyan was shocked by Su Chen's strength and said, "Huasheng Group is very big in the media. If they deliberately discredit our store, I'm afraid." Zhao Xiaoyan expressed her concerns. Su Chen smiled and said, "Your worries are a bit unnecessary." Zhao Xiaoyan was indeed worried that her boss was too young after all. Victoria Restaurant and Huasheng Group are completely different in size. Maybe the boss just didn't want to lose face in front of the two beauties. Zhao Xiaoyan thought helplessly. "What does the restaurant manager want from you?" After Zhao Xiaoyan left, Songqi asked curiously. "Nothing special, just a guy named Wan Wei came and wanted us to change rooms." "Wan Wei? How did you answer?" "I asked the manager to tell Wan Wei that he could either eat or leave. There was no way he could change rooms." "Oh, you are too impulsive." Li Charan and Song Qi frowned. Li Charan explained softly, "Wan Wei's father, Wan Qinghe, is a media tycoon worth tens of billions. It's not good to have a conflict with him." "You don't have confidence in me?" Su Chen said. "A little bit." "You don't really think you're the president of Huasheng Group?" Song Qi said honestly. Don't you think so? Hey, stop joking now. Eat, there's nothing to worry about. Su Chen didn't care. But Li Churan and Song Qi were still worried. Zhao Xiaoyan explained the situation to Wan Wei. Of course, she couldn't tell Wan Wei Su Chen's original words. Instead, she told Wan Wei that Victoria's boss was having dinner at Hao Bao. Fatty Sun has lost his temper. He doesn't even take me seriously? Wan Wei said rudely. Fatty Sun was the previous owner of Victoria Restaurant. Zhao Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "Our boss has been replaced by another person." Oh? I want to see who this person is that doesn't even give me, Wan Wei, face. Wan Wei didn't care who the boss was and rushed in with a few friends. The restaurant staff all knew Wan Wei's identity and did not dare to stop him, so they let Wan Wei enter the luxury bag. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Miss Li and Miss Song. As soon as Wan Wei entered the room, he focused his attention on Li Churan and Song Qi, and said in a joking tone. Song Qi is just a second-generation rich kid, and he is nothing compared to him. Before the Li family fell into decline, they still had some power. Now that they are in decline, let alone Li Churan, even Li Churan's father, Wan Wei, doesn't take him seriously. Ha? Are you the new owner of Victoria Restaurant? Then, Wan Wei turned his gaze to Su Chen again and said uncertainly. Li Churan and Song Qi were stunned when they heard Wan Wei's question. New owner of Victoria's Restaurant? Could it be that Su Chen wasn't joking before? If Su Chen is really the owner of Victoria Restaurant, doesn't that mean Su Chen is also the owner of Huaxing Group? Yes, I am. Chapter 15, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Su Chen glanced at Wan Wei calmly. Who allowed you to break in? Wan Qing, his son, doesn't know the rules at all. When Wan Wei heard this, he almost got angry. Who is this guy? He is even more arrogant than him. Wan Wei's younger brothers stood up one after another. Damn, do you know who you are talking to? How dare a small restaurant owner be so arrogant? Believe it or not, we can destroy your restaurant in a minute. Wan Wei narrowed his eyes and said, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. Either bring me some tea and apologize, or I'll destroy your restaurant. Does your father know that you are so arrogant? Su Chen glanced at Wan Wei. You're picking on me, aren't you? Wan Wei became even angrier. Forget it, I'll just ask your dad myself. Su Chen picked up the phone and called Wan Qinghe. What's the meaning? Su Chen's actions made Wan Wei a little confused. This guy knows my dad? Wan Wei was a little skeptical. In his impression, his father's friends are basically bigwigs in their 40s or 50s with a net worth of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. There is no friend as young as Su Chen. Pretend. This was the only possibility Wan Wei could think of. However, when the call was connected, the words coming from the phone almost brought Wan Wei to his knees. Boss Su, what do you want? It was definitely his father's voice. Brother Wan, your son is quite arrogant. I was having dinner in my own restaurant, but your son actually wanted to kick me out. Su Chen said. Wan Qinghe shuddered and said nervously, that bastard didn't do anything outrageous to President Su, did he? No. Phew, that's good, Mr. Su, do you mind giving your phone to Nizi? Su Chen threw the phone to Wan Wei, whose face was pale. Your dad asked you to answer the phone. Dad? Wan Wei was still confused about the situation and spoke tremblingly. If the president doesn't forgive you, you'll never be able to step into the Wan family's door again in your life. Wan Qinghe said coldly. What the hell? You even dare to offend the president. Don't you know that I am just an employee working for President Su? Boss Su, this bastard is at your disposal. The phone was back in Su Chen's hands. After Wan Qinghe apologized again and again, he said this. Su Chen hung up the phone and looked at Wan Wei, who was sweating profusely, with a calm expression. Uncle, do you think I still have a chance? Wan Wei forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. As for why he called Su Chen uncle, it was because Su Chen called Wan Qinghe brother Wan. If calling Su Chen uncle could gain Su Chen's forgiveness, Wan Wei wouldn't mind calling him that every day. You are threatening me. There was a gleam in Su Chen's eyes. In a popular TV series recently, every time an important character asks the other party, do I still have a chance, if the other party answers no, then there is only one way out, which is death. Wan Wei also thought of this and quickly slapped himself. Uncle, how dare I threaten you? I sincerely apologize to you. The world can bear witness to my sincere heart. Su Chen did not make things difficult for Wan Wei. After all, he called him uncle, so he was still his nephew. So after saying go away, he let Wan Wei crawl out of the bag. What? Is there something on my face? After Wan Wei's gang left, Su Chen found that Li and Song were staring at him and was a little surprised. Are you really the boss of Huasheng Group? Li Chuan and Song Qi said in unison. After getting Su Chen's affirmative answer, Song Qi became even more excited, and also felt happy for Li Chuan. Now that Li Chuan has such an awesome boyfriend, she doesn't have to worry about her future life. However, Li Chuan couldn't be happy. She knew that her identity as a girlfriend was fake, but she had the confidence to make it real. After all, she is beautiful, comes from a prominent family, and has outstanding abilities. As long as she takes the initiative, she has a great chance of winning Su Chen over. After all, if a girl chases a boy, it's easy for her to succeed. Now it seems that it will be more difficult for her to become a regular employee. Because with Su Chen's status, he has plenty of women to choose from, and they may not necessarily be interested in her. Boss, you are really unexpected. For example, now, Zhao Xiaoyan is looking at Su Chen with shining eyes. It was as if I had seen some rare treasure. Which woman doesn't tea like a handsome young man? Li Chuan was very melancholy. Where are we going to play this afternoon? When lunch was almost over, Song Qi's eyes rolled around. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm going to go look at the house this afternoon. He has not taken over Hentang Manor, which is a super luxury mansion worth tens of billions. Su Chen also wanted to see what a house worth tens of billions of dollars looked like. Looking at a house? Song Qi immediately became interested. Li Chuan also looked over. In fact, Li Chuan was very confused about Su Chen. He was so rich, but why did he have to live in a simple rental house? Could it be that all rich people have some strange habits? Yes, I just bought a house in the Hentang Villa district. According to the system's introduction, Hentang Manor is located in the Hentang Villa area. In recent years, due to the vigorous development of Wanrong Group, Hentang Villa district has replaced Tangshan as the place with the highest housing prices in China overseas. Yunding Villa district? The houses there are easily worth hundreds of millions each. But I heard that the scenery there is very good, surrounded by mountains and rivers, even Tangshan can't compare to it. Song Qi sighed. No, I have to go to this top luxury house to have a look. Song Qi looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen did not refuse and drove his Maybach to pick up the two girls. Song Qi couldn't help but ask again, didn't we just take a taxi here? Su Chen explained, I drank a little too much one night and left my car here. How dare you just throw away something worth millions of dollars? You are so inhumane. Song Qi rolled his eyes. In the car, Li Chuan was very quiet, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Song Qi still had a lot of questions, and said, I heard that the houses in the Yunding Villa district are divided into 4 grades according to the construction location and environment. The 4th grade is the cheapest, and it costs about several hundred million. The 3rd rank is a bit more expensive, about 1 billion. The second-level units almost hit the ceiling of Shanghai's housing prices, at around 2 billion yuan, with a total of 10 units. The most outrageous property in the 1st grade is a manor, the price of which has risen to 4 billion, and it has not been sold yet. Wanrong Group once publicly announced that only the richest man in China can live in the 1st grade manor in Hentang. Su Chen, what rank is the house you're in? You'll know after you go and take a look. Su Chen said casually. After hearing what Su Chen said, Song Qi thought that Su Chen only bought a 3rd or 4th grade house, so he didn't want to explain it clearly, and didn't continue to ask. He just said with some expectation, if I can walk around Hentang Manor, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. This shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen said lightly. Do you know the owner of Yunding Manor? No, hasn't Yunding Manor been sold yet? Do you know someone from Wanrong Group? That's right. It's normal for you, the boss of Huasheng Group, to know people from Wanrong Group. Song Qi kept guessing. While the vehicle was on the way, a phone call came in. Hello, Mr. Su, when will you come to collect the room? A young and polite voice sounded. We're on our way. Chapter 16. Do I still have a chance? Okay, Zhou Huaxian is waiting for Mr. Su's visit. The call was disconnected. Su Chen looked through the rearview mirror and noticed that Li Chuan and Song Qi were both a little surprised. Without him asking, Song Qi said in an unbelievable voice, Do you know Zhou Huaxian? What's wrong? Su Chen felt something strange. Zhou Huaxian is the son of Zhou Beixiong, chairman of Wanrong Group. He is one of the top young masters in Zhanghai and is comparable to Wang Sicong of the Northern Yida Group. They are known as North Sicong and South Huaxian. Song Qi explained. Even though Xi and Li Charan are both from wealthy second-generation families, they are like heaven and earth compared to Zhou Huaxian. After Su Chen heard what Song Qi said, he remembered Zhou Huaxian. In the past, he would have been equally shocked. But now, he is a wealthy man who owns a company worth hundreds of billions, has tens of billions in deposits, and lives in a mansion worth tens of billions. There is nothing surprising about it. No, it seems that there is nothing wrong with Zhou Huaxian knowing you. After all, you are the boss of Huaxian Group. It seems that we can really go to Hentaying Manor for a tour today. Song Qi talked to himself, his eyes bright. She touched Li Charan next to her and said, Ran, are you excited? Hentaying Manor, when I go shopping I'll post it on WeChat Moments and make those little bitches jealous to death. Li Charan was not excited. The more outstanding Su Chen was, the bigger the gap between them she felt, and she felt that she was not worthy of Su Chen. Song Qi looked at Li Charan and was puzzled at first, but she finally understood, and said to Su Chen fiercely, Humph, Su Chen, you can't do anything to let Ran down just because you are rich, or I won't forgive you. After a while, we arrived at the Hentaying Villa area. At the gate of the villa area, there were hundreds of people standing there, most of whom were employees of Wanrong Group. Another group are some owners of the Hentaying Villa area, who are very curious about the owner of Hentaying Manor. There is no way. Hentaying Manor is known to be exclusively owned by the richest man, but now it has been bought by an unknown young man. These wealthy people can't help but be curious. The Maybach stopped in front of the gate. Su Chen opened the car door and walked out. Li Charan and Song Qi followed behind nervously. Su Chen, why are so many powerful people guarding the door? Song Qi poked Su Chen and said in confusion. Su Chen didn't know why and couldn't answer Song Qi's question. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Zhou Huaxian. A young man in his 30s, with strong features and extraordinary bearing, came in front of Su Chen. It is Zhou Huaxian, one of the top rich second generations in China, a Weibo celebrity, and a harvester of female stars. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Su Chen shook hands with him politely. Mr. Su, the Yunding Manor you purchased has been tidied up and is ready for you to move in at any time. Zhou Huaxian looked at Su Chen quietly. He still hadn't realized that the most luxurious house in China was just owned by a young man. Li Charan and Song Qi stopped immediately after hearing Zhou Huaxian's words. What? Hentaying Manor? Su Chen directly bought Hentaying Manor? This guy is so extravagant. Not only Li Charan and Song Qi were shocked. Even other owners of the Hentaying Villa district were surprised. They knew that the owner of Hentaying Manor was young, but they didn't expect him to be so young. This boy must be someone very important. A group of wealthy people secretly thought about making friends with Su Chen. Hello, Mr. Su, I am. They introduced themselves to Su Chen enthusiastically. Su Chen knew some of these people, after all, they often appeared on major financial channels and the Forbes rich list. He didn't know some of them, but they had one thing in common. No one's net worth is less than 5 billion. Su Chen looked at this group of people who were once out of his reach and greeted him enthusiastically, and Su Chen felt a little dazed. Thanks to the system. I will have to work harder to do good things in the future. Hello, Mr. Huang. Hello, Brother Lu. Brother Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. My name is Su Chen, just call me Xiaofan. Su Chen responded to everyone's enthusiasm. After saying hello, Su Chen followed Zhou Huaxian's convoy to Hentaying Manor, located on the top of Hentaying Mountain. Magnificent. This was Su Chen's first impression of Hentaying Manor. At a rough glance, Hentaying Manor covers an area of at least tens of thousands of square meters. Sure enough, with Zhou Huaxian's introduction, Hentaying Manor covers a total area of 38,888 square meters, and a standard football field is only more than 7,000 square meters. The residential area of the manor has a total of 88 rooms, and the leisure area has a swimming pool, football field, basketball court, golf course, etc. These places have as many as 30 daily caregivers alone. After Su Chen entered the residential area, he was also slightly shocked by the interior decoration. It's all about how much money you have. Any component inside could be worth an average person's lifetime salary. Facing such a luxurious and grand place, Su Chen said, waste is shameful. But he likes it very much. Zhou Huaxian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Chen's satisfied expression. Then, he took Su Chen to visit each room, and the one that left the deepest impression on Su Chen was a collection room. There are various collections inside: antiques, calligraphy and paintings, rare treasures. Zhou Huaxian said that the collection here is worth about 800 million yuan. Are these all gifts? Su Chen picked up a diamond worth 8 million, weighed it, and said. The corner of Zhou Huaxian's eye twitched. The information on the sale of Hentaying Manor clearly states that if you buy a house, you will get a collection worth 800 million yuan for free. And the young master in front of him didn't know? Doesn't this mean that he sold the house without even looking at the sales information? So generous. Zhou Huaxian thought he was extravagant enough to spend several million on a meal, but when he met Su Chen, he realized what it meant to be extravagant beyond the extravagant. After introducing the house, Zhou Huaxian and Su Chen left each other's contact information and then left the manor. Comfortable. Su Chen found a bedroom with the best view and lay down there. During the afternoon, Song Qi was taking photos in the manor. Li Churan started cleaning and tidying up the manor. Although it's not necessary. Because Wanrong Group has assigned 50 staff members to Hentaying Manor. There are nannies, bodyguards, and chefs. Well, except for the bodyguards who are all big and strong men, the nannies and chefs are all young beauties with very high looks. Su Chen did not stop Li Churan. Because he had already noticed some of Li Churan's inner thoughts. If he didn't let Li Churan do anything, Li Churan would probably feel even more uneasy. Sometimes being too good isn't necessarily a good thing. Su Chen shook his head narcissistically. As evening approached, Song Qi left the manor. One is to leave space for Li Churan and Su Chen. The second reason was that she couldn't wait to show off what she saw and heard at Hentaying Manor to her group of little sisters. When Su Chen asked Li Churan what he wanted to eat in the evening, he found that Li Churan's expression looked a little strange. Ran, what happened? Su Chen asked with concern. Li Churan hesitated for a moment and said, My dad asked me to go back. Also, he said he wanted to see you. I think Shou Long told me about us. Go ahead, there's nothing to worry about. Su Chen didn't care. Li Churan nodded and looked at Su Chen with gratitude. She knew that there was actually no need for Su Chen to go, and he chose to go just because he didn't want to embarrass her. Chapter 17, Absurdly Rich. Su Chen thought about it. After all, he was still pretending to be Li Churan's boyfriend. He had to show his respect to Li Churan's parents. So he went to the collection room to get 2 collections, and then drove the Maybach to Li's house. Li Churan's father is called Li Hongyao, who started his business in logistics. At his peak, his net worth was as high as 10 billion. Although he has fallen on hard times now, he is still skinny and has bigger wheels than a horse, and still lives in a mansion of 500 to 600 square meters. Today, in addition to Li Hongyao's family, there are also Li Hongyao's eldest brother Li Hongming and third sister Li Hongjiu in the Li family mansion. They are all decision makers of the Li family. It was the joint decision of the 3 of them to let Li Churan marry Zhou Long and save the Li family. Second brother, look at the good daughter you taught. Not only did she reject young Master Zhou, she also teamed up with some dubious people to beat up young Master Zhou. If young Master Zhou wasn't magnanimous and willing to give us another chance, I would never let that little bitch go. Li Hongming spoke to Li Hongyao very impolitely. The little bitch he was referring to was naturally Li Churan. Second brother, if Li Churan still doesn't want to marry young Master Zhou tonight, I won't be polite and will punish her according to the family rules. We, the Li family, gave birth to her and raised her, treating her like a little princess. Now that the Li family is in trouble, how can she not help? Besides, what's wrong with marrying young Master Zhou? The Zhou family has nearly 10 billion in assets. It would be a bargain for her to marry young Master Zhou. Yet she still refuses to agree. Li Hongjiao said in the same strong tone. Li Hongyao sighed and said, Ran said that she has found a boyfriend and she will not marry anyone else but him. Humph, isn't it just a shield? Your daughter really thinks we are fools. Li Hongjiao said disdainfully. If that guy knows what's best for him and leaves Li Churan alone, I'll let him go. If he doesn't, don't blame me for breaking his legs. Li Hongming said coldly. Beep beep. At this time, Su Chen had already driven Li Churan to the Li family villa. The 3 Li siblings looked through the window. When he saw that Su Chen was driving a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, he took Su Chen even less seriously. A Mercedes-Benz Maybach worth 2 or 3 million is definitely considered a luxury car in the eyes of other people, but the three siblings of the Lee family really don't think much of it. Joe Long's car is worth tens of millions. When the two of them are compared, the difference is obvious. Su Chen followed Lee Charan into the Lee family villa. The three Lee siblings sat on the Diaoyutai, looking at each other coldly without saying a word. However, Lee Charan's mother heard the noise and came out from the kitchen, looking Su Chen up and down. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is heroic and imposing. Mother Lee was very satisfied with her son-in-law. A warm smile appeared on her face. She said, "Are you Su Chen? You don't mind if I call you Xiaofan, do you? Brother Chen, this is my mother." Although she knew that her boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Su Chen was fake, Lee Charan was still a little nervous when the time came to meet his parents. "Hello, Auntie. Just call it whatever you think is most comfortable." Su Chen responded politely. "Ha, what a polite child." The more Mother Lee looked at it, the more satisfied she became. However, when she thought of her husband's plan, a trace of gloom appeared in Lee's mother's heart. She looked at Li Hongyao, wanting to know what her husband thought. Li Hongyao said to Su Chen expressionlessly, "I am Ranran's father. I don't think you two are suitable. You can leave. Be direct and don't pull any punches." Lee Charan felt a little disappointed. "Lee Charan, you have no right to speak here, shut up. Do you think you can find a shield so that you don't have to marry Mr. Zhou? You think too much." Li Hongjiao's still charming face was filled with indifference. "Lee Charan, you teamed up with some bad people to beat up young Master Zhou, and now you just casually bring a man home. Do you still have any respect for us elders?" Li Hongming also said with a cold expression. "Of course, they are." Su Chen did not directly answer Li Hongyao's question, but glanced at Li Hongjiao and Li Hongming. "One of them is my third aunt, and the other is my eldest uncle." Li Charan didn't quite understand why Su Chen asked this question. "Is it a kiss?" Su Chen continued to ask. "Yes." Li Charan was even more confused. "That's weird. How could an elder push his own niece into a fire pit?" Su Chen looked confused. Li Hongming and Li Hongjiao didn't know what Su Chen meant at first, but now they understood immediately. "This is a disgrace to both of them. You little bastard, who the hell are you to speak disrespectfully to us? Believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave the Li family's gate." Li Hongjiao's face looked grim. "Ha? You scolded me?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong with me scolding you?" Li Hongjiao said disdainfully. Bang! As soon as Li Hongjiao finished speaking, Su Chen rushed forward and slapped Li Hongjiao in the face. "Who the hell are you? How dare you scold me?" There was a hint of coldness in Su Chen's eyes. From the attitude of the three Li siblings towards Zhou Long, it can be seen that these three people are bullies who are afraid of the strong. If Su Chen shows weakness, the three Li siblings will definitely not take him seriously. Moreover, with Su Chen's current status, there is no need for him to be humble. "How dare you hit me?" Li Hongjiao covered her face with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. As Li Charan's elder, shouldn't Su Chen be polite to her? "You don't even consider your own status, and you dare to scold me?" Su Chen looked proud. After these words were spoken, the three Li siblings who were on the verge of going berserk calmed down. He began to examine Su Chen carefully. Could it be that he was not Li Charan's shield, but a rich young man? However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not imagine that there was a young man named Su Chen in Shanghai. But Su Chen's performance made them a little more wary. After Li Hongjiao snorted coldly, she became quiet instead. Su Chen turned to look at Li Hongyao and said, "Uncle, I respect you because you are Ranran's father. But it is impossible for you to separate me from Ranran just because of your words." Su Chen felt a little awkward when he said this. After all, he and Li Charan are not real boyfriend and girlfriend, and he doesn't have such an idea. Li Hongyao was also stunned by Su Chen's actions just now. After thinking for a while, he said, "The reason why I don't agree with your relationship is because Ranran already has an engagement partner. His name is Zhou Long, and he is the eldest son of Zhou Enterprises." "I know. I just beat him up today," Su Chen said calmly. "What? You beat up young Master Zhou?" The three Li siblings were even more shocked. "You're trying to steal my girlfriend from me, but you don't even look at what he has." Su Chen acted very arrogantly. The three Li siblings now could not see through Su Chen even more. "Ahem. Li Hongyao pretended to cough twice to ease his surprise, and at the same time began to ask Suchen about his background. I wonder what your parents do? My parents are both retired and at home, Suchen said casually. When Li Hongyao heard this, his brows frowned again. How much energy can two retired people at home have? So what do you do? Li Hongyao continued. Do a little business, Suchen replied. Li Hongyao's frown deepened. Suchen did not clearly explain what he did, so there is only one possibility: he did not do it very well. From this perspective, Suchen's background is very limited. I seem to be intimidated by him. Thinking of this, Li Hongyao couldn't help but shout to the security guard to kick Suchen out. Chapter 18 Super Mansion. But before he could open his mouth, Suchen took out two things from his handbag. The first item is a pair of jade bracelets. The second item is a painting. Uncle and Aunt, this is a gift for you. Suchen handed the two items to Mr. and Mrs. Li. Li's mother picked up the jade bracelet and saw that it was crystal clear, lush green, and extremely delicately crafted, and it sparkled brightly under the light. Li Hongjiao couldn't help but look over. After taking a look, she found that the jade bracelet looked familiar. After thinking carefully, she suddenly said, "Isn't this the top-quality natural full green glass jade bracelet that Zhou Huaxian, the prince of Wanrong Group, bought some time ago, which is full of spring?" Her words immediately attracted the attention of Li Hongyao and Li Hongming. The two looked at it again and again. It is indeed very similar to the pair of Chunman Da Di that cost 40 million. It is said that this pair of bracelets was placed in Yunding Manor by Zhou Huaxian and became the collection of the owner of Yunding Manor. Li Hongming murmured. Li Hongyao looked at Suchen deeply and opened the calligraphy and painting. This is a painting called Sunu by Tang Yin and Tang Bova from the Ming Dynasty. It is lifelike and vivid. There was a gleam in Li Hongyao's eyes. This painting. Li Hongming looked over and there was suddenly something strange on his face. Soon, the strangeness on his face turned into anger. He grabbed the painting, threw it on the ground, and shouted at Suchen, "I knew you were a pretentious guy. You gave us jade bracelets and famous paintings. Do you think we are scared by you? Humph. You are unlucky. Tang Yin Sunu too was given to the second brother by Zhou Shao a long time ago. He is trying to deceive the world with a fake painting. Also, do you know that the real Chunman Da Di has been put in Yunding Manor? You really think we are easy to fool, right?" Li Hongjia was furious and shouted, "Security, beat him to death. Stop." Seeing the security guard rushing in from outside the villa, Li Churan subconsciously wanted to protect Suchen. "You are such a traitor, and you still want to protect this little thief?" Li Hongjiao gnashed her teeth in anger. The slap Suchen gave her still hurt. "If not now, when will I take revenge?" Suchen frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a big story in the two collections he just took out. He said to everyone, "I can guarantee that the jade bracelet and calligraphy are real. There is no need for Wanrong Group to deceive itself with fake goods." "Humph, you still dare to quibble. Second brother, take out the Sunu 2 that Mr. Zhou gave you." Li Hongjiao was full of hatred. Soon, a painting exactly the same as the Sunu 2 that Suchen had given appeared in front of Suchen. Suchen stared at it for a moment and smiled. "Laugh now, you will cry later," Li Hongjiao said coldly. "You have to pretend to be a bit more convincing. Do you think everyone is Master Zhou, who can spend tens of millions of dollars on calligraphy and paintings?" Li Hongming followed with sarcasm. "Calligraphy and paintings worth tens of millions?" Suchen sneered, picked up the Sunu picture given by Zhou Long and pulled it hard, and the whole painting was torn into two halves in front of everyone's horrified eyes. "You, what did you do? Pay for it, you must pay for it." The three Li siblings were almost going crazy, as this was something worth tens of millions. "Compensation? No problem, $100 should be enough." Suchen pulled out a thread from the crack, placed it in front of the three people, and said, "Artificially synthesized nylon thread. Yeah, not bad, worth $100. The three Li siblings were stunned. Especially Li Hongyao, his face turned pale. It turned out that the painting Zhou Long gave him was a fake. If this Sunu picture is fake, doesn't that mean the one Suchen sent is the real one? The expressions of the three people changed immediately. But soon, they rejected the idea. Li Hongming sneered, "Do you think this can prove that the Sunu 2 you gave is real? Unfortunately, the real Spring Land is placed in Yunding Manor. The painting you gave can only be the same as Spring Land, both are fake." You want to fool us with two fake things? No way. Su Chen's expression was calm, and he said, I got this jade bracelet and calligraphy from Yunding Manor. Phew. The three Li siblings laughed, and Li Hongjiao said with sarcasm in her eyes, You might as well say that you are the owner of Yunding Manor. That's right. I told you you're fat and you're still panting. If you were the owner of Hentaying Manor, I'd still be Zhou Beixiong. Li Hongjiao didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Hongjiao, there's no need to waste time talking to him. Tell the security to kick him out. Li Hongming was too lazy to look at Su Chen again. Then the music begins, and the dance continues. Suddenly, Su Chen's cell phone rang. Note, Zhou Huaxian. Mr. Su, excuse me for interrupting you. I just wanted to ask if you have time recently. My dad wants to treat you to a meal. Zhou Huaxuan's polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Even Zhou Beixiong wanted to make friends with such a mysterious young man. Security, kick him out. Li Hongjiao didn't care at all what Su Chen was doing. Mr. Su, what trouble did you encounter? Zhou Huaxian asked quickly. A little trouble. Su Chen blinked. Zhou Huaxian immediately got on the phone and said loudly, Mr. Su is the most distinguished guest of my Zhou family. Please give my Zhou family some face. Li Hongjiao said without hesitation, Zhou family? Bullshit Zhou family. I will do this if I want to do it. Zhou Huaxuan's face was immediately lost, and his tone became colder, saying, Isn't it possible to save the face of the Wanrong Zhou family? Wanrong Zhou family? Li Hongjiao wanted to continue to curse, but when she heard the words Wanrong Zhou family, she was silent. Even Li Hongming and Li Hongyao looked nervous. Everyone knows that the Zhou family of Wanrong Group is the local boss of China overseas. If a normal enterprise offends the Zhou family in Shanghai, the fate of this enterprise will be over. And the Li Group happens to be an ordinary enterprise. Li Hongyao asked tentatively into his phone, Who are you from the Wanrong Zhou family? Zhou Huaxian. Zhou Huaxuan's voice became a little colder and harder. Prince Wanrong? The three Li siblings could no longer sit still and broke out in cold sweats. Su Chen actually knows the prince of the Zhou family. Moreover, Zhou Huaxian also said on the phone that his father was going to treat Su Chen to dinner. Who is Zhou Huaxuan's father? He is one of the top 3 real estate giants in China, and the richest man in Shanghai, Zhou Beixiong. I'll give you an answer after I think about the meal. Su Chen hung up the phone. This time, the three Li siblings looked at Su Chen with different eyes. Wasn't everything he did before just an act? Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Zhou Huaxian on the other end of the phone was also pretending. Thinking of this, Li Hongjiao regained some confidence and sneered, Do you think you can scare us by finding someone to pretend to be Zhou Huaxian? Before Su Chen could answer, the phone rang again. Boss Su, there is a document that needs your signature. When are you free? If you are not busy, I will personally deliver it to you. The call was from Wan Qinghe. Su Chen thought about it, asked Wan Qinghe to come directly to the Li family villa, and then hung up the phone. This voice sounds familiar. Li Hongyao showed a hint of thought. It sounds like Wan Qinghe's voice. Li Hongming muttered. The Li group had cooperated with the Huaxing group several times, and they had also met Wan Qinghe several times, so they were not unfamiliar with Wan Qinghe's voice. However, Wan Qinghe was such a big boss, how could he be so polite to a young man? Chapter 19 Gift Giving. Could it be that he is pretending again? Now, the three Li siblings were a little unsure and stood there in a daze. Beep beep. After a while, a horn sounded outside the Li family villa. Wan Qinghe got out of the Rolls-Royce, saw Su Chen in the villa, and walked straight towards him. Boss, I have the document. Please sign it. Wan Qinghe handed a document to Su Chen with a respectful look. As for the three siblings of the Li family, he didn't even glance at them. Although they had worked together several times before, the three Li siblings were of too low a level for him to remember. President? Looking at the real Wan Qinghe and listening to Wan Qinghe addressing Su Chen. The three Li siblings were completely dumbfounded, their heads buzzing. After signing the documents, Su Chen put away the jade bracelet and calligraphy and said calmly, Since you think this is fake, I'll take it back. Ran, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Li Churan out of the villa. The experienced Wan Qinghe had already guessed something. He walked up to Li Hongyao and his two siblings, pointed at Su Chen's back, and said, Let me introduce you. This is the president of our Huasheng group, Su Chen. By the way, I heard that President Su just bought Yunding Manor. The transaction price is 4.7 billion. Suddenly, the three siblings of the Li family regretted their decision deeply. Li Hongjiao touched her cheek and it didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. The next day, when Su Chen woke up from the luxurious bed in Hentang Manor, he found that Li Charan was no longer in the manor, but left him a message. The general content of the message was thank you for your care over the past 2 days. She felt that the gap between herself and Su Chen was too big, and she needed to become better so that she would be worthy of Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the message. I feel emotional. Sure enough, outstanding people are all lonely. When I arrived at the living room, the nanny had already prepared breakfast. There are all kinds of them. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen played around in the manor. Playing golf, kicking football, swimming. Su Chen felt that such days were really plain and boring. Fortunately, Shi Shaoqing called him and asked him to go on a day trip to his alma mater. Su Chen agreed immediately. Driving the Maybach, he soon arrived at the meeting place with Shi Shaoqing. Master Su, here are the keys for you. Shi Shaoqing threw the Batmobile keys to Su Chen. Why, you don't want to drive anymore? Su Chen asked doubtfully. It's too much to handle here. Shi Shaoqing pointed to his waist. This car is so attractive that drunk girls often lean on it. I have no choice but to send them home. Who knows? It's all a trick. Girls are so dirty. Shi Shaoqing had an expression as if he had gotten an advantage and was still acting cute. Don't come on. Su Chen rolled his eyes at Shi Shaoqing. Afterwards, Su Chen drove the Batmobile and Shi Shaoqing drove the Maybach, and they rushed towards Zhenghai University in an extremely cool manner. Along the way, the Batmobile once again became the focus and became the most beautiful car on the Zhenghai road. Fortunately, when Su Chen and his team arrived at the Zhenghai University parking lot, there were not many people, otherwise it would have caused another sensation. As soon as they entered Zhenghai University, a cool breeze hit them. Su Chen and Shi Shaoqing were suddenly dazzled. Looking at female celebrities is just for fun. If you really want to see beautiful women, you have to go to university. It's summer now, and there are alluring long legs everywhere. Senior Qi? As the two were strolling around, a slightly surprised voice came from behind Shi Shaoqing. Shi Shaoqing turned around and looked. 3 meters away stood a school beauty who was 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin, delicate features, and wearing a short skirt. Su Yan? Shi Shaoqing said uncertainly. I didn't expect Senior Qi still remembered me. Do you want to come to the school to play? The girl called Su Yan by Shi Shaoqing said. When her eyes fell on Su Chen, a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said, Senior Qi, is this your friend? He is so handsome. Shi Shaoqing glanced at Su Chen and curled his lips. As expected, when with this guy, he was only fit to be a background board. After complaining in his heart, Shi Shaoqing introduced them to each other and said, This is my brother, Su Chen, who is also your senior and from the same class as me. This is Su Yan, our junior sister and also the vice president of the student union. We met once when we were soliciting investment. Hello, Senior Su Chen, my name is Su Yan, Su as in Su Qin, female Cayenne, nice to meet you. Su Ping sincerely extended a hand. Su Chen, Shuang Mu Su, the morning. Su Chen and Su Yan shook hands briefly. It's a pity that I'm not in the same class as Senior Su Chen, otherwise I could have met Senior Su Chen earlier. Su Yan said with her big eyes blinking. This little girl speaks in a very seductive way. Su Chen was a little overwhelmed and could only smile slightly. Su Yan, are there any interesting activities in school recently? Your senior Su Chen and I are bored. Shi Shaoqing quickly changed the subject. Song Siwei is still waiting for Su Chen. Interesting things? There just happened to be one, about the martial arts club. A few days ago, a group of South Korean students set up the Changbai Martial Arts Club, which targeted other martial arts clubs in our school and caused several large-scale conflicts. The presidents of several martial arts clubs discussed it and decided to settle the matter once and for all in the school gymnasium today. I was about to go and see. This is quite interesting, Mr. Su, let's go and take a look. Su Chen had no objection. It's a good opportunity to see the level of the martial arts club. Soon, we arrived at the gymnasium. The gymnasium, which usually has few people, is now packed with people, with gongs and drums beating and red flags waving. After this period of exaggeration, the conflicts among several major martial arts clubs have evolved into a battle between traditional martial arts and taekwondo, which can be said to have attracted great attention at Zhonghai University. When Su Chen and his friends entered the stadium, the game was already halfway through. On the traditional martial arts side, morale was low, while the Changbai Martial Arts Club, which represented taekwondo, was in high spirits and everyone was showing off their might. Bang! Another member of the martial arts club representing traditional martial arts was kicked off the stage. The tall South Korean student on the stage gave a thumbs down and said in broken Chinese, "Excuse me, Chinese traditional martial arts are all garbage. Excuse me for being blunt, but Chinese traditional martial arts are all garbage." Faced with the arrogant words of the tall South Korean student, several members of the martial arts club were furious, but they really didn't know how to refute for a moment. What can I do if my skills are not as good as others? The Zhonghai students who came to watch the game were even more dejected and found it hard to accept. I'll do it. A girl wearing a snow-white training suit, with a well-proportioned figure, a ponytail, a pretty face, and a heroic look between her eyebrows jumped onto the stage. In the end, she still stood up. The presidents of our major martial arts clubs have lost all face. Seeing the woman with ponytail coming on stage, the presidents of several other martial arts clubs looked ashamed. "Come on Xinyao, come on senior sister." From the audience, there was thunderous cheering. "Baji, Xinyao, please teach me." Xinyao stepped onto the stage, clasped his fists towards the South Korean youth, and spoke solemnly. A prestigious Zhonghai University with tens of thousands of students still has to rely on a little girl to make progress. I feel ashamed for you. South Korean youth Choi Hengjun said sarcastically. Only by defeating me can you allow the stronger people from Zhonghai Martial Arts Club to take action. Xinyao said coldly. When the martial arts club members in the audience heard this, their expressions became even more ashamed. Because they all know that Xinyao is actually the best martial artist in Zhonghai. Chapter 20 The Li Family's Regret. Really? I want to see who dares to come up and fight me after I defeat you. After Choi Hengjian finished speaking, he let out a deep shout and suddenly rushed towards Xinyao. Bang bang bang! Xinyao countered the opponent's moves, and the two of them immediately started fighting. These South Korean students are very arrogant. Qi Shaoqing took in all the previous scenes and said in a somewhat cold tone. Su Yen sighed beside Qi Shaoqing and said, "These overseas students are indeed talented, and they have the South Korean Martial Arts Association behind them, so they dare to act so recklessly. Master Su, do you want me to find some people and beat them up when no one is around? Damn it, a few Koreans dare to act lawless in our territory." Qi Shaoqing whispered. Su Chen smiled and said, "No need to do that. It will make them think we are not magnanimous. It's mainly because I feel unhappy seeing them being so arrogant." Qi Shaoqing grinned. Bang! The battle in the ring has entered a fierce stage. After their fists collided, Xinyao took 3 steps back, his chest heaving and his breathing unstable. Choi Hengjian just took a step back with a relaxed expression on his face. "Get out of here, girl." He smiled triumphantly and punched out again, bringing with it a whistling gust of wind, like a violent storm. Xinyao's face changed and she gritted her teeth to resist. Lost. Su Chen sighed slightly. Xinyao's strength is quite good, and she can easily beat 5 or 6 ordinary people, but Cui Hengjiang is no show-off, and with his physique advantage, Xinyao is naturally no match for him. Sure enough, when Xinyao blocked the 10th punch, he didn't have time to catch up, and was kicked in the abdomen by Cui Hengjiang, and rolled off the ring. Xinyao's defeat represented the complete defeat of Zhonghai Chuanwu. The Zhonghai students who support traditional martial arts are all disheartened. Are traditional martial arts just fancy moves, incapable of actual combat, and inferior to taekwondo? I've said it before, Chinese traditional martial arts are all garbage. Hundreds of traditional martial arts students can't even beat me, the vice president of Changbai Martial Arts Club. I think you should quickly join our Changbai Martial Arts Club so that you can learn the real stuff. Cui Hengjian laughed out loud. After these words were spoken, many Zhonghai students and martial arts club members fell into deep thought. We signed up. Several brightly dressed female students hurriedly ran to the Changbai Martial Arts Club and shouted, "You!" Some Zhonghai students looked over with indignation. Tisk, traditional martial arts are not good in the first place, so why can't we learn something better? These beautiful women raised their heads. How shameless! They are stepping on our faces, yet they are still trying to curry favor with Changbai Martial Arts Club. Su Yan raised his eyebrows, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. There are so many Chinese people, there must be some idiots. Qi Shaoqing was also angry. When he looked at Su Chen, he found that Su Chen was no longer beside him, but was walking towards the ring step by step. What is Su Xiao doing? Qi Shaoqing muttered. Others also noticed Su Chen's actions and looked puzzled. Who said traditional martial arts are not good? Just like that, Su Chen came to the stage under everyone's gaze and said lightly, "Who is this guy? Don't you think our defeat was bad enough? I don't know him. He doesn't seem to be a member of our school's martial arts club." Su Chen's words caused quite a stir in the gymnasium. Qi Shaoqing was also stunned. Fuck, what is Master Su doing? Senior Su? Su Pian asked Qi Shaoqing a little nervously. Don't ask me, I don't know what Mr. Su is doing. Qi Shaoqing smiled bitterly. On the stage, Cui Hengjiang, who was about to jump off the stage, looked at Su Chen and said, "Hey, here comes another one who seeks humiliation. National martial arts, Su Chen." Amidst the incomprehensible gazes of the crowd, Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Back to Chinese martial arts. It's all garbage. Cui Hengjiang threw down a sentence and immediately rushed towards Su Chen. Bang! Halfway through the journey, Cui Hengjiang did a front flip, leaped into the air with a very spectacular movement, then hooked his left foot and kicked towards Su Chen with a whistling kick. Clean, neat, and powerful. Oh no, this friend is in danger. Many members of the martial arts club were worried about Su Chen. Cui Hengjiang defeated many presidents of traditional martial arts clubs with this trick. Bang! Cui Hengjiang's whip kick cut through the air, causing a loud bang, and was about to fall on Su Chen's head. At this time, Su Chen finally moved. He slowly stretched out a hand, swung it lightly, and arrived first, avoiding the whip kick and landing on Cui Hengjiang's face. Bang! A crisp sound rang out in the gymnasium, and then Cui Hengjiang's tall body flew out and plunged into the Changbai Martial Arts Club. In an instant, people and horses fell to the ground and screams were heard. I won, I actually won. The stadium was silent for 2 seconds before a deafening roar broke out. The Shanghai students stared at all this in a daze, some unable to recover from the shock. Fuck, Master Su is so fierce. Qi Shaoqing also widened his eyes, not quite believing what he saw. Su Pen was like a little fangirl, looking at Su Chen with stars in her eyes. Tap tap tap. Another strong young man appeared on the stage. Does Chinese traditional martial arts only rely on sneak attacks to win? When the students in the gym heard this, they immediately booed. It was clearly Cui Hengjiang who attacked first, but it could be called a sneak attack. South Koreans are truly extraordinary in their ability to confuse right and wrong. But after the booing, they became nervous for Su Chen again. After all, this strong man is the president of Changbai Martial Arts Club, a more powerful figure than Cui Hengjiang. Since you think I won by sneak attack, then let your people attack together. Su Chen glanced at President Changbai. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The members of Changbai Martial Arts Society were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. President Changbai was even more furious. After saying looking for death, he suddenly attacked Su Chen. When President Changbai moved, Su Chen also moved. Su Chen's movements were faster and more violent. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of President Changbai, and while turning around, he swung his arm violently horizontally. Tai Chi, Ban Langqui. President Changbai's face changed drastically and he raised his arms to block it. Snap. His whole body was like being hit by a speeding truck. His arm was broken instantly and flew out sideways under the huge force. Dang. President Changbai fell to the ground and fainted. You guys, come together. Amidst everyone's shock, Su Chen looked at the members of Changbai Martial Arts Society. Revenge for the president. These members were already on the verge of going berserk, and now being provoked by Su Chen, their eyes turned red and they rushed towards the ring like crazy. The ring was already filled with hundreds of members of Changbai Martial Arts Society. Kill him. After a roar, these international students from the south swarmed forward. Well done. A ruthless smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He flew up and kicked away the 2 members who were approaching him. Then he punched Bajiquan in the right hand and Xingdiiquan in the left hand, and rushed into the crowd, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, and a Kuanping spreading its wings, to fight one enemy at a time. On the ring, screams continued, and the students of Changbai Martial Arts Society rolled off the ring like sandbags. After a while, the ring was cleared, and looking around, all the hundreds of Changbai members fell to the ground. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, spotless, with deep eyes, like a banished immortal. South Korean martial arts, nothing more than that. Chapter 21 Zhonghai University. Su Chen was on the stage and made the final decision. Ding! The host promotes Chinese martial arts and lets the light of righteousness shine on the earth. The host will be rewarded with 20% of the Sanxin Group's shares. The system's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. Shares of Sanxin Group. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Sanxin Group is the largest group company in South Korea and ranks 12th among the Fortune Global 500. Its annual profit is between 200 billion and 300 billion Chinese yuan, making it a truly wealthy company that can rival a country. As far as Su Chen knows, the Li family, which controls the Sanxin Group, only holds 15% of Sanxin's shares. Doesn't this mean that he is now the largest shareholder of Sanxin Group and can completely influence the decision-making of Sanxin Group? If I suddenly sell off this 20% of shares, I wonder if Sanxin Group will fall into chaos. Su Chen guessed secretly. Of course, he couldn't really do that. With these shares, he is the emperor of Sanxin Group, can influence Sanxin's decision, and can also bring him tens of billions of net income every year. Bang bang bang! Just as all kinds of thoughts were running through Su Chen's mind, thunderous applause broke out in the gymnasium. The applause continued. All the Zhonghai students were excited. Hundreds of traditional martial arts members looked at Su Chen as if they were looking at Huang Feihong and Hua Yuanjia, full of admiration. Su Chen smiled friendly at everyone and jumped off the stage. Master Su, you are really awesome. Qi Shaoqing gave Su Chen a thumbs up. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew past him. Su Yan rushed to Su Chen and gave him a big hug. Senior Su Chen, you are awesome. After hugging him, Su Yan felt something was wrong and quickly let go of Su Chen. Her face was red and she no longer had the courage to look directly at Su Chen. She whispered, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just now." Su Chen touched his chin. Was this considered taking advantage of? Senior Su Chen, you helped us teach those arrogant South Korean students a lesson and restored the dignity of our school. I would like to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Then, Su Yan said in a sincere tone, with a bit of anticipation. Senior, can you teach me martial arts? Before Su Chen could answer, another clear female voice sounded from beside Su Chen. Xinyao walked over and looked at Su Chen with admiration. Am I that old? Su Chen asked with a smile. Xinyao said a little embarrassedly, I didn't know how to address you at first, so I had to call you senior. After all, you are so amazing. My name is Su Chen, your name is Xinyao, right? You are good at Bajikwan. Su Chen looked at it with admiration. Xinyao felt even more embarrassed and said, compared to Senior Su, I am nothing, so I want to learn boxing from you, Senior Su. Don't call me Senior Su. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chen. As for learning boxing, I need to think about it. Let's talk about it after I've thought it over. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, Okay. Can I invite you to have dinner with me now, Brother Chen? Xinyao said again. President Chen, I have already invited Senior Su Chen to dinner, you have to queue behind me. Su Yan heard this and quickly spoke, her beautiful eyes shining. The Zhonghai students around were so envious when they saw that the two most beautiful girls in the school had invited Su Chen one after another. If this happened under normal circumstances, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. And at this moment, everyone feels quite normal. Why don't we just go together? Qi Shaoqing stood up and said. Xinyao and Su Yan had no objections, so under Su Yan's arrangement, the four of them went to the best Chinese restaurant near Zhonghai University. Along the way, both Xinyao and Su Yan were extremely enthusiastic towards Su Chen, asking endless questions. Su Chen patiently answered them and took good care of both of them. After a while, the four of them arrived at the restaurant recommended by Su Pin, called Night Mooring at Maple Bridge. After Su Yan chose a private room, the four of them waited for their food to be served. While waiting for the food, Su Yan went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. She had just finished touching up her makeup when a few drops of water fell on her face. She looked to the side. After washing their hands, several girls who were dressed up beautifully were waving their hands, splashing water everywhere, and Su Yan was naturally affected. What are you looking at? An airport. A girl who was wearing cool clothes, with a straight front and a curvy back and glamorous makeup noticed Su Yan's gaze, glared at Su Yan, and said fiercely. Originally, Su Yan was not going to argue with these people, but when she heard the seductive woman calling her a cunt, she couldn't bear it anymore. It's obviously B. Don't you know there's someone next to you? Is he also throwing it randomly? What's his quality? I can shake you off however I want. When the seductive woman heard this, she became even more aggressive and slapped Su Yan's face a few times. Su Yan was angry and pushed the seductive woman, who almost fell down. You dare to push me? Hit her. The seductive woman screamed in frustration. Hearing this, Su Yan raised her calf and kicked the beautiful woman, causing her to collide with her companion. Su Yan took the opportunity to slip away. It's South so close. Entering the private room, Su Yan patted her chest. What's wrong? Su Chen and the other two asked with concern. Su told what happened in the bathroom. Witty. The three of them praised Su Yan's decision. If she hadn't kicked out decisively, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm just afraid it might cause some trouble. Su Yan felt a little worried. Don't be afraid, Master Su is here, and he's very powerful. Shi Shaoqing hugged Su Chen exaggeratedly. Su Yan and Xin Yao both laughed. But Su Ping was still a little worried. She was afraid that the seductive woman she kicked over had some background. At that time, no matter how good Su Chen's skills were, it would be useless. Moreover, Su Pin was even more worried about implicating Su Chen and the others. After a few minutes, all the ordered dishes were served. The four of them ate happily and chatted, and Su Yan forgot about the matter. However, when they were halfway through their meal, the door of the private room was kicked open. Which bitch dares to hit my woman? More than a dozen menacing figures rushed into the private room. The leader was a tattooed bald man in his 30s. He was looking at Su Chen and the other three with a ferocious look on his face. Su Yan was startled. When she saw this person, her heart skipped a beat and she had bad thoughts. The bald man is called Brother Scorpion. He is the boss of a university near Zhonghai University. He has more than 100 people under him. He is notoriously cruel and lawless. When Brother Scorpion entered, the relaxed atmosphere in the private room changed. Brother Scorpion, this little bitch was the one who beat me up. The seductive woman hugged Brother Scorpion's arm and pointed at Su Yan in a delicate voice. When Brother Scorpion looked at it, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's the best. He licked the corner of his mouth and said, You are very brave to hit my woman, but since you are also a woman, I will give you a chance. Su Pin was furious. She knew what Scorpion meant by the word opportunity. She was about to sneer at him, but Su Chen grabbed her shoulder. Su Chen just said get out to Brother Scorpion with a cold expression. Kid, where the hell are you from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Brother Scorpion? Brother Scorpion's nose was almost crooked from anger. He is the bully of the university town, who dares to look down on him like this? Check it out yourself. Under the equally surprised gazes of Su Yan and Xin Yao, Su Chen took off the Patek Philippe Ref 1518 watch on his wrist and threw it into Brother Scorpion's hands. Chapter 22, 1 versus 100. Damn, what's so great about a broken watch? Brother Scorpion was shocked and doubtful. After cursing, he still started to investigate. Patek Philippe Ref 1518. Price, $16 million. Suddenly, Scorpion's gaze froze as he looked at the phone. This thing is actually worth 16 million miles yuan? That's almost 100 million Chinese yuan. Brother Scorpion's scalp felt a little numb. When he looked at Su Chen again, Su Chen seemed to be flashing with an arrogant light. Brother Scorpion, isn't it just a watch? Look at your expression, are you going to help me get revenge? Seeing that something was wrong, the charming woman blew into Brother Scorpion's ear in a seductive manner. Brother Scorpion glanced at his woman and the dozen or so younger brothers present, and gritted his teeth and said, My friend, I am Wang Scorpion from Shengshi Entertainment. The lady next to you did hit my woman, so I must seek justice today. Please give me some face, my friend. What if I don't give it to you? Su Chen said lightly. The veins on Wang Xia's forehead twitched, and he said, Friend, if you don't give me this favor today, I will have to ask Master Wan to help me get justice. You should know Wan Wei, the only son of Wan Qinghe, the general manager of Huaxing Group. After mentioning the word Wan Wei, Wang Scorpion seemed to have gained a lot more confidence, and his voice became louder. Wan Wei? When Shi Shaoqing heard the name, his brows immediately frowned. This is one of the most powerful young masters in Zhonghai. Especially his father Wan Qinghe, a media tycoon, has an extremely wide network of contacts. Although Shi Shaoqing knew that Su Chen's background must be extraordinary, he was not sure whether he could surpass Wan Wei. Shi Shaoqing was a little worried, let alone Su Yan and Xin Yao. Su Yan now regrets it immensely. If I had known earlier, I would have just let them beat them up in the bathroom, and things wouldn't have gotten to such a big bang. Just when everyone was thinking differently, Su Chen spoke again. Wan Wei? Call Wan Wei over and see if he dares to make trouble for this? When Wang Xia heard this, his face turned cold and he said, "My friend, you are going too far." After saying that, he called Wan Wei. "Scorpion, what's going on?" Wan Wei's voice revealed a hint of impatience. Because he was under house arrest for a month by Wan Qinghe and could not go anywhere during this month. The reason for his house arrest was, of course, that he had offended the big boss of Huaxing Group. When Wan Wei thought of Su Chen's figure, he couldn't help but shudder. He is his father's boss at such a young age, which is enough to explain his background. Maybe it's the prince from the capital. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wan. I have something wrong here. I had no choice but to tell you your name, Mr. Wan, but the other party ignored you. I had no choice but to call you to ask if you knew this person. Who the hell is this? How dare you be so arrogant that you don't even take me seriously?" When Wan Wei heard this, he immediately got excited. "Tell Wan Wei that my name is Su Chen." Su Chen took the initiative to speak to Brother Scorpion. He said his name was Su Chen. Brother Scorpion turned to preach to Wan Wei. Dang! There was a sound of something falling from the other end of the phone, followed by a burst of noise in Scorpion's ears. "Mr. Wan?" The King Scorpion couldn't figure out the situation. "What did you say his name was?" 30 seconds later, Wan Wei's voice came from the phone again. He said his name is Su Chen, Master Wan. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any young masters in Shanghai with that name. The King Scorpion was not sure. "Scorpion, turn on the speakerphone and turn up the volume as loud as possible." On the phone, there was another message that left Wang Xia puzzled. But the King Scorpion did it anyway. The volume is turned up to full blast. "King Scorpion, FKU, you want to kill me? Do you know that Master Su can kill me with just one finger? I'm putting this out there. If young Master Su is unhappy about you today, I'll kill you in a minute and scatter your ashes." Wan Wei felt like he had been screwed. The King Scorpion was stunned at first, and when he looked at Su Chen again, he no longer just saw a rich man, but was filled with fear. Everyone knows that Mr. Wan Wei is the most face-conscious. The person who could make young Master Wan say such a thing in public must have an extremely powerful background. Gurgle. Wang Scorpion swallowed his saliva. After all, he was just a gangster. How could he dare to compete with a great man like Su Chen? The result was that Wang Xia slapped himself twice, and then looked at Su Chen with a pleading look. "Master Su, I was blind and offended you. Master Su, please be merciful and treat me like a fart and let me go." The King Scorpion's actions left his younger brother bewildered. The seductive woman was especially furious. She said, "Brother Scorpion, what do you mean? Isn't he just a rich second generation with a bit of background? Is it necessary to be so scared? You have more than 100 brothers. You can kill him in a minute. Fuck you. It's all your fault, bitch." Upon hearing this, Brother Scorpion was so angry that he grabbed the beautiful woman's hair and pulled it hard, and the beautiful woman fell to the ground with a bang. Coward. The seductive woman got up from the ground, kicked Brother Scorpion hard, and then rushed out of the private room. Brother Scorpion stood there with an awkward look on his face, waiting for Su Chen's decision. "Go away, don't let me see you again," Su Chen said coldly. Brother Scorpion's body tensed up, and he quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Su, I promise to disappear from your sight from now on. Here is your watch, for you." After saying that, Wang Scorpion and his little brother quickly disappeared into the private room. Before leaving the restaurant, he did not forget to help Su Chen settle the bill. As soon as King Scorpion left, the other 3 people in the private room looked at Su Chen differently. "Fuck, Master Su, you are so talented that you even defeated Wan Wei. Tell me the truth, who are you?" Shi Shaoqing asked in surprise. Facing the 3 people's curious eyes, Su Chen decided to confess and get leniency. "Isn't Wan Wei's father the vice president of Huaxing Group? I am the president of Huaxing." "President Huaxing, what the hell, what President Huaxing?" Shi Shaoqing was so surprised that he almost jumped up from his clothes. No wonder Shi Shaoqing was not surprised. Huaxing Group is a listed company with a market value of hundreds of billions. How old is Su Chen? He is the head of this super company. The young masters of China overseas who are the same age as Su Chen are still hanging out with internet celebrities and showing off their luxury cars. It can be said that all the rich second generations in Shanghai are younger brothers in front of Su Chen. I heard that many big stars are employees of Huasheng. Doesn't that mean you can meet these big stars anytime, Brother Chen? Su Yan said excitedly. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. As the president of Huasheng, he is a hands-off boss and has never really cared about which celebrities Huasheng has signed contracts with. Xinyao pouted and said, "You are so rich now, you won't despise the tuition I give you and refuse to teach me." Su Chen had a face full of black question marks. He hasn't agreed to accept a disciple yet. Master Su, what's your treasure? It actually stunned that Scorpion brother in an instant. Qi Shaoqing picked up the Patek Philippe Ref 1518 watch. "Oh, just a watch worth 100 million. Su Chen said casually. Qi Shaoqing shivered and quickly put the watch on Su Chen's hand. Afterwards, the four of them finished their lunch amidst laughter and chatter. "Hey, Dad, I'm only 22 years old this year, and I will definitely choose to take the postgraduate entrance examination in the future. Why would I want to have a blind date? Why are you so anxious every day?" Chapter 23 Invitation from Two School Bells. No, if you say you want to go, then don't go. It's meaningless. Must go? Dad, are you still being reasonable? Dad, actually I have a boyfriend, so there's no way I can go on a blind date. What, you want to meet my boyfriend? After leaving the restaurant, Su Yan received a phone call. It was his father who called and said that he had arranged a blind date for him. He is the son of the head of the company where his father works. After hanging up the phone, Su Pin looked bitter. Just now she had no choice but to lie that she had a boyfriend, but who knew that her father asked her to bring her boyfriend to meet him? How can she find a boyfriend now? When Su Yan's eyes fell on Su Chen, she immediately showed an interested look and said weakly, "Brother Chen, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for once? Just help me get past my dad during dinner tonight." "He is willing." Qi Shaoqing pushed Su Chen out. Su Chen had no choice but to agree to pretend to be Su Yan's boyfriend. Okay, but only this time. Su Yan was happy but also a little depressed. After all, she is a school beauty, and judging from Su Chen's tone, she doesn't seem very happy. Snort! If it happens this time, it will happen next time. Sooner or later, the fake will become real. Su Yan secretly gritted her teeth and encouraged herself. "Brother Chen, my parents have been forcing me to go on a blind date recently, so you have to pretend to be my boyfriend when the time comes," Xinyao said with her bright big eyes. Coming again? Su Chen was a little overwhelmed. When the system can reward him with something that reduces his charm. Because Su Yan and Xinyao both had classes in the afternoon, after lunch, they both reluctantly returned to school. On the way to the parking lot, Qi Shaoqing yawned continuously. "Mr. Su, I didn't sleep well last night. I need to find a place to catch up on my sleep." "All right." Qi Shaoqing drove all the way to the home of a certain internet celebrity. After Qi Shaoqing left, Su Chen really didn't know what to do for a moment. After thinking about it, I decided to go to Victoria and buy some fruits as employee benefits. Driving, Su Chen came to a fruit zone not far from Victoria and started picking fruits there. Cherries, durian, amethyst grapes, just buy whatever is expensive, you have money. Handsome guy, I'll give it to you. When it was time to pay the bill, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Su Chen, took out her cell phone, and wanted to help Su Chen pay the bill, while also giving Su Chen a wink. Su Chen looked at the woman. He was in his early 30s, dressed in designer clothes and had a greasy face. Disgusting. Su Chen quickly said, "No need, I will give it to you myself." The woman looked at Su Chen with shining eyes, and at the same time she was a little unhappy, and said, "Don't rush to reject me, I will be unhappy." Su Chen felt a chill again and said in a cold tone, "If I say no, then no." The woman raised her eyebrows and took out a bank card from her LV bag. "You don't like this? Well, here's 500,000, take it." Su Chen was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" The woman smiled smugly, "Can't you see that? I want to support you. As long as you provide me with the service, I will give you whatever you want." As the woman spoke, she stretched out a hand and touched Su Chen's chest. Su Chen's face was full of black lines. "Today I encountered something weird." He slapped the woman's outstretched hand away and said, "Please respect yourself a little. I am not interested in this kind of thing." "Oh, you still think the money is not enough, you are so greedy, if 500,000 is not enough, then 1 million. The woman fumbled in her bag for her bank card again, with a determined look on her face. You can't even afford to support me, get out of the way. Suchen was not interested in wasting time with the woman, so he pulled the woman who was blocking him to the side. Ouch! The woman screamed exaggeratedly. At this time, a tall man entered the store and looked at Suchen angrily. You bastard, how dare you bully my sister? Suchen stopped. The woman excitedly said to the tall man, Brother, I like him, please let him be my lover. The tall man obviously didn't expect things to turn out this way. His face darkened as he continued to look at Suchen and said, Damn it, you are still young and don't learn well. You imitate other pretty boys to seduce people. Aren't you afraid that your parents will be pissed off to death? Why don't you just be a gigolo? You slut. Suchen looked at the two weird siblings and finally got angry. He shouted coldly, Get lost. The tall man was stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on his face. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? I will smash your face. You will not even be able to be a duck in the future. After saying that, he swung his fist at Suchen. Suchen kicked out impatiently, directly kicking the tall man away. Don't leave if you dare, or I'll have someone kill you. The tall man covered his chest and shouted. Seeing her brother being kicked away, the woman finally got scared and moved aside. Suchen walked outside the store unimpeded, took out the key to the Batmobile, and pressed it. Beep. The Batmobile next to it spread its wings as if flying and opened its doors. Are you sure you want someone to fuck me? Suchen looked at the tall man coldly. Cold sweat rolled down the tall man's forehead. This is $1 billion Batmobile. His whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. The beautiful woman was almost dumbfounded when she saw this scene. I finally understood what Suchen meant by can't afford to support her. Well, I really can't afford to support her. At the same time, the woman felt endless fear in her heart. Being able to be the owner of the Batmobile, she could probably be killed with just one finger. What a stupid thing she did. Suchen didn't have time to deal with the weird brother and sister, so he drove straight to Victoria Restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he realized something was wrong. There was no waiter or security guard at the door. With curiosity, Suchen came into the restaurant. I found that the restaurant staff were all concentrated in one place. Boss Sue is here. Hello, President Sue. At this time, someone noticed Suchen's figure and hurriedly called out respectfully. What's going on? Suchen frowned. Sue is always like this. Zhao Xiaoyan walked over with a sad look on her face. According to Zhao Xiaoyan's description, a South Korean star came at noon, and when a waiter was serving the food, the South Korean male star secretly touched his butt. The waitress was angry and poured a glass of red wine on the South Korean male star. Then the two parties started arguing. This guy thinks this is South Korea. Suchen was slightly angry. You are the owner of the restaurant, you must give an explanation to the gentleman about this matter. When Suchen walked over, a woman in her 30s, with delicate makeup and fashionable clothes, spoke to Suchen in a forceful manner. Who are you? Suchen glanced at the woman, feeling a little strange. At first glance, it is obvious that this woman is Chinese. Why is she speaking for the South Koreans? The woman raised her neck and said proudly, I am Mr. Park Xuancheng's agent. My name is Yang Jinjin. While the woman was speaking, Suchen also looked at the South Korean male star. Looks a little familiar. It seems that he is the male lead in two recent popular Korean dramas and has many female fans in China. After listening to Yang Jinjin, Suchen said coldly, What explanation do you want? He took advantage of my waiter. I gave him enough face by not breaking his hand. Yang Jinjin smiled coldly and said, Who is Mr. Park? How could he take advantage of a waiter? Chapter 24 Suchen's Identity. It was clearly your waitress who took the initiative to seduce Mr. Park because he was handsome, but Mr. Park was a chaste man and ignored her. She got angry and poured the red wine on Mr. Park. I didn't, he was the first to do it. The young and pretty waitress at the side said weakly. Is there any surveillance? Suchen said to Zhao Xiaoyan. Some. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly checked the surveillance footage. It was indeed Park Han-song who first extended his and Lushan hand and attacked the waitress's sensitive parts. The evidence is irrefutable, what else is there to say? Suchen looked at Yang Jinjin coldly. Yang Jinjin obviously didn't take the surveillance camera seriously, and continued to argue, "This surveillance camera only captured their backs, what can it prove?" Maybe she was making some harassing suggestions to Mr. Park on her face while delivering the food. Yang Jinjin pointed at the waitress. The waitress almost cried after being slandered for no reason. I didn't do anything. I trust you." Su Chen comforted the waitress, then suddenly attacked and slapped Yang Jinjin in the face. Bang! Yang Jinjin staggered after being hit. "What are you doing? If you dare to hit me, I will call the police." Yang Jinjin was stunned by the sudden slap at first and then almost roared. "Yes, I hit you. Who told you to make harassing facial movements towards me in the beginning?" Su Chen said lightly. "Bullshit, when did I ever do anything harassing to you?" Yang Jinjin said angrily. "Everyone saw it." Su Chen pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan and dozens of other Victoria staff members. "That's right. We saw it clearly. It was you who harassed Mr. Su first. Mr. Su had no choice but to slap you to break your fantasy. After all, Mr. Su is so handsome. Yes, if President Su hadn't slapped you to wake you up, you would have taken off your clothes in front of President Su." A group of employees talked at once. "Come on, if you want to be shameless, I will be more shameless than you. You guys." For the first time, Yang Jinjin was so angry that she was speechless. "Shameless Chinese people, I will definitely ask Huaxing Group to ban your restaurant and launch a public opinion attack on you online." The South Korean male star Park Hoon-sung, who had always been as steady as a rock, stood up and threatened in his broken Chinese. "Are you related to Huaxing Group?" Su Chen glanced at Park Hoon-sung. "What? Are you scared? Mr. Park is an artist that Huaxing Film and Television just signed. With just one word from Mr. Park, the entire Huaxing Group will get into action and use the internet to smear your restaurant to the point of leaving nothing behind." Yang Jinjin thought Su Chen was scared and said with great pride. Park Hoon-sung looked even more arrogant and said, "If you kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes, maybe I will let your restaurant go." "How the hell did you talk to Mr. Su?" There was a security guard who had disliked Park Hoon-sung for a long time. When he heard this, he immediately went crazy and went up to Park Hoon-sung and slapped him in the face. Don't be fooled by Park Hoon-sung's role as a martial arts master in the two recent popular Korean dramas. The fighting scenes were exciting, but in fact, all that was done by a stunt double. He has no martial arts skills at all and was slapped hard by the security guard. "How dare you hit our distinguished South Korean friends? I will sue you until you go bankrupt." Yang Jinjin was furious. Park Hoon-sung even shouted, "Come on, I will make Huaxing Group expose you and let my fans in China blast you to death." "You just said he's a newly signed artist at Huaxing? Now, he is not." After Su Chen said this to Yang Jinjin, he picked up his phone and started dialing. Yang Jinjin didn't take Su Chen's words seriously at all. The owner of a small restaurant dares to influence Washington's decisions? This is clearly a joke. You Chinese people are just good at pretending. Park Han-sung also didn't believe it. He covered his cheek with his hands, and his eyes were filled with resentment. "Hello, Mr. Su." The phone was connected and Wan Qinghe's respectful voice came out. "The film and television department has signed a contract with a South Korean star named Park Hoon-sung. I don't like this person very much, so I fired him. Oh, don't forget to ask him for compensation because he brought shame to the Chinese people and brought discredit to Huaxing." Su Chen said lightly. "Yes." Upon hearing the order, Wan Qinghe took immediate action and called the manager of the film and television department. "Wan Qinghe, you're pretending to be really good. It's a pity that you can't get in touch with Mr. Wan no matter his status." Yang Jinjin folded her hands and sneered. Park Han-sung didn't take it seriously. He crossed his legs and looked very proud. However, less than a minute. Yang Jinjin and Park Han-sung's cell phones rang one after another. After they answered the phone, they felt terrible. "Mr. Park, you have been fired from Huaxing and are facing a penalty of 30 million. I was fired by Huaxing, and Huaxing asked the national film and television industry to ban me in all aspects. Even South Korea is not allowed to use me again, otherwise Huaxing will crack down on all South Korean artists." Yang Jinjin and Park Han-sung said at the same time. You can see the shock and fear in the other person's eyes. Thump! The two people collapsed to the ground at the same time, looking like dead ashes. In the end, the South Korean male star and Yang Jinjin, the South Korean bootlicker, were naturally thrown out by the restaurant's security guards. TSK, I didn't expect that the boss not only has such a big restaurant, but also has such a good relationship with Mr. Wan of Huaxing Group. What do you mean so good? Didn't I hear Sister Shayan say that Huaxing Group also belongs to the boss? What? That boss is so rich. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend. How could there not be any? The boss has brought a few girls to our restaurant for dinner. Then I wonder if the boss would mind having another girlfriend, boo-hoo. The restaurant employees also started gossiping about Su Chen. Until they saw the Batmobile parked at the door. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. You don't understand this, right? The Batmobile is the only one in the country, and it's said to cost as much as $1 billion. $1 billion, who can afford it? I don't know about that. Several waitresses chirped around the Batmobile. Su Chen walked over with the car keys and pressed the key. Beep. The car door opened. The bosses. All the waitresses were almost drooling when looking at Su Chen. Hundreds of millions of restaurants, billions of luxury cars, and hundreds of billions of corporations. The key is that he is ridiculously handsome. It has fallen completely. If you ask me why there are always tears in my eyes, it's because we love our boss so deeply. Pop. Su Chen snapped his fingers and said, "Don't be crazy, there are fruits in the car, everyone take them out and share them. Also, I'm happy today, everyone's monthly salary will increase by 1,000 yuan from today. Long live the boss." The restaurant staff became even more excited. Several female employees were even ready to give Su Chen a hug without any reservation. Su Chen had no choice but to accept their hug. The waiters who had hugged Su Chen all had red faces, as if they had drunk too much, and could barely walk steadily. "What are you doing? Go to work." Zhao Xiaoyan came out in time to rescue the situation. Several waitresses stuck out their tongues and went back to work obediently. "Ahem, boss, I want a hug too." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyan said to Su Chen with a shy look on her face. Su Chen chose to run away. Chapter 25. Are you sure you want someone to do it to me? Stare. The host has raised the wages of his employees, allowing the light of righteousness to shine on the earth. He is rewarded with 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Just as Su Chen got into the car and drove away, a piece of information was transmitted to Su Chen's brain. Faced with 10 Rolls-Royces worth 7 or 8 million, Su Chen said that he felt nothing inside and even wanted to laugh. What do I need so many Rolls-Royces for? I can't possibly use them to open a wedding car shop. Su Chen shook his head. But he still likes Rolls-Royce very much. This car is luxurious, grand, and stable. Before the system was built, Su Chen's dream was to drive a Rolls-Royce one day. Go back and test the car first. According to the system's prompts, Su Chen already knew that these cars were lying in the garage of Hentang Manor. Woo woo! After speeding all the way, Su Chen returned to the Hentang Manor garage. Entering the garage, Su Chen indeed saw 10 Rolls-Royces parked there quietly. It has to be said that although 10 Rolls-Royces combined are not as expensive as the Batmobile, when 10 of them are parked together, the kind of shocking feeling that a Batmobile alone cannot bring. Su Chen started the test drive. This test lasted until the evening, until Su Yan sent him a WeChat message. Let Su Chen go to the Aegean restaurant and pretend to be her boyfriend. Su Chen changed into a Givenchy suit that the manor had prepared for him, and drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom with license plate number Zhome 00001 towards the Aegean restaurant. And in the restaurant, Su Yan and her father Su Dahai have arrived. Su Yan's blind date Chen Yuanhui also arrived. Chen Yuanhui is tall and good-looking, and exudes the temperament of an elite in a large company. This is the type that many girls like. But after Su Pin met Su Chen, she always had a feeling that there are only 3 kinds of boys in Wushan when she saw other boys. Compared with Su Chen, all the boys are inferior to him. Same as Chen Yuanhui. And when Su Yan saw Chen Yuanhui fiddling with the car key of the Bentley Continental, she became even more disgusted with Chen Yuanhui. Yuanhui, let me introduce my daughter, Su Yan. You can just call her Yan Yan. Su Dahai introduced it to Chen Yuanhui enthusiastically. Hello my love, my name is Chen Yuanhui. Uncle Su should have told you that I am the young master of Xiaoyang Group. I heard from Uncle Su that you are preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination? In fact, you don't need to take the postgraduate entrance examination. As long as you marry me, you will immediately become a wealthy lady. You don't need to work hard at all. Besides, why do girls need to study so much? Giving birth and doing housework are what women should learn the most. Chen Yuanhui fell in love with Su Yan as soon as he saw her. Su Yan frowned and refuted her father's words bluntly. Mr. Chen, we are not that familiar with each other yet. It is better for you to call me by my full name, Su Yan. Besides, I have a boyfriend, and I am afraid that you calling me like this will cause him to misunderstand. What boyfriend? Is your boyfriend better than Mr. Chen? Anyway, I don't care who your boyfriend is, I won't agree. Humph, my boyfriend is naturally 100 times better than him. Su Yan said confidently. Chen Yuanhui smiled proudly. My dear, you are still young and ignorant. I don't blame you. Looking at the entire Shanghai, the only one who can be said to be 100 times better than me is probably Zhou Huaxian, the eldest master of Zhou. You are not talking about Mr. Zhou Huaxian, are you? At the end, Chen Yuanhui laughed even louder. Although he likes Su Yan very much. But one has to admit that Zhou Huaxian still looks down on Su Yun. Zhou Huaxian. Hearing this name, Su Yan frowned slightly. Although she knew that Su Chen was the president of Huasheng, she was not sure whether he could be better than Zhou Huaxian. At this moment, Su Chen parked the Rolls-Royce and entered the restaurant. Brother Chen. Su Yan quickly greeted him. Su Chen walked over and naturally put the key of Rolls-Royce on the table. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Su Chen. Su Yan introduced it proudly. Su Dahai took a look at Su Chen, or to be more precise, he was looking at Su Chen's clothes and the car key of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It seems that the person in front of me would be a good choice as my son-in-law. He is much more handsome than Chen Yuanhui. The car he drives is also much better than Chen Yuanhui's. I just don't know what the family's specific financial situation is like. Hello, uncle. At Su Yan's suggestion, Su Chen called out to Su Dahai politely. Su Dahai was even more satisfied. He is handsome, rich, and polite, and is a perfect candidate to be the son-in-law of the Su family. At this moment, Chen Yuanhui, who looked a little gloomy, suddenly said, Friend, how much does it cost to rent a Rolls-Royce for a day? As soon as Su Chen entered the door, Chen Yuanhui looked at him. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember that there was such a young master in Shanghai, so he concluded that Su Chen's Rolls-Royce was most likely rented. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Yuanhui said this, Su Dahai immediately became alert. There is one person in his circle of friends who was cheated by his son-in-law. The son-in-law had luxury cars and a mansion and a respectable job. His friend was very happy and decided to marry his daughter to him. However, after the marriage, he found out that the luxury cars and mansion were all rented. His friend was so depressed that he almost committed suicide. Su Dahai doesn't want to make the same mistake himself. Humph. Brother Chen won't rent a car. Brother Chen is so rich. Su Yan's pretty face turned cold and she said unhappily. A watch of Su Chen costs 100 million yuan, how could he possibly rent a car? Chen Yuanhui looked at Su Chen, a smile on his face. Since Yanpin said your car couldn't be rented, then which 4S store did you buy it from? This question also asked Su Chen. The car was given to him by the system, God knows where it came from. Seeing Su Chen silent, Chen Yuanhui said more proudly, Can't you tell? You are so young and don't learn well. You rent a car to cheat. Can you live up to your parents? Can you live up to the society? When Chen Yuanhui was proud, he looked at Su Dahai again. Uncle, there are too many scammers these days. You can be fooled if you are not careful. Sometimes you still have to open your eyes. Yanpin is young and can make such mistakes, but we can't make them. What Master Chen said makes sense. Su Dahai nodded repeatedly, then looked at Su Yan in a bad tone. This is the boyfriend you found, isn't it shameful? Listen to Dad, break up and live a good life with Qin Xiao. Dad, that's not the case. Su Yan was a little anxious. What do you mean by yes or no? If Master Chen hadn't seen through this liar today, you would have regretted it in the future. Chen Yuanhui smiled complacently and said, Uncle, this is not Yin Yan's fault, blame this guy. He pointed at Su Chen and said, How dare you stand here? If you don't get out of here, I'll ask the security to kick you out. Let's see who dares. As soon as Chen Yuanhui finished speaking, a majestic roar rang out. I saw a middle-aged man in his 40s with a dignified face walking over. Wang Wanyu, President Wang? Chen Yuanhui looked at the person who came, slightly puzzled. Wang Wanyu is a billionaire, how could he speak for a liar? Mr. Su. Wang Wanyu first walked quickly to Su Chen, bowed respectfully, and called out to him respectfully. This left Su Dahai and Chen Yuanhui dumbfounded. Chen Yuanhui hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang, what are you doing? This guy is a liar who rents a Rolls-Royce to steal people's feelings. Are you mistaken?" Wang Wanyu raised his head and glared at Chen Yuanhui coldly. "Rent a car?" Mr. Su bought the 1.8 billion Batmobile without blinking an eye. "Do you think Mr. Su needs to rent a car?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Chapter 26: Banning Popular Stars. Even Su Yan didn't expect that Su Chen would be the owner of the Batmobile. Chen Yuanhui even stammered, "What? He is the owner of the Batmobile?" Recently, people have been uploading videos of the Batmobile appearing on the streets of Shanghai from time to time. Everyone has basically guessed that the Batmobile has an owner. But few people know who the owner is. Chen Yuanhui never imagined that the owner of the billion-dollar super luxury car was Su Chen, whom he called a liar. At this time, Su Chen also spoke. He spread his hands and said, "There are 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at home. I really don't remember which 4S store I bought the one you asked about." If it were before, Su Dahai and Chen Yuanhui would definitely not believe what Su Chen said. However, Su Chen already bought the Batmobile worth 1.8 billion, so what are 10 Rolls-Royces? Gurgle. Chen Yuanhui swallowed and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Damn, why didn't this guy say this earlier? This is just a lie. Hey, Mr. Su, you are eating here too. At this time, another young voice came. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Zhou Huaxian, the son of the richest man in Shanghai, who was hugging the popular young actress. As soon as they saw Zhou Huaxian walking towards them, Su Yan, Su Dahai and Chen Yuanhui stood up suddenly. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Several people shouted respectfully. Even Wang Wanyu greeted him with a smile. Zhou Huaxian ignored them and came to Su Chen, saying politely, "Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Can you come to my private room when you have time? I happen to be a major shareholder of this restaurant. I'll take the initiative to waive Mr. Su's bill. I hope Mr. Su won't be angry." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Thank you in advance. Which private room are you eating in?" After hearing this conversation, everyone became uneasy again. Especially Chen Yuanhui, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Who is this guy? The Batmobile is available for purchase whenever you want. Even the son of the richest man in Shanghai has to be so polite to him? Chen Yuanhui's calves couldn't help but tremble. Su Dahai also didn't dare to breathe. When he thought of what he had said to Su Chen before, he hated Chen Yuanhui to the extreme. Damn it, if it weren't for you, Chen Yuanhui, I don't know how good our relationship would be. Wang Wanyu, on the other hand, was relatively calm. After all, a young master whose background cannot be found is indeed more impressive than Zhou Huaxian. Zhou Huaxian smiled and said, "Inside the Supreme Hall. If I had known young Master Su was coming, I would have left the Supreme Hall to you." Who are they? Zhou Huaxian changed the subject and looked at Su Pian and others. This is Su Yan, my girlfriend. Su Chen first introduced Su Yan. But he hesitated when talking about Su Yan's identity. After all, he was just acting as Su Yan's temporary boyfriend for a day and would leave after pretending. Oh, it turns out to be my sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhou Huaxian said with some exaggeration. Su's face was red. She first looked at Su Chen affectionately, then whispered, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is Uncle Su." Su Chen introduced Su Dahai again. "Hello, Uncle." Zhou Huaxian called out very politely. Su Dahai almost flew to the sky when he heard, "Hello, Uncle." He said excitedly, "Mr. Zhou, you are too polite." After saying that, he looked at Su Chen, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. If it weren't for Su Chen, his son-in-law, would the son of the richest man in Shanghai call him uncle? Stop dreaming. Mr. Su, there's no need for me to introduce myself to Mr. Zhou. When Su Chen was about to introduce Wang Wanyu took the initiative to speak. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Wang. The two people greeted each other. However, there was no introduction to Chen Yuanhui and Su Chen. Zhou Huaxian was also a smart person and instantly understood that Su Chen didn't like this person. He looked at Chen Yuanhui and said coldly, "My friend, this is not the place for you to stay. Get out of here." Chen Yuanhui was embarrassed and left the restaurant trembling. He was so embarrassed today. Afterwards, Zhou Huaxian invited Su Chen and others into the Imperial Hall. Wang Wan didn't want to join in the fun and ran away first. Su Dehai also did not go. He first warned Su Yan seriously, Yan, you must control your temper when you are with Master Su, otherwise Dad will not forgive you. Then, he smiled and said to Su Chen, good son-in-law, Yan sometimes likes to act out of temper, you must not give in to her, just do what you have to do. After saying that, Su Dehai left the restaurant contentedly and sent a message in the Weixin family group. The general idea is that the daughter has found a boyfriend, and this boyfriend is so outstanding, and so on. The imperial room at AG&C is indeed much better than the ordinary tables outside. Elegant style, low-key luxury. In the room were Zhou Huashuan's gang of younger brothers, also a group of rich second generations. This is Su Chen, Mr. Su. Let's toast to Mr. Su. Zhou Huaxian called on everyone. Although this group of second-generation rich people felt that Su Chen was unfamiliar, since the boss had spoken, they all raised their glasses to toast Su Chen. You're welcome. Su Chen picked up the red wine Zhou Huaxian had poured for him and drank a glass with everyone. After a glass of wine, everyone started talking while eating and drinking. All they talked about were luxury cars, beautiful women and watches. One of the second-generation rich wanted to show off and said with a smile, I just bought a watch yesterday, a Patek Philippe Gold 5002p. After saying that, he took out his watch and showed it to her. Xiao Shuang, sure. This thing is worth more than 17 million. It's in short supply. It's okay. Xiao Zhuang said reservedly, while looking quietly towards Su Chen. He was actually very curious about Su Chen's identity and why Zhou Huaxian was so polite to him. Xuan Biao also wanted to see Su Chen's reaction and make some inroads through Su Chen's reaction. As a result, Su Chen didn't react at all. This guy. Xiao Zhuang muttered something, and his eyes suddenly fell on Su Chen's wrist. Shit. He couldn't help but scream. What is Xiao Zhuang doing? The other rich second generations gave them puzzled looks. Xiao Zhuang stood up, stretched his neck towards Su Chen, and asked politely, Mr. Su, is your watch called Patek Philippe Ref 1518? Patek Philippe Ref 1518. These rich second generations were all shocked. This is a luxury watch among luxury watches. That's right. Su Chen smiled and nodded. How much did you buy it for? I remember it was the most valuable item in the Patek Philippe store and they said it was not for sale. Xiao Zhuang was full of curiosity. About 100 million. Su Chen spoke in a casual tone. Master Su, you are still rich. A group of rich second generations gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Even Zhou Huaxian couldn't help but take another look at the Patek Philippe Ref 1518. After halfway through the drinking, Zhou Huaxian toasted Su Chen with a glass of wine and said, Mr. Su, my father is organizing a cocktail party tomorrow night. I wonder if you would be willing to attend. Zhou Huaxian was quite to Su Chen's liking, so Su Chen said without much hesitation, if young Master Zhou invites me, I will definitely go. After taking a few more bites of food, Su Chen realized that Su Yan was actually a little uncomfortable in this environment, so he stood up and toasted everyone. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Mr. Zhou, enjoy your meal. After exchanging a few polite words with everyone, Su Chen left the private room. As soon as Su Chen left, the group of rich second generations couldn't control their curiosity and asked Zhou Huaxian, Mr. Zhou, who is this Mr. Su? He can afford a watch worth 100 million. I've never heard of such a big shot in Shanghai before. Chapter 27 How much does it cost to rent a Rolls-Royce? Zhou Huaxian smiled deeply and said, I didn't know there was a person named Su Xiao in Shanghai before. It was not until Su Xiao bought Hentaying Manor that he came into my sight. To be honest, I still can't see through Su Xiao. So it was he who bought your Yunding Manor. Even young Master Zhou can't see through it. I guess he's from that side. Xiao Zhuang pointed to the sky. This group of rich second generations all understood what Xiao Zhuang meant. From the capital. In short, we should be as polite as possible when dealing with young Master Su. If anyone provokes young Master Su, don't blame me for kicking him out of the circle. Zhou Huaxian made the final decision. Clear. This group of rich second generations nodded quickly. I'm sorry, that environment just now actually made you uncomfortable. After leaving the restaurant, Su Chen said something sincerely to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned at first, and then her face was full of emotion. She didn't expect Su Chen to notice such a detail. One thing, in fact, I can only be regarded as a small rich second generation. Suddenly sitting with a super rich young man like Zhou Huaxian, I am a little nervous. Aren't you nervous when you're with me? Su Chen suddenly smiled. Because you are so gentle. Su Yan gave Su Chen a sweet smile. Su Chen shook his head. It was the first time someone commented on him like this. Should I take you home or what next? Su Chen blew some fresh air to make the smell of alcohol less strong. Why should I ask you to take me home? You can pretend to be my boyfriend for 4 hours. Su Yan looked at Su Chen with eyes as clear as water. Okay then, where are we going to play next? Su Chen's answer made Su Yan a little disappointed. Isn't the correct answer, I can always be your boyfriend? Of course, Su Yan just thought about it in her mind. In fact, she knew that she was not worthy of Su Chen. Let's go to the Bund. Su Yan cherishes the remaining 4 hours. The Bund is the favorite place for couples. Su Chen did not refuse. Because they were drunk, the two had to take a taxi. After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at the Bund. The lights illuminated the beach and the waves, complementing the neon lights next to them, outlining the beautiful scenery of the Bund. Su Chen and Su Yan walked among them, visiting all kinds of strange little shops. Su Yan likes to eat a lot, and she likes to try all kinds of snacks. If she finds something delicious, she will share it with Su Chen. Su Chen tries his best to play the role of a one-day boyfriend. It's so lively up front. As they were walking around, they noticed a group of people gathered in front of them, and cheers could be heard from time to time, so the two of them moved closer to the group of people. When I got closer, I found the vendor fiddling with a force gauge and selling his wares. Dynamometer, 51 times. If you can hit 500 pounds, you will be rewarded with $1,000. The vendor's Mandarin was a little awkward, and he sounded like a Japanese with a beard under his nose. Several young men were eager to try and spend money to have their strength measured. The results showed that only 300 or 400 pounds of force were measured. Let me. At this time, another awkward Mandarin voice sounded. The person who came was a short and skinny Japanese man. Can you do it? All of us big guys can only punch out 300 or 400 pounds. How many pounds can a skinny like you punch out? An audience member joked. Boom. The skinny Japanese man struck out with such force that he actually exerted 610 pounds of force. You, the Chinese, are still so bad. The skinny Japanese man raised his thumb, then suddenly lowered it with a look of disdain. You, the Chinese, are still so bad. The skinny Japanese man's words and actions can be said to have greatly stimulated the hearts of the surrounding audience. What the hell are you talking about? How dare you say we can't do it? Everyone was outraged. If you can do it, why can't you beat out my power? The skinny Japanese man looked at everyone with squinted eyes. The scene was a bit awkward. The facts are there. Many tall and strong young men cannot achieve the same results as the skinny Japanese. Slipped away. Most people, seeing that they can no longer get back their dignity, would rather run away than continue to embarrass themselves. I'll do it. At this moment, Su Chen stood out from the crowd. Young man, why don't you just give it a try? An uncle next to him glanced at Su Chen. He is handsome, but the point is not about who is more handsome. Don't worry, I was born with supernatural powers. Su Chen smiled at everyone, then scanned the code and paid. Watch it. After doing all this, Su Chen swung his right fist and smashed it hard at the force gauge. At the same time, he shot out the stone that had been prepared long ago with his left hand. Ouch! The Japanese vendor screamed and dropped his phone to the ground. At this moment, Su Chen's fist also hit the hand grip. The numbers on the display jumped wildly and finally stopped at 940 pounds. Everyone around was so shocked by the number that they swallowed their saliva, and then thunderous applause broke out. Brother is awesome. They cheered. Who says we Chinese are incompetent? Su Chen glanced coldly at the Japanese vendor and the skinny Japanese man. The two Japanese looked at Su Chen with hatred in their eyes, but in the end they said nothing. Su Chen looked at the skinny Japanese man and said, if you can still exert more than 500 pounds of force, I will give you my 1,000 yuan, and I will give you an additional 100,000 yuan. The skinny Japanese man smacked his lips and quietly exchanged a glance with the Japanese vendor. Yoshi, deal. The skinny Japanese man came back to the force gauge. Brother, what are you doing? Someone asked puzzledly. Just now, the skinny Japanese man exerted a force of 600 pounds. It should not be difficult for him to exert a force of more than 500 pounds. Isn't this just giving money to others? Su Chen smiled but did not answer. Just as the skinny Japanese man roared and punched, Su-chen once again knocked the Japanese vendor's phone away with a stone. Boom! After the collision, the number finally stopped at 230 pounds, which was worse than any previous result. Hey, what's going on? The audience was confused. There's something wrong with his phone. Someone noticed the detail that the Japanese vendor dropped his mobile phone twice, and suddenly realized what was going on. Most likely this bastard is using his phone to manipulate the numbers. An uncle cursed. No, that's not the case. The Japanese vendor looked at the angry crowd and suddenly panicked. He panicked. Well, these two guys are playing a duet here. Faced with being surrounded by a group of people, the Japanese vendor was completely frightened. He quickly pulled out the machete hidden behind the force gauge. Get out! Get out! You idiots! After saying that, he waved it twice in the air. The crowd was frightened away at once. Swish! Su-chen suddenly flew up and kicked, cleanly kicking the machete out of the Japanese vendor's hand. Beat him! The uncles who were watching the fun immediately rushed up and started punching and kicking the Japanese vendor. Even the skinny Japanese man was not spared, until the police arrived. When the police arrived, they quickly found the control chip in the force gauge, confirming the fraud of the two Japanese. As for them being beaten, we can only say it was the self-defense of the righteous masses. You deserve it. Hey, where's that little guy from before? After enjoying the fight, the uncles were just about to find out the first hero, Su-chen, but Su-chen had already disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 28, Embarrassment at Grandma's House. When the work is done, I will leave, hiding my body and name. Stare. The host has seen through the evil plot, taught the villain a lesson, and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I specially reward the host with the world's king-level piano skills. The voice of the system appeared in Su-chen's mind. World-class piano skills? Well, even if I don't have the system anymore, I won't starve to death. Su-chen muttered for a while. Brother Chen, you were so handsome just now, especially when you kicked that Japanese guy's machete away. Leaving the crowd, Su-yen looked at Su-chen with eyes full of love. Su-chen touched his chin and waved his hand indifferently, routine operation. Seeing Su-chen's calm and composed look, Su-yen became even more attracted to him. At this time, a phone call came to Su-ping. After answering the phone, Su-yen looked at Su-chen a little embarrassedly and said, Brother Chen, my cousin said she wants to meet you. How did your cousin know about me? Su-chen was a little puzzled. Ahem, it's all my dad's fault. He sent a message in the family group saying that I found a boyfriend who was so outstanding, and then it aroused their curiosity. Su-chen's face looked a little dark. If this goes on, Su-yan's whole family will know that he is Su-yan's boyfriend, and he is only a guest star for one day. It would be bad if he leaves a bad impression on Su-yan. Brother Chen, actually you don't have to go. Seeing that Su-chen's face looked a little strange, Su-pin hurriedly spoke. It's okay, go ahead. Su-chen adheres to the principle of helping people to the end and sending people to the west. So, the two of them took a taxi and headed towards Su-yan's cousin's house. In the car, according to Su-yan's description, her cousin Su-yu had been at odds with her since childhood and liked to compete with her. What to do? Appearance cannot compare to grades cannot compare to appearance. She is not as popular in the Su family as Su-yan. Later, Su-yu found a boyfriend who was quite rich. Only then did she regain her self-esteem, and she also liked to show off to Su-yan how rich and outstanding her boyfriend was whenever she had nothing to do. I guess my cousin just heard my dad say how outstanding you are, and she's a little worried. Su-yan looked at Su-chen gently and smiled. Coincidentally, the house Su-yu's husband bought was also in the Henteang Villa district, but it was only the cheapest of the 4 units, and it was paid in installments. After arriving at the place, Su-yan rang the doorbell. A servant opened the door. Hey, Yan is here. So you look 2 or 3 years older than Su-yan. She was dressed very elegantly at night, with makeup on her face. She was holding the arm of a man in his early 30s who was a little bald and slightly plump. Cousin, brother-in-law. This is my boyfriend, Su-chen. Su-yan mustered up the courage to take Su-chen's left hand and walked towards the two of them. Su-yu looked at Su-chen and her eyes suddenly lit up. He has a face as sharp as a knife, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a dignified appearance. He is so much more handsome than my husband. She is jealous again. But she was with her husband not because of his looks, but his wealth, so she narrowed her eyes and asked, Yan's boyfriend, how did you get here? I came here by taxi. Su Chan answered truthfully. Su Yu suddenly became energetic. Thanks to my second uncle for praising me so much. It turns out he is a poor guy who can't even afford a car. It's all in vain. I have finally gotten a lot less busy lately, so I'm speeding up the update. I'm begging for a wave of 5-star praise. Guys, go, aligu. Of course, you can also write any opinions in the comments section. Dugan reads it every day. Phew. Did you come here by taxi? Lu Donglai, the bald man who was being held by Su Yu, laughed out loud. Cough cough. Su Yu coughed twice and glanced at Lu Donglai. Don't be so obvious, it's embarrassing. She smiled even more and said, well, he is indeed a handsome man. What about your boyfriend? Where are you working? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I opened 2 companies and became a major shareholder of a foreign company. This made Su Yu alert, and she asked cautiously, how much income can you earn every year? A few $100 million. Su Chen blurted out without even thinking. Ha 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 ha. Lu Donglai could no longer hold back his laughter, and the fat on his face was shaking. Su Yu also laughed out loud. Ha, Yan, your boyfriend is quite humorous. But in her heart, she didn't take Su Chen seriously anymore. Humph, so what if she's prettier than me and has a higher education than me? Finding a boyfriend like this will sooner or later become a joke in the Su family. Su Yu stared at Su Yan, feeling very comfortable. When it comes to boyfriend, Su Pian is completely defeated. Xiao Yaya, your cousin hasn't been to our house yet. Take her to have a good look at Hentaying Villa. Of course, her boyfriend earns hundreds of millions a year, so he probably won't be interested in our small house. Lu Donglai said something in a sarcastic tone. My dear, come and take a good look around our house. We spent 200 million on the down payment when we bought it. Su Yu took Su Yan and started to walk around the villa. Su Yan looked at Su Chen helplessly. Su Chen gave her a look, indicating that she should just go shopping. So Su Yan and Su Yu walked around the villa. Although the villa is expensive, it is not very large, only about 2,000 square meters, so I finished my tour after just a few steps. But Su Pin had to admit that the houses in Hentaying Villa district were really good. Whether it is building materials, decoration style, or villa design, they are all considered top-notch in the country. Yan, you and your boyfriend can stay here tonight. There are plenty of rooms anyway. After the tour, Su Yu said with a smile. No, I happen to have a house in the Hentaying Villa district, so I won't bother you. Just when Su Yan didn't know how to answer, Su Chen spoke first. Phew. Su Yu and Lu Donglai laughed again. Su Yu rolled her eyes at Su Chen and said, Yan's boyfriend, just pretend to be good enough. Do you think you really make hundreds of millions of dollars just because you boasted that you make hundreds of millions of dollars every year? You said you have a house in the Yunding Villa district, so you really have a house. I am embarrassed to expose you. Why are you getting more and more excited? Lu Donglai said with disdain, you can only deceive those young girls with your words. Do you know what it means to earn hundreds of billions a year? If you compare yourself to the whole country, you're still one of the top 10 richest people. Don't brag so much. Su Yu pulled Su Yan and said, Yan, your vision in finding a boyfriend is really not that good. Even if you can't find someone as good as your brother-in-law, there's no need to find a boaster. It will affect the reputation of our Su family. Su Yan was a little anxious and said, cousin, brother-in-law, Brother Chen didn't lie. Lu Donglai sneered, you didn't lie? Does he dare to tell us where his house in Hentaying Villas is? Does he dare to take us there? What is there to be afraid of? Su Chen remained calm from beginning to end. Still pretending, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Let's go, we have to go and take a look today. I don't think he will cry until he sees the coffin. Su Yu and Lu Donglai said contemptuously. So the 4 of them walked out of the Lu family villa. Lu Donglai drove a Bentley and picked up Su Chen and the other 2. Please show me the way. Lu Donglai sneered. Keep going up. Su Chen responded. Hey, you didn't say you lived in the Sanpin Villa district. Su Yu covered her mouth and smiled. The cheapest house in the Sanpin Villa district is around 10 billion. Can a boastful person afford it? No, it's the Cloud Top Manor at the top. Su Chen shook his head. Chapter 29 Don't Provoke Su Xiao. Lu Donglai's expression suddenly fell, and he said, Are you trying to amuse me here? Do you know who lives in Hentaying Manor? If we barge in, they can beat us up. Oh, Yen Yen, it seems that your boyfriend did his homework before bragging. He knew that we cannot enter Hentang Manor rashly, so he said that Hentang Manor is his. Suyu gloated over other people's misfortune. Just go. Suchin said lightly. Lu Donglai gritted his teeth and looked at Suchin coldly. Okay, I will completely expose you today. You may not know that I have some friendship with the owner of Yunding Manor. Even if we enter rashly, he will not embarrass us. After saying that, we drove all the way up. When Suyu heard what her husband said, she was a little surprised. She immediately realized that her husband was bragging. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the manor. Two tall iron gates connected to the high wall protected the manor inside. There are bodyguards patrolling outside the door. The bodyguard saw an unfamiliar vehicle and was about to stop it, but he heard a message from the manor's housekeeper, Gu Xiaowu, in his earphone. He said the boss was back. The bodyguards immediately looked serious and quickly opened the iron gate. Lu Donglai watched this scene nervously, feeling a little worried. Could it be that the owner of Hentang Manor has really seen him? But Lu Donglai changed his mind. Those who can drive into the Hentang Villa area are the owners of the Hentang Villas. Perhaps the owner of Hentang Manor wants to make friends with him, who is also the owner of Hentang Villa. This is the thought. Lu Donglai straightened his chest and felt even more proud. At the same time, he quietly glanced at Su Chen, thinking, now let's see how you pretend. Bentley arrived at the parking lot of the manor. The first thing that catches your eye is the Batmobile. Gurgle. Lu Donglai swallowed. $1 billion luxury car. The owner of Hentang Manor is really rich. Next came the 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. 9 Rolls-Royces lined up in a row also greatly stimulated Lu Donglai's heart. When Lu Donglai got off the car, he found that there were 40 to 50 people standing in 2 rows on the parking lot. The leader was a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament and beautiful appearance, wearing a cheongsam. Lu Donglai subconsciously thought that this person was the owner of Hentang Manor. So, with a flattering smile on his greasy face, he took small steps towards the cheongsam beauty. Lu Donglai felt extremely proud. However, the cheongsam beauty didn't even look at Lu Donglai, and almost ran to Su Chen. She bowed and shouted respectfully, "The boss is back." "Hello, boss." More than 40 servants of the manor bowed together and shouted loudly. The sound was deafening on the parking lot. But Lu Donglai and Suyu were dumbfounded. Looking at this scene, Lu Donglai and Suyu were completely dumbfounded. They had planned everything, but they didn't expect that Su Chen was really the owner of Hentang Manor. What about what they said before? The two of them shuddered. "Boss, who are they?" Gu Xiaowu, the manor housekeeper, looked at Lu Donglai curiously. "Oh, it's my friend." "Friend, you even misunderstood who the owner of Yunding Manor is?" Gu Xiaowu muttered to herself. "Want to go in and take a look?" Su Chen said as he looked at Lu Donglai and Su Yan, whose faces were covered in sweat. Originally, the two people were planning to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and disappear from Su Chen's sight as quickly as possible. But on the one hand, they were worried that Su Chen would retaliate against them. Second, I also want to see what this mansion, which is known as the most luxurious in China, looks like. So the two of them nodded awkwardly. Can I? Su Chen asked Su Pin to walk in front, and Lu Donglai and the other two followed quietly. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Donglai and Su Yu's attention was attracted. It is the same Hentang Villa, but Hentang Manor is far superior to other villas in terms of design, style and decoration. It is worthy of being the most luxurious house in the country. The two people were moved sincerely. But when he thought that the house belonged to Su Chen, he felt very complicated. "Mr. Su, we just didn't recognize you and spoke rudely. I hope you don't take it to heart." Lu Donglai came to Su Chen and said with his head down. "For my mistress' sake, I won't bother with you guys." Su Chen waved his hand with a cold expression. Su Yan felt very sweet inside when she heard this. "Thank you, Mr. Su." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Lu Donglai and Su Yueru were pardoned. "Are you hungry? I'll go get some dinner." Su Chen asked Su Yan and others again. Actually, he was a little hungry. Gu Xiaowu immediately took action and prepared to instruct the kitchen to cook. "I'll do it myself." Su Chen stopped Gu Xiaowu. "Brother Chen, you can also cook." Su Pin opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Lu Donglai and Su Yu also looked over. "Your cousin's husband is here, so it would be more respectful for me to cook the food myself." Su Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Yan felt particularly warm inside. Because of her, Su Chen, a billionaire, is actually willing to cook for himself. Could it be that Brother Chen actually likes me too? When this thought popped up in Su Yan's mind, her face suddenly turned red. But Su Yu felt sour inside. She had been married to Lu Donglai for such a long time, and Lu Donglai had never done many things for her, let alone cooking. Su Chen had no idea that the two women had so much drama in their hearts, so she put on her apron and went to the kitchen. After a while of staring and tinkering, 4 dishes and 1 soup appeared. 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp, songjiang fish, hibiscus crab and a simple seaweed egg drop soup. Everyone was shocked when they saw these dishes. You have to know that these are all Shanghai's famous dishes. It's easy to make them, but it's difficult to make them taste good. But they didn't have high hopes for the taste. After all, no one would ask a wealthy man to have excellent cooking skills. Let me try it first. Su Yan couldn't wait. After all, this was made by Su Chen himself. She picked up a shrimp with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Suddenly, Su Yan's expression froze. This is so delicious. How is it? Not bad, right? Su Chen wiped his hands and smiled. Marvelous. Su Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Looking at Su Yan's expression, Lu Donglai and Su Yu didn't quite believe it. Is it that exaggerated? So the two of them picked up their chopsticks and started tasting. Stunned, the two looked at each other and confirmed their gazes. It's a delicacy I've never tasted before. Su Yu impatiently picked up another piece of fresh songjiang fish with chopsticks. It's also delicious enough to make you cry. While her taste buds were reveling in joy, Su Yu's heart was bitter. Why? Why is Su Yan's boyfriend so handsome, rich, and a great cook? She was very jealous. Next, it was time for everyone to enjoy the meal. Bang bang bang. The sound of chopsticks picking up rice is like a war. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 people who were not very hungry and wanted to lose weight had eaten all 4 dishes in 1 soup. They touched their round bellies and licked their lips, still not satisfied. Brother Chen, I love you so much. Su Pin lay comfortably in the chair, looking at Su Chen's impeccable profile, and suddenly said. After saying this, Su Yan realized that this was too explicit and her face turned red again. Su Chen didn't think it was a big deal and just smiled at Su Yan. This smile made Su Yan sink even deeper. Brother Chen, can I try this piano too? Su Yan had already noticed that there was a piano in the living room. After finishing her meal, she went to the piano. Chapter 30 Su Yan's cousin. Just try it if you want. Su Chen didn't care. Boom boom boom. Su Ping played 2 tigers and fairy tale on the piano. After playing it, he smiled shyly and said, "This is all I know." Su Yu suddenly remembered that her husband had learned piano when he was young. And I also got the 10th grade piano certificate. Hubby, go give it a try. Su Yu nudged Lu Donglai. She now hopes that Lu Donglai can surpass Su Chen in some aspect, so that she will feel balanced. Lu Donglai also had the same idea. Otherwise, he, the president of Lu Group, would appear like a waste in front of Su Chen. I'll show my ugliness too. Lu Donglai sat down in front of the piano, danced with his hands, and played a classic piano piece, Autumn Whispers. The notes sound like flowing spring water, gentle and melodious. The song is over. Lu Donglai straightened his chest. Today was an exceptional performance. When Lu Donglai came to Su Yu quickly hugged his arms and looked at Su Yan. At least her husband was better than Su Chen. She asked, "Master Su, there is a piano in your home, so I guess Master Su plays it sometimes." Just a little bit. Su Chen shook his head. Well, a little bit, world-class piano skills. Then play one for us. Su Yu couldn't help but said. Okay. Su Chen came to the piano and sat down. All 3 of them showed expectant expressions. Look. Su Chen's fingers moved slightly, and the same song, Autumn Whispers, was played. His 10 fingers danced on the piano keys like elves, and beautiful notes sounded one after another, fast and slow. Listening to this song, everyone seemed to be in another world, a dreamlike world full of autumn. Music also made them feel relaxed and at ease. Mental fatigue is swept away. When the music ended, the 3 of them still closed their eyes, enjoying that wonderful world. After a long while, the 3 people finally came out of the dreamlike world. This is already the world's top piano skill. Lu Donglai muttered to himself. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was the fact. At this moment, Su felt like a lemon that had become a spirit, as sour as it could be. Su Yen's boyfriend is so perfect. I can't compare. I can't compare. Lu Donglai and Su's final choice was to run away. You can't compare with me in anything, so don't embarrass yourself here. Go back early and think about life. Because it was too late, Su Chen had no way to send Su Yan back, so he had to arrange for Su Yan to stay at the manor. What do you mean, Brother Chen? Su Yan came to the bedroom arranged by Su Chen and found 2 pillows in the bedroom. Su Yan said she was very nervous. At the same time, I am looking forward to it. Because her mother told her that when a girl meets a good boy, she should act early. And is there any boy better than Su Chen? There is none left. In preparation for the wonderful things that were about to happen, Su Yan went into the bathroom and took a shower. Then she dried her body and went to the bed, leaving only her head sticking out, waiting for Su Chen to come. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Su Yan still didn't wait for Su Chen. Where is Su Chen doing? Su Chen fell asleep. Women and stuff. Not interested. Why, didn't you get enough rest? The next day, Su Chen found that Su Yan had dark circles under his eyes. Stinky Brother Chen, silly Brother Chen. Su Yan secretly cursed Su Chen in her heart. It's a pity that she waited so long last night. But Su Chen didn't come. Only then did Su Yan realize that she had been overly sentimental. Yes, a little. Thinking about what happened last night, Su Yan actually felt a little embarrassed. After breakfast, Su Chen heard Su Yan say that she still had classes today. So he randomly picked a Rolls-Royce and sent Su Yan to Shanghai University. Su Yan got out of the car dejectedly. My boyfriend's expiration date is over, so sad. After sending Su Yan off, Su Chen was thinking about where to spend time today. He now realizes that the lives of rich people are often plain and boring. At this time, a phone call came. Hello, are you Mr. Su? I'm Li Jianfu, the president of Sanxin Group, and I'd like to meet you, Mr. Su. An old and powerful voice came from the phone. Li Jianfu, isn't this the richest man in South Korea? Do I have to go to South Korea just to meet him? That's too much trouble. So Su Chen asked where the other party was. It's at the China headquarters of Shanghai Sanxin. Li Jianfu replied. That's fine. Su Chen drove towards Sanxin's head office in China. The other side. Li Jianfu, who was already in his 80s, hung up the phone and looked at Su Chen's message with a bit of depression. How could a person suddenly appear out of nowhere and take up 20% of Sanxin's shares? And he is a Chinese. This is not conducive to the Li family's rule over Sanxin. Although he was depressed, Li Jianfu still wanted to meet Su Chen. Su Chen followed the address given by Li Jianfu and arrived downstairs at Sanxin's head office in China. Hello, who are you looking for? Although this is Sanxin's head office in China, there are still more Chinese employees. The pretty girl at the reception is Chinese. Hello, my name is Su Chen, and your company's president, Li Jianfu, asked me to come here. Su Chen replied. The girl at the front desk was confused. Did the president call you personally? If she hadn't seen the Rolls-Royce keys in Su Chen's hand, she would have thought Su Chen was a lunatic. Because of this, the girl at the front desk decided to go to the president's secretary to confirm. So he put on a polite smile and said, I'll go inform the president's secretary right away. Go ahead. Su Chen put away the car keys and found a sofa to sit on. Su Chen? After a minute or two, a man in a suit who was about the same age as Su Chen appeared in front of Su Chen and shouted in an uncertain tone. Jiang Yan? Su Chen recognized the person and frowned. This was one of his college classmates. Because this guy liked to show off when they were in college, the two had a lot of friction and they had no contact at all after graduation. Su Chen didn't expect to meet Jiang Yang here. Hey, you're here looking for a job. Jiang Yang glanced at Su Chen, then folded his hands, looked down at Su Chen with a sour expression. I heard that Chen Kurson dumped you? You haven't lost your job now, have you? Put it aside. Su Chen didn't want to pay attention to him. Jiang Yang sneered and said, Su Chen, you may not have expected that I am now in the Human Resources Department of Sanxin Group. If you want to come to work in Sanxin, you have to pass me. Otherwise, there is no way. But for the sake of our old classmates, you just need to send a message in the class group, saying that you have always looked down on others and now beg for my forgiveness, and I will let you go in the interview today. You're not done with the bullshit, are you? Su Chen looked at Jiang Yang impatiently and said, I'm giving you a chance now. Send a message in the class group to apologize for your previous behavior, otherwise get out of Sunshine. Jiang Yang laughed. You want me to get out of Sunshine? You should get Sunshine first. Su Chen, why haven't I seen you brag so much before? Believe it or not, I'm giving you the chance anyway. After saying that, Su Chen leaned lazily on the sofa. Chapter 31 Hello Boss. Jiang Yang took out his cell phone and prepared to send what Su Chen had just said to the university classmates group so that his classmates could make fun of Su Chen. Sure enough, as soon as the message was sent, someone replied below. Haha, has Su Chen become stupid after being in society? He even wants Brother Yang to get out of Sunshine. Isn't that funny? Who does he think he is? Brother Yang is the HR director of Sunshine's head office in China. He thinks he is the president of Sunshine. Besides, Brother Yang's father is a leader in the administration of Sunshine. I think Su Chen is just too jealous of Brother Yang. More than 10 consecutive replies were all insulting Su Chen. Su Chen, take a good look at the classmates group. Jiang Yang said to Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen ignored him. Jiang Yang was a little annoyed now. He grabbed Su Chen's collar and said with a ferocious expression, Show me. Stop. At this moment, an old and majestic voice sounded from behind Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang turned around and looked. President, CEO. He shuddered with fear. I actually saw Li Jianfu, the president of Sunshine Group of China Overseas Land Investment, who appears elusively and has not appeared for several years. It's over. The president saw me beating someone. I'm dead. Jiang Yang felt quite uneasy. At the same time, he hated Su Chen to the extreme. If it weren't for Su Chen, the president wouldn't have seen this scene. Although Jiang Yang really wanted to punch Su Chen at this moment, he knew he couldn't do it, so he could only let go of the hand that was holding Su Chen's collar. Mr. Li, Jiang Yang quickly explained to Li Jianfu in Korean. However, Li Jianfu ignored Jiang Yang and brought the senior executives of Sunshine Group to Su Chen. Then he bowed slightly and said in fluent Chinese, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm late. Sorry, Mr. Su, we are late. Dozens of Sunshine executives behind Li Jianfu bowed and spoke respectfully. Su Chen straightened his clothes, looked at Jiang Yang, and said, From now on, you are fired. Pack your things and get out of here, I said. Su Chen left. Jiang Yang was left with a look of despair. There is also the executive director who was assigned by Li Jianfu to handle this matter. Uncle Song, what is going on? The executive director is Jiang Yang's father's old boss. The executive director, who Jiang Yang called Uncle Song, seemed to be avoiding the plague god and said, Don't call me Uncle Song. We are not that familiar. Jiang Yang was not giving up, and pestered Uncle Song, that man just now was my college classmate. I know his family situation very well. Why was Mr. Li so polite to him? Could it be that he got the wrong person? Uncle Song had a look of disappointment on his face. Do you know that Mr. Su, your college classmate whom you look down upon, has become the largest shareholder of our company, owning 20% of the shares, and is the person with the most say in the entire Sunshine company? Jiang Yang was totally frightened. This, how is it possible? He couldn't accept this reality. It's too dreamy that an ordinary college classmate suddenly became a billionaire. Humph, we have checked Mr. Su's identity many times, there is no way there is a mistake. You could have soared to the top by relying on the identity of Mr. Su's college classmate, but you chose to offend Mr. Su instead. If I were your father, I would be pissed off by you. By the way, I think you should beg Mr. Su for forgiveness, otherwise your father will be expelled too, and no one can protect him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang finally panicked. Their whole family was counting on his father. If his father was also fired, their family would collapse. Oh no, group message. Jiang Yang suddenly remembered the message he had just sent to the group. If Su Chenwan got angry, his father would probably be in trouble. When Jiang Yang opened the university class group again, he found that there were already hundreds of replies. I would call Su Chen's actions a case of brain deadness. I guess the former pride of the world suffered from the harsh treatment of society and his psychology has become distorted. Seeing our Zhenghai's male god reduced to this state, I really can't help but laugh out loud, ha ha. Basically, they all insulted Su Chen. Of course, this does not mean that Su Chen had bad interpersonal relationships when he was in college. Most of the time, he is handsome and talented, and is envied by others. That's why they seized this opportunity and inflicted heavy damage on Su Chen. Fuck you. Looking at these replies, Jiang Yang almost cried. After thinking about it, I quickly sent a message. Brothers, stop joking. I'm really fired by Su Xiao now. As soon as this message was sent, more replies came in. Brother Yang played well in this wave of cooperation. Hee, if I hadn't seen the BMW in Brother Yang's circle of friends, I would have almost believed it. Su Chen, stop peeking at the screen. Tell us how you fired Brother Yang. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yang felt even more desperate after reading the news. I was really fired by Su Xiao. I'm crying. Everyone, please stop making fun of Su Xiao, or I'll be dead. Jiang Yang also sent an expression of kneeling and begging for mercy. Brother Yang, it would be a waste if you don't use your acting skills to act. To be honest, my brother Yang is giving face to Su Chen. Su Chen, why don't you come out and thank Brother Yang? However, no one still chose to believe it. At this moment, someone suddenly said something. I believe Jiang Yang was really fired by Su Chen. When everyone looked at the ID, it turned out to be Chen Kerson. Chen Kerson, didn't you break up with Su Chen? Someone asked. Chen Kerson did not respond. Immediately after Chen Kerson, someone else spoke up. I also believe that Jiang Yang was fired by Su Chen. In fact, we all underestimated Su Chen. Spokesperson Chen Chao. Everyone was stunned. Doesn't T Chen Chao have a conflict with Su Chen? Why are you still speaking for Su Chen? Please believe me, and don't make fun of Su Xiao anymore. Seeing that someone finally believed him, Jiang Yang spoke again. The group fell into dead silence. Those who sent messages mocking Su Chen withdrew their messages one after another. Those who could not withdraw the message quickly sent private messages to Su Chen. When asked what Su Chen was doing recently, the words in the group were all jokes, hoping that Su Chen would not take it seriously, blah blah. Many female classmates sent Su Chen an invitation directly, asking if he could come out for a drink in the evening. While these college classmates were sending messages to Su Chen frantically, Su Chen was sitting and chatting with the richest man in South Korea. Mr. Su, have some tea. Li Jianfu handed Su Chen a cup of tea guanyin. Mr. Li is very busy, he wouldn't come all the way from South Korea to China to invite me for tea, would he? Su Chen took a sip and said. Ha ha. Mr. Su is a straightforward person, so I will get straight to the point. I want to buy 20% of the shares of our Sanshin Group from Mr. Su. Li Jianfu stared into Su Chen's eyes and said. Ha, I think Mr. Li knows how valuable Sanshin is better than me. 20% of the shares should be worth at least 60 billion yuan. Although Mr. Li is the richest man in South Korea, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to come up with 60 billion US dollars in one go. Su Chen smiled faintly. Li Jianfu smiled bitterly and said, it is impossible to pay the money all at once, so I will choose to pay it in installments. Su Chen put down his teacup and said, Mr. Li, don't think that I'm young and easy to fool. Would you choose to sell your Li family's shares in Sanshin at this time? I know Mr. Li's purpose very well. He is just worried that I will use my 20% stake to interfere in the internal affairs of your Sanshin Group. Chapter 32, Complete Defeat. Mr. Li, you can rest assured about this. I just want to make money simply and I'm not interested in things that require thinking. So, as long as the annual dividends arrive on time, you can do whatever you want with the Sanshin Group. Of course, the premise is that it does not harm our country. Otherwise, even if I don't make the money, I will seek justice for our country. After Su Chen finished speaking, he patted his butt and left. He is not good at business games at all. Especially when facing an old fox like Li Jianfu. The less said, the better. I'll take Mr. Su. Li Jianfu knew that even if he spoke beautifully later, Su Chen would not listen, so he had to agree with Su Chen's statement. It seems that I have to take good care of the relationship between Sanshin and China in the future. Li Jianfu made a decision. Jiang Yang stood outside Sanshin Company, waiting and waiting, until finally Su Chen came out of the company. He also wanted to go up to Su Chen and beg for mercy. As a result, Su Chen was still accompanied by the president, with bodyguards blocking the way, so he had no chance to talk at all. Jiang Yang completely gave up. I just hope Su Chen doesn't fire his father because of him, otherwise their family will be really finished. In fact, Su Chen had no idea that Jiang Yang's father also worked at Sanshin. Coming to the driving seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su-Chen subconsciously glanced at his mobile phone. I found that I received hundreds of messages at once. Some of them apologized to him, and some invited him to dinner. Su-Chen was a little confused. It was not until I opened the class group and scrolled up that I finally understood it all. Then he threw his phone aside and drove carefully towards Huaxing building. After all, Huaxing is his biological son, so he should pay more attention to him. After parking the car in the underground garage, Su-Chen felt a little thirsty, so he found a convenience store nearby, bought a bottle of water, and then continued walking to the company. When crossing the zebra crossing, an old man with silver hair walked beside Su-Chen with his hands behind his back. Su-Chen originally wanted to help the old man, but at this moment, a Maserati came roaring from not far away, and even when it saw the zebra crossing, it showed no intention of slowing down. The old man also saw the Maserati coming at him with great force. He got anxious and lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ouch! The old man scraped his knee and cried out in pain. Seeing this, the Maserati slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the old man. Click! The car door opened and a well-dressed and arrogant man in a suit got out. He frowned, looked at the old man, and shouted, "Old man, I didn't touch you, don't try to blackmail me." Su-Chen went to help the old man up, and when he heard what the Maserati man said, he immediately became unhappy. If you hadn't slowed down when crossing the zebra crossing, the old man wouldn't have fallen. Don't you have any idea? The Maserati man looked at Su-Chen and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are to meddle in other people's business here? Besides, how did you see that I didn't slow down? Oh, you are in cahoots with this old guy, you just want to blackmail me, right?" He deliberately said the word blackmail loudly, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Su-Chen looked at the Maserati man coldly and said, "First, I don't know the old man. I helped him purely because you disgusted me. Second, there is surveillance footage to prove whether your car was speeding. Do you dare to come with me to see it?" The Maserati man said impatiently, "You think everyone is as idle as you are? I have a lot of things to do today. It's my bad luck. I don't want to continue to talk nonsense with you. Here is 1,000 yuan. Use it to buy medicine." After saying that, the Maserati man took out a stack of bills from his wallet and threw it on the ground. "I don't want money, but I was really scared by your car, old man, you have to apologize to me." At this time, the old man also came to his senses. "You old fool, you asked me to apologize. I am dreaming here," the Maserati man said in a cold voice, with even a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Don't apologize." Su-Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He went up and grabbed the collar of the Maserati man, lifted him up on the spot, and said coldly. The Maserati man didn't expect Su-Chen to be so strong, and he panicked for a moment, worried that Su-Chen would really beat him up, and hurriedly said, I apologize. Go ahead." Su-Chen threw it in front of the old man. The Maserati man gritted his teeth, thinking that a wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him, so he said to the old man, "Old man, I have a problem with my driving and scared you. I apologize. The old man was quite generous and nodded to show his forgiveness. At the same time, he reminded the Maserati man to drive slower next time as human life was at stake. The Maserati man pretended to obey the advice, and when he got back into the car, he sped away even faster than before. "Hey!" The old man sighed, thinking that everything he had just said was in vain. "Old man, your leg is okay, right?" Su-Chen had expected this. "It's okay, thank you, young man." "You're welcome. As long as you're okay, I'll leave first." Seeing that the old man was indeed not seriously injured, Su-Chen said goodbye to him and continued to rush towards Huaxing building. Stare. The host has helped the disadvantaged elderly and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I specially reward the host Zhonghai Global Plaza. The system voice sounded. Su-Chen's steps paused slightly. China Overseas Global Plaza is the largest plaza in China overseas, covering an area of more than 300,000 square meters and valued at tens of billions. Due to its exquisite design and decoration, it has also been rated as a 5-star shopping mall. The Su Group has added another member. Su-Chen touched his chin and quickly digested the news. Taking the president's elevator, Su-Chen went directly to the president's office. Boss Su. Wan Qinghao listened to the noise and came to the president's office. "Brother Wan, go do your thing, I'll just watch." Su-Chen greeted. "Okay then." Wan Qing has started to get busy with business again. Su-Chen was bored and spent his time playing games. After playing a few games of King of Glory, I went outside to get some fresh air. Is it you? As soon as he appeared in the corridor, an excited voice sounded behind him. Su Chen turned around and looked. What a coincidence, I met the Maserati man not long ago. The Maserati man was wearing an expensive suit with a nameplate on his chest. Du Ziting, Director of Human Resources Department of Huaxing Group. Kid, which department are you from? You didn't expect to meet me here. A sinister smile appeared on Du Ziting's lips. He was thinking about how to take revenge on Su Chen, but he didn't expect Su Chen to come to his door. I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Chen glanced at Du Ziting's nameplate. The head of the Human Resources Department is a scumbag. No wonder even he didn't recognize her. Boy, I want to ask you a question. Which department are you from? Du Ziting felt unhappy when he saw Su Chen acting so relaxed. I don't belong to any department. Su Chen grinned and laughed. Du Ziting raised his eyebrows. Then you are not from our company? You are not coming to our company to steal things, right? Security. Arrest this man for me. Du Ziting didn't care about anything and just put a big hat on someone. The security guard on the 33rd floor heard the noise and ran over quickly. Minister Du, what do you want me to do? The 4 security guards looked at Du Ziting and said respectfully. I suspect he's here to steal something. Catch him. Du Ziting pointed at Su Chen. The 4 security guards' faces changed slightly when they heard this. If it was true as Du Ziting said, that this person came to steal things, then they were also responsible. Chapter 33 Another Expulsion. As they thought about it, they started to move towards Su Chen. Du Ziting couldn't help but smile smugly. What are you doing? Suddenly, a hurried and deep shout came from behind Du Ziting. Mr. Wan. Du Ziting was familiar with this voice, Wan Xinghe, vice chairman of Huaxing. So he quickly turned around and bowed. Wan Xinghe looked at Du Ziting coldly, and kicked him to the ground as he passed by him. Du Ziting looked confused, and the 4 security guards looked at each other. However, what happened next made them feel even more scared. Wan Xinghe quickly came to the young man they were about to capture and said nervously, Boss Su, they didn't hurt you, did they? Su, Mr. Su? Du Ziting's scalp suddenly exploded. Is this young man the mysterious president of the company? Mr. Su? Fine. Su Chen shook his head, then looked at Du Ziting and said, this guy has moral problems, fire him. No problem. Wan Xinghe didn't hesitate at all. Dang. Du Ziting's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The blood on his face faded completely and he looked like a ghost. It's over, it's all over. As for those security guards, Su Chen didn't bother with them. After all, they were just being used by Du Ziting. After this little episode, Su Chen began his day of slacking off at the company. It was not until around 5 or 6 in the afternoon that Su Chen remembered that he had promised Zhou Huaxian to attend his father's cocktail party tonight. So Su Chen drove to the address Zhou Huaxian gave him. The place where the cocktail party was held was called the New World Club. Kowloon, located in the suburbs of Zhonghai, is the private property of Zhou Huaxian's father Zhou Beixiong. Because of this, the New World Club is also the club with the highest entry threshold in China overseas. Without a net worth of billions, don't even think about receiving an invitation letter from the New World Club. After about 40 minutes drive, we arrived at the club. There is nothing special about the club from the outside. It looks like an old house with high walls and a large area. However, once you actually get in, you'll find a completely different world. There are European-style villas, shaded paths, rockery fountains, and black-clad bodyguards wearing headsets who keep moving around the venue. When Su Chen arrived at the club, he found that there were already quite a few cars parked at the door. Bentley and Rolls-Royce are the most common ones. Supercars worth tens of millions can be seen everywhere. The level of the guests coming to the club can be seen from these parking spaces alone. Because Zhou Huaxian had made arrangements in advance, the well-trained security guard let Su Chen pass as soon as he gave his name. Su Chen entered the hall of the toast party and wanted to take a look alone first, so he didn't send a message to Zhou Huaxian. The people attending the cocktail party were basically the well-known wealthy people in Zhonghai, or the second-generation rich who came out with their parents to broaden their horizons. These people each had their own circles, and when they saw Su Chen looked unfamiliar, they ignored him. Su Chen enjoyed the quiet time. But this peace did not last long. Su Chen met an acquaintance again. Zhou Long. He was the guy who pursued Li Churan but was beaten up by him. Zhou Long was the first to discover Su Chen. He was looking for beauties in the club with a few rich second-generation friends and happened to see Su Chen. "Asshole, I actually met you here." Zhou Long stopped Su Chen and said, gritting his teeth. He did not forget how Su Chen beat him that day. Thinking about it now, Zhou Long's face felt a dull pain. "Why? Didn't I beat you enough that day?" Su Chen lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at Zhou Long. "Fuck, how the hell did you talk to Brother Long like that? Are you asking for a beating?" Zhou Long's rich second-generation friends thought Su Chen was unfamiliar and spoke rudely to him. "Stop talking nonsense here, get out of here." Su Chen shook his hands as if he was swatting a fly. "Fuck you, how dare you treat us brothers like this?" Zhou Long and these second-generation rich people became even angrier. But unfortunately, this is Zhou Beixiong's place. Even if they were so angry that smoke came out of their heads, they didn't dare to attack Su Chen, otherwise they would be dead in Zhou Beixiong's rage. "Brother Long, this guy is too mean, but we can't do anything to him here, you have to think of a way." These second-generation rich people turned their eyes to Zhou Long. Zhou Long was furious, and then a light bulb went off in his head and he thought of a question. He looked at Su Chen coldly and said, "If you want us to get out, tell me how you got here first." "Everyone invited by the Zhou family has an invitation letter issued by the Zhou family." "Where is your invitation letter?" Zhou Long thought that even he had hardly ever seen someone like Su Chen. Would the Zhou family also send an invitation letter to such a person? Not likely. So Zhou Long decided to bet whether Su Chen had an invitation letter. "Yes, boy, do you have an invitation letter from the Zhou family?" A rich second-generation man spoke up immediately, trying to put pressure on Su Chen. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people. He picked up a glass of red wine and started drinking it by himself. "Damn it, how dare you ignore me? If you can't produce the invitation letter today, even if I beat you up, the Zhou family won't do anything to me." The rich second generation who started the conversation shouted again. "Boy, just take it when I tell you to. Why are you dawdling?" "I think he sneaked in, that's why he couldn't produce the invitation." A few more rich second generations who had a good relationship with Zhou Long jumped out. "I don't have an invitation." Amid the discussions of the crowd, Su Chen finally spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. "Fuck, you dare to be so arrogant without an invitation letter, you are tired of living, right?" Zhou Long also had a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, he guessed it right. Su Chen really doesn't have an invitation letter. Now they can control us at their will. Thinking of this, Zhou Long stretched out a hand and prepared to slap Su Chen in the face. The result was a slap from Su Chen, who then kicked Zhou Long directly. The eyes are so tight. Zhou Long was kicked 3 or 4 meters away. "Fuck, you dare to do it." Zhou Long's rich second-generation friends were all stunned. And at the moment when Zhou Long was knocked out, a middle-aged man in a suit also walked over. "Who dares to cause trouble at the party?" He stared at Su Chen and others coldly. "Manager Fong, you're finally here." It was this guy who was causing the trouble. "We suspected that he sneaked in without an invitation, but he got so angry that he attacked Brother Long." A rich second generation spoke first. Manager Fong knew Zhou Long and his friends, but when he saw Su Chen, he had never seen him before. He subconsciously leaned towards Zhou Long and his friends and asked Su Chen, "My friend, where is your invitation letter?" "I don't have an invitation." Su Chen folded his arms and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Manager Fong's face suddenly turned gloomy. "Without an invitation, how did you get in?" "I was invited by Zhou Huaxian." "If you don't believe me, you can go ask the security guard." Su Chen said calmly. Manager Fong hesitated. If this person is really a friend of Mr. Zhou, he does not need an invitation to come in, and he cannot offend him. "Manager Fong, don't listen to his bragging. The guy I know is just a poor loser, and Mr. Zhou is such a big shot, how could he know him?" Zhou Long spoke quickly, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Manager Fong originally felt that Su Chen was a stranger, and now with Zhou Long's endorsement, he was even more suspicious that Su Chen had sneaked in. He stared at Su Chen with an unfriendly look. "I have basically met all of Mr. Zhou's friends." "When did you get to know Mr. Zhou?" Chapter 34 Desperate Jiang Yang. Zhou Long continued to exaggerate, saying, "Manager Fong, don't underestimate this guy because he is a loser. He is quite skilled and can easily avoid the security guards and climb into the club. I'm afraid his purpose is not just to come in and see the excitement. If a guest loses some valuables, it will be a big problem. After these words came out, Manager Fong looked at Su Chen with a cold look and said, "Come on, follow me to a place. I want to search you." "What if I don't?" Su Chen raised his eyelids. "No? Then I'll have to ask security to invite you." Manager Fong's face was grim. "Hey, is it so difficult to ask the security guard?" Su Chen shook his head. After all, he is a manager of the club, but he is just a fool and is used as a tool by others. "I don't have time to waste here with you. Security, come here. There's a thief in the club, arrest him." Manager Fong picked up the intercom and shouted. I watched Manager Fong call the security guard. Joe Long and his group of rich second-generation friends all had satisfied smiles on their faces. It is much more satisfying to embarrass Su Chen in such an occasion than to beat him up. They couldn't wait to see Su Chen being kicked out of the club. "Who are you going to arrest?" Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind everyone. When Manager Fong heard this voice, he shuddered. Because this voice belongs to Zhou Huaxian. "Mr. Zhou." He turned to look at Zhou Huaxian, whose face was full of coldness, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Bang! Zhou Huaxian slapped Manager Fong hard without saying a word. "You bastard!" After the fight, Zhou Huaxian quickly came to Su Chen and said apologetically, "Young Master Su, it was my poor hospitality that led to this. I accept the punishment." After saying that, he picked up the red wine from the waiter's tray and drank it all in one gulp in front of everyone's stunned gazes. "Oh shit, what is going on?" Zhou Long and others were dumbfounded. Su Chen actually knew Zhou Huaxian. And Zhou Huaxian was so polite to Su Chen. An uneasy thought arose in the minds of Zhou Long and others. "It's okay. I should have informed you when I arrived." Su Chen smiled indifferently. Seeing that Su Chen didn't take it to heart, Zhou Huaxian breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Manager Fong with a stern gaze and shouted, "Fong Lei, I need you to give me an explanation for what happened today." Su Chen can say that he doesn't care about anything. But Zhou Huaxian can't just do nothing. Manager Fong Lei's face turned pale, and he trembled as he said, "It was Zhou Long and his gang. They had a conflict with young Master Su. I came over to ask the reason, and Zhou Long said that young Master Su didn't have an invitation letter and most likely sneaked in. That's why I asked the security guards to kick them out." Bang! Zhou Huaxian slapped Fong Lei twice again. "Do you believe whatever others say? Also, is it difficult to go and ask the security guard?" Fortunately, young Master Su was generous and didn't take this matter to heart, otherwise I would have killed you. However, there is no place for you in Wanrong Group, so pack up and get out. Fong Lei covered his cheeks. When he heard that Zhou Huaxian wanted him to pack up and leave, he immediately became dissatisfied and said with his neck stiff, "Mr. Zhou, I have been following President Zhou for 15 years. Even if you want to fire me, you have to see whether President Zhou agrees." Zhou Huaxian looked at Fong Lei with disdain. "As long as it's about Mr. Su, my opinion is my father's opinion. Get lost." After saying that, Zhou Huaxian called the security guards to kick Fong Lei out. When the other guests in the club saw this scene, they all became confused. "Oh my goodness, who on earth is this Mr. Su?" It turns out that the Zhou family father and son value it so much. When Zhou Long and others heard these words, they trembled all over and almost fell down. "It's over, it's over." They kept wailing in their hearts. Sure enough, after Zhou Huaxian drove Fong Lei away, his attention fell on Zhou Long. "Zhou Long, Zhou Qian's son?" Zhou Huaxian looked at Zhou Long coldly. "Mr. Zhou, it's me." Zhou Long shrank his head like a quail. "Don't think that we are all Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou Huaxian is the most powerful young master in Zhenghai. As for him, Zhou Long, he is at best second rate. In front of Zhou Huaxian, he is just the younger brother among younger brothers." Bang! Zhou Huaxian slapped Zhou Long without any hesitation. "Who do you think you are? How dare you target young Master Su?" "Mr. Zhou, this is all a misunderstanding," Zhou Long said with gritted teeth. Bang bang bang! Zhou Huaxian slapped Zhou Long more than 10 times in a row and cursed, "What a misunderstanding." Being lectured in public, Zhou Long was furious. He pushed his neck and said, "Mr. Zhou, I don't accept it. Isn't he just a friend of yours? Our two families have so many business dealings. Why do you have to treat him like this? Why?" Because young Master Su is the most distinguished guest of our Zhou family. Also, from today on, the cooperation between our two companies ends here. Security, show us out. Security guards immediately carried Zhou Long and his friends out. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou. When Zhou Long heard that Zhou Huaxian wanted to cancel the cooperation between the two companies, he was so anxious that he almost cried and begged quickly. But no matter how he begged, Zhou Huaxian didn't even look at him. It's all that damn bastard's fault. After being kicked out of the club, Zhou Long was furious. At this time, none of his friends dared to talk to him. A bunch of cowards. Zhou Long glared at his friends unhappily. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. It was his father calling him. Alpaca, Zhou Long, what the hell did you do out there? Now Wanrong Group wants to cancel all cooperation with our Zhou family. Do you know that this will cause us to lose more than 1 billion? Zhou Qian cursed loudly. Zhou Long felt very aggrieved. Didn't he just offend an outsider? Who knew it would cause such a big mess? He said, I only offended a friend of Mr. Zhou. Friends? Are they Xiao Zhuang and the others? Zhou Qian's voice became much calmer. If that was the case, then there was still room for recovery. No, I know Xiao Zhuang and the others. How dare I offend them? He is an inconspicuous guy named Su Chen. When Zhou Long mentioned the name Su Chen, he gritted his teeth again. Su Chen? Fuck you, you bastard have ruined our Zhou family. Zhou Qian became even more furious. Zhou Long didn't expect Zhou Qian to react so strongly when he mentioned the name Su Chen. He asked in confusion, Dad, who on earth is this Su Chen? Why haven't I heard of him before? Who is he? He is the one who bought the Yunding Manor, which is worth more than 4 billion. One day, I had dinner with the president of Zhonghai Huaxia Bank, and he told me that we have a new super rich man in Zhonghai. The liquid funds in his bank card alone are more than 10 billion. This person is also called Su Chen. Zhou Qian was so angry that his voice trembled. Dad, I'm swollen. Zhou Long was really panicked. There are people who have more than 10 billion yuan in liquid funds in their bank cards, and no one knows how much money they actually have. For example, their Zhou family is said to have assets worth tens of billions. In fact, it would be good to have 10 billion in liquid assets. Don't call me dad, you are my dad. Zhou Qian cursed again. On the other hand, Fang Lei, who had not given up, also learned from Zhou Beixiong that Su Chen was the owner of Yunding Manor, and he completely gave up. It was not unfair for him to pack up and leave. If you want to hate someone, hate Zhou Long who used himself as a gun. Damn it, Zhou Long. Fang Lei was furious. Su Chen didn't know that there was so much more drama behind Zhou Long and Fang Lei who were kicked out of the club. Chapter 35 Reward 10 billion Square. He was having a big meal with Zhou Huaxian, drinking red wine, and chatting about all sorts of things. During this process, from time to time someone would come over with a glass of wine to toast Su Chen. Some of these people were curious about Su Chen's identity. There were also people who met Su Chen on his first day staying at Hentaying Manor. Su Chen responded politely. After a while, Zhou Beixiong, the chairman of Wanrong Group, the organizer of the cocktail party, and the richest man in Zhonghai, appeared in the hall with a large group of people. Mr. Su, I have heard of you for a long time. As soon as Zhou Beixiong entered the hall, his eyes locked on Su Chen, and then he quickened his pace and walked towards Su Chen. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Looking at the big boss in front of him who was as famous as Wang Jiansen of Northern Yida Group, Su Chen seems very calm. Hey, don't call me Mr. Zhou, just call me Brother Zhou. Zhou Beixiong was particularly enthusiastic. As the richest man in Zhonghai, he collected a lot of information about Su Chen. Victoria's boss. The owner of the Batmobile. The owner of Hentaying Manor. Billions of cash in bank cards. The boss of Huaxing Group. And 20% of Sanxin Group's shares. All these fortunes added together make him richer than he, the richest man in Zhonghai. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing about Su Chen. The most terrifying thing about Su Chen is that his family background is so simple. How powerful does one have to be to have such a clean family background? Zhou Beixiong didn't dare to think about it. Originally, the wealthy people thought they had overestimated Su Chen, but after seeing Zhou Beixiong's attitude towards Su Chen, they realized that they still underestimated Su Chen. At the same time, they became more curious about Su Chen. When Zhou Huaxian, who was standing by, heard his father ask Su Chen to call him Brother Zhou, his face suddenly turned bitter. Wouldn't that mean I would become Su Chen's nephew? This is a huge loss. Before the cocktail party officially started, there was actually a charity auction. This charity auction is also the highlight of tonight. When Zhou Beixiong appeared, it meant that the charity auction officially began. Everyone moved to a new venue. Zhou Beixiong strongly invited Su Chen to sit in the first seat. Su Chen refused on the grounds that Zhou Beixiong was the master. Then the ranking problem was solved. Zhou Beixiong sat in the first seat. Su Chen is second. Sitting in position number 3 is the second richest man in China overseas. After everyone was seated, the auction host came on stage and gave a long speech. The gist of it is that today's auction is to raise funds for the recent floods in the south. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. The auction items are personal belongings of the wealthy. This is a very interesting auction. It is equivalent to selling your own things and then buying them back. There is a very critical point here. Basically, the items you put up for auction represent the amount of your donation. Everyone is familiar with this auction model, so they were thinking about what to auction. Too cheap, not suitable. It's too expensive and everyone feels sorry for the money. When I started collecting auction items, most of them were diamond rings, pearl necklaces, jade bracelets, luxury car keys. Most of them were worth between 5 million and 10 million. The most expensive ones are only tens of millions. When it was Zhou Beixiong's turn, he took out a jade ring. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. This jade ring is Mr. Zhou's favorite. It was worn by an emperor in the Qing dynasty. It is worth 200 million. Mr. Zhou is very generous. Zhou Beixiong just smiled slightly. The fact that he took out a jade ring worth 200 million means that he would have to spend at least 200 million to buy it back. Then it was Su Chen's turn. Su Chen also wanted to make some contribution to the people in the disaster area. He looked at the most valuable thing on him. Apart from the Rolls-Royce key, it was the Patek Philippe watch. So he put the Patek Philippe on the tray. How much is a watch worth? Mr. Su is a bit stingy. A wealthy man muttered quietly. Don't talk nonsense. This is a Patek Philippe Ref 1518, a top luxury watch worth more than 100 million yuan. There is only one like this in the whole country. Someone stepped forward to explain. Now, the voices of doubt died down. The auction items have been collected and the auction officially begins. The first item to be auctioned was a pearl necklace valued at $5.6 million. When the host called out the base price, someone symbolically added 100,000 to it. Then the necklace was bought back by the original owner for 5.8 million. Such an auction did not cause much waves. Everyone paid for their own things. Soon, it was time to auction the jade ring. Qing Dynasty jade ring, starting price, 200 million. The host cleared his throat and shouted. 250 million. Naturally, no one was going to compete with Zhou Beixiong for his favorite thing. After a moment of silence, Zhou Beixiong added another 50 million to the original amount. Bang bang bang. The applause was thunderous. All the wealthy people applauded Zhou Beixiong's generosity. Next, it's Su Chen's things, which is also the last item to be auctioned. Patek Philippe Ref 1518, starting price, 110 million. Because this was the last item to be auctioned, and Su Chen was the focus of the entire venue, the attention of hundreds of wealthy people at the auction venue was focused on Su Chen. I guess he'll spend 150 million to buy it back. More than that, probably around 300 million. After all, it's the finale. It would be meaningless if the price doesn't exceed Mr. Zhou's 250 million. I think it's around 300 million, too. They discussed in a low voice the amount of Su Chen's donation. After a moment of silence, Su Chen finally raised his hand and shouted, "I'll bid 10 billion. When they heard this number, the whole audience fell into deathly silence. Some of the wealthy people even picked their ears without any hesitation, wondering if they had heard it wrongly. Are you sure?" After several dozen seconds, the host asked Su Chen in a trembling voice. "Sure." Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Anyway, he has more than 10 billion yuan in his bank card, it would be a waste if he doesn't use it. Taking it out now can also help share the country's worries. Bang bang bang. After getting Su Chen's affirmation, Zhou Beixiong stood up and applauded first, and the others followed suit and clapped wildly. The applause was like thunder and like a tsunami, and it lasted for several minutes before stopping. Mr. Su, first of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people in the disaster area. Mr. Su, do you have anything to say at this moment? The host's face turned red with excitement and he trembled all over as he moved the topic to Su Chen. Su Chen stood up and said after thinking for a moment, maybe many people here will be curious about why I donated so much money at once, but it's actually very simple. I am not interested in money. Stare. The host donated money to the people in the disaster area, allowing the light of righteousness to shine on the earth. I will reward the host with 60 billion miles yuan. No one could have imagined that the amount of donations tonight's charity fundraiser would reach 10.8 billion. No one could have imagined that 10 billion of these 10.8 billion came from the same person. When the wealthy people at the venue heard Su Chen say, I'm not interested in money, no one doubted it. Others have donated 10 billion, it seems that they are really not interested in money. After the auction there will be a dinner. This time, Su Chen was pushed to the main position by everyone. Su Chen sat in the main seat and chatted and laughed with the wealthy people. He discovered that these people were not as serious as they were shown in the media. Chapter 36 New World Club. They also say WTF when they are surprised. When talking about something unhappy, he would also say fuck it. At the same time, Su Chen also discovered the biggest characteristic of this group of people. That is being able to speak. He thought the dinner would end at around 10 o'clock. As a result, it was already 10:30 and the dinner was only halfway through. Su Chen decided to slip away early. Because he was drunk, Su Chen contacted a designated driver. The New World Club is located in the suburbs, and many designated drivers choose not to accept the order because it is far away. For this reason, Su Chen added 1,000 yuan as a thank you money. Soon, someone took the order. When the designated driver was about to arrive, Su Chen also said that he was leaving. If other people left such an occasion halfway, Zhou Beixiong and the other wealthy people would definitely be very unhappy. But not for Su Chen. Anyone who dares to be unhappy should donate 10 billion first. Brother Su, I'll take you there. Zhou Beixiong stood up from his seat. Mr. Su, I'll see you off too. People stood up one after another. Soon, hundreds of wealthy people expressed their willingness to see Su Chen off. Su Chen had no choice but to let them follow. When Su Chen was walking out of the club, the designated driver Gu Jie had already arrived. Gu Jie is not very old, about 25 or 26 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looks very energetic. TSK, the identity of this guest today must be very unusual. Looking at the environment of the club and the luxury cars on the parking lot, Gu Jie couldn't help but think. But when he saw a wealthy man walking out of the club, he was shocked again. Isn't this Yang Qi, the CEO of ULI Technology? He is a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. He had a new understanding of the identity levels of the club's guests. Later, he found that Yang Qi seemed to be leading the way, looking back from time to time with a smile on his face. Who is Mr. Yang looking at with that ingratiating smile? Gu Jie was secretly surprised. Soon, Gu Jie saw the second person walking out of the club, Wo Guanghong from Fuxing Group. No wonder Mr. Yang looked so flattering, it turned out to be Mr. Guo. Gu Jie had an expression of sudden enlightenment. Gui Guanghong is the richest man in China overseas after Zhou Beixiong. However, Gu Jie soon discovered something was wrong. The expression on Gui Guanghong's face was exactly the same as Yang Qi's. He looked back with a smile. Could it be Zhou Beixiong? Gu Jie speculated secretly. Looking at the entire Zhanghai, only Zhou Beixiong can make Gui Guanghong be so polite. The next person to appear was indeed Zhou Beixiong. Fuck, this club is so lively today. It's like the Huashan sword contest. I just wonder who my guest will be. Gu Jie sighed. But when he turned his gaze to Zhou Beixiong, his expression froze. Because Zhou Beixiong had the same smile on his face as Gui Guanghong and the others. Could it be that brothers Xiaoma and Jack Ma are here? At this moment, these two are the only people Gu Jie can think of. After all, these two are frequent visitors to the throne of China's richest man. The next second, a young and unfamiliar face appeared in front of Gu Jie. This young stranger was surrounded by dozens of Zhanghai tycoons. Zhou Beixiong's flattering smile was directed at him. Gu Jie was stunned. Gu Jie never dreamed that it was a young man who was sought after by all the wealthy people in Zhanghai, including the richest man. Whose young master is this? He's so fierce? Gu Jie's brain was a little confused. Su Chen, who was walking out of the club, also noticed Gu Jie's presence and knew from the designated driver's profile picture that this was the designated driver he had called. So Su Chen said to Zhou Beixiong and others, "Okay, the designated driver I called is here, you don't have to see him off." Zhou Beixiong and others were stunned. How could someone as ridiculously rich as Mr. Su not have a driver? If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Hua Xian to take you, Mr. Su. Zhou Beixiong's face was full of regret. Fine. I'll be leaving first. Brother Zhou, enjoy your meal and drink. Su Chen took out his cell phone and called Gu Jie. I'm ahead of you. Gu Jie picked up the phone, and when he heard this, his eyes met Su Chen's. It is certain that this extremely terrifying young man is his guest today. Mr. Su. He walked up to Su Chen and shouted with a trembling voice. Let's go and get the car. Su Chen patted Gu Jie on the shoulder. Well. Two people came to the Rolls-Royce. Su Chen threw the car keys to Gu Jie and said, "Can you drive this car?" Because he had seen Zhou Beixiong always smiling in front of Su Chen, the Rolls-Royce did not shock Gu Jie that much, and he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I can drive it. The company has trained me." Okay then, the destination is the Hentaying Villa district. After Su Chen got into the car, he found that Gu Jie seemed very nervous. His hands holding the steering wheel were shaking and he frowned slightly. This can't go on. What if I get into a car accident? So he took the initiative to find a topic to talk to Gu Jie. Gradually, Gu Jie discovered that although Su Chen's identity was terrifying, he was not arrogant, and his nervous mood dissipated. 40 minutes later, we arrived at Hentaying Manor. When Gu Jie saw the Batmobile and 8 other Rolls-Royces parked in the manor, he was a little shocked again. Is this the life of rich people? Big manor, super luxury car. Love it, love it. Watch out, there's 1,200 yuan in my account. Seeing that Su Chen had already paid the bill, Gu Jie took out the electric bike from the trunk and prepared to leave. Open your WeChat payment code. Su Chen suddenly said something. Gu Jie showed the WeChat payment code without understanding what it meant. 6,666 yuan has been received via WeChat. A mechanical voice sounded, and Gu Jie was stunned for a moment. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Oh, didn't you say during our conversation just now that you got married not long ago? This red envelope is your wedding red envelope. Sorry to bother you tonight. Su Chen said with a smile. Gu Jie's eyes were a little moist. Who the hell said that rich people are unkind? Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Your wife is still waiting for you, so I won't keep you here. Be careful on your way. Su Chen said. I will. Looking at Su Chen's leaving back, Gu Jie had an idea in his mind. You deserve to be so rich. After calming down his excitement, Gu Jie rode his electric bike down the mountain. Stare. The host is kind and generous, and has let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I will reward the host with an AW-139 helicopter, worth 120 million. After Gu Jie left, the system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. There was a sound of eye sockets piercing my lungs. A helicopter flashing with cold metallic light appeared on the parking apron. +1 for transportation. The next day, Su Chen woke up at around 6 o'clock. I was woken up by a phone call. Su Chen wanted to get angry, but when he saw the note on his phone was Chao Gang, he immediately calmed down. Chao Gang is his childhood friend and best friend. When we were young, our relationship was so close that we even wore the same pants. It was just because Chao Gang's college entrance examination results were not ideal, so he went out to work early. Su Chen went to the campus. The two of them gradually had less and less contact, and only got together during the Chinese New Year every year. But Su Chen never forgot the friendship between the two. Su Chen knew Chao Gang's character very well. He called at this time, which must be an emergency. Gangzi, what's wrong? After the call was connected, Su Chen asked. Brother Chen, are you well off now? Can you lend me 10,000 yuan? Chapter 37. Who are you going to catch? Chao Gang's voice was anxious. Wei Xing collects money. After Su Chen replied, Wei Xian immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Chao Gang. 100,000? Chao Gang was obviously shocked when he saw this amount. Gangzi, what happened? Su Chen continued to ask. My mother has acute leukemia. The county hospital performed surgery all night last night, but the surgery failed. She has to be transferred to Shanghai City Hospital. The doctor estimated that the cost of the surgery is only about 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. Chao Gang was silent for a moment and said, "Gangzi, such a big thing must cost a lot of money. I will transfer another 900,000 to you." Su Chen clicked on WeChat to transfer money and started the process. Looking at the transfer of 50,000 at a time, Chao Gang was completely shocked. Didn't Su Chen say that he had just found a job during the Chinese New Year last year? That's why he just asked to borrow 10,000. How come you suddenly become so rich? Of course, in addition to doubts, Chao Gang was more moved. 1 million can be borrowed at any time. They are closer than brothers. Brother Chen, I am so grateful for your kindness. When my mother's illness is cured, I will work like a slave for you. We are a family, 2 brothers, let's not talk about this. How is Auntie doing now? Chao Gang's voice revealed a sense of sadness. It's not ideal. She must be transferred to the city hospital for surgery immediately, otherwise she may not be saved. Su Chen suddenly remembered the helicopter the system gave him last night, and said, "Stay in the hospital for now. I'll come from the city right away and have a way to get Auntie treated as quickly as possible." Really? Chao Gang asked subconsciously. It depends on whether you are willing to believe me, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Chao Gang gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Chen, I believe you, but I can only wait for you for an hour at most, otherwise my mother will really not be able to hold on." Su Chen thought about the distance between his hometown and Zhanghai City, and an hour of helicopter flight was more than enough. Okay, no problem. However, when Su Chen stood in front of the helicopter, he was stunned. He can't fly a helicopter. It's too late to find a helicopter pilot now. This is so embarrassing. Stare. The host generously donated money to help a friend, and I specially rewarded the host for his helicopter piloting skills. The system's voice was heard, and then information about flying a helicopter was poured into Su Chen's brain. System, I love you so much, Su Chen said excitedly. He climbed onto the helicopter and first called Wan Xinghe. Ask Wan Xinghe to contact Beihui County People's Hospital where Chao Gang's mother is currently, as a helicopter will be stopping there soon. When Wan Xinghe received the call, although he felt a little strange, he immediately mobilized his connections and took care of everything. After the call, Su Chen started to operate according to the information in his mind. Tap tap tap. The helicopter took off, turned in the air, and flew towards Beihui County. In less than 20 minutes, Su Chen had already entered the airspace above Beihui County People's Hospital. It took another 3 minutes for Su Chen to land the helicopter on the roof of the People's Hospital. On the rooftop, the leaders of the People's Hospital were already waiting. Although these leaders didn't understand what was going on, they still greeted Su Chen with smiles on their faces. However, time was running out, so Su Chen ignored them and called Chao Gang again to confirm the specific room. "Gangzi, I'm here, where are you now? Arrive." Chao Gang was shocked again. This is too fast. It would take at least 40 to 50 minutes to drive from the city to Beihui People's Hospital at the fastest speed, but Su Chen arrived in less than half an hour. How did he do it? Could it be possible to fly? But now was not the time for Chao Gang to think about this question. He quickly said the room number. Su Chen quickly found Chao Gang. "Gangzi." Su Chen came up and hugged Chao Gang, who looked haggard. "Brother Chen." Looking at Su Chen's messy hair, Chao Gang felt indescribably moved. "Auntie now?" Su Chen asked carefully. "My mother is still in the intensive care unit and her condition is very critical." "Brother Chen, you're here so soon, can you help me send my mom to a hospital in the city? I really can't bear it. My mom raised me up, but I haven't enjoyed a single day of happiness." Chao Gang looked sad. "No need to go downtown," Su Chen said. "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Chao Gang was puzzled. "Take me to see my aunt first." Su Chen did not explain directly. Chao Gang took Su Chen to the intensive care unit where his mother was with some doubt. Su Chen took a look. Chao Gang's mother has been tortured by the disease to the point of being unrecognizable. She looks emaciated, pale, and has all kinds of tubes inserted into her body. There was a young nurse observing the condition of Chao Gang's mother. "Have you thought about it? Do you want to arrange for a transfer to another hospital?" When the nurse saw Chao Gang appear, she walked over and asked. "We want to see Auntie first," Su Chen answered for Chao Gang. "Okay, but you have to make a decision as soon as possible." The patient's condition is not ideal right now. Delaying it for one more second will be more dangerous for the patient. The nurse reminded. Su Chen nodded, walked to Chao Gang's mother, and took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a bright red pill, and the fragrance of the pill filled the air. It can bring people back to life and turn bones into flesh. As long as there is still a breath left, you can restore the other person to his original state. This was a reward given to him by the system a long time ago, but he never used it. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Chao Gang was even more confused now. The nurse stared at Su Chen with a wary look. Swish. Su Chen suppressed his pain and stuffed the dawandan into Chao Gang's mother's mouth. After all, this thing is life-saving, and there is only one, so it will be gone once used. However, Su Chen still felt it was worth it to be able to save Chao Gang's mother's life. What are you doing? When the nurse saw Su Chen giving something to the patient, she immediately became angry. He ran over and was about to take out the dawandan, but was stopped by Su Chen. You want to kill the patient. The nurse was so anxious that she was sweating and rushed out of the room to find a doctor. Gangzi, if you believe me, just wait and see. Su Chen glanced at Chao Gang, whose face was full of confusion. Of course Chao Gang would not think that Su Chen deliberately harmed his mother. But what does it mean to feed his mother a strange pill? However, seeing the affirmative look on Su Chen's face, Chao Gang took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, Brother Chen, I believe you. Immediately, he looked at his mother nervously, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Soon, Chao Gang discovered something unusual. His mother's pale face returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his dry and dull skin began to become shiny little by little. The instrument next to him that was monitoring his physical condition began to beat, and the data gradually returned to normal. Chao Gang was stunned. Dr. Hua, they gave the patient something strange to eat, please take a look at it quickly. The nurse came over with a middle-aged doctor, looking anxious. It's just nonsense. The middle-aged doctor had an angry look on his face. However, when the two of them entered the ward, they found that the patient, who was only breathing his last breath, slowly sat up from the bed. Full of energy and radiant. See a ghost? The doctors and nurses were dumbfounded. Mom! When Chao Gang saw his mother wake up, he finally couldn't control his emotions. He turned his head and fell beside his mother, crying. Seeing this scene, Su Chen quietly left the ward. Chapter 38. I'm not interested in money. Go home and catch up on some sleep. Stare. The host cured his friend's mother and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I will reward the host with 10 dawandan. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose unconsciously. Dog system, awesome. After talking to Chao's mother, Chao Gang wanted to find Su Chen to express his gratitude, but found that Su Chen was gone. Could it be that Brother Chen has become a god? Su Chen drove the helicopter back to Hentaying Manor and went straight into the bedroom to catch up on his sleep. When he woke up again, he picked up his phone and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock. And I received many messages of thanks from Chao Gang on my mobile phone, as well as the transfer of 1 million yuan. In addition to this, there was a missed call. After Su Chen chatted with Chao Gang for a few words, he called back the unanswered call. Hello, who are you? Soon, the call was connected. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su? I am the management director of China Overseas Global Plaza. My name is Yuan Wenhe. Regarding the transfer of the ownership of the plaza, we still need your signature, Mr. Su. May I ask where you are now, Mr. Su? I can bring the contract to you. A polite voice came from the phone. Oh, is that so? Then I'll come find you. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll be waiting for you at Global Plaza. After the call, Su Chen got up, washed up briefly, then chose a new Rolls-Royce and drove towards Global Plaza. Should I get myself a driver? Sitting in the driving seat, Su Chen suddenly thought of it. China Overseas Global Plaza was officially completed in 2013. It is the largest shopping mall in the central city of China Overseas, integrating the three central functions of commerce, tourism, and culture. The total construction area is over 400,000 square meters. In addition to shopping and entertainment venues, there are also 100,000 square meters of high-end office buildings and 50,000 square meters of five-star hotels. If a family has such a large square, they basically don't have to worry about their ancestors for 18 generations, as they will all be wealthy. When Su Chen arrived at the square, he did not notify Yuan Wenhe immediately, but walked around the square. It was almost noon, but the square was still crowded with people. The shops located in the square are also doing good business. Suchin looked at the lively scene and thought that this square could bring him more than 1 billion in revenue a year. As he walked around, Suchin arrived at the training area on the 5th floor. There are all kinds of training classes, such as dance, calligraphy, and piano. There are dozens of children in each training room. Children nowadays are so miserable. Suchin saw a child who had just graduated from a dance training class and immediately went to a piano training class. After walking 2 more steps, Suchin discovered several martial arts gyms. There are traditional martial arts, free fighting, and taekwondo and karate that came in from abroad. After finishing his shopping, Suchin was about to call Yuan Wenha when suddenly, he caught a glimpse of an acquaintance out of the corner of his eye. Shen Yao. That heroic and sarcastic girl. At this time, Shen Yao was standing on the ring sparring with a bald man in his 30s. Suchin quietly entered the martial arts hall and stood aside to watch. A voice came into his ear. This old man Ma Weigui is really shameless. He pretended to be a Tai Chi master to trick students' parents into signing up and paying fees, but was exposed by Sister Yao Yao. Now he actually found a free fighting practitioner and pretended to be his apprentice to fight with Sister Yao Yao. Suchin listened for a while and finally understood. There are 2 martial arts schools in this venue. One teaches Bajiquan and the other teaches Taijiquan. The 2 families didn't get along well at the beginning. Because all the Baji coaches, including Shen Yao, can't stand the fake Tai Chi master, Ma Weigui, the owner of the Tai Chi gym. What is the head of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi? What is hair extension? What is the lightning 5 whips? It can be as outrageous as it can be. What's even more disgusting is that this fake master also invited a European boxing champion to fight with him. Under the power of the banknote punch, the European boxing champion lost to Ma Weigui with just 1 punch. Ma Weigui also filmed the match and played it back and forth in the martial arts gym. This move deceived many parents who were unaware of the truth and made them pay for the lessons. One day, Baji Martial Arts School couldn't stand it anymore and had a conflict with Ma Weigui. I don't know if Ma Weigui fooled himself, but he actually ran to the ring and expressed his willingness to accept the challenge. One of Shen Yao's disciples immediately rushed to the ring and started fighting with Ma Weigui. Unfortunately, the situation that the parents who signed up their children for Tai Chi lessons imagined, where seniors taught their juniors, did not occur. Within 30 seconds, Ma Weigui was knocked down 3 times by his disciple Shen Yao. Now, the parents finally realized that Ma Weigui was a liar and started clamoring for their money back. Ma Weigui suddenly panicked. He said that he was knocked down because he had a stomachache and he had used up all his strength in the toilet. And the shoes today are not right. Too slippery, easy to fall. He was not defeated by others, but by himself. At the same time, he requested another competition with Baji Martial Arts School. The time is set today. This time, Ma Weigui did not play himself, but spent 50,000 yuan to invite a Sanda champion Meng Bao. He also packaged Meng Bao as his own disciple. After Meng Bao came on stage, he swept through the students and coaches of Baji Martial Arts School. Shen Yao was already the last line of defense. It doesn't matter if we lose the competition. We are just afraid that old man Ma Weigui will use this competition to promote how powerful his disciples are and get people to sign up for his martial arts school. Then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Several young Baji students were worried and watched the competition on the ring intently. The game has come to an end. Faced with the torrential punches and continuous kicks from Sanda champion Meng Bao, Shen Yao finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Shen Yao was kicked out. The pain and dizziness made Shen Yao unable to stand up for a long time. And Meng Bao came to Ma Weigui. Master, I have accomplished my mission. Meng Bao bowed to Ma Weigui. Although he also looked down on Ma Weigui, he still cooperated in the acting for the sake of money. Well, you, a useless little disciple, have finally made some progress. Ma Weigui smiled complacently, and then he said to the parents who were watching the show, Meng Bao is just my most useless little disciple, but he can defeat the entire Baji martial arts hall. I believe everyone can figure out whether I, Ma, am a real master or a fake master. Do you still want to refund the tuition now? As soon as Ma Weigui finished speaking, the people in the crowd immediately started to speak in excited voices. Master Ma is invincible. It is an honor for my child to learn martial arts from you. I will not refund the tuition, and I will charge him an additional year's tuition. When other parents heard this, it seemed to make sense. It seems that Master Ma had a stomachache in the previous competition and failed to show his full strength. Thinking of this, these parents all said that they would not refund the tuition fees. There are even many parents who have their children learning martial arts in Baji martial arts schools and are planning to transfer their children to Tai Chi martial arts schools. When the coaches of Baji martial arts school saw the scene, they were almost angry to death. Who said Baji martial arts school lost? I haven't fought yet. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Who said Baji martial arts school lost? I haven't fought yet. The person who said this was naturally Su Chen. At this time, no matter how he exposes Ma Weigua, the fake master, these parents will side with Ma Weigua and even laugh at Baji for not being able to afford to lose. Chapter 39: The Stunned Designated Driver. The best way is to knock Meng Bao down in the ring. The people from Baji martial arts school looked at Su Chen with bewilderment. When did the martial arts school have such a new student? Only Xin Yao's face was filled with joy. Brother Chen. She looked excited. Finally saw Su Chen again. Is he seriously injured? Su Chen asked gently. Xin Yao shook her head. When Baji martial arts school saw that Su Chen knew Xin Yao, they no longer had any doubts about Su Chen's identity. They were more worried about Su Chen's strength. Su Chen has a fair and tender appearance and doesn't look like a martial arts master at all. How to fight with free fighting champion Meng Bao? They might not even be able to last one round, making their Baji martial arts school a laughingstock. Ha ha ha, here comes another one who isn't afraid of death. Little brother, can you do it? Go down. The 8 of you should just admit defeat and stop making trouble. The parents watching the show also booed. Su Chen ignored the doubts and boos, came to the ring, looked at Meng Bao, and said, Baji, Su Chen. After saying that, Su Chen performed the opening move of Baji. The movements are clean, swift, and powerful. Disciple, take care of him as soon as possible, it's time for lunch. Ma Weigua shouted from the audience, obviously not taking Su Chen seriously. Meng Bao didn't take Su Chen seriously either. After the referee shouted start, Meng Bao casually swung a punch towards Su Chen. However, just as he swung his fist out, he saw Su Chen's palm coming down vertically, like Pango creating the world and Mount Tai pressing down on his head. Baji, split the mountain. Meng Bao's eyelids jumped instantly. He retracted his fist and raised his hands high to meet the chop. Bang! When their palms touched, a huge force pushed Meng Bao to his knees on the ground. This. Everyone who thought Meng Bao would win easily was stunned. Ah! Meng Bao shouted loudly and used all his strength to push Su Chen away. Su Chen didn't move at all. In the end, Su Chen took the initiative to step back. Meng Bao realized that Su Chen was not so easy to deal with, so he was very alert and clenched his fists to hit Su Chen. However, before his fists touched Su Chen, he was knocked away by Su Chen's fists. The 8 extremes, the 5 mountains point toward the sky. Ah! Meng Bao yelled again and rushed towards Su Chen like a madman. Su Chen slapped Meng Bao with one palm, knocking him 7 or 8 meters away and falling off the stage. Baji, Liuha Putigen. Meng Bao lay on the ground with a pale face. He finally understood how big the gap in strength was between him and Su Chen. And he clearly felt that Su Chen still had some strength left. Otherwise, this palm alone would be enough to cripple him. Little disciple, stand up and fight him, what are you afraid of? Seeing Meng Bao lying on the ground motionless, Ma Weigua came to Meng Bao and said anxiously. I'll beat Nima. Meng Bao stood up with a somersault and kicked Ma Weigua. Ah! Ma Weigua was kicked 3 meters away. You're asking me to die by letting me fight with such a master? Those parents were confused. Why did the disciple hit his master? And how come the master can't even take one move from his disciple? After Meng Bao kicked Ma Weigua away, he bowed to Su Chen and said, I admit defeat. Little disciple, how dare you hit your master? I will expel you from the sect. Ma Weigua covered his chest with his hands, looking extremely angry. Pooh! I'm obviously an actor you hired for 50,000 yuan a day. Do you really think of me as your apprentice? I don't want this 50,000 yuan. Take it and get out of here. I'm going to learn Baji from Master Su now. Meng Bao took out 50,000 yuan in brand new cash and threw it in front of Ma Weigua. Ah! Now, these parents suddenly realized. It turns out that all this was fake. Refund, refund. These parents are crazy. Puff. Seeing that Meng Bao had exposed everything, Ma Weiguo was so angry that he vomited blood. Su Chen calmly returned to Xin Yao's side. Su Chen, thank you. Xin Yao expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Brother Su, your Bajiquan is amazing, can you teach me? As soon as Su Chen stepped down from the ring, students from Baji Martial Arts School immediately surrounded him, and even some coaches looked admiring. Master, I want my child to learn martial arts from Brother Su. I will pay the tuition fee immediately. These parents are no longer calm. Ma Weiguo looked at this scene, feeling pain and hatred, and picked up the phone to make a call. Xiaogua, aren't you the manager of Zhonghai Plaza? Uncle wants you to do something. Drive Baji Martial Arts School out of Zhonghai Plaza. After hanging up the phone, Ma Weiguo looked at everyone in Baji Martial Arts School with resentment. I hope you can still laugh later. The people over at Baji Martial Arts School are indeed very happy. After Xin Yao was defeated by Meng Bao, these members were ready to accept their fate. Who would have thought that things would take such an unexpected turn? Not only did he completely expose Ma Weiguo as a fake master, but he also attracted a large number of students to the martial arts school. Brother Su, thanks to you today, otherwise our martial arts school would not only suffer losses, but also Ma Weiguo, the fake master, would deceive more people. The owner of Baji Martial Arts School is called Xin Lai, Xin Yao's cousin. After arranging the registration, he came to Su Chen with a warm face. Su Chen smiled slightly. I just did what I should do, and you are the first to expose the fake master. You are the real heroes. Stare. The host has successfully fought against counterfeiting and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I will reward the host with 51% of the shares of Maya Live. After receiving the reward from the system, Su Chen remained calm. As the largest live streaming platform in China, Maya Live has a market value of approximately 30 billion yuan, and 51% of the shares is equivalent to 15 billion yuan. 15 billion, Su Chen said it was no big deal. Pocket money, pocket money. When Xin Lai heard Su Chen say that they were the real heroes, he felt a little embarrassed, but he felt very happy. Everyone likes to hear good words. Yao, why don't you introduce Brother Su to me? Xin Lai said with a smile on his face. Brother Chen is one of my seniors. I have always wanted to learn Kung Fu from him, but he never agreed. Xin Yao said with a smile, and glanced at Su Chen while speaking. Su Chen gave a polite yet awkward smile. Since they last separated, Xin Yao had indeed sent him messages several times. Asked her what he was thinking about taking her as his apprentice. Su Chen didn't know how to solve it, so he didn't reply. Brother Chen, don't you like me sending you messages? Xin Yao blinked her bright and lively eyes and looked at Su Chen. Ahem, that's not it. Su Chen coughed twice. Then why don't you reply? Xin Yao rolled her eyes. After hearing this conversation, several martial arts students who were about the same age as Xin Yao covered their chests. The reason they came to the martial arts gym to learn Baji was actually to make it easier for them to pursue Xin Yao. And now I see my goddess being so humble in front of other men. They said they felt heartbroken. I feel sorry for myself and also for the goddess. Well, I just haven't figured out how to reply to you. How about this, from now on I will come to this martial arts gym to teach for one day every weekend. Su Chen thought about it and made a decision. Since the system rewarded him with the skills of a grandmaster of traditional Chinese martial arts, he had the responsibility to develop them. Besides, teaching in a martial arts school is like working. You can't just sit there like a lazy guy every day. Well, I work one day a week. It's great that Brother Su can come to our martial arts school to teach. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Xin Lai was a little excited. Chapter 40 Private Helicopter. Su Chen's strength is obvious to all. Beating a kickboxing champion is like beating a sandbag. With a great god like him around, how can the martial arts school's business not be prosperous? The most important thing is that they can also learn more profound Bajiquan from Su Chen. From today on, Master Su Chen Su will be the gold medal coach of our martial arts school. He will teach every weekend. Xin Lai was worried that Su Chen would go back on his word, so he immediately spoke at the top of his voice. Brother Su is here in Baji. Let's sign up. It doesn't matter how much money we get, as long as we can learn real Kung Fu from Brother Su. After parents confirmed that Su Chen was the coach of the martial arts school, more people signed up. What made Xin Lai laugh and cry was that a large number of the applicants were ladies in their 30s or 40s, and these ladies did not register for their children, but for themselves. During the registration process, They didn't listen to what Xinlai was saying at all, and their attention was all on Su Chen. Handsome. So cool. Xinlai finally understood that these sisters were not here to learn martial arts at all, they were just attracted by Su Chen's looks. But let me be frank. He was also jealous of Su Chen's looks. Just when the Baji martial arts school was bustling with activity and the atmosphere was lively, a bald man with protruding ears came over with more than a dozen square security guards. Baji martial arts school, your lease has expired, pack up and get out. The bald man came over aggressively and shouted loudly. The martial arts hall fell silent. Xinlai looked at the person who had come and suddenly had a bad thought in his mind. The bald man is called Guo Sihai. It is a management of China Overseas Global Plaza. He likes to blackmail the tenants on weekdays. In order to avoid trouble, the tenants have to accept it and give Guo Sihai some benefits. Judging from the situation today, Guo Sihai comes with bad intentions. At the same time, Xinlai was also very confused. On weekdays, I have taken care of all the benefits that I should have. Why did Guo Sihai suddenly start trouble for himself? The next second, he saw Ma Weiguo in the crowd. Ma Weiguo was looking at him with a smug look on his face. It's that bastard again. Xinlai cursed in his heart, but with a smile on his face he handed a cigarette to Guo Sihai. Brother Guo, come and smoke a cigarette. Bang! Guo Sihai threw away the zhenghua that Xinlai handed over and said coldly. Don't give me that. Your rent is due, pack up and get out. Xinlai took a deep breath and said, Brother Guo, our lease should be due in 2 months, and we will definitely choose to renew it. He rented this place on August 8th last year. Today is June 13th. No matter how good the prospects of the martial arts school are, Xinlai will definitely choose to renew the lease. There's only 2 months of shit left, see for yourself. Guo Sihai took out the shop lease contract from his briefcase. Xinlai took it and took a look. I saw that the date August 8th on the contract had been changed by Guo Sihai to June 6th. I can do this, too. Xinlai was so angry that his head was smoking. He was no longer polite to Guo Sihai and said, Guo Sihai, you forgot that the contract was in duplicate. We also have a contract in hand. After saying that, Xinlai asked someone to get the contract. Soon, the contract came. It clearly states that the lease starts on August 8th. Humph. Zhenghai Plaza is not yours to decide alone. I will take the contract to your manager now. Xinlai raised the contract in his hand angrily. Puff. A security guard suddenly poured a bucket of liquid onto the contract in Xinlai's hand. The contract written in black and white turned completely black in an instant. A bucket of ink spilled by the security guard. You said a few pieces of black paper were a lease contract, and I even said they were evidence of your wife's infidelity. Obviously, Guo Sihai came prepared. Xinlai had never expected Guo Sihai to be so capable of such a move and was stunned. By the time he realized what was happening, he wanted to beat Guo Sihai up. However, thinking of Guo Sihai's identity as the manager of Zhenghai Plaza, Xinlai forced himself to calm down and said in a cold tone, Guo Sihai, is it fun to do this? Hee, Xinlai, even if you expose me, so what? If I can't make money, you won't have an easy life. Ma Weiguo felt particularly happy when he saw Xinlai's helpless look, and mocked Xinlai mercilessly. Guo Sihai folded his hands, faced Xinlai's question, and proudly said 4 words, I like it. Does your boss know that you are so arrogant? Su Chen, who had been watching the show, finally couldn't help but stand up. Does your boss know that you are so arrogant? Su Chen's indifferent voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guo Sihai also glanced over and said bluntly, Why? Do you know our boss? I'm telling you, even if you know our boss, it's useless. Today, I have the final say on this matter. In fact, Guo Sihai didn't think that Su Chen knew their boss, so he dared to speak so arrogantly. Really? If your boss were here, would you have the final say? Su Chen asked back calmly. Guo Sihai raised his eyebrows and said, Stop pretending here. I've seen a lot of people like you. If you can get to know our boss, I'll call you Grandpa. Guo Sihai was used to being arrogant and domineering, and he didn't take Su Chen's words to heart at all. Su Chen smiled coldly. What a coincidence, I actually know your boss. Seeing Su Chen's confident look, Guo Sihai felt panic for no reason. Xiao Guo, don't be afraid. That guy is just a coach at Baji Martial Arts School. How could he possibly know your boss? Seeing this, Ma Weiguo said to Guo Sihai in his ear. When Guo Sihai heard that Su Chen was just a martial arts coach, he immediately felt relieved. The boss of China Overseas Global Plaza is a very powerful figure, a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. How could he be friends with a martial arts coach? That's too cheap. It wasn't just Guo Zihai who didn't believe it. Shen Lai and others also subconsciously chose to doubt. If Su Chen knew the owner of the square, how could he be willing to be a coach in their martial arts school? Shouldn't it be luxury cars, beauties, and young models in clubs every day? Only Shen Yao had no doubts. Because she already knew that Su Chen had two identities, the owner of Victoria Restaurant and the president of Huaxin Group. It wouldn't be surprising if he knew the owner of the plaza. Damn, I was almost fooled by you, a bastard. Guo Zihai wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his head, then turned to look at Shen Lai and said, I'll give you 1 hour to pack up and get out, or I'll sue you for occupying a shop. Shen Lai gritted his teeth, he was so angry. Just when his martial arts school was about to flourish, he never expected to encounter something like this. But it was obvious that he could not defeat Guo Zihai. What can I do? You just have to pack up and leave. It's so frustrating. Very frustrating. Not only Shen Lai, but also other coaches in the martial arts school, including the students who had just registered, felt extremely aggrieved. Are you sure what you want to do? Su Chen asked again. You're never going to stop talking like that, are you? Do you really think you're the biggest boss? Get out of here. Guo Zihai cursed at Su Chen. Su Chen sighed. Why did someone have to rush into the muzzle of his gun? Then he would have to be shot on the spot. So Su Chen called Yuan Wenhe. I am currently at the Baji Martial Arts School in the training area on the 5th floor of the plaza. I'll be there in a minute. Yuan Wenhe responded immediately. After the call, he looked at the senior management of the plaza who were already preparing to welcome the new boss in the office and said, Let's go and welcome the new boss. Chapter 41, Childhood Friends Crisis. Meet the new boss. The square's top executives seemed very excited. Tap tap tap. The group set off in a mighty procession. Oh, you actually called someone. Today I'm going to see who you can call. Seeing Su Chen making a phone call, Guo Zihai didn't care at all. Instead, he showed a provocative expression to Su Chen. Coach Su, who did you call just now? The members of Baji Martial Arts School couldn't contain their curiosity. Yuan Wenhe. Su Chen said. What, Yuan Wenhe? Shen Lai exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Wenhe is the second most important person in China Overseas Global Plaza after the plaza owner and is the general manager of the plaza's property management. Phew. You think you can call Mr. Yuan? Don't be ridiculous. It seems that you don't know the boss of our square, but you think you are the boss. When Guo Zihai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Shen Lai also scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, he didn't believe that Su Chen could call Yuan Wenhe over. Just as everyone was thinking this, a group of middle-aged men in suits and ties with a strong aura came in and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Yuan, Mr. Gao? When Guo Zihai saw it, he was stunned at first. When he met Yuan Wenhe, Guo Zihai did not immediately associate Yuan Wenhe with Su Chen. He thought that Yuan Wenhe was taking people to a meeting. Then he hurriedly ran towards the group of people with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Yuan, good afternoon. Yuan Wenhe didn't have any regard for such a small character. He pushed Guo Zihai away as if he was pushing away garbage. Just when Guo Zihai was embarrassed, Yuan Wenhe and a group of senior executives from the square came to Su Chen and bowed sharply. Boss. Dozens of suited executives in the back bowed at the same time. Hello, boss. The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone in the martial arts hall looked at Su Chen in disbelief, while Guo Zihai was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Right now. Guo Zihai felt his head buzzing. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. It is obvious that Su Chen is the owner of China Overseas Global Plaza. When he thought of this, Guo Zihai's calves were shaking. He did not forget what he had just done and said in front of Su Chen. Click. Guo Zihai stood there with difficulty, his whole body trembling and his teeth chattering. Facing the respectful expressions of Yuan Wenhe and others, Su Chen seemed much colder. Even someone like Guo Zihai can become the management of the square, which is the dereliction of duty of the group of people in front of him. Boss, I'm Yuan Wenhe. We've set up a banquet for you at the Oriental Hotel. Yuan Wenha noticed the coldness in Su Chen's tone and felt a little uneasy. Put aside the eating for now. I have something concerning the management of the square that I must deal with immediately. Su Chen put his hands behind his back and said calmly. When Yuan Wenha and others heard this, their scalps suddenly went numb. If the new boss has problems to deal with on his first day, then there must be something they haven't done well. Who recruited Guo Sihai? Su Chen's gaze fell on the group of senior executives in the square and he spoke slowly. A manager named Zhao's scalp suddenly exploded when he heard this. He stood up trembling with cold sweat. I invited it. From now on, he is fired. Su Chen looked at manager Zhao expressionlessly. At the same time, all the money he obtained from the secret operations when he was the square manager was recovered and sent to the police for prosecution. Manager Zhao greeted Guo Sihai's ancestors and nodded quickly. When Guo Sihai heard Su Chen's decision, he fell to the ground with a thud and fainted from fright. Considering what he has done in the square over the years, there is no problem in sentencing him to 10 or 8 years in prison. Since Yuan Wenha and others showed up, Su Chen didn't even look at Guo Sihai. He continued to say to the plaza's top management, if there are still people like Guo Sihai in the plaza, expel them all. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy will be expelled as well. Yes. Yuan Wenha and others nodded hurriedly. When tenants of the plaza like Shenlai heard Su Chen's decision, they couldn't help but applaud. There are more than one people like Guo Sihai in the square. All of them were opened, giving the tenants a clear and bright future. Okay, that's all. You can go about your business now. Su Chen waved his hand. Okay. Yuan Wenha and others left one after another. Guo Sihai, who fainted from fright, was also carried away by the security guards of the square. After Yuan Wenha and others returned to their posts, they immediately reviewed their staff. As expected, people like Guo Sihai were also discovered. What awaits them is dismissal. The atmosphere in Zhonghai Plaza was cleared up, and it became the first choice for more businesses to rent venues, which led to a significant increase in the rent Su Chen received each year. Of course, this is a later story. After Yuan Wenha and others left, the members of Baji Martial Arts School looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. Brother Su, no, Mr. Su, you are really the boss of Zhonghai Plaza. Shenlai started to stutter when he spoke. Don't you think so? Su Chen touched his chin and smiled at them. This smile made everyone relax. It's not that it doesn't look like it, it's just a little bit scary. Shenlai thought about it and finally found a suitable word to describe it. Brother Chen, how many identities do you have? Shenyao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Su Chen, her heart filled with shock that could not be calmed for a long time. Su Chen just smiled faintly. Shenyao felt even more uneasy. She could tell from this smile that Su Chen had another identity that she didn't know about. This is too horrible. Well, Mr. Su, your previous promise to be our martial arts school's top coach still stands, right? Shenlai asked nervously. Of course it counts. Su Chen nodded. Yeah. Shenlai was extremely happy. With Su Chen in charge of the martial arts gym, let us see if there is any blind guy who dares to cause trouble. Sign up, I want to sign up my child. How old is your child? The baby hasn't been born yet. I don't care. I just want to register my child first, and then he will learn martial arts from President Su when he is born. The parents who were watching the fun were excited again. Are there any parents with children who are signing up? By joining a martial arts gym, you can come into contact with wealthy people like Su Chen, so no matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter. All of a sudden, Baji Martial Arts School had several hundred more students. All the students of Ma Weigua's Tai Chi Martial Arts School ran to the Baji Martial Arts School. Ma Weigua didn't dare to say a word. He squatted in a corner, trembling, afraid that someone would notice him. By the way, where is that fake master? He hasn't refunded our tuition yet. A parent who had previously paid for a student at the Tai Chi Martial Arts School suddenly remembered this incident. There. Some parents discovered Ma Weigua. The next moment, Ma Weigua was surrounded by this group of aggressive parents. When Ma Weigua escaped from the parents. My clothes were torn, my shoes were lost, and my pants had a hole in them, exposing my butt. When the wind blew, it was especially cold. You are all bad people. Ma Weigua wants to cry. In the following period of time, Su Chen stayed in the martial arts gym and taught the students Bajiquan until Chao Gang called him and asked him to have dinner with him. Chao Gang's purpose of inviting Su Chen to dinner was simple, to thank him for what happened this morning. The place for dinner happened to be a Chinese restaurant inside China Overseas Global Plaza, called Jindingshuan. Chapter 42, De Huan Dan Saves People. Su Chen greeted the Shin brothers and sisters, and then came to Jindingshuan to wait for Chao Gang. After a while, Chao Gang arrived. Brother Chen. A long-lost smile appeared on Chao Gang's face, and he looked at Su Chen with eyes full of gratitude. How is Auntie? Su Chen asked with concern. My mother is completely healed now. After you left, the doctors in the hospital couldn't believe how good my mother's condition was. They used the hospital's instruments to test my mother's various data and found her to be completely healthy. The doctors said it was a medical miracle and pestered me crazily, asking for information about you, Brother Chen, but I said nothing. Brother Chen, to be honest, I still feel like I'm dreaming. After I finished dealing with the hospital's affairs and saw that my mother was indeed no longer ill, I rushed to the city from my hometown. Brother Chen, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I offer you this glass of wine. Chao Gang said a lot of things excitedly, then poured himself a glass of white wine and drank it down. I'm glad you're okay, Auntie. Cheers. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then poured himself a glass of wine and clinked his glass with Chao Gang's. After drinking, Chao Gang took out a bank card from his pocket and said, Brother Chen, you cured my mother. I don't know how to thank you. I can't take the 1 million you lent me. Before I came to the city, I deposited the money into this bank card. The password is your birthday. Su Chen pushed the bank card back and said, It's too polite for us two brothers to talk about this. Do you remember that I didn't have money to buy a gift for my girlfriend, so I asked you to borrow money? You transferred 1 month's salary to me without saying a word, and you never said a word of paying me back. This is different. Chao Gang smiled bitterly. His monthly salary is only 5 or 6,000, but here it's 1 million. Seeing Chao Gang's firm attitude, Su Chen thought for a moment and said, Gangzi, do you have any plans to do business? Chao Gang didn't understand why Su Chen suddenly asked this question, but he still said, Haven't I been working as a chef in a restaurant for the past few years? I've always wanted to open my own restaurant. I saved some money before, but because of my mother's illness, I spent it all. Maybe I can only wait until later. That's perfect. You can take this 1 million and we can open a restaurant together. I'll pay and you'll do the work, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Su Chen said. Brother Chen, this is really a disadvantage for you. Chao Gang understood what Su Chen meant and shook his head repeatedly. Gangzi, don't you consider me a brother? Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Chao Gang was silent for a moment and took the bank card back. Split it 70-30. I'll take 30 and you'll take 70. Sure. Cheers. The two men clinked their glasses again. By the way, Brother Chen, where is your girlfriend? Divided. The two of them ate and drank and talked about the past. Midway through the drinking session, Su Chen went to the toilet to pee. Chao Gang was eating alone in the hotel lobby. He looked around idly. When his eyes fell on a woman in a seductive dress, his face froze. Then he quickly buried his head, as if he was worried about being seen by the other party. However, what you fear will come to you. At the moment when Chao Gang lowered his head, the woman's eyes happened to sweep towards him, and then a playful smile appeared on her face. She nudged a fat man in his 30s who was a little bald and had a greasy face and was standing very close to him. The fat man followed the woman's gaze and smiled too. Then, the two of them walked towards Chao Gang hand in hand intimately. Hey, Yuan, isn't this your ex-boyfriend? He's become successful now and has money to spend at Jindingshuan. When the two were about to get close, the fat man spoke loudly. The seductive woman acted surprised and said, Oh, he really is my ex-boyfriend. The two people asked and answered each other and came in front of Chao Gang. After hearing the two people's voices, Chao Gang clenched his fists and a hint of hatred appeared on his face. The charming woman was called Chen Yuan, and she had been his girlfriend for 5 years. During these 5 years, Chao Gang took great care of her and gave her whatever she wanted. Once, in order to buy a necklace that Chen Yuan liked, Chao Gang worked 3 jobs in that month and worked himself to death to save enough money. However, Chao Gang's hard work did not get any reward. Chen Yuan cheated on him in the 2nd year of being with him. The person he cheated with is the fat guy in front of him, Ma Bo. The reason is simple, Ma Bo was very rich. Chao Gang wore this hat for 4 years. After learning the truth, he went to fight Ma Bo to death. However, he was beaten all over by Ma Bo's minions and was also ridiculed by Ma Bo, telling him not to try to fall in love like others if he didn't have money. Now that several months have passed, Chao Gang thought he had let go of the matter. However, when the two appeared in front of him again, he couldn't help but feel angry. Chao Gang, why don't you speak? When you saw me before, didn't you try to please me like a dog? Chen Yuan's face was full of mocking smiles. Chao Gang clenched his fists and shouted coldly, "Get out of my way!" Ha ha ha. Ma Bo sneered and said, "Telling me to get out? Do you know this is my restaurant?" Chao Gang really didn't know that this was Ma Bo's restaurant, and his expression froze slightly. He was angry, but it was useless, he was still as useless as before. Chen Yuan looked down on him. 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West. Don't despise the young and the poor. Chen Yuan, Ma Bo, don't go too far. In the past, Chao Gang would have definitely beaten him up, but today he was afraid of getting Su Chen into trouble. Don't bully a poor teenager. I think you've read too many novels. I could step on you before, I can step on you now, and I will step on you in the future. You still want to turn over? Dream on. Ma Bo said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice sounded from the side. Master, I've parked your car. Su Chen spoke to Chao Gang politely. After saying that, he threw the key to the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the table. Master, I've parked your car. With the appearance of Su Chen, Chen Yuan and Ma Bo were both stunned. Young master? In confusion, the two saw the car key and became even more stunned. It's actually the car key of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car costs 6 or 7 million. Although Ma Bo is worth about 100 million yuan, the liquid funds he has are only around 10 million yuan, and his car is just a Mercedes-Benz worth about 1 million yuan. Generally speaking, those who can afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom must have a net worth of at least several hundred million. Isn't this guy just a cook? How can he afford a Rolls-Royce? Ma Bo was a little scared. However, Chen Yuan quickly laughed, and her smile was full of ridicule and contempt for Chao Gang. Hey, Chao Gang, I haven't seen you for a few months. You've become smarter. You've learned how to buy a fake car key to show off. It's a pity that I don't know what's going on at home. Save your money. I guess the cost of today's lunch is half of your monthly income. And you bought a Rolls-Royce. Do you think I'm stupid? In fact, Chao Gang was also a little confused. Brother Chen, what is this operation? He muttered to himself. Without waiting for Chao Gang to say anything, Su Chen stared at Chen Yuan coldly and said, "Who are you? How dare you insult the young master?" After saying that, he slapped Chen Yuan in the face. Bang! The slap was crisp and powerful, and half of Chen Yuan's face quickly swelled up. You are looking for death. Chapter 43 Tai Chi Master, Ma Weigua. Ma Bo was furious. How dare you scold? Chao Gang was about to say how dare you scold Brother Chen and then beat Ma Bo up, but Su Chen held his shoulder with one hand. Before he could move, Su Chen stared at Ma Bo with cold eyes and said, "Dare to humiliate the young master, this is the fate." Fuck you, you are crazy. You bought a fake Rolls-Royce car key on Taobao and you think you are rich. You dare to hit me? I will scratch your face. Chen Yuan rushed towards Su Chen and scratched him with her nails like a shrew. Bang! Su Chen slapped Chen Yuan again with his backhand, sending her flying. Then he picked up the car key and pressed it. Stare. Suddenly, the Rolls-Royce parked in the parking lot outside the hall rang and the headlights began flashing. The people at the dinner table saw it clearly. A fake key? What is my status? Do I need a fake key to decorate myself? A dog looks down on people. Su Chen played the role of the rich young man's cold and ruthless bodyguard very well. Even in broad daylight, Chen Yuan still felt that the lights of the Rolls-Royce were so dazzling. Does Chao Gang really have a Rolls-Royce? Is he really the young master of a wealthy family? Chen Yuan's red and swollen cheeks were filled with disbelief. Ma Bo, who was about to take action, stopped immediately when he saw the flashing lights of the Rolls-Royce. Is there really a Rolls-Royce? The corner of his mouth twitched. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? How come the little chef who was taught a lesson by me a few months ago has become the son of a wealthy family? Ma Bo felt a little uneasy. At this time, Chao Gang also understood what Su Chen meant, and cast a look of great gratitude to Su Chen, then said in a controlled tone, I have said before, 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West, don't despise the young and poor. I just told you to get out of here, but you refused to leave and insisted on humiliating yourself. There was nothing I could do. After hearing what Chao Gang said, Chen Yuan's expression changed. Then she took a deep breath, looked at Chao Gang lovingly, and said in a weak tone, "Why didn't you tell me your true identity before?" Chao Gang smiled. As soon as he heard this question, he knew that Chen Yuan regretted it. Well, he is very materialistic. He will follow whoever has money. He is very strong. He said coldly, "You didn't tell me when you cheated on me with that fat guy." When Ma Bo heard Chao Gang calling him a fat bastard, his eyes twitched violently. He hated Chao Gang so much that his teeth itched, but he didn't dare to express it. Chen Yuan knelt on the ground with a thud, and immediately burst into tears. "Chao Gang, I know I'm sorry for you. But I had no choice at that time. My roommates dressed up beautifully every day, wearing expensive clothes and using luxurious perfume, but I had nothing. You only earned a few thousand yuan a month at that time, and you couldn't afford these things. Ma Bo showed up and said he could buy them for me, so I agreed to him. In fact, every moment I was with him, the person I was thinking about was you. Hubby, considering our 5 years of relationship, please forgive me this time. I know you still like me. I like your paralysis." Chao Gang listened to Chen Yuan's words patiently, and finally chose to slap Chen Yuan in the face. Nausea. Extremely disgusting. I was blind to fall in love with such a woman. Chen Yuan was beaten and a look of disbelief flashed across her face. In the past, Chao Gang was reluctant to even touch her with a finger, let alone slap her. But she doesn't care about this problem at all now. As long as Chao Gang is willing to let her be his girlfriend, he can beat her every day. After all, not every woman has the opportunity to cry in a Rolls Royce. She hugged Chao Gang's trouser legs again. "I really know I was wrong, please forgive me." Bitch. This time, even Ma Bo couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Chen Yuan. Bang. Chen Yuan hit her head on the table and almost fainted. Thanks to Ma Bo's kick, Chen Yuan calmed down temporarily. Ma Bo picked up a cup on the table, filled it with wine, and said to Chao Gang, "Brother, I have done something wrong to you before. I apologize to you now. I will drink this glass of wine." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. How could Chao Gang forgive Ma Bo so easily? He could never forget the 4 years of being cuckolded and the beatings and humiliations he suffered at that time. But he knew that the identity of this young master was fake. It was purely packaged by Su Chen. Even if you don't forgive Ma Bo, you can't do anything to him. Chao Gang fell silent. Su Chen also understood this, and looked at Ma Bo with a sneer, saying, "Forgive? You know what you have done to the young master. Do you think you can forgive him with just a simple sentence? You are dreaming." Facing Su Chen's sarcasm, Ma Bo finally couldn't help getting angry, and said in a slightly cold tone, "Brother, some things are just fine. You guys have found the place you were looking for today. Keep going. Don't really think that I, Ma Bo, am easy to bully." Upon hearing this, Chao Gang gave Su Chen a look that meant to forget it. Ma Bo is not simple either. Chao Gang was afraid of bringing trouble to Su Chen. "Ha ha ha. Who are you looking down on? If our young master wants to take action against you, it would only take a word. By the way, didn't you just say this is your restaurant? I can tell you now on behalf of our young master that this square is no longer for rent. Pack up your things and leave." Su Chen laughed first, and then looked at Ma Bo with disdain. "What do you mean?" Ma Bo's eyes flickered and he felt something was wrong. "Do you know that Shanghai Global Plaza belongs to our young master? If I say I will rent it to you, I will rent it to you. If I say I will let you go, I will let you go. Do you understand?" Su Chen said with great pride. "It's over. Brother Chen is exaggerating." Chao Gang smiled bitterly in his heart. China Overseas Global Plaza is worth tens of billions of dollars. With that said, isn't it completely exposed? Sure enough, after hearing what Su Chen said, Ma Bo narrowed his eyes and said, "My friend, you boasted a lot, but it's a pity that you've blown it. He is the young master of Shanghai Global Plaza? Why don't you check before you brag? The owner of Shanghai Global Plaza is Zhang Shixiang, and he has only one daughter. You want to scare me? It's not that easy." Ma Bo became more and more confident as he spoke. "Don't you know that the square has a new owner today?" Su Chen said lightly. Ma Bo felt that Su Chen was just trying to scare him, and said, "Stop talking nonsense here. If you don't want to forgive me, then don't forgive me. I think I'm great for driving a Rolls Royce. I don't believe he can touch me." "Yeah? Su Chen took out his cell phone, called Yuan Wenhe, and asked him to come to Jindingshuan. You're just pretending. Who are you trying to scare? Ma Bo snorted. Just wait patiently. Su Chen threw down a sentence and said no more. He played with his mobile phone with a calm face. At the same time, he sent a message to Yuan Wenhe, asking him to cooperate. But Chao Gang couldn't remain calm and was fidgeting. Because he knew in his heart that he was not the young master of the square. Ma Bo noticed Chao Gang's performance and became more confident. I want to see how you deal with me today. He found a stool and sat down, not feeling panicked at all. Even if Chao Gang could really call the people in the square to oppose him, he was not afraid, because he knew the high-level people in the square. After a while, 9 middle-aged men in suits and with extraordinary aura came over. The leader was Yuan Wenhe. Chapter 44, Learning Tai Chi from Master Su. Following Su Chen's suggestion, Yuan Wenhe did not greet Su Chen, but directly locked onto Chao Gang and bowed, "Young master." Several other people did the same, "Young master." Chao Gang was completely confused. Ma Bo's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Because the senior executive of the square that he knew was among the crowd, bowing to Chao Gang with a respectful look on his face. Chen Yuan was stunned. People have become completely stupid. Cough cough. Su Chen cleared his throat and said to Yuan Wenhe, "Boss Yuan, the young master wants you here because he has something for you to do." Yuan Wenhe quickly turned around and asked Su Chen, "What can I do for you?" "Go check Jindingshuan's rent to see if there are any problems, and whether it has violated the plaza regulations." In the crowd, the plaza executive that Ma Bo knew immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and hurried to Su Chen and said, "Report to the boss." He swallowed the word boss and continued, "I signed the contract for Jindingshuan. Jindingshuan has already defaulted on our rent for a quarter, and a customer in the restaurant has been poisoned. For this reason, we asked Jindingshuan to clean up the sanitation, but they didn't do what we asked. Why should we keep businesses like this in the square?" Su Chen glanced at the senior executive. The senior executive's heart skipped a beat and he said, "I understand." When Ma Bo heard this conversation, his face turned pale, he became shaky, and he felt extremely desperate. It is obvious that it is impossible for him to renew his lease at China Overseas Global Plaza. The reason why he was able to make money by opening a restaurant was because the geographical location of China Overseas Global Plaza was so good. If we open Jindingshuan in other places, we would be lucky if we don't lose money. Ma Bo felt that his life, which had been so colorful just a moment ago, suddenly became gloomy. "It's all because of you, bitch." Ma Bo looked at Chen Yuan with eyes full of hatred. If it weren't for Chen Yuan, how could he have offended Chao Gang, the young master of China Overseas Global Plaza? Chen Yuan did not notice Ma Bo's hateful look. Endless regret has occupied Chen Yuan's heart. "Master, is there anything else you want to do?" Su Chen ignored Ma Bo and Chen Yuan, because the moment Yuan Wenhe appeared meant the outcome was decided. He looked at Chao Gang, who was still somewhat confused. "Ah?" Chao Gang was stunned for a moment, then said, "It's okay, let's go. You guys stay and take care of the matter at Jindingshuan. The young master and I will leave first." Su Chen said to Yuan Wenhe and others again. Yuan Wen and a few others nodded. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, the boss is really good at playing. "Brother Chen, you are actually the boss of Shanghai Global Plaza, right?" After leaving the restaurant, Chao Gang gradually came to his senses and asked Su Chen, feeling uncontrollable shock in his heart. "The owner of China Overseas Global Plaza, this is an identity he dare not even dream of." Su Chen nodded calmly and said carefully, "Gangzi, I am indeed the boss of Shanghai Global Plaza. I can't explain this to you clearly for a while, but anyway, a lot of magical things have happened to me during this period of time." Here Su Chen admitted himself. Chao Gang still couldn't avoid the storm in his heart. After a long while, he slowly uttered 4 words. "Brother Chen is awesome." Su Chen smiled and patted Chao Gang on the shoulder, saying, "No matter how my identity changes, I am still your good brother." "Yes, good brother." Chao Gang gave Su Chen a bear hug. 2 people came to the Rolls-Royce. "I never thought that I would get to ride in a Rolls-Royce one day. I have 9 of these things left, you can take one if you like." "What a rich man." "By the way, Brother Chen, did you also drive a Rolls-Royce to the hospital this morning? Is this thing that fast?" "No, it's a private helicopter." Brother Chen is awesome." Su Chen drove Chao Gang to the high-speed rail station. He originally wanted to keep Chao Gang for one night, but Chao Gang insisted on going back. Brother Chen, today, thank you. The moment they entered the high-speed railway station, Xiao Gang turned around and spoke to Su Chen sincerely. Su Chen smiled faintly. After sending Xiao Gang off, Xinyao called and asked him to have dinner with her to thank Su Chen for everything he had done for them at the martial arts hall today. Before Su Chen could answer, Shi Xiaoqing sent another message to Su Chen. It is said that a new bar has opened in Shanghai. It was opened by a South Korean, and they were planning to make it the #1 bar in Shanghai. It was very lively, so they asked Su Chen if he wanted to go. Su Chen didn't even think about it and rejected Xinyao and chose Shi Xiaoqing. A beautiful girl is not as important as a brother. When Su Chen arrived at the bar that Shi Xiaoqing mentioned, Shi Xiaoqing was already waiting there. Damn, Brother Chen, a Rolls Royce, you changed the car again? Is this the life of you rich people? Love it. When Shi Xiaoqing saw Su Chen coming out of the Rolls Royce, he said with an exaggerated look on his face. In addition to Shi Xiaoqing, Song Siwei was also present at the scene. As soon as Su Chen appeared, Song Siwei's gaze fell on Su Chen, her eyes like water. Su Chen glanced at Song Siwei. It was obvious that Song Siwei was dressed up specially tonight. She looked even more beautiful than the first time Su Chen saw Song Siwei. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Chen greeted Song Siwei. He remembered the day when he sent Song Siwei home. Song Siwei asked him if he wanted to go upstairs to drink some water. Although he chose to refuse at that time, he regretted it a little. But if you ask him to choose again, he would still choose to refuse. It's not that Song Siwei is not beautiful. The main reason is that he doesn't have any feelings for Song Siwei and only treats her as a friend. Humph, you still have the nerve to say it's been a long time since we last met? I clearly asked you out to play several times, but you didn't come out. Song Siwei glanced at Su Chen with a curled mouth. Su Chen scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Because what Song Siwei said was true. Okay, Miss Song, didn't I call Master Su out for you? Let's go and see what the first bar in Shanghai that the South Koreans are going to build looks like. Shi Xiaoqing said with a smile on his face. After saying that, the three of them entered the bar. As soon as he stepped in, the loud sound of music made Su Chen's ears uncomfortable. Under the illumination of various colored lights, Su Chen looked around the environment of the bar. I found that this bar, which is called the #1 bar in Shanghai by South Koreans, is actually just that. It's just that it's bigger than other bars, better decorated, and has more people. Other than that, there are no eye-catching features. The three of them found a booth, sat down, selected their drinks, and began to chat casually. This bar is quite lively. Su Chen observed the passenger flow. It can be described as horrifying. I heard that the owner of this bar has a strong background. He is from the South Korean Lee Chaebol, and the South Korean Lee Chaebol controls a quarter of South Korea's economy. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the emperor of South Korea. Shi Xiaoqing was talking about some gossip he heard from somewhere. The Lee Chaebol? Su Chen's eyes moved slightly. Isn't Li Jianfu the head of the Li family Chaebol? As for why there are so many people, it's because the bar owner invited South Korea's most popular male star, Kim Jong-sung, to perform on stage in order to build up his reputation. That's why there are so many people in the bar today. I estimate that Golden Age's liquor revenue in the past few days will not be less than 30 million. Damn it, if you ask me, Kim Young-suk's acting is not that good, he just looks okay, and his singing is just average. I don't know why so many girls in our country like him. Chapter 45 Humble Goddess. Shi Xiaoqing took a sip of wine and continued speaking, his tone sounding a little depressed. Su Chen was also very impressed by the name Jin Jingxi. He has starred in several popular Korean dramas and attracted a large number of fans in China. It has become so exaggerated that just eating breakfast can become a hot topic. Even more famous than the South Korean star Park Hoon-sung whom he had met in Victoria before. I don't understand it either. But if he was half as handsome as Su Xiao, I would understand. Song Siwei continued the conversation and teased Su Chen a little at the same time. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't react. I, Su, have no feelings. Shi Xiaoqing chatted with Su Chen and the others for a while, then he twisted his body in a coquettish manner and went to the dance floor to pick up girls. Only Su Chen and Song Siwei were left. You looked at me and I looked at you. I'm going to the bathroom. In the end, it was Su Chen who spoke first. Go ahead. Song Siwei rolled her eyes at Su Chen. Would. Su Chen passed through the crowded crowd and just as he arrived at the toilet door, he saw a little girl of about 18 or 19 who lost her balance and fell. Su Chen quickly supported the girl and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The girl raised her head and stared at Su Chen's flawless face in a daze, then blushed and said, "I'm fine, thank you." After saying that, he ran away quickly. When I was halfway through running, I remembered that I didn't ask for Su Chen's contact information, and I felt a surge of regret. After the girl ran away, the system's voice suddenly rang in Su Chen's mind. The host prevented others from falling, allowing the light of righteousness to shine on the earth. I specially reward the host for his god-level singing skills. Su Chen smelled something unusual. Based on his current understanding of the system, there is no reward for this kind of small good deed of helping others. Why did you suddenly appear today? The system is trying to cause trouble. Su Chen touched his chin and muttered. After coming back from the toilet, Su Chen chatted awkwardly with Song Siwei for a while, and the whole bar suddenly became noisy. Oh! Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Kim Young-suk is coming out. Just when Su Chen couldn't understand, Chi Shaoqing walked over with a deathly Barbie pink lipstick mark on his lips. On your face. Su Chen pointed at him. Chi Shaoqing wiped it casually, looked at the countless bodies twisting wildly in the bar, and said, "Jin Jingxi is really popular." Just as Chi Shaoqing said. Under the rendering of the bar atmosphere group, a tall figure slowly walked out from the smoke on the stage. He has fair skin, fashionable clothes, and a bit of arrogance on his handsome face. Kim Young-suk. The noise in the bar got even crazier. Some little girls in particular shouted at the top of their lungs, looking a little crazy. "Good evening, my dear friends." Jin Zhengxi spoke in awkward Chinese. Ouch. There was another fierce howling from the audience. Feeling the enthusiasm of the bar crowd, Jin Zhengxi's smile became even brighter, and then he said loudly, "Bang bang bang for everyone. I hope everyone likes it." Bang 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 is a very classic pop song in South Korea. In 2015, it ranked first on South Korea's JN Annual Song Comprehensive List and was very popular. When the audience heard that Kim Young-suk was going to sing this song, there was cheering again. TT14. A string of Korean lyrics came out of Kim Jong-suk's mouth. The stage lights changed and the atmosphere became lively. After a while, Jin Zhengxi finished singing the song. Bang Bang Bang. The audience was filled with thunderous applause, cheers and roars, which showed how popular Kim Young-suk is. Su Chen looked at the reactions of the people in the bar and shook his head. He has heard Bang Bang Bang, and Kim Young-suk's singing is actually very average. Jin Zhengxi enjoyed the applause with a satisfied look on his face. When the applause gradually died down, he said, "I will randomly select a guest to sing on stage tonight. The lucky person selected will receive my comments on his singing skills and an album with my autograph." When the guests in the bar heard this, they went crazy again, hoping that they would be chosen. Only the three people at Su Chen's table were quiet. A beam of white light lit up in the dim bar, flickering everywhere. Finally, the white light stopped on Su Chen. Su Chen's appearance was also projected onto the big screen. "This guy is so handsome." Someone couldn't help but exclaimed when looking at Su Chen. Jin Jingxi felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the praise for Su Chen from the audience, and said to Su Chen, "Let's congratulate this lucky guy and invite him to the stage to sing." Su Chen actually didn't want to go at all. First, he doesn't like what Jin Jingxi says. What is a lucky person? Would I be lucky to get a comment and an autograph from you? Making trouble. Second, Su Chen actually doesn't like to be in the spotlight. Obviously, it was for him to use it this time. Su Chen calmly walked onto the stage, took the microphone from Jin Jingxi, looked at everyone and said, "I don't have much to sing, so I'll sing a song of loyalty to the country." Serve the country with loyalty? The bar patron picked his ears with a strange expression on his face. This is a bar. Even if you can't sing 5 Hours or Spectre, which are nightclub hits, Wild Wolf Disco will be fine. What's the matter with singing loyalty to the country? I'm here to participate in the 12.9 singing competition. There was a sudden booing from the audience. Even Song Siwei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Singing loyalty to the country in a nightclub is awesome. While bursting into laughter, Chi Shaoqing said to Song Siwei, "Miss Song, when young Master Su starts to sing later, you'd better cover your ears." Although young Master Su's voice is very attractive, his 5 tones are not very good. Upon hearing this, Song Siwei felt that she was not as heartless as Chi Shaoqing. Instead, he began to worry about Su Chen. With so many eyes staring at Su Chen, it would be very embarrassing if he sang wrong. Hurry up and sing, we are still waiting to hear the male god Jin Jingxi continue to sing for us. Some people in the audience were already getting impatient. Su Chen ignored the boos from the audience, stood quietly on the stage, gathering his emotions, and spoke slowly. The war smoke rises, and the country looks to the north. As soon as Su Chen opened his mouth, the first person to be stunned was Qi Shaoqing. He was stunned. When did Su Xiao sing so beautifully? The booing of others also stopped abruptly, and a look of concentration appeared on their faces. The dragon rises and rolls, the horse tears apart, the sword energy is like frost. Su Chen's voice is extremely contagious. As the song sounded, everyone in the bar seemed to see the invasion of an enemy country, the destruction of mountains and rivers, and the desperation of human life. Everyone's expression suddenly became heavy and sad. What should we do if our country is destroyed and our family is ruined? With hatred raging, I point my sword at the direction I want to go. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in a foreign land? Su Chen's sonorous voice suddenly changed, filled with sadness and endlessness. Everyone seemed to see themselves standing up in the time of national crisis, transformed into generals on the battlefield, with weapons and swords, and with a wave of their swords, the enemy's heads rolled down. However, when they came to their senses, they found that there were only a few comrades fighting together around them. In an instant, sadness came over me and tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of my eyes. Why worry about dying 100 times to serve my country? Su Chen's voice changed again, full of determination. Chapter 46, Meet the New Boss. The mood of the audience also changed. Even if there is no one around you, you must fight alone to drive out the enemies and defend your country. I am willing to defend my land and expand my borders. The great China must make the 4 directions. Come and congratulate. At the end, Su Chen's voice became high-pitched, passionate and powerful. Everyone seemed to see themselves transformed into a veteran general. Although the war had been settled and the country was at peace, in order to prevent his country from being invaded again, the veteran general chose to stay at the border and never return, to secure the country's territory forever. At this point, Su Chen's singing stopped. There was no reaction from the audience. Everyone was still immersed in the story, unable to calm down. Some people were already in tears, and some were already sobbing softly. Bang! Time passed slowly. The bar was unusually quiet. I didn't know when the first applause sounded. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the second round of applause rang out. Then there was thunderous applause. The strange thing was that apart from the applause, there was no other sound of praise. They knew in their hearts that no praise could match Su Chen's singing. By the time the applause died down, the bar had lost a third of its occupancy. After listening to Su Chen's song, Serve the Country with Loyalty, they seemed to have an extra life. That kind of life is a meaningful life, not like now, wasting time in the bar. After these people left, the first thing they did was to check the conscription matters. Don't ask. The question is whether to join the army. Su Chen didn't expect that his song would drive away 1/3 of the customers in the bar. Is this the power of God-level singing skills? It's really terrifying. Where? Jin Zhengxi on the side gradually came out of his emotion. Looking at the bar with 1/3 less customers and a depressed atmosphere, he immediately fell into another emotion. Sad. Damn it, he is one of the shareholders of the bar. If he continues like this, he will not make any money. He had to liven up the atmosphere. Ahem. Jin Jingxi cleared his throat and said, "This gentleman must have graduated from a professional music school, so I want to comment on his singing skills. But, sir, I would like to compete with you." When they heard about the competition, the remaining guests began to get excited again. My male god, how can we compare? Someone responded to Jin Jingxi's words. It's just that this time the response is much less than before. It was even a bit dull. Jin Jingxi felt annoyed. If this continues, he, a popular South Korean star, will become out of fashion in this bar. Obviously, he was still so popular just a moment ago. The culprit behind all this is undoubtedly Su Chen. So when Jin Jingxi looked at Su Chen, although he showed nothing on the surface, he actually hated Su Chen in his heart. This gentleman's singing skills are so good, he must have heard a lot of songs. The rules of the game are, I choose a song, and after I finish singing, this gentleman sings it again, and let the audience vote to see who sings better? After I finish singing the song I chose, this gentleman will choose a song he is good at, and I will sing after he finishes singing. Jin Zhengxi said slowly. This game tests the singer's song knowledge and memory ability, and immediately piqued the interest of the bar patrons. This game is fun. Many people responded. Suchen also accepted the game and asked Jin Jingshi to choose the song. Jin Jingshi thought for a moment and said to the bar guests, "We have a new song in South Korea called Summer recently. It's quite popular. I will sing this song." Summer? Many bargoers showed puzzled expressions, especially some veteran South Korean fans who had never heard of this song. Strange, is it because I haven't listened to enough South Korean songs? They murmured in their hearts. In fact, Summer is a song that Kim Young-suk just created recently and it has not been released at all. Therefore, he is quite confident about the next game. So what if he is handsome and can sing? This is my home turf, how can I let you steal the spotlight? Jin Jungshi was secretly proud. Amidst a sea of puzzled looks, Kim Young-suk began to sing. Just as Chi Shaoqing said, Jin Jingshi's acting skills are not good, but he is a good singer. At first, the people in the bar didn't react much, but as Jin Jingshi continued to sing, everyone began to listen carefully. It seemed quite good. After a while, Summer was finished. Jin Jingshi handed the microphone to Su Chen and said, "Sir, it's your turn." "It's your turn, sir." Because of his god-level singing skills of loyalty to the country, Su Chen's popularity in the bar at this time is no less than Jin Jingshi. He is handsome and sings well. I love him and become his fan. So, when Jin Jingshi handed the microphone to Su Chen, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Chen. Good. As soon as Su Chen opened his mouth, all the audience were stunned again. The singing lingered in the air for 3 days. Su Chen's voice seemed to have a magical power that could bring the audience into the song. Everyone was mesmerized and intoxicated. After the song was over, the audience was once again immersed in Su Chen's singing. At this time, Su Chen still held the microphone and asked Jin Jingshi, "Mr. Jin, this song should not be a small hit in South Korea as you said, but it was just created not long ago, because the melody of this song obviously has several common sense errors, and I just changed it casually when I was singing it." Su Chen's question immediately brought the audience back to reality. After careful consideration, they concluded that the tune sung by Su Chen was indeed different from that sung by Jin Jingshi. And Su Chen's melody obviously makes the song seem more natural and more beautiful. Jin Jingshi was looking at Su Chen as if he were a monster. He had never expected that Su Chen could learn a song that had not yet been released on the market after just one listening, and even sang it better than him. However, facing Su Chen's question, Jin Jingshi certainly would not admit it. If he admitted it, wouldn't that mean he cheated? He said, "This gentleman is joking. This is indeed a song that is currently popular in our country. Besides, if you hadn't heard this song beforehand, how could you sing it? No, you have the ability to remember everything you hear. You will learn it after I sing it once." Su Chen had anticipated Jin Jingshi's answer. He said, "I guess there should be students from the music conservatory in the audience. Let me talk about the melody when Mr. Jin sang this song." Su Chen pointed out 5 or 6 problems in a row. There were indeed students from the music conservatory in the audience. When they heard the question raised by Su Chen, they fell into deep thought. These are indeed common sense questions. Even if a song that has already become popular in the market has these errors when it first comes into the market, it has still become popular. Could it be that the creator has not corrected them yet? This is obviously illogical. Is Kim Jong-suk lying? They had the answer in their hearts. These music college students are all fans of Jin Jingshi. At this moment, they have changed from fans to passers-by, and Su Chen has become a fan. They can sing again after listening to it once, and they can also correct the problems in the tune. This is a truly top singer. A master worth learning from. Whether in terms of singing skills or character, Kim Jong-sung was completely defeated. "Mr. Kim, I want to ask you, since you said that Summer is currently a small hit in South Korea, why did I search for it online for so long and find nothing?" Chapter 47, Fainted with Fright. A female voice suddenly sounded in the quiet bar. Song Siwei stood up with her cell phone in hand. As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Jingshi's expression changed instantly. The bar patrons took out their mobile phones and searched for the song Summer. The result was naturally nothing. The truth is self-evident. "Jin Jingshi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Some fans were indignant. "Humph, let's just compete. Why did you try to deceive us with a new song that hasn't been released yet? And you don't even admit it." They looked at Jin Jingshi with great dissatisfaction. "Get out." I don't know who said this, but then there was a loud "get out." Everyone was angry about Jin Jingxi's deception. It's better not to be a fan of this kind of idol. Jin Jingxi's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. I originally came to China to make money. Looking at the situation, not only will they not be able to make any money, but their reputation will probably also be seriously affected. He looked at Su Chen with resentment on his face. If it weren't for Su Chen, he wouldn't be so embarrassed tonight. Jin Jingxi didn't think about the fact that he was the one who plotted against Su Chen first, and he was just shooting himself in the foot. Finally, after looking at Su Chen, he turned away from the stage. Being stared at by Jin Jingxi, Su Chen shrugged helplessly and then left the stage. Unlike Jin Jingxi, who was criticized by everyone, Su Chen has now become the most popular person in the bar, and countless girls flock to him. My God, what's your name? My dear, I want to give birth to a baby for you. If one is not enough, I will give birth to two. My best friend wants the contact information of her idol before she dies. Su Chen was surrounded by enthusiastic girls. Fortunately, he was skilled enough so he was not taken advantage of. He quickly came to the booth where Qi Shaoqing and Song Siwei were sitting. The wind is strong, hurry up. It means that the situation is not right, run away quickly. Qi Shaoqing glanced at Su Chen mischievously and said, Don't be afraid, Su Xiao. I have already booked a private room. If you like any girl, just take her there. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that these girls will eat all of Su Xiao's bones? Song Siwei pinched Qi Shaoqing hard. Qi Shaoqing quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, Just kidding, our Su Xiao is not that kind of person, but I really have opened the private room, we can move to another place and continue to have fun. Su Chen thought that there was nothing to do if they went back now, so the three of them moved to the private room of the bar. Staying in the private room, Su Chen was naturally less eye-catching. Cheers to Master Su defeating that guy Jin Jingxi. Qi Shaoqing raised his glass. Stare. The three cups clinked. Mr. Su, weren't you tone deaf before? Why did you sing so well today? You don't even know that your song Loyalty to the Country made me cry a lot. The feeling of involvement was so strong that I almost signed up for the army. Miss Song was crying loudly beside me. She said she wanted to be the modern-day Mulan. As Qi Shaoqing was speaking, Song Siwei pinched him hard again. Just kidding. Qi Shaoqing hurriedly smiled and continued, Young Master Su, to be honest, you are not a god who has descended to earth. It's fine if you have money and good martial arts, but you can also sing so well, and you can remember the songs you hear only once. How can we men live? Although Qi Shaoqing spoke in a joking tone. But you can tell that he is really jealous. The three of them chatted casually like this, and the atmosphere in the private room was very cheerful. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open. A tall figure rushed in, her face full of anxiety. When her eyes fell on Su Chen, they were filled with a plea for help. Su Chen frowned slightly. What does this mean? It seems to be here? A voice sounded outside the private room. After hearing the voice, the girl accelerated towards Su Chen, then fell down and lay in Su Chen's arms, with her arms hooked around Su Chen's neck. Su Chen subconsciously wanted to break free, but seeing the girl's eyes full of anxiety and help, he did not move. Who knew that the next moment, the girl suddenly kissed him? His lips felt warm and Su Chen's eyes widened. I was helping you out of kindness, but you took advantage of me. With Su Chen's reaction ability, it is not impossible to avoid it. But he never expected that the girl would kiss him straight away, and he was caught off guard, which gave the girl an opportunity to take advantage of him. Qi Shaoqing and Song Siwei were also stunned. Su Chen was actually kissed forcibly? Song Siwei stared blankly at the scene in front of her, feeling very uncomfortable and inexplicably irritated. She really wanted to rush over and pull the girl apart. At this time, a dozen burly men in black suits appeared in the private room. They looked around as if they were looking for something. Didn't I tell you? The waiter shouldn't come in unless we ask him to. Qi Shaoqing instantly realized that these people were looking for the girl, so he stood up and said with some displeasure. These people stayed on Su Chen and the girl for a while, but didn't pay much attention to them. After hearing Qi Shaoqing's voice, they said, Okay, we'll go out now. Soon, there was movement coming from the private room next door. It seemed that they had found the next room. Beauty, that's enough. Everyone has left. If I kiss you anymore, my mouth will become numb. After another second or two, the girl's lips were still imprinted on Su Chen's mouth, and Qi Shaoqing said with a smile. The girl then hurriedly stood up from Su Chen, her face as red as a ripe apple. I'm sorry, the situation was urgent just now, so I had to resort to this last resort. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, I'm willing to compensate you. The girl's voice was soft and very pleasant. While saying this, the girl was also looking at Su Chen. He had sharp eyebrows, sharp features, and deep eyes. He was more handsome than any man she had ever seen. And just now, when she was leaning against Su Chen, she felt a fresh breath and unprecedented peace, as if she could forget all her worries as long as she stayed by this person's side. This is why, after the man in black left, she did not leave Su Chen immediately. This feeling is so depressing. Thinking of this, the girl's ears turned red. However, she still looked directly into Su Chen's eyes. With the help of the soft-colored lights in the private room, Su Chen could also see the girl's appearance clearly. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were as white as jade, her face was beautiful, elegant, and extraordinary, especially her eyes, which gave people a very spiritual feeling. Su Chen suddenly felt that this girl looked familiar. Are you Yan Qianxue? Beside her, Song Siwei looked at the girl with some disbelief. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly understood why he felt that the person looked familiar. Recently, a TV series called West Palace has become very popular. It tells the story of a woman avenging her father. Yan Qianxue plays the heroine in the TV series. She portrayed the character's simplicity in the early stage, dormancy in the middle stage, and ruthlessness in the late stage vividly. Therefore, Yan Qianxue has become a popular young actress and is in great demand. I am. Facing Song Siwei's uncertain voice, Yan Qianxue admitted it openly. Fuck, it's really Yan Qianxue. I'm your fan. After getting Yan Qianxue's affirmative answer, the one who had the most exaggerated reaction was Qi Shaoqing. His face was full of excitement and he looked at Yan Qianxue again and again. Ahem, no wonder you look familiar to me, you're a famous star. Su Chen did not avoid Yan Qianxue's gaze and continued, as for what happened just now, it was an emergency, I can understand, it's nothing more. Chapter 48 Young Master. Thank you, may I know your name? Yan Qianxue still looked at Su Chen. Su Chen. I remember that. A smile bloomed on Yan Qianxue's face, like a blooming snow lotus, incomparable. Big star, what happened just now? Why did they look for you? Qi Shaoqing asked with a curious look on his face. Yan Qianxue found a cup and said, Do you mind if I have a drink of your wine? After saying that, he poured himself half a glass and drank it all in one gulp. I don't mind, but could you please not use my cup? Su Chen had a depressed expression on his face. Yan Qianxue's beautiful face darkened slightly. She seemed to be disliked, and she didn't know that this was Su Chen's cup. It seems that Master Su was such a straight man to everyone. Song Siwei smiled inwardly. Let's listen to what the big star has to say about what happened. Qi Shaoqing quickly stepped forward to resolve the awkward situation. Yan Qianxue also began to narrate what had happened. The West Palace is not only popular in China, but also has caused quite a stir in major Asian countries, especially in South Korea, where its popularity is no less than that in China. Yan Qianxue was even voted by South Korean men as a great beauty that appears once in 2,000 years. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity, Yan Qianxue's agency Somran Media is preparing to cooperate with South Korea on a TV series. Somran Media heard that the owner of the Golden Age Bar was the son of the South Korean Lee family and had great power in South Korea, so they brought Yan Qianxue to meet the son of the Lee family, hoping to get in touch with him. Next are the unspoken rules that are popular in the entertainment industry. The young master of the Lee family is called Li Wanqi. He fell in love with Yan Qianxue at first sight, so he said that he could go to South Korea to develop, but Yan Qianxue must accompany him for a few days. Yan Qianxue refused directly. However, Somran Media continued to put pressure on her at the party. Yan Qianxue had no choice but to escape by urinating. Li Wanqi seemed to know Yan Qianxue's plan and sent people to follow her all the way. Yan Qianxue found an opportunity to avoid Li Wanqi's men, and then when she was about to be caught, she came to the private room where Su Chen was. Okay, that's the end of the story. I should go now. Yan Qianxue thought that since Li Wanqi hadn't been able to find her, he had probably given up, so it was a good opportunity for her to escape from the bar. Big star, you stood up Li Manhe, Somran Media will probably make trouble for you. Qi Shaoqing was no stranger to things happening in the entertainment industry, and was not too surprised by what happened to Yan Qianxue. It's the basic operation of the entertainment industry. Yan Qianxue shrugged helplessly and said, "This time, our boss will definitely take out the contract and claim compensation from me, saying that I have damaged the interests of the company, and then I will be hidden from the public. My acting career will probably be over just like that." "You have a pretty good attitude." Shi Shaoqing gave Yan Qianxue a thumbs up. "Okay, I'll stop talking. I have to leave now. I'm sorry for disturbing you guys just now, especially to handsome Su Chen." Yan Qianxue looked at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't react much. After listening to Yan Qianxue's story, he was now thinking of someone, Li Churan. Li Churan went to Hengdian, which is the largest film and television base in China. Because Li Churan felt that she had to become a big star, only then would she be qualified to stand next to Su Chen. "Well, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Like ask for an autograph or something, before I'm banned?" Seeing that Su Chen didn't say a word and didn't even listen to her seriously, Yan Qianxue spoke again in frustration. "Oh, no, good luck to you." Su Chen came back to his senses and answered quickly. In front of Su Chen, Yan Qianxue doubted her own charm for the first time. She could see that Su Chen was not one of those people who played hard to get as she had met before. Su Chen simply didn't have any feelings towards her from the bottom of his heart. "I'll lend you my good words." Yan Qianxue had no choice but to say this. After saying that, she walked out of the private room. Bang! Suddenly, a large group of people rushed into the private room. "I knew you were here." A smug voice sounded. The speaker was a fashionably dressed woman in her early 30s with a very smug look on her face. Seeing the sudden group of people coming, Yan Qianxue's face changed drastically. Because this group of people are none other than Li Wanqi and the people from Songren Media. The woman who was speaking was Yan Qianxue's agent, Rose. "Sister Rose, you know her well enough?" Standing at the head of the crowd was a tall and handsome young man in his 20s. He looked at Rose with a smile on his face, then turned his head sharply and looked at Su Chen and others in the private room. "Who was the person who was hugging Yan Qianxue just now? Get out now." The young man was none other than Li Wanhee, the eldest grandson of the South Korean Li family. And he had obviously listened to the report from his subordinates and knew what had just happened in the private room. "Li Wanqi, this matter has nothing to do with these people. Don't you just want me to drink with you? Let's go to your place." Yan Qianxue's face changed again when she heard this. It was obvious that Li Wanqi was going to make trouble for Su Chen, so she hurriedly said. Li Wanqi glanced at Yan Qianxue. Then he slapped Yan Qianxue in the face. His action was so fast that no one could react. All they could hear was Li Wanqi saying coldly, "Bitch, you dare to stand me up? Don't think you are great just because you are a popular star in China. In my eyes, you Chinese female stars are just prostitutes with a higher price. How dare you put on airs in front of me? This slap is to teach you a lesson." Yan Qianxue was angered by Li Wanqi's words and was about to fight back when Sister Meiguei asked Songren Media to control her and take her aside. "I'll ask again, who was hugging Yan Qianxue just now? Get out of here." After beating Yan Qianxue, Li Wanqi continued to look at Su Chen and the other two. "Li Wanqi, this matter has nothing to do with them. Let them go. You just want me to accompany you, so I will." Yan Qianxue shouted anxiously. "It's too late." Li Wanqi smiled cruelly at Yan Qianxue. The woman that Li Wanqi fell in love with was kissed by someone else before he even started to touch her. How could he bear this? "It's me." Su Chen stood up with a calm face. "It turned out to be you, you bastard." When Su Chen stood up, an angry voice was heard. Kim Jong-sung stood in Li Wanqi's team, looking at Su Chen with hatred, and then said a few words in Li Wanqi's ear. "Interesting. Not only did you touch the woman I liked first, but you also damaged Jin Jingxi's reputation. Tonight is destined to be an unforgettable night for you." Li Wanqi looked at Su Chen with a sinister smile on his face. Su Chen remained calm from beginning to end. He also smiled and said, "Tonight will also be a night you will never forget. Where did you come from, you little bastard? Do you know who you are talking to?" Sister Rose said with disdain. "Then do you know who you are talking to?" Su Chen looked indifferent and remained calm. "Ha ha ha." Li Wanqi smiled. Sister Rose smiled. Li Wanqi's subordinates, including Kim Young-suk, laughed non-stop. "You idiot, do you know that the person standing in front of you is the eldest grandson of the South Korean Sanshin Li family and the future chairman of the Sanshin Group? Who do you think you are to be so arrogant in front of Master Li?" Sister Rose looked at Su Chen with contempt. In South Korea, Lee Man he is undoubtedly the #1 rich kid in South Korea. Even in China, there are few young people whose status can surpass Lee Wanqi. Chapter 49, The Strange Gold Digger. Therefore, Sister Rose has enough confidence in Lee Wanhee. Is the eldest grandson of the Lee family so great? Su Chen asked again. Li Jianfu didn't even dare to talk to him like that. What is Li Jianfu's grandson? Su Chen's calmness made Li Wanqi frown. Could it be that the other party really has some important background and is not afraid of him, the young master of Sanqin, at all? Hey, isn't this Master Qi Shaoqing? Who is your friend? Why is he so arrogant? He doesn't even take Master Li seriously? A sloppy young Chinese man stood out from Li Wanqi's team and stared at Qi Shaoqing with contempt. When Li Wanqi saw this, he felt at ease. This sloppy young man is the lowest ranking one in the group. His words were undoubtedly telling Li Wanqi that the level of this group of people was actually not high. Damn, I was almost stunned. Li Wanqi was a little angry and said, "No one can look down on our Sanqin Li family. You can't leave this bar tonight." As soon as Li Wanqi finished speaking, more than a dozen men in black rushed towards Su Chen. Song Siwei picked up a wine bottle with extraordinary generosity and was about to go over to help Su Chen, but was stopped by Qi Shaoqing. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping to stop me? Song Siwei was so angry that she almost threw a bottle at Qi Shaoqing's head. These bastards are no match for young Master Su. Just watch the show. Otherwise, we won't be helping but causing trouble for young Master Su. Qi Shaoqing shrank his neck and said quickly. He saw it with his own eyes, Su Chen fighting against 100 people alone. These people, sprinkle some water. Song Siwei put down the wine bottle doubtfully. And just as she put down the bottle of wine, the big men in black who attacked Su Chen had all fallen to the ground. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Xianxue also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now she was feeling extremely guilty for having implicated Su Chen, and after seeing this scene, she felt a lot more relieved. Li Wanqi was slightly surprised to see Su Chen was unharmed, but he didn't care much. Instead, he sneered, "No wonder he is so arrogant, he turned out to be a martial arts master. But what does it matter if I can fight? This is my territory. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Bang bang bang." After saying that, Li Wanqi clapped his hands, and a large crowd of people rushed into the private room frantically. A quick look revealed that there were at least 100 people, and they were holding machetes and electric batons. Su Chen's calm face finally changed and his brows furrowed slightly. He was not afraid of losing the fight, but he was afraid that someone would hurt Qi Shaoqing and Song Siwei during the fight. However, Su Chen quickly thought of a solution: capture the leader first. Without waiting for Li Wanqi to give an order, Su Chen rushed to Li Wanqi and grabbed Li Wanqi's neck with his hand. "Does your grandfather know that you are so awesome?" Su Chen patted Li Wanqi's face with his other hand and said lightly. Li Wanqi was angrier than ever before. The first reason was that Su Chen actually dared to grab his neck and slap him. How could the Prince of South Korea endure such humiliation? The second was because Su Chen mentioned his grandfather so casually. What kind of person is his grandfather Li Jianfu? He is the richest man in South Korea and his wealth is enough to rival a country. Even the head of South Korea has to bow when he sees his grandfather. Su Chen's attitude was as if his grandfather was just an insignificant person and was not taken seriously at all. This was completely intolerable to Li Wanqi. He looked crazy and said, "I must kill you, kill you." When Li Wanqi's followers saw Li Wanqi being caught by Su Chen, they turned pale with fear and shouted, "How dare you disrespect young Master Li? Let go of young Master Li, or you will die without a burial place. If you dare to hurt Master Li even a hair, all your friends will be buried with you." Another well-dressed, well-mannered, and solemn young man stood up and said to Su Chen slowly, "My friend, Mr. Li is not only the future chairman of Sanqin Group, but also a distinguished guest of Zhenghai, because Mr. Li came to Zhenghai this time with thousands of jobs. First, you made a move on the woman that young Master Li liked, and now you are blackmailing young Master Li. Young Master Li will be furious and withdraw his funds from Zhenghai. Then you will definitely become a sinner in Zhenghai. My friend, for your own selfish desires, you have caused thousands of people to lose their jobs. Don't you feel ashamed of this?" There was a sense of superiority in the young man's words. "Huh, what a big hat. You said he brought thousands of jobs to Zhenghai, so he did. Besides, does that mean he has special privileges in Zhenghai just because he can provide thousands of jobs? Does an international metropolis like Shanghai need to lick a dandy young master like him? I think you've been kneeling for too long and can't stand up anymore. When Song Siwei heard this, her eyes widened and she glared at the young man. It must be said that Song Siwei's words were very sharp, and actually made the young man's expression freeze. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My name is Wu Jing, my father is Wu Shihao, I am just speaking based on facts." When Song Siwei heard the name Wu Jing, she didn't react, but after hearing the name Wu Shihao, Song Siwei's expression changed and became heavy. Wu Shihao is one of the top 5 figures in the Shanghai officialdom. It would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to Su Chen if his son stood on Li Wanqi's side. Seeing Song Siwei fall silent, Wu Jing smiled proudly and said, "Friend, if you know what's best for you, let Li Xiao go. Don't be a sinner of Shanghai. Whether I am a sinner in Shanghai is not up to you to decide." Su Chen glanced at Wu Jing indifferently, then his eyes fell on Li Wanqi again and said, "I know you are very unconvinced now, call people, call everyone you can. Just wait for me." Although Li Wanqi didn't understand why Su Chen had the courage to do this, he had to seize this opportunity. Li Wanqi's first call was to his grandfather. Because his grandfather Li Jianfu has been in Shanghai during this period. More importantly, he believed that as long as his grandfather arrived, he would be able to defeat Su Chen from the soul. "Grandpa, I am Sierre, I am in danger now, only you can come in person." Li Jianfu frowned after answering the phone. Someone actually threatened his grandson. With a command, he mobilized all his energy in Shanghai. For a time, China overseas was in turmoil. "Let's go. I want to see who dares to detain my grandson." Li Jianfu led a large group of people towards the Golden Age. Among them is Wu Jing's father, Wu Shihao. 1 against 3. King Bomb. "Fuck, Brother Chen, you're really going to explode when I'm 1 on 3 of you? No way, the cards are good, there is no way I can lose this time." While waiting for Li Jianfu to arrive, Su Chen, Shi Shaoqing and Song Siwei started playing landlord as if no one was around. Li Wanqi was controlled by Su Chen with one hand, and looked at Su Chen with resentment on his face. If looks could kill, Li Wanqi would have cut Su Chen into pieces countless times. Li Wanqi's followers kept clamoring. "Humph, when President Li comes, you will be dead without a burial place." The chairman Li they are talking about is Li Jianfu. Li Jianfu is not only the chairman of Sanshin, but also the chairman of the South Korean Chamber of Commerce. Sister Rose glanced at the uneasy Yan Qianxue with a mocking smile on her face, and said, Yan Qianxue, wouldn't it be better if you had obeyed young Master Li earlier? When President Li comes later, do you think your friends will still have a chance to survive?" Chapter 50, Boasting. "Hey, I think it's unfortunate for them to know you." At this moment, Yan Qianxue's heart was indeed filled with worry and self-blame, and was full of torment. Li Jianfu was the richest man in the country. What can Su Chen use to fight against them? Moreover, Su Chen humiliated the Prince of Sanshin, so how could the Li family let Su Chen go? Yan Qianxue felt very painful. If it weren't for her, Su Chen wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Seeing Yan Qianxue in pain, Sister Rose felt very relieved. She looked at Su Chen again with a look of contempt, and said, "Little thing, do you really think you are invincible just because you know some martial arts? There are many people in this world who can cure you. When President Li comes later, I want to see what else you can do." There were so many people in the private room, and the one who disgusted Su Chen the most was Sister Rose. Yan Qianxue worked for Songren Media and encountered trouble. Sister Rose didn't help her, but she pushed Yan Qianxue into the fire pit. This kind of person is definitely a traitor. So he retorted impatiently, "Stupid woman, do you think you can get benefits from the Li family by speaking a few words for Li Wanqi? I tell you, the Li family can't give you any benefits, and you can't stay in Songren Media anymore. If there are other brokerage companies in China that dare to hire you, I will destroy them all. I, Su Chen, always keep my word." Phew. Sister Rose was amused. She laughed and said, "No wonder he dared to attack Master Li. He turned out to be a mentally retarded person. He even wanted to drive me out of this industry. He should get past Master Li first." Wu Jing pushed his glasses on the tip of his nose at this time, and said with a cold and arrogant look, "According to the time, President Li and his men should be here soon." "Ahem, Brother Chen, are you really sure?" Shi Shaoqing whispered something to Su Chen. Although he knew that Su Chen had 10 billion Batmobiles to his name and was the boss of the Huaxing Group with a market value of 100 billion, his identity was extraordinary. But Li Jianfu has a bigger background. He is the richest man in the country and a powerful figure. Shi Shaoqing felt uneasy. This is especially true for Song Siwei. She knew even less about Su Chen than Shi Shaoqing, and did not think that Su Chen had the ability to compete with the richest man in South Korea. She was full of worries, and the only thing she could do now was to face it together with Su Chen. Don't worry, Li Jianfu doesn't dare to do anything to me. Su Chen was very calm. Hearing this answer, Shi Shaoqing smiled bitterly in his heart and prayed secretly, Master Su, please don't make a mistake today. Tap tap tap. Outside the private room, dozens of footsteps were suddenly heard. When the bar bodyguard saw the person coming, he shuddered and quickly made way. President Li is here, and my father is here too. Friends, get ready. Wu Jing took a look from a distance and said to Su Chen with confidence. Su Chen buried his head and ignored Wu Jing. Wu Jing snorted coldly. Keep pretending, wait and see how you die. Grandfather. Soon, this group of people came into the private room. Li Wanqi looked at one of them and said excitedly. That person was Li Jianfu. He had a dignified look and was in high spirits. He glanced around the private room with an extremely cold look in his eyes. But when his eyes fell on Li Wanqi, his eyes suddenly became cold. Li Wanqi is the future helmsman of Sanqing Group. To humiliate Li Man, he is to humiliate South Korea Samson. Sanqing cannot be insulted. His eyes continued to move, first staring at Shi Shaoqing. The shadow of a famous tree was spotted by Li Jianfu, and Shi Shaoqing's whole body tensed up, his heart trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. Li Jianfu sneered and then looked at Song Siwei. Song Siwei's face was pale, her hands were clenched tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. Li Jianfu looked disdainful. He turned his gaze and looked at Su Chen, who was still playing cards with his head down. Without seeing Su Chen's face clearly, he said, You are the one who detained my grandson? Su Chen continued to deal cards. You're so bold. President Li is asking you a question. Do you hear me? Humph, I don't know which family this young man is so presumptuous, arresting people without permission, and the one he arrested was young Master Li. You are so lawless. It is a misfortune for Zhonghai to have someone like you. Seeing that Su Chen did not respond, the group of China overseas bigwigs brought by Li Jianfu immediately started to criticize him. Swish. After Su Chen dealt the last card, he slowly raised his head and said calmly, President Li, long time no see, nice to see you again. Snap. When Su Chen raised his head, Li Jianfu could see Su Chen's appearance clearly, and his expression suddenly froze. Many of the China overseas bosses brought by Li Jianfu were also stunned. Isn't this Mr. Su? Mr. Su, Mr. Su? Li Jianfu's throat was a little dry and he spoke with difficulty. Looking at the entire Chinese business community, who does Li Jianfu fear the most? Su Chen should be the first. If Su Chen was only the largest shareholder holding 20% of the shares of their Sanqing Group, Li Jianfu would not be so afraid. Not long ago, Li Jianfu heard about Su Chen donating 10 billion to a charity gala. To this end, he investigated Su Chen's identity again. Nothing else was found out, but the 60 billion euros in Su Chen's Swiss bank was discovered. When Li Jianfu saw this message, his heart was filled with turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. What does 60 billion euros mean? You have to know that the net worth of the richest man in South Korea is only more than 20 billion US dollars, and most of it is in the form of stocks. And Su Chen's 60 billion US dollars is not stocks, bonds, or real estate, but real liquid funds. Horrible. Extremely horrible. This is Li Jianfu's definition of Su Chen. He would rather offend China's Xiao Ma Go and Jack Ma than offend Su Chen. What? Don't you recognize me? Mr. Li? Su Chen let go of Li Wanqi and said lightly. As soon as Li Wanqi was released, he immediately ran to Li Jianfu and said almost frantically, Grandpa, I want him to die. I want to tell everyone in the world that this is the fate of offending the Sanqing Li family. Bang! Li Wanqi was kicked out, and the person who kicked him out was none other than Li Jianfu. Li Jianfu was furious, You deserve to die. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was petrified. You deserve to die. Seeing Li Jianfu's furious look, everyone in the private room was stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't President Li vent his anger on Su Chen? Why did he kick his own grandson? And looking at President Li's expression, he seemed to be quite afraid of Su Chen. But who is President Li? As the richest man in a country, should he be afraid of a young man? They feel that their brains are not enough. People like Wu Jing and Sister Rose had stiff faces, and a bad thought arose in their minds. Good evening, Su Xiao. The Shanghai bosses had no time to be shocked. They quickly ran up to Su Chen and greeted him with flattering faces. Without exception, they had all met Su Chen at a charity dinner and witnessed Su Chen's generosity in spending billions. The reason why he appeared in this private room today was to give Li Jianfu face. If they knew that the person Li Jianfu was dealing with was Su Chen, no matter how much face they had, it would be useless. Didn't you see that Li Jianfu knelt down first? Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wu Shihao. I have heard of you for a long time. Thank you for your contribution to the people in the disaster-stricken areas in the south. On behalf of the people in the disaster-stricken areas in Shanghai, I thank you. A middle-aged man in a neat suit and with his hair neatly combed stepped out and spoke to Su Chen with respect. Wu Jing was really dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Isn't Wu Shihao his father? It turns out that this young man even wants to flatter and please his father. Chapter 51. The boss is still good at playing. Ridiculous, he just mocked Su Chen as the sinner of Shanghai. Wu Shihao? Sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. Your son just said that young Master Su was against Li Wanqi and was the sinner of Shanghai. He also asked young Master Su if he had any sense of shame. Qi Shaoqing muttered. He did it purely on purpose. When Wu Shihao heard this, his flattering smile towards Su Chen suddenly froze. He turned around and saw his son, Wu Jing, avoiding his gaze. Damn it, you little bastard. Wu Shihao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He walked up to Wu Jing, slapped him, and yelled, Young Master Su donated 10 billion in one go and saved countless lives in the disaster area. But in your mouth, he has become the sinner of Shanghai? Who the hell gave you this right? After the first slap, Wu Shihao was still not satisfied, so he slapped Wu Jing 7 or 8 more times, until Wu Jing's face was swollen. When the others heard Wu Shihao's words, their hearts were hit hard again. Donate 10 billion. This time, everyone looked at Su Chen differently. How rich does one have to be able to donate 10 billion? No wonder he doesn't take Prince Sanxin seriously. No wonder the richest man in a country has to kowtow. Those who have offended Su Chen are now extremely uneasy. Especially Sister Rose, she could hardly stand steadily and her face was as pale as a ghost. Grandpa, why did you hit me? That bastard doesn't take our Sanxin Li family seriously. You should hit him. After being kicked, Li Wanqi was completely stunned. Before he realized the situation, he looked at Li Jianfu in disbelief. Bang! Although Li Jianfu was over 80 years old, he is still very strong. He picked up Li Wanqi from the ground and slapped him several times. You can die if you want, but don't fucking drag the Li family into this. At Li Jianfu's level, the Li family is always more important than his sons and grandsons. Li Wanqi was completely stunned. Li Jianfu had already said this, how could he not understand that Su Chen was not someone he could afford to offend? Even the entire Li family can't be offended. But Li Wanqi still refused to accept it. The Sanxin Li family is the most aristocratic family in South Korea. Do they need to be so afraid of a young man from China? If this matter gets out, it would be strange if other South Korean families don't laugh at us. Even the South Korean people would say that the Li family is spineless. So Li Wanqi gritted his teeth and said, I don't accept it. I'm just a young man, why would I scare you like this? Grandpa, if you do this, you will bring shame to the Sanxin Li family. If possible, Li Jianfu wanted to strangle this grandson to death. He slapped Li Wanqi several times with full force, making blood flow from the corner of his mouth. If I don't do this, the Li family will be fucking gone. If you want to die, don't drag the Li family to be buried with you. After the fight, Li Jianfu threw Li Wanqi to the ground. Then he quickly came to Su Chen and bent down sharply. Mr. Su, you can kill Li Wanqi or chop him up, but as long as you do what you want, my Li family will never complain. Li Jianfu's move not only made Li Wanqi's followers tremble in fear, but also stunned a group of China overseas bosses. Mr. Su, is it that scary? Even the richest man in South Korea has to compromise. It seems that we still know too little about Su Xiao. These big guys thought to themselves. I don't want his life, but from now on, Sanxin must give 3 points of profit when doing business with Huagua. Su Chen raised his eyelids, looked at Li Jianfu, and spoke slowly. Yes. Li Jianfu agreed without even thinking about it. Even giving up 3 points would cause them to lose nearly 10 billion in revenue every year. Li Jianfu knew that if he didn't agree, not only would Li Wanqi lose his life, but he might even lose the Sanxin Group. The liquid capital alone is 60 billion US dollars. God knows how much assets Su Chen has. Maybe he can buy all of South Korea. Therefore, Li Jianfu had to agree even if he disagreed. Li Jianfu's answer without hesitation shocked everyone again. They originally thought that they had overestimated Su Chen's strength, but they didn't expect that they still underestimated him. Master Su, the same goes for my son Wu Jing. He will be at your disposal. At this time, Wu Shihao couldn't hold his temper any longer, and quickly dragged Wu Jing in front of Su Chen, and staged a father-beating son scene. Su Chen watched calmly and said, Wu, well, I don't know what to call you, so I'll call you Mr. Wu. Your son's butt is really crooked. Su Chen's simple few words made Wu Shihao break out in a cold sweat. What is his educational background? Su Chen said again. I graduated from Zhejiang University. Wu Shihao answered honestly. He's a top student, great. Send him to teach in the mountainous areas. That's where he can shine, not in a bar or other glamorous place. Su Chen said. Yes. Wu Shihao nodded quickly. When Wu Jing heard this, he fainted. Teaching? Wouldn't that just let him die? Big Star, are you okay? Yan Xianxue had been let go by Sister Rose a long time ago and was looking at Su Chen with a complicated expression. After hearing Su Chen's voice, Yan Xianxue smiled and said, It's okay, thanks to you. I'm glad you're okay. Su Chen nodded, his eyes fell on the pale-faced Sister Rose, and then he made a phone call. Hello, Mr. Su. The person who answered the phone was Wan Xinghe. Brother Wan, there are two things you need to do. First, let Songren Media terminate the contract with Yan Xianxue and sign Yan Xianxue to our company. Second, let Songren Media fire its agent, Sister Rose, and tell the entire industry that they will never hire Sister Rose again. Whoever disagrees will disappear. Whoever disagrees will disappear. After Su Chen made this call, Sister Rose could no longer hold on and fainted in the crowd. Not only was her career over, her life was over as well. When other people saw Sister Rose fall, let alone help her, they all ran away as if they were avoiding the plague, even the people she brought with her from Songren Media. At this time, is there anyone who dares to offend Su Chen? Don't want to die. Ah, everything is fine, let's go home. Su Chen stretched out lazily, looking relaxed. It's gone. Qi Shaoqing continued speaking, with an uncontrollable shudder on his face. Then Su Chen walked out of the private room amid the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. Yan Xianxue thought for a moment and followed behind Su Chen. Big Star, is there anything else? Su Chen turned around and glanced at Yan Xianxue. When Song Siwei saw Yan Xianxue following him out, he became alert all of a sudden. Yan Xianxue looked at Su Chen with her eyes full of spirit, and said sincerely, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble tonight, and thank you for helping me solve the problem. It's okay, just don't kiss me suddenly next time. Su Chen smiled slightly. Yan Xianxue's expression froze and her face felt a little hot. Okay, I'm just kidding. By the way, Big Star, I took the initiative to transfer you to Huaxing Group. Do you have any objection? Su Chen waved his hand. Huaxing Group. Yan Xianxue's eyes sparkled. Huaxing Group is the leader in the entertainment industry. Unlike Songren Media, it does not have limited resources, nor does it have as many dirty things as Songren Media. She actually wanted to join Huaxing Group a long time ago, but her contract with Songren Media had not expired yet. Moreover, she estimated that even if the contract expired, Songren Media would not let her go easily. How could that be? Huaxing Group has always been where I want to go. You've done me a big favor. Now, I don't know how to repay you. How about I just give myself to you? Chapter 52: The System That Causes Trouble. Although Yan Xianxue was speaking half-jokingly, an uncontrollable shy expression appeared on her face. Ahem. Su Chen didn't expect Yan Xianxue to be so bold. He coughed lightly and said, No, I don't want to be chased and scolded by your fans. Seeing Su Chen answer so quickly, Yan Xianxue felt a sense of loss for no reason. Am I so unattractive in front of him? Yes, he is a man who even the richest man in a country would bow his head to. He has seen all kinds of women. Yan Xianxue, stop being so narcissistic. Yan Xianxue felt a little bitter. Okay, go home early. Songren Media will definitely not dare to embarrass you. When you come to Huaxing, remember to bring more good works to the audience. Su Chen gave Yan Xianxue a smile. Mr. Su, it was really great tonight. Son of an important official, snap, snap. Prince Sanchin, snap, snap. Master Li, bang bang bang. When Su Chen and the other two were alone, Qi Shaoqing finally couldn't control his excitement anymore. His face was full of excitement, and he fanned the air with one hand. Isn't there anything I can do about this? Su Chen spread his hands. He originally just wanted to be a nobody and be quiet, but these people just wanted to give him a slap in the face. Have no choice. It's really helpless. Seeing Su Chen's expression asking for a beating, Qi Shaoqing punched Su Chen on the arm. Su Xiao, leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Tell me, how many things are you hiding from us? Su Chen touched his chin and pretended to be pitiful. Master Qi, these things are really not so easy to explain, or just let me go. Qi Shaoqing waved his hand and said generously, Humph, I won't bother with you. Song Siwei looked at the two guys acting against each other, her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and her liking for Su Chen deepened. No matter how Su Chen's identity changes, he treats his friends equally and sincerely. The three of them fought on the street for a while, and then each called a designated driver to go home. The designated driver called by Su Chen was inevitably shocked by Su Chen's luxury cars and mansions. Just as he lay down on the bed, Su Chen suddenly received a call from his parents. Hello, Dad. Son, have you rested? I have something to tell you. Your cousin Yi has just finished the college entrance examination and wants to come to Shanghai to find a summer job to exercise. Can you help take care of her? If it's inconvenient, forget it. Father Su's unhurried voice came from the phone. No problem, Dad, just explain it to my second uncle and let Yi come. Su Chen said without hesitation. Their relatives are pretty nice, but the best to them are their second uncle's family. His first year of university tuition was paid by his second uncle's family, who also gave him 3,000 yuan for living expenses. Su Chen has always kept this kindness in his heart. During this period, he had also been thinking about how to help his second uncle's family without being abrupt, and now he finally had the opportunity. Well, take good care of Yi when the time comes. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to continue preparing the strategy for the next city with your mom. Dad, do you have enough money? I just got another bonus and I'll transfer it to you when the time comes. That's enough, keep the money and hang up. Beep beep beep. Seeing his father hang up the phone so decisively, Su Chen shook his head. Some time ago, he transferred 400,000 yuan back home, and now his parents are using the money to travel. Of course, this is also what Su Chen strongly recommended. The two elders have been busy for him for most of their lives, and it's time for them to take a break and enjoy themselves. Looking at the travel photos that the two elders posted on their social media every day, and their heartfelt smiles, Su Chen felt particularly relieved. Well, Yi is coming, so we definitely can't continue to live in Hentang Manor, and we have to change the car. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen began to think. If his cousin knew everything about him now, how would he explain it to his parents? Even if he told them about the system, there was a 99% chance that the two elders would think he was a psychopath. For this reason, Su Chen had no choice but to buy a more ordinary house and car. Alas, being too rich is also a kind of trouble. Someone made such a shameless comment before going to bed. The next day, Su Chen drove his Rolls-Royce straight to the Supreme car dealership. As soon as Su Chen appeared, the entire Supreme car dealership was in an uproar. Brother Chen. Shuya was very happy to see Su Chen. The other employees of Supreme car dealership looked at Shuya, who was chatting and laughing with Su Chen, their faces twisted with jealousy. This is a super rich man with a net worth of 10 billion. And ridiculously handsome. Xiaoya, please recommend me a car that costs around 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. After chatting with Shuya for a while, Su Chen stated his purpose. Brother Chen, are you driving? Shuya was a little confused. Right. Su Chen nodded. After hearing this conversation, the car dealership's marketing staff all showed surprised expressions. Why would a wealthy person leave behind $1 billion luxury car and instead drive an ordinary car worth 200,000 or 300,000? Is it bankrupt? Just pick one for me and I'll deliver it to Hentang Manor. Su Chen said again. Hentang Manor? After hearing these 4 words, the marketers' expressions froze again. Although these marketers are not of high level, they have come into contact with many wealthy people and have learned some information about Hentang Manor from them. The most luxurious house in China. Built for the richest man. And this super luxury house actually also belongs to Mr. Su? Mr. Su has bought both the most luxurious car and the most luxurious house. Is it still possible for him to go bankrupt? Stop joking. I guess Mr. Su bought a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 just for fun. These people complained in their hearts. Shuya was also shocked by the 4 words henteing manner, but she quickly calmed down and began to choose a car for Su Chen. After Shuya carefully selected and compared, she recommended the Volkswagen Passat to Su Chen. It was priced at around 270,000 yuan and had excellent value for money. Su Chen didn't think much about it and swiped his card to pay. There were 2 car keys. Su Chen took one and threw the other one to the car dealership, asking them to deliver the car to henteing manor. After finishing everything, Su Chen was about to leave, but Shuya stopped him and said shyly, "Brother Chen, I asked for a peace amulet for you. I'll give it to you now." As she spoke, Shuya took out a carefully wrapped amulet. Forehead. Su Chen was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Shuya nodded shyly. "Let's go have lunch together at noon," Su Chen said again. Faced with Su Chen's invitation, Shuya agreed without hesitation. Looking at Shuya leaving with Su Chen, these marketers were extremely jealous. If they had not looked down on Su Chen when he came to their car dealership to buy a car, they could have become Mr. Su's friends like Shuya. While these marketers were regretting, they also secretly resolved to be humble in the future and not look down on others. After leaving the car dealership, Shuya recommended a mid-range restaurant nearby and spent 700 yuan. Shuya paid the bill using the excuse of going to the bathroom. After Su Chen finished eating and paid the bill, he smiled and shook his head when he heard what the receptionist said. "This little girl is quite considerate." After dinner, Shuya went back to the car dealership to work, while Su Chen drove his Rolls-Royce around the streets. After walking around for a while, Su Chen arrived at China Overseas Global Plaza. He parked the car, found a coffee shop, drank coffee, and enjoyed the afternoon. Chapter 53, God-level singing skills, so terrifying. Hello, I'm Xiao Baobao, the host of Maya. Can I ask you a few questions? A voice came from beside Su Chen. A girl with heavy makeup who looked like she had plastic surgery was holding a selfie stick and said to a man and a woman who were sitting and drinking coffee. The boy, who looked to be in his early 20s, said enthusiastically, "Of course." While broadcasting live, Xiao Baobao took out another mobile phone and displayed a picture of a car logo. "Handsome guy, do you know what car logo this is?" "For circles, Audi, this is easy," the boy said without hesitation. Xiao Baobao blinked and asked the boy, "Then may I ask if you have any?" The boy was a little embarrassed at this point, scratched his head, and said, "The cheapest Audi costs 200,000, I can't afford it." Xiao Baobao suddenly acted very exaggerated and said, no way, are there still boys who can't afford a car worth more than 200,000 yuan? How can they marry a wife in the future?" Netizens in Xiao Baobao's live broadcast room also began to echo, no way, don't people buy one car like Audi? I don't accept it. Why does he have a girlfriend even though he doesn't even have an Audi, but I have an Audi but still don't have a girlfriend? The post-90s generation nowadays don't have a car to drive around in, and don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings, yet they still have the nerve to say they are post-90s generation. These poor bastards should stay out of the house, lest they bring shame to us post-90s generation. Xiao Baobao showed the netizens' replies in the live broadcast room in front of the boy, and the boy blushed. "Girl, it seems you should consider changing your boyfriend, ha." Xiao Baobao admired the boy's embarrassed look, then smiled at the boy's girlfriend. The girl also looked embarrassed and then fell into deep thought. Su Chen was a little uncomfortable with the female anchor's behavior. Was it necessary to be so sarcastic? Just as he was about to step forward and say a few words, Xiao Baobao looked at him with shining eyes. "Handsome, can I ask you this question?" Xiao Baobao pointed the camera at Su Chen. "Damn, so handsome. Damn, this beauty makes me jealous. Humph, what's so great about being handsome? What would you choose between an 80-point face and 10 million? He's good looking, pleasing to the eye, popular with girls, and maybe even a rich woman's happy ball, so I'll definitely choose 10 million. Humph, short-sighted. If you are handsome, you can become an internet celebrity or even a star, but you only make 10 million? So, I choose 10 million. Barrages of comments appeared on the screen. Ask. Su Chen took a sip of coffee with a calm expression. "Handsome guy, do you know what this car logo is?" Xiao Baobao used the same trick again and showed a photo of a car logo on his mobile phone. "Audi. Do you have that, handsome guy?" "No." Ha, no wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend when he's so handsome. Xiao Baobao covered his face and smiled. What this means is that Su Chen is poor. The barrage of comments filled the screen again. I told you, being handsome is useless. Without money, you can't even find a girlfriend. Xiao Baobao felt that she had not teased Su Chen enough. He was a handsome guy with a lot of topics to talk about. She found another car logo and asked, "Do you know what car logo this is? Is this what you are talking about?" Su Chen threw Santana's car keys on the table. The car logo shown in the photo is obviously Santana. Now it was Xiao Baobao's turn to be embarrassed. In the last second she was mocking Su Chen for not having a car and a girlfriend, and in the next second Su Chen threw out his car keys. Oh, the anchor has flipped over. What car are you overturning? What's so great about a Santana? Everyone here owns a Santana. That's right. That's right. Looking at these comments, Xiao Baobao regained his confidence, and then found a photo of a car logo and presented it to Su Chen. It's a Mercedes. Handsome guy, do you know what car logo this is? Xiao Baobao asked maliciously. Everyone recognizes the Mercedes-Benz logo, but not many people can afford a Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Baobao doesn't believe that Su Chen also has a Mercedes-Benz. Is this it? Su Chen threw the car keys of a Mercedes Maybach S-Class worth 3 million on the table. Ha! The anchor got slapped in the face again? Bah, you can call this a slap in the face? It's just a Mercedes. Everyone in the live broadcast room has one. Don't brag, this handsome guy is holding out the key to a Maybach S-Class. The cheapest car costs more than 1.5 million yuan. The entire live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. Xiao Baobao's expression froze for a moment, but she was still not convinced and flipped through a photo of the Rolls-Royce logo. Handsome guy, you don't have the keys to this car, do you? As soon as Xiao Baobao asked, the live broadcast room became lively again. A netizen with the ID immediately said, if he has a Rolls-Royce, I will eat it live. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Chen took out the car key of Rolls-Royce Phantom and pressed it. The Rolls-Royce parked behind Xiao Baobao rang, and the two headlights kept flashing, as if saying something. Yang Xiao Baobao quits the live broadcast room. Looking at the flashing lights of the Rolls-Royce, Xiao Baobao seemed to be petrified and his whole body was dazed. At this moment, she felt a burning pain on her face. Originally he wanted to gain popularity by mocking passers-by, but he didn't expect to be severely slapped in the face by a big shot. At this time, Xiao Baobao's live broadcast room also exploded. What the hell? What the hell? It's a Rolls-Royce, a Phantom series, worth 7 or 8 million. The one who said that there are one car for each hand in the live broadcast room, get out here. If I don't receive the car today, I will kill you within 3 days and scatter your ashes. Why do I feel so good when I see the dog anchor fail during live broadcast? That's right, she deserves it for being uneducated and mocking others casually. The more Xiao Baobao read these comments, the uglier her expression became, and she could no longer find the words to say in front of Su Chen. Su Chen ignored Xiao Baobao and came to the boy who had been interviewed by Xiao Baobao before and said, "Brother, don't be angry. Those who say that people born in the 1990s must have a car and savings are either stupid or bad. I was born in the 90s too. I had nothing before. Work hard and don't be affected by these idiotic comments on the internet." The boy became spirited after hearing Su Chen's words. He then looked at Su Chen with gratitude and became full of fighting spirit. Yes, just because there is nothing now doesn't mean there won't be anything in the future. Su Chen's words were also heard by netizens in Xiao Baobao's live broadcast room. These netizens suddenly fell silent. Aren't they the people that Su Chen referred to as either stupid or bad? But they couldn't refute it. Ahem, brothers, we can't criticize this one, let's go to the next one. By the way, before you leave, give the anchor a click to unsubscribe. A barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. Then it happened, Jiawu cancelled the subscription. Lian Xian cancelled subscription. I am a kitten tooth unsubscribe. Xiao Baobao's subscriptions began to drop rapidly. The popularity of the live broadcast room dropped rapidly. Baby Xiao was so anxious that he almost cried. I shot myself in the foot today. If I had known this, I wouldn't have been so rude. Su Chen continued to sit there drinking coffee and enjoying the time. At this time, Yuan Wenhe called him. Mr. Su, this month's rent has been collected in full. You need to sign before the money can be deposited into your card. Excuse me, Mr. Su, are you available now? If it's convenient, I'll come over with the documents. Chapter 54: A Sudden Kiss. Suchen said, I'm at Manki Coffee in Shanghai Global Plaza. Please bring it to me. After a while, Yuan Wenhe, dressed in a suit, appeared in the coffee shop and handed a stack of documents to Su Chen. Here are the rental details for this quarter. Su Chen looked at the total. 1.8 billion. That's 1.8 billion per quarter, and at least 7 billion per year. It is worthy of being the largest and most luxurious plaza in China overseas. Swish. Su Chen signed his name with a few strokes. Soon, a remittance of 1.8 billion yuan appeared in his Huaxia bank card. Looking at the long list of numbers, Su Chen remained calm. After all, he still has 60 billion Swiss francs in Swiss banks, which is almost 400 billion Chinese yuan. 1.8 billion, sprinkle some water. Boss Su, when you first came, didn't we hold a dinner party at the Oriental Hotel? As a result, due to our negligence, we ruined Mr. Su's interest and cancelled the dinner. Today, on behalf of all employees of the company, I would like to invite Mr. Su again. Yuan Wenhe put the documents away and spoke to Su Chen cautiously. Okay, when the time comes, just send me the location and I'll go by myself. Su Chen did not refuse. Thank you, Mr. Su. Yuan Wenhe bowed to Su Chen. Now, please accompany me to walk around the mall. After all, this is a big business, so I should pay more attention to it. Su Chen stood up from his seat. When Yuan Wenhe heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. A shopping mall worth tens of billions, with a net profit of at least 5 billion every year, and you call this a small industry? However, Yuan Wenhe had also heard about Su Chen's lavish spending of tens of billions on the charity gala. Understand that China Overseas Global Plaza is just a small industry for Su Chen. Afterwards, the two of them started shopping in the mall. Su Chen looked east and west, seemingly aimlessly, but in fact he was observing a lot of things. Some people who knew Yuan Wenhe's identity were shocked to see Yuan Wenhe following a young man respectfully, and they speculated about Su Chen's identity. As they walked, the two came to a steak buffet restaurant. The reason why Su Chen stopped in front of this buffet restaurant was mainly because it was already past 3 in the afternoon and there were still many people eating in the restaurant. From the way these people are dressed, you can tell that their conditions are not good. Their clothes are worn out, their faces are pale and their bodies are thin. There are many cameras facing these people who are eating. My friends, I'm your Hao Gu. Today I brought the people from the poor mountainous areas to the big city for dinner again. Their place is too poor. It's hard for them to have such delicious food in their lifetime. Steak, lobster, crab legs, they are all good stuff. Of course, I will pay for their round-trip fares, accommodation, and meals. When they return, I will give each of them 5,000 yuan. I hope to improve their lives. My friends, do you think I did the right thing? The person talking to the camera was a bald, tattooed man with a smile on his face. Brother Hao is awesome. This is positive energy. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. Brother Hao's live broadcast room is very popular, and barrages of comments occupy the entire room. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Brother Hao's smile became even brighter. Everyone, eat as much as you want. Don't be in a hurry. Brother Hao then spoke to the 200 ordinary people who came from poor areas in the mountainous areas. Su Chen took in this scene and his heart moved slightly. Although he knew that Brother Hao was just hyping himself up, he thought that this kind of hype was fine as long as it could truly help others. Instead of moving forward, he found a place to sit down and continued to observe this charity event. Brothers, in order to help more people, Brother Hao has sold everything he has this time. Brother Hao does not want any reward. I just ask brothers to share the live broadcast room more so that more people can see everything Brother Hao has done. Brother Hao switched the camera to himself again. We can't let Brother Hao bear so much alone. Let's go with our gifts. No more talking. I'm going to steal my dad's bank card now to buy a gift for Brother Hao. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. As the live broadcast progressed, netizens came in one after another and praised Brother Hao's behavior. The popularity of Hauge's live broadcast room grew faster and faster, and he suddenly became the most popular anchor on Maya. Seeing the live broadcast gaining popularity, Brother Hao also started the highlight of the day. Give money. 5,000 per person. At this moment, Hauge's live broadcast room also broke Maya's record and gained 1 million followers. 5,000 per person, more than 200 people, that's a minimum of 1 million. Wow, I'm so touched. Yes, not to mention that Brother How paid for the transportation, accommodation, and meals of these people. Each person must have spent at least 1 or 2,000, which is 3 or 400,000. I am so touched. Brother How is so kind. Wow, Brother How is awesome. Salute. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. The barrage of comments was boiling, and even many big anchors entered How GE's live broadcast room to express their admiration. Looking at the ever-increasing number of fans and gifts, Brother How was already very happy in his heart, but he tried his best to control his expression on his face. Soon, every person in the mountainous area received 5,000 yuan. Brother How showed this scene again in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room completely exploded. At this time, Hauke said to the live broadcast room with a touching face, "Woo, my friends, I still have something to say to these mountain friends. I am afraid that I will not be able to control my emotions when I speak, and cry in front of everyone, which will be embarrassing, so I will turn off the live broadcast first." After saying that, Brother How decisively cut off the live broadcast. However, netizens in the live broadcast room were still reluctant to leave and left one touching message after another in the room. "Brother How, you are great." However, after they turned off the live broadcast room, the expression on Brother How's face, who they thought was great, suddenly became arrogant. All right, stop eating, you all look like starving ghosts, return all your money to me, if you lose even 1 cent, I will punish you." When the people in the mountainous areas heard this, they all showed expressions of shame and anger on their faces, but they still obediently took out the 5,000 yuan. Su Chen looked at this scene and finally realized that something was wrong. It turns out that this so-called charity was a scam from beginning to end. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he stood up and walked towards Brother How. Seeing this, Yuan Wenha hurriedly followed and called the security department of the square. Bang! Su Chen rushed forward without saying a word and slapped Brother How in the face, causing Brother How to stagger. "What are you doing? Where did this psycho come from? Alpaca, you are sick, right?" Members of How GE's team were all attracted to Su Chen. They all had tattoos of dragons and tigers on their bodies, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not people to be trifled with. "Humph, this is what you call a charity live broadcast? It's disgusting," Su Chen said coldly. "Giving and taking money, isn't this playing the audience around in circles? It's also a smear on public welfare activities. Fuck. What I do is none of your business. Are you sick?" Brother How covered his face and looked at Su Chen with resentment. "What did you say?" When he heard someone scolding his boss, Yuan Wenha didn't care about his position as the general manager and rushed out to slap Brother How. However, Brother How had more people, a total of 10 people in the team, and someone immediately stopped Yuan Wenha and cursed, "Be honest, don't force us to beat you up." Chapter 55 Big Star Yin Xinshui. Brother How continued to curse, "So what if I take back the 5,000 yuan? I paid for their transportation, accommodation and meals, didn't I? I'm better than a keyboard warrior like you who only knows how to talk nonsense. If you have the ability, why don't you do it yourself?" Su Chen sneered, "Okay. From now on, I will take out 2 billion to set up a foundation to support the poor areas where these people are." Ha ha ha. When Brother How and the others heard this, they immediately laughed out loud and made sarcastic remarks. 2 billion? You should brag more reliably. He is mentally retarded, indeed he is mentally retarded. 2 billion, who do you think you are? The richest man in the country? After Brother How finished laughing, a cruel look appeared on his face. "I was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue with a psychopath, but you actually dared to slap me. I can only leave a mark on you." Brother How waved his hand, and more than a dozen of his younger brothers immediately surrounded Su Chen. Before becoming a host, Brother How was a gangster, and fighting and gang brawls were common occurrences for him. "Stop." Yuan Wenha anxiously called a halt. "I'm going to take action against him today, and even the King of Heaven can't save him," Brother How said with a proud look on his face. Tap tap tap. Just then, hurried footsteps were suddenly heard outside the restaurant. The next moment, 50 or 60 burly men in black suits appeared in the restaurant. The leader was a big man with a crew cut. He first glanced at Yuan Wenha, then his eyes fell on Su Chen. His scalp exploded and he shouted quickly, "Stop! Whoever dares to touch our boss, I will kill him." After saying that, the group of big men in black took advantage of the moment when Brother Hao's brothers were stunned and rushed forward, easily controlling all of Brother Hao's brothers. Brother Hao was dumbfounded. The shaved man who spoke first came to Su Chen in a hurry, then bent down suddenly and said, "Boss, I am a step late. Please punish me." Su Chen waved his hand and said calmly, "This has nothing to do with you." The burly man with a crew cut heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Hao was even more dumbfounded. He seemed to have offended some important person, and he began to feel uneasy. "May I ask, brother?" He smiled awkwardly and asked Su Chen cautiously. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to call our CEO Su a brother?" Yuan Wenhe couldn't help but laugh. Brother Hao's face turned dark. However, he thought that he was now the most popular anchor of Maya, and he regained a lot of confidence in his heart, and said, "Mr. Su, I was arrogant and said the wrong thing just now. Now I apologize to you, and this matter will be written off. What do you think? Write it off? Okay, unless you fulfill your promise of 5,000 yuan per person and tell the whole story to your friends online, I can still let you live," Su Chen said lightly. Brother Hao's expression changed. "Boss Su, you are pushing me into a dead end. If netizens knew what he did today, his spine would be broken. Maya would also choose to terminate the contract with him, and his source of income would be gone, but Brother Hao certainly would not do that. In that case, you can't blame me." Su Chen looked indifferent. "What do you want to do? Do you know who owns Shanghai Global Plaza? If you dare to touch me here, the owner of the plaza will definitely not let you go." Brother Hao's first reaction was that Su Chen would have someone beat him up, and he shouted anxiously, "He. Yuan Wan has sneered and looked at Brother Hao with sarcasm. "You may not have thought that Mr. Su is the boss of Global Center Plaza." Brother Hao was completely panicked now. If the owner of China Overseas Global Plaza wants to deal with him, it will be as easy as 1 + 1 = 2. What should I do? What should I do? He was so anxious that he suddenly remembered that he had the phone number of Dong Songjie, the person in charge of Maya. Dong Songjie had always been optimistic about him. So he quickly called Dong Songjie. Now he is the #1 anchor of Maya, and he doesn't believe that Dong Songjie will not protect him. Sure enough, after receiving Brother Hao's call, Dong Songjie immediately took action and drove towards Global Plaza. After learning that Dong Songjie was coming in person, Brother Hao regained his confidence. Dong Songjie is the head of Maya Live and has a net worth of billions, but he is not as rich as the boss of Global Plaza. Brother Hao believes that the boss of Global Plaza should also give Dong Songjie some face. Dong Songjie arrived quickly and showed up in the restaurant in less than half an hour. In order to prevent any accidents, he also brought a dozen bodyguards with him. "Brother Dong, I'm here." Brother Hao waved quickly with a flattering smile on his face. Dong Songjie nodded to Brother Hao, then looked around the restaurant, wanting to know who was making things difficult for Brother Hao. Soon his eyes fell on Su Chen, and his pupils shrank suddenly. "Shit, isn't this the largest shareholder of Maya?" Dong Songjie was dumbfounded. Although Dong Songjie had never met Su Chen. But this did not affect his ability to recognize Su Chen at a glance. After all, Dong Songjie had repeatedly studied this sudden emergence of Maya's largest shareholder. Mysterious, unfathomable, and someone who must not be offended was Dong Songjie's final judgment of Su Chen. And now Dong Songjie said he wanted to cry. Given the current situation, he could tell at a glance that Brother Hao had offended Maya's largest shareholder. How could he dare to stand out? He wished he could hide as far away as possible. Brother Hao didn't realize that something was wrong. When he saw Dong Songjie coming, he said excitedly, "Brother Jia, you're finally here. The boss of Shanghai Plaza has something against me. Can you help me speak up?" Dong Songjie ignored Brother Hao and came to Su Chen with gritted teeth, saying carefully, "Ahem, Mr. Su, I'm Dong Songjie, the person in charge of Maya. I called you once before and asked you to meet, but you said you didn't have time for the time being." Su Chen didn't wait for Dong Songjie to continue, and said indifferently, "It seems that this Brother Hao has a great status in your heart, and you were called here with just one phone call." Dong Songjie panicked. He could tell that Su Chen had something against him, so he quickly said, "Mr. Su, I really don't know." Su Chen interrupted again, "Okay, stop talking, and stand aside." Dong Songjie stood aside with an uneasy look on his face. Even though he is the person in charge of Maya, he actually only owns 10% of Maya's shares. A major shareholder like Su Chen, who holds 51% of the shares, has the right to replace him. How could Dong Songjie dare to go against Su Chen? Seeing Dong Songjie acting like a grandson in front of Su Chen, Brother Hao panicked and shouted at Dong Songjie, "Brother Jia, what are you doing? Shut up! Do you know that Mr. Su is the largest shareholder of our Maoya? There's no point in calling me that." Dong Songjie glared at Brother Hao fiercely. Brother Hao was struck by lightning and froze in place. Su Chen looked at Brother Hao and said calmly, "I'll give you a way out. First, keep your promise, $5,000 per person. Second, tell the audience what you did today. Otherwise you'll go to jail." Brother Hao was really afraid of Su Chen now, and he cried, "Brother, I will do as you say. Please give me a way to live. Let's do it." Su Chen threw down a sentence. Brother Hao had no choice but to reopen the live broadcast room. Our big brother Hao is back. It's just fun to watch celebrities donate money, but to really do charity, we have to look to our brother Hao. Chapter 56 Prince Sanqin. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. There are still many netizens who are still squatting in Hao Ji's live broadcast room, so as soon as Hao Gu starts the live broadcast, the room immediately becomes lively. Looking at these words of praise, Brother Hao wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. With a sad face, he began to talk about how he was exposed for his fake charity. For a moment, the screen was full of question marks. After all this time, it turns out to be another fake charity hype. Damn it, if the big guy hadn't exposed me this time, I would have been deceived by Brother Hao. I even bought a cat tooth number 1. This is a rubbish anchor. This is intolerable. As Hauge was forced to confess, netizens started to scold him and Hauge's subscription volume began to plummet. But Brother Hao doesn't care about these anymore, because his live streaming career is definitely over. Now, Brother Hao is feeling extremely regretful. If I really gave 5,000 to each person instead of doing fake charity, with today's popularity, I could earn back the 1 million in no time. Why did it have to end up like this? 1 million is gone, and the live streaming career is over. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. After explaining everything clearly, Brother Hao reluctantly closed the live broadcast room. This was probably his last live broadcast. Next, Brother Hao started distributing money to the 200 or so people living in the mountains again. The people living in the mountainous areas took the 5,000 yuan and were full of gratitude to Su Chen. Without Su Chen, all of them would be just tools for Hao Gu to hype himself up. "Brother, I have done everything you asked me to do. Can I leave now?" After handing out the money, Brother Hao's heart was bleeding and he spoke to Su Chen carefully. Su Chen waved his hand and signaled to get out. Immediately, Brother Hao and his team ran away without daring to stop for a moment. "Mr. Su, I really didn't know that Brother Hao would use this method to hype himself up. If I knew he would dare to do this, let alone come forward to protect him, it would be a good thing if I didn't ban him." Dong Songjie finally found out what had happened and quickly explained it to Su Chen. "You mean you have no responsibility at all?" Su Chen glanced at Dong Songjie indifferently. Dong Songjie's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yes, it's because we didn't monitor enough that this happened." "That's good to know." Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. "If something like this happens again, I will doubt your ability. At that time, I don't mind changing the person in charge of Maoya." "I see." Dong Songjie nodded solemnly. He had no doubt about Su Chen's words. After dealing with Brother Hao's affairs, Su Chen called Yuan Wenhao over and said, "I just said that I would use 2 billion to set up a foundation to help the poor areas where the people in the mountainous areas live. You will be in charge of this foundation and spend the money wisely." "Yes, President Su." Yuan Wenhao looked at Su Chen with admiration. He just donated 10 billion and now he's donating another 2 billion. This is the responsibility a wealthy man should have. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Stare. The host donated 2 billion to the people in the mountainous areas, allowing the light of righteousness to shine on the earth. I will reward the host with a riverside garden community worth 20 billion. The system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. What you need comes true. I just happened to need a house, and the system directly gave me a residential area. I just hope the house in Binjiang Garden is not too expensive, otherwise I will have to buy a cheaper one. Hearing the voice of the system, Su Chen muttered something. Then Su Chen picked up his phone to check. The housing price of Zhonghai Riverside Garden is 81,000 renminbi per square meter. It seems a little expensive. Never mind. When he comes, I'll just say it's rented. She probably won't be suspicious. Su Chen thought about it carefully. Nowadays, pretending to be poor has become a technical skill. Because tomorrow is the day when cousin Xiaoyi comes to Shanghai, Su Chen decides to go and see the house first. So Su Chen gave Yuan Wenhe some instructions, asked him to make arrangements for the people living in the mountainous areas, and then drove away. As soon as he got in the car, he received a call from Yang Hui, the person in charge of Binjiang Garden Property Management, asking him when he would come to view the house. Su Chen said he was on the way. At the same time, Binjiang Garden Property Management Office. Hurry, hurry, tidy up your appearance and cheer up, our new boss, Mr. Su, will be here soon. The entire management office suddenly became busy. When Su Chen arrived at Binjiang Garden, the entrance was already full of people from the property management office. The leader was a woman in her 30s who was wearing a women's suit and looked particularly capable. She is the person in charge of property management, Yan Hui. When Su Chen got out of the car, Yang Hui immediately went to greet him and said respectfully, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Everyone in the property management office bowed at the same time. Su Chen smiled at Yang Hui and said, no need to make such a big fuss, just tell them to go away. Yang Hui did as she was told, but still left 6 security guards. There was no way. After all, Su Chen was the owner of the entire Binjiang Garden. If he got bumped into anything, that would be disastrous. Afterwards, Su Chen followed Yang Hui into Riverside Garden and gained a basic understanding of Riverside Garden through Yang Hui's introduction. Riverside Garden is currently only for rent and not for sale. Why not sell it to the public? Su Chen asked. Yang Hui replied, the previous owner thought that Binjiang Garden has great room for appreciation and planned to sell it when the housing prices reach their peak, so now he just rents it out. Su Chen frowned, this was a bit of a waste of resources. As for the current housing price of 81,000 yuan per square meter in Riverside Garden, it is neither expensive nor cheap for China overseas. Many people are actually quite jealous. If Riverside Garden is not sold, they will have to consider more expensive houses, which will increase the burden. From now on, Binjiang Garden will be put on sale. The price is set at 21,000 yuan per square meter. Su Chen thought about it and said, what? Yang Hui had an expression of disbelief, thinking she had heard it wrong. If a house with an average price of 80,000 yuan is sold at 20,000 yuan per square meter, it would be a huge loss. You heard it right, there are so many young people who can't afford to buy houses now, so we sell them at a lower price and treat it as charity. Su Chen continued. Boss, if you do this, you will lose tens of billions. Yang Hui was anxious. I've seen people who spend their money poorly, but I've never seen such a spendthrift. It's okay. I don't need this little money. Remember, at 20,000 per square meter, try to sell it to young people. Don't sell it to people who already have houses in Shanghai. I don't want to be fleeced. Su Chen said seriously. Hundreds of billions, a small amount of money. The corners of Yang Hui's mouth twitched wildly, but since Su Chen, her boss, said so, what else could she do? Sell it. Moreover, although Yang Hui felt that Su Chen's behavior was too wasteful, she admired Su Chen's action from the bottom of her heart. After all, who would really give up hundreds of billions of profits and donate them to charity? I guess it's just their stupid boss. Boss, is the 21,000 square meter house you mentioned true? A young security guard couldn't help but ask after hearing the conversation between Su Chen and Yang Hui. Of course it's true. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then, can I buy it? The young security guard said nervously. He came to Shanghai from another province to work, and had a girlfriend from Shanghai. The two of them were about to reach marriageable age. Since he didn't have a house in Shanghai and the girl's parents had always disagreed, he was extremely eager to buy a house in Shanghai. What's wrong with that? Of course, the premise is that you don't have a house in Shanghai. I still hope that what I do can help those in need. Chapter 57, Storms Rising in Shanghai. Su Chen said. No, I don't have a house in Shanghai. You are so nice, boss. After getting Su Chen's affirmative answer, the security guard's face turned red with excitement. Neither do I. Boss, I want to buy one too. The other security guards were also excited. Although 21,000 yuan per square meter is a considerable burden for them, it is better than the sky-high price of 81,000 yuan per square meter. Okay, anyone who meets the requirements can buy it. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. The security guards looked at Su Chen with tears in their eyes, expressing their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Stare. The host is considerate of others and sells the house at a low price, allowing the light of righteousness to shine on the earth. I will reward the host with 100 billion Chinese currency. 100 billion has been credited to Huaxia Bank. The phone vibrated and another 100 billion yuan was added to Su Chen's bank card. Su Chen took a look and silently put the phone back in his arms. In fact, he would still do this even if there was no system reward this time. After discussing the sale of the house with Yang Hui, Su Chen and others continued to move forward in Binjiang Garden. The 6 security guards were extremely alert in protecting Su Chen. Now, if anyone dares to touch Su Chen, they will fight to the death. Boss, the 5th unit is in front. There are a total of. Yang Hui continued to introduce the community to Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen stopped and his eyes fell on a floor of Unit 7. Yang Hui followed Su Chen's gaze and saw a 3 or 4-year-old child climbing over the guardrail of the room and about to fall. Not good. Yang Hui was shocked. Just when Yang Hui had this thought, the child suddenly fell from the upstairs. Ah! Yang Hui subconsciously covered her eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past Yang Hui. Then came the panicked voice of the security guard. Yang Hui nervously let go of her hand and looked carefully. It was their boss Su Chen who rushed towards the place where the child was about to fall, opening his arms to catch the child. It's over. It's over. Yang Hui's mind was completely confused. The child fell from at least 20 or 30 floors high. If Su Chen had caught the child, his 2 arms would have been smashed to pieces with this force. Boss, why are you so stupid? Yang Hui was so anxious that she jumped up and down. 6 security guards also rushed towards Su Chen frantically. Bang! Before they ran to Su Chen, the child had already fallen into Su Chen's hands. Driven by the huge force, Su Chen pounced forward. He was worried about crushing the child, so he pushed hard with his feet, turned around, and turned the child upwards, then he and the child fell into the grass. Boss! The security guards rushed forward to check the situation. They finally met such a good boss. If something goes wrong, they will have no place to cry. Moving things. Su Chen stood up from the grass holding the child. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Su Chen was unharmed, but they couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. He caught the child who fell from such a height and nothing happened to him. Is this body made of steel? Besides, the boss himself is so powerful, does he really need security guards like them? Boss, are you really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Yang Hui said nervously. It's really nothing, the child should be fine too, go and see whose child this is and leave him to his parents. Su Chen handed the child to Yang Hui and twisted his arm. In fact, he is also feeling a little scared now. If it weren't for his martial arts master's skills, these 2 arms would have been broken. The host saved the child's life and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. The host is rewarded with 10 years of life. This time the system's reward stunned Su Chen. 10 years of life? Can we play like this? So he couldn't help but wonder, system, how much life do I have now? No comment. Fuck. Su Chen felt very angry. After visiting Binjiang Garden, Su Chen chose a room for himself. Room 6, Unit 5, Building 9. This is an apartment with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, about 150 square meters. The furniture is complete, the lighting is excellent, and you can just move in with your luggage. The main reason Su Chen chose this house was because it came with a gym and study. Although he probably won't be able to use it. Isn't it fun to play games? Okay, Manager Yang, I don't have anything else to do. Go and do your thing. Make sure you do a good job selling the house. Su Chen casually lay on the imported sofa and said something to Yang Hui. Okay, boss. Yang Hui retreated with the security personnel. After Yang Hui left, Su Chen checked the things in the room again. There were regular daily necessities, such as quilts, pillows, and even pots and pans. They were all brand new, but there was only 1 set of toiletries. And his cousin Xiaoyi will be here tomorrow, so these things have to be prepared for her first. So Su Chen went downstairs and bought some things at the supermarket in the community. After buying these things, Su Chen entered the elevator. In the elevator, besides him, there was a woman holding a child, and at her feet was a 5-liter bucket of cooking oil. Su Chen was just about to close the elevator when a voice suddenly came from outside the elevator saying, "Wait a minute." Su Chen pressed the open door button, and the elevator door that was about to close opened. I told you to wait a moment. Are you deaf? Come out now. As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Chen saw a young and beautiful woman speaking arrogantly in front of him. Behind the woman was a tall woman wearing a mask and short-sleeved shirt and hot pants. The masked woman was looking down and playing with her mobile phone. There were 4 bodyguards standing next to the masked woman, staring around with vigilance. Are there any other celebrities living in Riverside Garden? Su Chen frowned. Judging from the masked woman's posture, she was probably a celebrity. I told you to get out. Did you hear me? Seeing that Su Chen didn't move, the beautiful woman couldn't help but speak again. At the same time, the 4 security guards glared at Su Chen and the young mother. The young mother had no choice but to hold her child in one hand and carry 10 kilograms of cooking oil in the other, and walked out of the elevator with difficulty. Su Chen still didn't move, and asked calmly, "The elevator is a public resource in this building? Why should I give it to you?" The gorgeous woman looked at Su Chen coldly and said, "Why?" "Because our Wan Wan is a famous internet celebrity with more than 20 million fans on Younin." Younin? Wan Wan? Su Chen recognized the identity of the masked woman. Chen Wan Wan, a popular internet celebrity on QQ Music. Younin is currently the largest short video platform in China. When he was using Cloud Audio, he occasionally saw Chen Wan Wan's videos, which were nothing but coquettish poses and plagiarism, and had no nutritional value. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Su Chen smiled. Where does an internet celebrity get such a strong sense of superiority? Chen Wan Wan seemed to be irritated by Su Chen's words. She pulled off her mask and looked at Su Chen with cold eyes. Su Chen also glanced at her and thought to himself, "Tisk tsk, Yunyin's beauty is indeed amazing." The Chen Wan Wan he saw now was completely different from the Chen Wan Wan in the Younin video. Seeing that Su Chen dared to talk back, the beautiful woman looked at him more sharply and said, "Our Wan Wan can bring happiness to more than 20 million people. Can you? Just based on this point, you must give up the elevator to Wan Wan today." The beautiful woman's tone became more serious, and the 4 security guards looked at Su Chen with even more unfriendly eyes. Su Chen had no expression on his face and said coldly, "What if I don't let you?" Chapter 58, The Dragon Crosses the River. No? I gave you face, right? How dare you say no? The gorgeous woman said angrily. At this time, Chen Wan Wan finally spoke up, her face full of impatience. "Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? People like them are just jealous of my achievements. There's no need to talk so much nonsense to him. Security, drag him out for me." As soon as Chen Wan Wan finished speaking, 4 bodyguards in black immediately rushed towards Su Chen. Shit, something bad has happened. At the same time, in the Binjiang Garden security monitoring room, a community security guard saw this scene through the surveillance and was immediately terrified. "Damn it, these bastards dared to touch our boss, I will kill them." The community security guards left a message and rushed towards Unit 5, Building 9. "I sold them a house worth 81,000 yuan per square meter for 20,000 yuan. Where can I find such a good boss?" These community security guards like Su Chen, their new boss, from the bottom of their hearts. Bang bang bang. In the elevator, Su Chen quickly eliminated Chen Wan Wan's 4 bodyguards with 2 punches and 3 kicks, and said to Chen Wan Wan coldly, "You are just an internet celebrity, do you really think you are a national hero? I just refused to let me get in the elevator, but the bodyguard attacked me." What a big shot. Su Chen was really angry. If this happened to someone else instead of him, he might have been dragged out of the elevator by bodyguards or even beaten. These internet celebrities take themselves too seriously. You actually dared to hit someone. I want to expose your behavior." Seeing Su Chen knock down her 4 bodyguards, Chen Wan Wan was shocked and hurriedly took out her cell phone to take a few pictures of Su Chen. "Call the police, you must call the police. This is totally lawless. I can't believe there are such immoral people like you in this world." The beautiful woman also shouted exaggeratedly. "I'm taking a picture." "Call the police? Come on, I'll help you call the police." The community security guards rushed over as fast as they could, not caring that Chen Wan Wan and the other beautiful woman were women. They rushed up and kicked Chen Wan Wan and the beautiful woman, sending them flying. Bump! The 2 men fell to the ground in a daze. And them. Then, the community security dragged out the 4 bodyguards who were lying on the ground and beat them up. "Mr. Su, are you okay?" The community security captain looked at Su Chen nervously. Fine. Su Chen shook his head and said, okay, stop fighting. If they keep fighting like this, they will seriously injure someone sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the community security guards stopped their actions. Chen Wanwan was almost going crazy. She was in such a miserable state that she shouted, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to expose your behavior and let you die. Go ahead, my name is De Zhuang, call the police now. My name is Eru. If you dare to attack Mr. Su, this is what will happen to you. I'm your grandfather Qiangzi. You little internet celebrity really thinks you're a dish. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. These community security guards are not scared at all. At this time, Yang Hui also came over with the property management staff. When Chen Wanwan saw Yang Hui, she ran to her as if she had seen a savior and said, Manager Yang, your property security guard beat people up. I want to complain. I want to complain to your boss. He is our boss. The entire Riverside Garden belongs to him. Yang Hui glanced at Chen Wanwan coldly, then stood respectfully beside Su Chen. He is our boss. The entire Riverside Garden belongs to him. As soon as these words came out, Chen Wanwan's expression froze on her face. The beautiful woman also widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The person they just wanted to drive out of the elevator turned out to be the owner of the entire Riverside Garden? No matter how dumb the second girl was, she knew that the owner of Riverside Garden was at least a super rich man worth tens of billions. Suddenly, no blood appeared on the faces of the two men. I didn't want to argue with you, but you guys are shameless. Su Chen looked at the two girls calmly and said, You have 1 day to get out of Binjiang Garden, or I will ask the security guards to ask you to leave. Chen Wanwan panicked. How could she find a place like Binjiang Garden with cheap rent and good environment? She screamed, You can't do this to me. I'm a big internet celebrity with 20 million fans on Younin. If you dare to do this, I will expose you online immediately, and then no one will rent your house anymore. Big internet celebrity? Big celebrity? Su Chen said with a mocking look on his face, he won't be one soon. After saying that, a call was made to Wan Xinghe. Because Younin is a product of Huaxing Group. After hearing Su Chen's order, Wan Xinghe immediately took action and couldn't help muttering in his heart, an internet celebrity with 20 million fans dares to challenge President Su. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Wan Xinghe had no sympathy for Chen Wanwan. Because based on his understanding of Su Chen would never target someone for no reason. Immediately afterwards, Wan Xinghe called the person in charge of Younin. In less than a minute, the beautiful woman's cell phone rang. When she picked it up, her face suddenly turned pale and she was about to collapse. Bang! The phone fell to the ground. Chen Wanwan realized something was wrong and asked the beautiful woman, What's wrong? The beautiful woman said woodenly, Wanwan, your Younin account has been blocked, and because of false advertising, you will face huge compensation. Boom! Chen Wanwan felt like she was struck by lightning and was completely stunned. When Su Chen said that she would not be that person soon, she didn't take it to heart. After all, even if Su Chen is the owner of Binjiang Garden, he cannot influence Huaxing. Who knew that after Su Chen made the call, she was really blocked? Who are you? How did you do it? Chen Wanwan stared at Su Chen with terrified eyes. Snort. Su Chen snorted coldly and said calmly, It's very simple, because I am also the boss of Younin. Plop. Chen Wanwan seemed to have been drained of all her strength and fell to the ground like a dead fish. Su Chen ignored Chen Wanwan and walked into the elevator. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Back in the room, Su Chen took a nap and waited until the alarm clock woke him up at 5:30. Tonight, Yuan Wanha and senior executives of China Overseas Global Plaza hosted a banquet for Su Chen at the Oriental Hotel. Su Chen thought that people would drink a lot at the dinner, so he didn't drive and took a taxi directly. After a while, we arrived at the Oriental Hotel. As Su Chen got out of the special car, he heard an uncertain voice, Su Chen? Su Chen looked back and saw a tall and handsome man in a suit and tie standing not far from him. Squad leader. Su Chen recognized the man's identity and a smile of surprise appeared on his face. The man's name was Yang Bo, and he was the monitor of their university class. He was a fair and responsible person. Although Su Chen didn't have much contact with him, the two had a good relationship. It's really you, Su Chen, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. Yang Bo walked over and said excitedly, handing Su Chen a cigarette as he spoke. Although Su Chen didn't smoke, he still took it and said with a smile, "I haven't seen it since graduation." "Why?" Yang Bo sighed and said, "In fact, many of my classmates stayed in Shanghai after graduation, but everyone was busy making a living. Although we were in the same city, we rarely saw each other." It seemed that Yang Bo felt that this topic was a bit heavy, so he changed the subject, looked at Su Chen with a smile, and said, "I heard that you are doing well. You even got Jiang Yang out of Sanqing Group." Chapter 59. The richest man bows his head. When Yang Bo said this, there was a little more scrutiny in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen. "What do you mean he's doing well?" Jiang Yang asked for trouble. "He was fired from the company." "It has nothing to do with me." Su Chen waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo showed a look of relief on his face. He said that Su Chen had only graduated for a year. How could he be so powerful and be able to beat Jiang Yang? It turned out that Jiang Yang was asking for trouble. "So what are you doing now?" Yang Bo said again. "I'm doing a little business, just enough to support myself." Su Chen smiled and said. Su Chen actually didn't want to expose too much of himself to these old classmates. It's not that he is afraid that these old classmates will ask him to borrow money for help or something, but more that he doesn't want to put pressure on these old classmates. "Sure. By the way, are you coming to the Oriental Hotel for dinner today as well?" Yang Bo patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "Yes, there is a dinner party." "What time does it start?" Yang Bo asked again. "About 7 o'clock. Yang Bo looked at the time, put his hand on Su Chen's shoulder, and said, "It's 6:20 now. There's still some time before your dinner. Come with me now. Today is my birthday, and I have invited a few wealthy second generations who have some influence in Shanghai. You are also doing business now, it would be beneficial for you to get to know them." Su Chen had no choice but to follow Yang Bo first. Yang Bo booked a private room in the Oriental Hotel. Although it is not the most luxurious private room in the Oriental Hotel, the consumption per night is at least 200,000 yuan. When Su Chen entered the private room, almost everyone inside was seated. These people were about the same age as Yang Bo, and each of them had a hint of arrogance on their face. Especially a young man wearing a Versace shirt and a Rolex watch, he looked superior. Instead of expressing dissatisfaction with the young man, the others all looked flattering. "Brothers, I just ran into a college classmate of mine when I went out to look for the hotel front desk, so I asked him to come over and join in the fun." Yang Bo introduced Su Chen to these people with a polite look. Okay. These people nodded proudly and did not respond much to Yang Bo's words. As for Su Chen, no one paid any attention to him. Yang Bo touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Although he was the protagonist of the banquet, none of the guests were of lower status than him, so naturally they were not enthusiastic about him. At this time, the young man with the Rolex spoke up. "Xiaoyang, the reason why we came to your birthday dinner is that we think that although you have a humble background, you are still capable and you may be able to make a name for yourself in Shanghai in the future. That's why we are willing to give you this face. But you shouldn't bring just any random person into our circle. Some people can't get into our circle. It's no use forcing it." When Yang Bo heard this, the expression on his face became even more embarrassed and a little hot. This is too disrespectful. Of course, he also knew that no matter how harsh the young Rolex man's words were, he couldn't afford to offend him. He had no choice but to smile apologetically and glance at Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was not angry, Yang Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled at the young man and said, "Mr. Zhu, in fact, my college classmate Su Chen's personal ability is even better than mine." Xu Xiao waved his hand impatiently and said, "Okay, since you said so, let him take his seat." In order not to embarrass Yang Bo, Su Chen found a seat and sat down, while Yang Bo sat next to Xu Xiao. Now that everyone was present, the dinner officially began. Although Yang Bo is the protagonist of today's dinner, other people's attention is more focused on Xu Xiao. Only a few people would occasionally toast Yang Bo with 2 glasses of wine and say happy birthday to him. Yang Bo responded politely. "Come on, let's toast to Master Zhu. I don't know who mentioned it." "Okay, this is a good suggestion. Come on, everyone stand up and toast to Master Zhu." Others echoed the sentiment, and Yang Bo also stood up with a wry smile. He, the protagonist, was treated like a supporting role. Only Su Chen hesitated for a moment and was the last one to stand up. This scene happened to fall into Xu Xiao's eyes, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Cheers to Master Zhu." After the toast was over, Zhu Xiao's eyes fell on Su Chen and he said calmly, "Friend, Xia Yang said that you are quite capable, so what do you do now?" Su Chen still answered, "I did a little business." Zhu Xiao nodded his head, with a bit of complacency on his face, and said, "It's good to do business. Have you heard of Shanghai Global Plaza? My father is the vice president there. If there is a chance, I will arrange your business there. Then you don't have to worry about not making money." Of course, Mr. Zhu said this not to help Su Chen, but purely to show off his status in front of Su Chen. The implication was also to remind Su Chen to be careful. "Xiao Su, why don't you thank Master Zhu quickly? Hurry up and toast to Mr. Zhu. Shanghai Global Plaza is the best place in our Shanghai area. If you can do business there, you will definitely make a fortune. This kind of opportunity is not available to everyone. Master Zhu is able to take you with him. This is a blessing you have earned in 8 lifetimes." Immediately several young people jumped out and said. Su Chen's reaction was very calm. He sat on the chair without any intention of getting up to toast. He said, "It is not difficult for me to do business in Shanghai Global Plaza." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Xiao laughed first. "My friend, you may fool other people with this, but why are you fooling me here? My father is the vice president of the plaza. He knows better than you how difficult it is to rent shops in the plaza. Are you taking me for a fool when you say this?" Yang Bo could immediately tell that Zhu Xiao was unhappy, and quickly stood up and said, "Zhu Xiao, this classmate of mine didn't mean that." Zhu Xiao's face turned cold and he said, "If that's not what you mean, then what does it mean?" Yang Bo's face turned bitter. When the others heard this, they all shouted at Su Chen, "Xiao Su, why don't you apologize to Master Zhu right away? Mr. Zhu was kind enough to help you, but you said to him, you are mentally ill, right? Hurry up, toast and apologize to Master Zhu." Su Chen still did not move, but said calmly, "Toast and apologize? Does he deserve it?" As soon as these words came out, the whole room was ignited. Everyone had an indignant expression on their faces. "Fuck, kid, what do you mean today? Damn, I really give you face, don't I?" Yang Bo couldn't even smile bitterly now, and hurriedly advised Su Chen, "Su Chen, why don't you enough?" Xu Xiao interrupted Yang Bo with a deep shout, first glared at Su Chen coldly, then turned his gaze to Yang Bo. "Xia Yang, your college classmate is really good, I like him very much. Everyone sit down and enjoy your meal." Yang Bo could tell that Zhu Xiao was being sarcastic, and he was so anxious that he was like an ant on hot pan, running around in circles. He knew Zhu Xiao's temper and knew that he would definitely take revenge on Su Chen. Why? Yang Bo sighed in his heart, feeling extremely helpless. However, Su Chen just ate and drank as if nothing had happened, not caring at all. Xu Xiao noticed Su Chen's calm expression and gritted his teeth in hatred. However, he couldn't find a way to deal with Su Chen for a while, so he could only curse in his heart. After a while, Su Chen looked at the time and it was almost 7 o'clock, so he stood up and toasted Yang Bo with a glass of wine. "Happy birthday, squad leader." "Thanks." Although Yang Bo was no longer in the mood to celebrate his birthday, he still expressed his gratitude for Su Chen's blessings. Chapter 60. The rich man went bankrupt? It's almost 7 o'clock. I have to attend the next game in this hotel. I have to excuse myself. I hope the monitor won't blame me. Su Chen smiled and said. How could that be? Yang Bo leaned over to Su Chen's ear and whispered, "Be careful." Su Chen knew that Yang Bo was talking about Zhu Xiao, gave Yang Bo a reassuring look, and then prepared to leave the private room. At this time, Zhu Xiao suddenly stood up and said, "Don't go alone. Didn't you just say that I'm not worthy of your toast? Then I'll go and see how awesome those people you're having dinner with are. I want to go, too. Let's go, everyone, go check it out." Others responded. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "If you like to follow me, then follow me." After saying that, Su Chen walked out of the private room without hesitation. "Humph, wait and see how I deal with you later." Zhu Xiao snorted coldly and followed immediately. The others followed Zhu Xiao's footsteps, looking as if they were watching a fun show. Yang Bo's head was buzzing, but he had no choice but to follow. According to the address sent by Yuan Wenhe, Su Chen brought Zhu Xiao and his group to the supreme private room of the Oriental Hotel. It's actually the supreme room. Zhu Xiao narrowed his eyes. The Oriental Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the supreme room is the largest, best and most luxurious of all the dining rooms. A meal here starts at 388,888. Being able to dine in the supreme private room shows, to a certain extent, that the people inside have pretty good financial strength. But Zhu Xiao didn't care too much. His father, Zhu Xi, is the vice president of China Overseas Global Plaza, with an annual income of tens of millions, so he doesn't need this little money. Moreover, from Yang Bo's previous attitude, it can be seen that Su Chen's identity is actually nothing big. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Naturally, Su Chen's friends are not that powerful either. Just when Zhu Xiao was full of confidence and ready to step on Su Chen pushed open the door of the private room. As the door opened, the person inside appeared in Zhu Xiao's sight. Hey, why are they all middle-aged people? And they all look familiar. Oh, isn't that his father's deputy, Uncle Mo? Why is he here? Hey, why is his dad here too? The person sitting in the second seat seems to be Yuan Wenhe, the general manager of China Overseas Global Plaza, Mr. Yuan. Who is sitting in seat number 1? There is no one here. Zhu Xiao's brain was a little slow to react. As soon as the door opened, Yuan Wenhe and the others saw Su Chen and stood up as quickly as possible, bowing at the same time. Hello, President Su. Su Chen calmly entered the private room, sat at seat number 1, took out his phone from his pocket and put it on the table. And Mr. Zhu. I'm so fucking upset. Zhu Xiao stood at the door with a dazed look on his face, as if he had been struck by lightning. Mr. Zhu, why are you standing here? Come on, go in. The person who came with Zhu Xiao didn't understand the situation. He pushed Zhu Xiao and said with a smile. However, when he saw clearly the situation inside the private room, his laughter stopped abruptly. Although he didn't know many people in the private room, he still knew Zhu Xiao's father Zhu Xi. And Zhu Xi's position doesn't seem to be very forward. And the person sitting in the first seat was actually Su Chen. Moreover, everyone in the private room, including Zhu Xiao's father, was very respectful to Su Chen. The rich second generation who followed were dumbfounded. Yang Bo was also stunned. It seems that Su Chen is much more awesome than he says. Zhu Xiao's father, Zhu Xi, is a fat middle-aged man. At this time, he also noticed Zhu Xiao's presence. He saw Zhu Xiao coming with Su Chen and thought that his son had a good relationship with the boss. He said happily, "Son, why are you here too? Do you know Mr. Su?" Zhu Xiao couldn't answer. He wants to cry. Seeing Zhu Xiao's expression of wanting to cry but having no tears, Zhu Xi's joyful expression froze on his face. Something seemed wrong. Sure enough, Su Chen's indifferent voice came to his ears. "He is your son?" Zhu Xi shuddered and stood up from his seat in a hurry. "Boss Su, how did my son offend you?" Seeing his father, whom he had always relied on, trembling in front of Su Chen, Zhu Xiao felt even more uneasy. He had just mocked Su Chen for being a nobody and saying he was not worthy of integrating into their circle. It seems that they are the ones who can't enter the circle. Su Chen said to Zhu Xi calmly, "It's not a big deal." Although Su Chen said so, Zhu Xi was still worried. He gritted his teeth and left his seat. He came in front of Zhu Xiao and kicked him. Bang! Zhu Xiao was carried away and his face turned red. Zhu Shika didn't care about that and punched and kicked Zhu Xiao again. What a loving father and filial son. Damn it, I told you, little bastard, to cause trouble all day long. I'll beat you to death today. When they saw Zhu Xiao being beaten, the rich second-generation guy trembled with fear and his face turned pale. Dad, stop hitting me, I was wrong. Zhu Xiao begged for mercy again and again. Su Chen also spoke at the right time. Let's forget about this matter today. We can just impose discipline on him in the future. Zhu Xi kicked Zhu Xiao again, and only stopped when he beat him until his nose and face were swollen. He said angrily, "If it weren't for Mr. Su's generosity, I would have beaten you to death today." Su Chen waved to Yang Bo and said, "Squad leader, do you mind having another meal with me?" Until now, Yang Bo was still a little confused. After hearing Su Chen's words, he subconsciously entered the private room. The other second-generation rich didn't have the courage to do that. They smiled awkwardly at Su Chen and immediately scattered. When Yuan Wenhe heard that Yang Bo was Su Chen's squad leader, he quickly gave up his seat to Yang Bo. After Yang Bo sat in Yuan Wenhe's seat in a daze, he finally sobered up a little and said to Su Chen with a wry smile, "Old classmate, I was almost fooled by you." Ahem. Su Chen coughed twice and said with a smile, "Didn't you find out about this?" "Well, actually I am the boss of Shanghai Global Plaza. I've already guessed it." Although Yang Bo said this, he still couldn't help feeling shocked in his heart. How rich must the owner of China Overseas Global Plaza be? He remembered that when Su Chen was in college, he still had to work part-time to support himself. How come you are so rich? Is everything written in the novel true? What kind of rich young man is forced to work to support himself due to family ban? Could it be that Su Chen is the legendary rich young master and the ban has now been lifted? This is the only possibility Yang Bo can think of now. Su Chen had no idea that Yang Bo had so much going on in his mind, so he introduced Yuan Wenhe to Yang Bo. Squad leader, this is Yuan Wenhe, the general manager of Global Plaza. Brother Yuan, if you need anything from Global Plaza, you can contact Brother Yuan. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yuan Wenhe extended his hand to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was shocked and looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Then he shook hands with Yuan Wenhe and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Yuan. Just call me Xiao Yang." Yuan Wenhe just smiled. Next, the dinner began. Su Chen was the undisputed protagonist of this dinner. Yuan Wenhe's respect, Jushi and others' compliments, and Yang Bo's gratitude continued throughout the dinner. We ate and drank until 11 o'clock. When leaving, Yuan Wenhe, Yang Bo and others expressed their desire to send Su Chen back, but Su Chen refused. He sat outside for a while to get some fresh air and sober up, then called an online taxi on his phone. Chapter 61 Su Chen's daily face slapping. After the online car hailing service received the order, Su Chen was a little dumbfounded. He called the express car a carpool. But Su Chen didn't care too much. Just carpool. After a while, a white Volkswagen appeared in front of him. After confirming his identity, Su Chen sat down in the back seat. Besides him, there was a young man in delivery clothes sitting in the back seat. The young man is not very old, about 18 or 19 years old. "Brother, I smell a little bit of alcohol, sorry." Su Chen said something to the delivery boy with an apologetic look on his face. The delivery guy smiled shyly and said, "It's okay, brother. I've been delivering food all day today, and I smell a bit of sweat. I was afraid I might suffocate you." Su Chen smiled and said he didn't care. While the two were talking, the driver had already driven off to pick up the next person. The car stopped in front of an apartment building. After waiting for a long time, even Su Chen became a little impatient. Then a young woman with revealing clothes, heavy makeup, and wavy hair came slowly towards the apartment building in high heels. "Hey, why is there a delivery guy in your car?" When the woman was about to get into the car, she saw the delivery guy in the car and shrank back again. When the delivery guy heard what the woman said, his face immediately turned red and he looked embarrassed. "We're carpooling, so what's wrong with the delivery guy? You'd better get on the bus quickly. We said we'd arrive at 11:30, and it's already 11:45. Don't delay other passengers." The driver was a little anxious. "What's your attitude?" However, it was just this sentence that made the woman explode, and she yelled, "I don't care, I don't want to sit with the delivery man, they all look poor, I don't want to be affected by their bad luck." When the delivery guy heard this, his cheeks turned even redder. "Miss, how can you say that? It's not easy for the delivery guys. Without them, there wouldn't be so many conveniences. Hurry up and get in the car. There's no time to waste." The driver emphasized. "Miss? Who are you calling miss? I think your whole family is miss." The woman kicked the car hard with her high heels. The driver suppressed his anger and asked, "Are you going to get in the car or not?" "Go ahead, of course." The woman was as proud as a princess, and said, "But the prerequisite is that you have to drive this delivery man away." "Why? I can't do it," the driver said unhappily. "Is this how you treat your customers?" The woman said coldly. "Are you being unreasonable? You are my customer, and the delivery guy is also my customer. Why should I kick him out of the car just because of you? What did he do wrong?" The driver said angrily. "There's no way I'm riding in the same car with a food delivery guy." "Then cancel the order." "No, it's not my fault, why should I retreat? Isn't this your fault?" The driver was furious. The delivery guy's eyes were red and he looked aggrieved because of what the woman said. "Humph, I'm the senior marketing executive of Huasheng Group. Why should I ride in the same car with the food delivery guy?" The woman persisted. "You are so awesome, why don't you buy a car yourself? Please don't take online ride-hailing services anymore." The driver was going crazy. "What's your attitude? The customer is king. I want to complain to you. We're also going to use the Washington media to expose you," the woman said angrily. When the driver heard that the woman wanted to complain about him, he didn't care much. But when he heard that the woman wanted to use Huaxing's platform to expose him, he suddenly panicked. If this woman distorts the facts when reporting, he will most likely be scolded to death by netizens. Is it necessary to do this? The driver said helplessly. Humph, you're scared now. Get this delivery guy out of the car right now. The woman said proudly. The driver was silent. The delivery boy saw the driver's difficulty and whispered, "Master, I'd better get off. I'm sorry to trouble you." The driver felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. He didn't want the delivery guy to get out of the car, but he had no choice. The woman is an employee of Huaxing. If she really discredits him online through Huaxing, he will most likely lose his job, and then there will be no one to support his family. Swish! Just as the delivery guy was about to get out of the car, Suchen stopped him. You don't have to get off the car, and you don't have to worry about her slandering you online. Suchen looked at the woman coldly. From now on, you are fired from Huaxing. Fire me? The woman was stunned at first, then her eyes fell on Suchen. She laughed, and said sarcastically, "What's the matter? Huaxing Group is yours, you can fire me just like that? I think you have paranoia and something is wrong with your brain." Even the driver and the delivery boy looked at Suchen in surprise. This bragging is a bit outrageous. Apart from anything else, if he could really fire this woman, she must be a senior executive of Huaxing. And do senior executives of Huaxing need to take a taxi? At least they must be picked up by a driver. Tell me your name. Suchen asked calmly. The woman still didn't take Suchen seriously, and said confidently, "My name is Humailan. If you can fire me, I will take your last name. If you can't fire me, don't blame me for being rude and making you the headline of tomorrow's news." The driver and the delivery guy were secretly worried about Suchen. It is obvious at first glance that Humailan is a person who is neither reasonable nor easy to deal with. Suchen calmly picked up the phone and called Wan Xinghe. Wan Xinghe, who was about to go to bed, saw Suchen's call and subconsciously felt that someone was about to be in trouble again. As soon as he answered the phone, it was as expected. If anyone dares to ask Humailan for mercy, he will be fired. After Suchen conveyed his meaning to Wan Xinghe, he added coldly. After Suchen finished the call, Humailan folded her arms, looked at Suchen with disdain, and sneered, "You are pretending well. Tell me, who did you call? I want to see if he has the ability to fire me." Suchen did not respond, but leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes. "Oh, you are really good at putting on airs, but it's a pity that it's useless no matter how good you are at pretending. If you can fire me, then I have been hanging around in Shanghai for nothing for the past 10 years. Humailan sneered. However, just as she finished her words, her cell phone rang. Humailan thought it was a coincidence and answered it calmly. Humailan, the Human Resources Department officially notifies you that you have been fired from Huaxing Group. Please come to the company tomorrow to dispose of your personal belongings. A businesslike voice sounded on the line. Humailan was stunned. She quickly looked at the phone and found that it was indeed the special number of the company's Human Resources Department. Doesn't this mean that she was really fired? How is this possible? Humailan looked at Suchen with disbelief on her face. Did he really fire me just with one phone call? What have you been doing? Humailan screamed. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Suchen said coldly. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can fire me. A crazy look appeared on Humailan's face, and then she quickly flipped through her phone and made a call. Honey, I was fired from Huaxing. When the phone was connected, she looked so anxious that she was about to cry. What's going on? On the other end of the line was a middle-aged man's voice, sounding somewhat puzzled. Chapter 62. See you again, the light of righteousness. When I was taking a taxi, a young man wanted to pick a fight with me. I guess one of the company's senior executives was his relative, so he unreasonably asked his relative to fire me. Humailan said anxiously. How could such a thing actually happen? Don't be afraid, Lan Lan. I'll ask the HR department right away, said the middle-aged man. After hanging up the phone, Humailan's panicked heart calmed down a lot. The person who just spoke to her on the phone was Lu Hao, the director of the finance department of Huaxing, and there was an improper relationship between the two. Humailan believed that with Lu Hao's position in Huaxing, he would definitely be able to help her solve this problem. At this time, Lu Hao was calling the personnel department. What do you mean? What's wrong with Humailan? You can just fire her? The HR staff member who notified Hu Mailan of her dismissal had no choice but to tell Lu Hao. It was Manager He, the assistant to General Manager Wan, who notified us to do this. Lu Hao frowned and thought to himself, could it be that the young man who made things difficult for Lan Lan knows Manager He? Then this matter will be difficult to handle. Although Manager He's position in the company is similar to his, he is the assistant to Wan Qinghe, the second in command of Huaxing, and his status in the company is higher than his. However, Lu Hao still called Manager He. It's just a small matter, he doesn't believe that Manager He won't give him face. Manager He, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. I heard that Hu Mailan from our company accidentally offended one of your nephews and was fired. I know Hu Mailan quite well. She has good personal abilities and can bring benefits to the company. Manager He, do you think it's too serious to fire her? Lu Hao carefully chose his words. Manager He heard that this was a plea from Hu Mailan, but he didn't understand the situation, so he said, this decision was made by General Manager Wan. I don't know the reason. General Wan gave the order? This scared Lu Hao a lot. The young man who made things difficult for Hu Mailan actually knew the second in command of Huaxing. This makes things even more difficult. Lu Hao became conflicted. As the second in command of the group, Wan Qinghe cannot easily change the decisions he made. After Manager He hung up the phone with Lu Hao, he called Wan Qinghe and said, Boss Wan, Lu Hao just called Hu Mailan to plead for mercy. Oh? Wan Qinghe didn't react much, and his tone was emotionless. Please inform Lu Hao that he has also been fired. Ah? Manager He was a little surprised. Lu Hao was considered a senior executive of the company. What was going on? Even Lu Hao was fired directly. You don't need to be surprised. The person Hu Mailan offended was President Su. Lu Hao walked into the trap himself. It's not my fault. Wan Qinghe explained. Gurgle. Manager He swallowed and realized the seriousness of the matter. He called Lu Hao and said bluntly, Minister Lu, you are also fired. Go to the finance department to settle your salary tomorrow. What? Lu Hao was still wondering whether he should ask Wan Qinghe for Hu Mailan's help. How come he was also fired? He quickly asked, Manager He, what's going on? Manager He said, Minister Lu, do you know who Hu Mailan offended? It was our company's CEO Su. Boss Su? How could it be Boss Su? How dare this stupid woman Hu Mailan cheat me? Lu Hao was completely dumbfounded. In a rage, he called Hu Mailan. Hu Mailan thought it was good news, and said happily after receiving the call, Dear, can I continue to go to work at the company tomorrow? Fuck you. You idiot, do you know who you offended? It's Mr. Su. The whole Huaxing belongs to him. You dare to ask me to beg for mercy? Now even I've been fired from the company. You better not let me run into you in Zhonghai, or I'll kill you. Lu Hao cursed loudly. Bang! The phone fell to the ground. Hu Mailan seemed to have lost her soul and murmured to herself, how could this happen? How could this happen? The person he disdained turned out to be their Huaxing's boss, Mr. Su. Then, she looked at Su Chen fiercely, crying, Boss Su, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't fire me. Without her respectable job as a senior executive at Huaxing Group, how could she pay her mortgage and stand out from others? Su Chen said coldly and asked the driver to drive. The driver of the special car witnessed such a big drama and was very excited. Upon hearing this, he immediately started the car. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Hu Mailan a mocking look. I told you to show off all day. Now you are in trouble. Brother, I didn't realize you were the boss of Huaxing Group. After the car drove some distance, the driver said excitedly. Huaxing Group is a super company with a market value of 300 billion. I drove to pick up the boss from Washington, and he could brag about this for the rest of his life. The delivery guy also cast an envious look at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, I am an incompetent boss, so I am sorry that such an employee appeared in the company and brought you trouble. Huaxing Group is so big, you can't manage it all. This is not your fault. The driver said quickly. Su Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. It's not that he couldn't manage it, it's that he didn't manage it at all. The driver's words were purely a compliment to him. Soon, we arrived at Riverside Garden. After washing up, Su Chen lay on the bed and played with his phone. He saw a comment under a song, I'm sorry for being born as a human. Su Chen thought of his luxury cars and mansions, and the endless money in his bank card, and couldn't help but sigh, "I'm so sorry for being so rich." After expressing my feelings, I went to sleep. The next day, Su Chen first drove the Rolls-Royce back to Hentang Manor, and then drove the newly bought Passat to the high-speed railway station to pick up his cousin Xiaoyi. At the high-speed railway station, people were coming and going in an endless stream. Su Chen stared at the exit, watching for his cousin. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew, and two soft hands covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" A clear and pleasant female voice sounded in Su Chen's ears. Mulan." A smile appeared on Su Chen's face and he said a name. "No." There was a hint of cuteness in the clear female voice's answer. "Zhang Wuyan?" "Not really." "Lian Pa?" "You guessed wrong." "Xiahou Dun?" "Wrong again." "Pigzy?" "Wrong." "Nessa?" "Still wrong." "Catch?" "Wrong, wrong, wrong." The cute female voice gradually became angry. I'm not kidding you, who else could have such a nice voice except my cousin Xiaoyan?" Su Chen smiled. The hand covering Su Chen's eyes suddenly loosened, and a delicate and pretty face appeared in front of Su Chen, staring at Su Chen angrily. "Cousin, you are deliberately irritating me, aren't you? And is only 9 years old this year, how could she cover your eyes?" "Humph, I arrived 10 minutes early just to give you a surprise." Su Chen ruffled Xiaoyi's hair and said, "I guessed it was you. I just wanted to make you angry. What can you do to me? Bad cousin." Xiaoyi was so angry that she gritted her teeth and turned around and left with her suitcase. Su Chen chased after him, took the luggage naturally, then took out 2 tickets from his arms and said, "Look what this is?" Chapter 63, Exposing the Trash Anchor. Xiaoyi had been looking at the tickets with her face turned to one side, but her attention was suddenly drawn to them. She said in surprise, "Tickets to Shanghai Disneyland. Haven't you always wanted to go to Disneyland?" "I managed to get these 2 tickets with great difficulty." Su Chen shook the ticket in his hand. Xiaoyi grabbed Su Chen's arm and shook him. "My cousin is always the best to me." Su Chen smiled. Children are easy to deal with. In fact, Xiaoyi is not young anymore. The 18-year-old girl is tall and graceful with an outstanding temperament. Along the way, many men showed surprised looks when they saw Xiaoyi. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. "Wow, cousin, when did you buy a car?" Xiaoyi was a little surprised. "I have made several hit projects during this period, and the company gave me a lot of rewards, so I bought a car." Su Chen said the words he had prepared long ago. "Cousin, you are awesome." Xiaoyi gave Su Chen a thumbs up, her eyes full of admiration. "Yi will definitely be more powerful than me in the future." Su Chen smiled and said, "By the way, Yi, how did you do in the college entrance examination? Which school are you going to apply to?" Xiaoyi said, "It's a normal performance. If the results are normal, I will apply for Zhonghai University, because I have you, my cousin, to take care of me in Zhonghai." Zhonghai University is indeed not bad. Su Chen nodded. He graduated from Zhonghai University. "Cousin, what kind of car is this? How much did you buy it for?" After getting in the car, Xiaoyi looked at the decoration inside the car and asked curiously. "Passat, the landing price is about 200,000 yuan." Su Chen said. "Cousin, are you still missing some leg accessories? What do you think of me?" Xiaoyi said with her eyes shining. Su Chen gave Xiaoyi a slap on the head. After a while, they arrived at Su Chen Riverside Garden. When the garden security guard saw that it was Su Chen who came back, he immediately smiled respectfully and said to Su Chen, "Hello, Mr. Su." "Wow, cousin, you are quite impressive." Xiaoyi was a little surprised again. Su Chen wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't call the boss, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain to Xiaoyi. He just said, "It's not that your cousin is prestigious, but the professional qualities of the staff in this community are quite good." Xiaoyi had no doubt about these words. When she came into the room, Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with shock again. "Wow, this house is so big and luxurious." "Well, it's quite nice. I rented it. Let me show you your room." Su Chen quickly explained. "Cousin, you are really rich to be able to buy a car worth more than 200,000 yuan and rent such a nice house." "I don't care. I will be your leg pendant in the future." Xiaoyi came up to Su Chen with a flattering look on her face. Bang! Su Chen tapped Xiao Yi's forehead again and said, "Stop it." After putting away her luggage and tidying up the room, Xiao Yi couldn't wait to ask Su Chen to take her to Disneyland. When she arrived at the community supermarket, Xiao Yi bought a lot of food. "Why are you buying so much food? There should be food for sale in Disneyland, right?" Su Chen was puzzled. "Cousin, you don't know this, I heard from others that everything in Disney is very expensive, it's not cost-effective to buy things there." Xiao Yi answered with a little pride. China Overseas Disneyland is the first Disney theme park in mainland China, the third in Asia and the sixth in the world. Just from the outside, you can feel Disney's magical feeling of fairy tales, dreams, and adventure. At this time, the gate of Disney was crowded with people, which made Su Chen dumbfounded. Although he had known for a long time that there was a Disney theme park in China Overseas, he considered that not many Chinese people liked Disney culture and therefore thought that the visitor flow of Disney was average. Now it seems that his understanding was shallow. There were too many people, so Su Chen and Xiao Yi had to queue up obediently. It took 2 hours to get their turn in this row. "Let me check the bag." At the entrance, the staff pointed expressionlessly at the school bag slung over Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen handed the school bag to the staff. The staff opened the zipper of the backpack without hesitation. Su Chen frowned suddenly. He thought that checking the school bag would just be a matter of scanning it with a machine, but he didn't expect the staff to directly search the bag. These cannot be brought in." While the staff was rummaging through the bag, they also took out all the snacks that Xiao Yi had bought, even a bottle of mineral water. "Why can't I bring it?" Su Chen said with a dark face. "The park's rules say you can't bring it." The staff member said coldly. "Who made this provision? Don't you know this is an unfair clause?" Su Chen's expression also turned cold. As far as he knew, both bag checks and the prohibition of bringing in food were not in compliance with Chinese law. "Don't tell me so much, I don't know anything. These are the regulations of the US headquarters. If you want to find it, go find it," the staff said unhappily. Xiao Yi put the food back into her school bag and said to the staff angrily, "Disney parks abroad don't have this rule, so you can bring food in. I've already told you, don't ask me. Searching bags and not allowing food are all regulations of the head office. What can I do? If you want to go in, you can't take these foods, otherwise don't even think about going in." Xiao Yi looked at Su Chen and said, "Cousin, I'm not going in. I don't want to see this kind of paradise targeting Chinese people." Su Chen showed an admiring look towards Xiao Yi. In the face of major issues, his cousin is able to give up her own preferences. She is definitely a qualified Chinese citizen. But Su Chen would not let it go like this, and said coldly to the staff, "I will ask Disney to give me an explanation for this matter." The staff member burst out laughing. You still want Disney to give you an explanation? Don't dream. If you don't want to go in, just stand aside and don't waste time. There are so many people waiting to come in behind you." As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the tourists queuing behind him also started making noise. "That's right, if you want to go in, go in. If you don't want to go in, get out of here and don't waste everyone's time. Poor people are unreasonable. It's clearly the park's regulations, but you say it's an unfair clause. I would say poor people like you don't deserve to come to these places to play. If you want to play, come play. If you don't, get out. Disney doesn't need a tourist like you." Xiao Yi was furious when she heard these voices. These unfair terms were reasonable, right? At the same time, she also understood why Disney had so many inappropriate regulations and yet so many people still visited. It was obvious that some people did not take their dignity seriously. "You are all spineless. You have bullied us in our own country and you still want to lick our boots." She couldn't help but speak out to these people. "What did you say?" A bald man in the crowd immediately became furious as if his tail had been stepped on, and slapped Xiao Yi with his hand. "Ah!" Xiao Yi closed her eyes in fear. How could Su Chen let Xiao Yi get beaten? He moved as fast as lightning and pushed the bald man out with one palm. "What are you doing? I'm going to call security." The bald man wanted to fight back, but when he heard the staff's voice, he immediately stopped and stood there obediently. Chapter 64 Reward, Riverside Garden. "Cousin, let's go." Xiao Yi grabbed Su Chen's hand and walked out of the crowd. Some people really have no spine. After coming outside, Xiao Yi still couldn't help getting angry. Also, I used to like Disney so much, but I didn't expect it to be such a disgusting company. I will never like it again. Looking at Xiao Yi's red face, Su Chen could tell that the girl was really angry today. He said a word of relief, then picked up his phone and searched for news about China Overseas Disney. You don't know until you receive it, and you'll be shocked when you do. There is a lot of negative news about China Overseas Disney. They search bags, cook the books, sell expired food, and prohibit tourists from refunding their tickets when a typhoon passes through. Every announcement Disney makes about negative news is completely insincere, with the word domineering written all over the words. This made Su Chen very unhappy. He pretended to go to the bathroom and then called Wan Qinghe. Brother Wan, how much do you know about Shanghai Disneyland? How much does it cost to acquire it? Su Chen's questions confused Wan Qinghe. Disney is not a small company. It ranks 170th among the Fortune 500. It is not something that can be acquired just like that. The headquarters is very rich. You should know that China's internet giant Penguin is only ranked 197th among the world's top 500 companies. If they want to acquire Shanghai Disneyland, they have to make the US Disney headquarters feel that Shanghai Disneyland is not profitable and give up on their own initiative. He thought for a moment and said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, Shanghai Disneyland cost more than 30 billion to build, of which Shanghai officially holds 57% of the shares, and the remaining 43% is held by the US Disney headquarters. Given Disney's current situation, the official shares on hand will definitely not be sold. If someone wants to acquire Disney, the only shares they can buy are those of Disney headquarters, and these shares are worth at least 50 billion. Wan Qinghe stopped talking here. Wan Qinghe thought that these words might make President Su give up. However, Su Chen said calmly, 5 billion? It's not that much. Isn't Disney's ban on tourists bringing in food just to make money? Fine, I'll let them make enough money all at once. I bought the Disneyland in Shanghai. Wan Qinghe heard this and smiled bitterly, thinking that 50 billion is not a lot. Huaxing's annual profit is only about 10 billion. He couldn't help but persuade, Boss Su, you have to think twice before doing this. No need. Please help me contact the person in charge of Shanghai Disney and ask him whether he wants to sell it. If he doesn't, I guarantee that Shanghai Disney won't make a penny. Su Chen said coldly. Wan Qinghe sighed, there was nothing he could do to persuade him. He had no choice but to search his phone for Chagall, the head of China Overseas Disney. In order to promote Disney, Chagall had collaborated with Washington a lot before. After the call was connected, Wan Qinghe explained his purpose. What? Is your boss okay? After hearing this, Chagall responded with disbelief. Chagall felt like he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. As one of the top 200 companies in the world, Disney has always been the only one to acquire other companies, and no other company has ever had the courage to acquire them. Moreover, in Chagall's opinion, although Huaxing Group is the first entertainment company in China, its total market value is only 300 billion Chinese yuan. However, the market value of Disney is 200 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to nearly 1.4 trillion Chinese yuan. Disney's acquisition of the Washington International Group is fine, but the boss of Washington International is undoubtedly daydreaming. Chagall didn't know that his words, what? Is your boss's brain okay? Had angered Wan Qinghe. Wan Qinghe has great respect for Su Chen. First, Su Chen was willing to give up power. Now, Wan Qinghe is the one who makes almost all the decisions in Huaxing. Wan Qinghe has never felt so comfortable and trusted at work. Second, Su Chen is not obsessed with money. 10 billion in cash was donated without any hesitation. Looking at the entire Chinese wealthy circle, how many people can be as generous as their boss? Based on these 2 points, no matter how young Su Chen is, no matter how ridiculous the idea of acquiring China Overseas Disney is, Wan Qinghe still respects Su Chen as always. So he replied coldly, Chagall, watch your words. Our boss at Washington is not someone you can humiliate casually. Chagall didn't take Wan Qinghe's words seriously and said, Boss Wan, I'm just telling the truth. Do you, Huaxing, really have the courage to fight a business war with us, Disney? If Huaxing can really acquire Shanghai Disney, I am willing to donate all my assets to charity. Wan Qinghe did not continue to argue with Chagall. After hanging up the phone, he reported the situation to Su Chen. Su Chen was not surprised by this result. After all, Disney is the second largest media and entertainment group in the United States, so it is naturally proud. But you underestimate me, Su. Su Chen sneered in his heart. He first returned to Xiao Yi. I told a friend about what happened today. My friend promised to help us get an explanation from Disney. I will cooperate with him in this matter later. Xiao Yi was still angry. When she heard Su Chen say this, her eyes lit up. Really? But she thought of the power of Disney and said in a somewhat disappointed tone, Disney is a big company, so it will probably be hard to get an explanation, right? How do you know if you don't try? If you don't do it, he will think that we Chinese are easy to bully. Su Chen said in a deep voice. Yes. Even if Disney doesn't give us an explanation, we have to tell them that we Chinese are not easy to bully. Xiao Yi nodded vigorously. Next, Su Chen first sent Xiao Yi back to Riverside Garden, let Xiao Yi play alone, and then drove towards Hentang Manor. While driving, Su Chen made 2 phone calls. One of them called Wan Qinghe and told him that in half an hour, he would make China overseas Disney's domineering behavior a hot topic. The second one was called to Zhou Beixiong. He wanted to use Zhou Beixiong, the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, to invite all the wealthy people in Shanghai to have a small gathering at Hentang Manor. Hello, Mr. Su. When Su Chen returned to Hentang Manor, Gu Xiaowu hurried to greet him with servants and bodyguards. Prepare for a dinner party for about 100 people. Su Chen said to Gu Xiaowu. Okay, Mr. Su. Gu Xiaowu took action immediately. Su Chen came to the lobby of the manor and turned on his cell phone. Stare, stare, stare. News headlines such as a detailed account of the top 10 crimes of Shanghai Disney popped up on major software programs. There are Penguin, Weixin, Younin, Tushio. After reading the news carefully, netizens all expressed their dissatisfaction with Disney. This news is absolutely correct. Once, my family and I went to Disneyland and bought a large bag of snacks, but the staff took all of them away from us. The food inside was expensive and tasted terrible. Yes, Shanghai Disney is a complete robber enterprise. I still remember that there was a typhoon and Disney was closed, but they didn't give me a refund. They said I could keep the ticket and come back later. The problem was that I didn't have time later. A ticket cost 5 or 600 yuan, which was not cheap. It's already the 21st century, and a foreign company still has such unfair terms. Do they really think China is still in the Qing dynasty? We must deal with it seriously. Chapter 65, The System's Weird Rewards. Of course, some people objected to this. Doesn't Disney have rules? You are the ones who are prohibited from bringing food. It's interesting that you don't follow other people's rules and blame others instead. Such comments naturally attracted crazy discussions among netizens. Some people agreed with him, while others disagreed, and there was a big argument. Until a lawyer threw out a sentence. Article 27 of China's Consumer Rights Protection Law stipulates, business operators shall not insult or slander consumers, search consumers' bodies or their belongings, or infringe on consumers' personal freedom. The lawyer said indignantly, Shanghai Disney's regulations violate our country's laws. Why should we comply with them? Anyone who agrees with that netizen is either stupid or evil. Of course, for those netizens who say we don't follow Disney's rules, I just want to say, if your King knees are weak, just kneel down and stop talking humiliatingly. Not all Chinese are as spineless as you. As soon as this lawyer spoke, those who felt that China oversees Disney did nothing wrong immediately stopped protesting, and even the netizen who spoke first quit the internet. Of course, someone else smelled something was wrong. It is obvious that some big shot is dissatisfied with China overseas Disney, otherwise how could there be so much negative news about China overseas Disney? I wonder which big shot Disney has offended. He actually let so many media speak out for him. Even if Disney doesn't die this time, he will most likely be seriously injured. These people speculated secretly. Negative news about Disney continued to spread online, and the wealthy people in Shanghai began to rush to Hentang Manor one after another. Gu Xiaowu and her handsome servants were waiting at the door, and she heard this voice in her ears. Hey, Brother Son, you are here too. Aren't you busy with investment? How do you have time? Oh, this time it was Mr. Zhou who personally invited us. More importantly, this party was initiated by Mr. Su. I can refuse face to anyone in Shanghai, but I cannot refuse face to Mr. Su. That makes sense. Mr. Su donated 10 billion yuan for the people in the disaster-stricken areas in the south without blinking an eye. He should be a role model for us at Shanghai. It is our honor to be able to attend Mr. Su's party. That's right, but I don't know why Mr. Su called us here this time? When Gu Xiaowu and the servants of the manor heard these conversations, they felt a sense of pride. It turns out that their boss is much more powerful than they imagined. An hour later, 183 Shanghai tycoons gathered at Hentang Manor, including Zhou Beixiong, the richest man in Shanghai. Wei Guanghong ranks second on the China Overseas Rich List. Rong Mo ranks third on the China Overseas Rich List. Fortunately, the lobby of Hentaying Manor is big enough, otherwise there would be no place to sit with so many people coming at once. Brother Su, almost all the wealthy people in Zhonghai who can come have come. For those who really can't come, please ask me to apologize to Brother Su. After everyone sat down, Zhou Beixiong said to Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen stood up, first expressed his gratitude to these wealthy people, and then told them the purpose of inviting them. The purpose of inviting you all this time is very simple. I want to acquire Zhonghai Disney, and I hope you can help me. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling. Even Zhou Beixiong's face changed slightly. Disney in the United States is a behemoth. It is not so easy to acquire China Overseas Disney. Some wealthy people immediately thought of the overwhelming negative reports about China Overseas Disney on the internet, and they suddenly realized something. It turns out that I have offended the gentleman in front of me. A wealthy man said, I wonder how much Mr. Su is willing to spend to acquire Disney. Su Chen said calmly, if Disney comes to me with the contract within an hour and is willing to apologize for its bullying behavior in China, I will pay 50 billion immediately. If it exceeds this time period, how much I will pay depends on my mood. When the wealthy heard this, their expressions changed again. First, he was shocked by Su Chen's strong financial resources. 50 billion in cash can be taken out at any time. You should know that although these wealthy people claim to be worth tens or hundreds of billions, 80% of their wealth is in stocks, securities, and funds, and 10% is in real estate. Only the remaining 10% is real cash flow. And it would be good if the remaining 10% could reach 10 billion. The second one was somewhat disapproving of Su Chen's words. Disney is not someone you can easily mess with. It claims to have the strongest legal department on earth. There is a joke that goes like this: if you are stranded on a desert island or a desert, all you have to do is draw a picture of Mickey Mouse and Disney's legal department will immediately find you and take you to court. How could Su Chen be allowed to run a company like this? Therefore, among the many wealthy people, few were optimistic about Su Chen's idea of acquiring China Overseas Disney. Well, Mr. Su, I know Cha Zhao, the person in charge of Shanghai Disney. Otherwise, I will communicate with him first. Zhou Beixiong pondered for a moment and said, Good. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Zhou Beixiong called Cha Zhao and turned on the speakerphone so that everyone could hear their conversation. Mr. Cha Zhao, I'm Zhou Beixiong from Wanrong Group. I have a friend who is willing to pay 50 billion to acquire your Disneyland in Shanghai. My friend is very powerful. He can deposit 50 billion in one lump sum. I hope you will consider it. Cha Zhao was already very busy with the negative news about China Overseas Disney on the internet. Upon hearing this, he was furious and said, Is it your friend who used the media to smear our Disney? It's so shameless, just as shameless as all of you Chinese people. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the wealthy people present turned dark. The reports about Disney are all well-founded. Moreover, when it comes to the ability to smear, Americans are second to none. Zhou Beixiong's voice sank, and he said, Mr. Cha Zhao, I believe you know better than me whether the online reports about Shanghai Disney are slander or facts. As for whether China Overseas Disney will be sold or not, I think you should discuss it with the US headquarters first. However, I can tell you clearly that if you do not agree to sell, my Wanrong Group does not mind being an enemy of Disney. Zhou Beixiong, are you crazy? Chagall was shocked. Zhou Beixiong is the richest man in Zhonghai. His words carry more weight than those of the boss of Huaxing Group. Mr. Chagall, you don't have much time. Zhou Beixiong looked at the time and then hung up the phone. Assholes, assholes, Chinese businessmen are all assholes. After Chagall hung up the phone, he started cursing. But when he thought about the negative news about China Overseas Disney and Zhou Beixiong's threats on the internet, Cha Zhao finally decided to call the US headquarters. The US headquarters has made it clear that there is no room for negotiation. Although 50 billion yuan does make Disney headquarters excited, China Overseas Disney is a goose that lays golden eggs, and the profits it will create in the future will definitely be more than 50 billion yuan. More importantly, there is no way they would bow to a Chinese company. Don't want to? Very good. Su Chen was not surprised when he got this result, and a sneer appeared on his face. Next, it's time to compete in strength. He glanced at these wealthy people and said calmly, I am determined to get Shanghai Disney. Anyone who is willing to help me is Su Chen's friend, and anyone who is unwilling to help me, I, Su Chen, will not embarrass him. Chapter 66 He is our boss. Before that, I don't mind showing you my strength. The most luxurious car in China, the Batmobile, is mine. The most luxurious house in China, Yunding Manor, is mine. Zhonghai's Global Plaza, which is worth more than 10 billion yuan, is mine. Zhonghai's Binjiang Garden, which is worth 20 billion, is mine. Huaxing Group, China's largest entertainment company, is also mine. I own 20% of the shares of South Korea's largest company, Sunxin Group, and am the largest shareholder. In addition, Huaxia Bank has 100 billion in deposits, and Swiss Bank has 60 billion euros. Although Su Chen's voice was calm, it sounded like thunder in the ears of the wealthy people present. Especially after hearing Su Chen say that he owned 20% of the shares of Sunxin Group and a total of 520 billion Chinese yuan in deposits, these wealthy people widened their eyes. Of course, some people looked confused and expressed doubts. In response, Su Chen directly took out the proof of property. Zhou Beixiong looked at these certificates and laughed. It seems that I am not worthy of the title of Zhonghai's richest man. The other wealthy people were so shocked that they were speechless. It's not just Zhou Beixiong who doesn't deserve the title of the richest man in China overseas. Even the richest man in China, Ma Xiaoma, has to move away. Only this young man who is less than 25 years old can truly be called the richest man in China. Su Chen took in everyone's expressions and said calmly, "Everyone, next, I will buy Disney for 1 yuan. I wonder if you are willing to join me in the battle." Mr. Su ordered, "I dare not refuse." Zhou Beixiong was the first to express his opinion. "We are willing to fight with Mr. Su." The other wealthy people stood up one after another, their faces filled with excitement. Good. Su Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 cold rays shot out. An hour after the Hentaying Manor meeting, the news of listing the 10 major crimes of China overseas Disney had completely dominated the headlines. The Chinese people were already outraged and demanded that China overseas Disney apologize for its previous actions. Chagall simply ignored the netizens' requests and instead contacted a public relations company to hire a group of internet trolls to do the public relations. However, what surprised Chagall was that no matter how high the price he offered, no PR company chose to cooperate. It wasn't until Chagall learned the truth from the 10th PR company he contacted. All public relations companies will unconditionally stand on the side of the Washington boss and refuse any cooperation with Disney. There's something wrong with the brains of these Chinese businessmen. Chagall was so angry that he started cursing. At the same time, I realized the thorniness of the matter. But an apology is impossible. Accepting the acquisition is even more impossible. Chagall simply left it alone, knowing that the internet has memory. But the Chinese people don't do that. Even if they curse, they will still come to Disneyland to play. Maybe this storm will calm down in a few days. Just as countless netizens were waiting for China overseas Disney's apology, another piece of news set the internet on fire. China overseas has started selling Riverside Garden, which has always been rented but not sold. Price, 21,888 yuan square meter. When this news came out, netizens were stunned. In China overseas, although Riverside Garden cannot compare with top-notch luxury homes such as Thompson 1, Hentaying Villa, and East Suburb 1, it is also an upper-middle range property, with a selling price of at least 80,000 renminbi to 90,000 per square meter. More than 20,000? Are you kidding? Some people went to the sales office for consultation with doubt. As a result, the transaction was completed on the same day, the house was delivered on the same day, and we moved into Riverside Garden on the same day. I never thought that a food delivery man like me could buy a house in Shanghai, and the environment is so good. It's incredible. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the owner of Riverside Garden for helping me realize my dream of buying a house in Shanghai. The delivery guy who bought the house said excitedly online. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. Countless people who came with a try it attitude successfully bought houses in Riverside Garden, and they were all grinning from ear to ear. Everyone hurry up, otherwise it will be gone. Thank you to the owner of Riverside Gardens, thank you for your generosity. These people left messages online. People who saw the news no longer hesitated and started buying houses. However, by the time they made up their minds to buy, all the houses in Riverside Garden had been sold out. After all, there are countless young people in China overseas who cannot afford to buy a house. However, there are only a few houses that cost 21,000 yuan per square meter. It's such a pity. Damn it, I shouldn't have hesitated. These young people who failed to buy a house regretted very much. At this time, another article was on the hot headlines, with the title, "I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter the poor people in the world and make them happy." The article does some calculations. If Riverside Garden is sold at market price, it can be sold for 23.8 billion. If sold at a price of 21,000 yuan per square meter, it would only be worth 6 billion yuan. The owner of Riverside Garden suffered a net loss of 17.8 billion. Many netizens were touched after seeing this account, especially the young people who successfully bought houses. If they were not the owners of Riverside Garden, they would never be able to own a house in China overseas in their lifetime. The owner of Riverside Garden became a highly praised figure for a while, and everyone was also guessing the identity of the owner of Riverside Garden. What kind of rich man has such a broad mind to give up more than 10 billion in profits? This mysterious tycoon not only gave up more than 10 billion in profits, but also donated 10 billion to the people in the disaster-stricken areas in the south at the Shanghai charity dinner some time ago. Hui Guanhong, the second richest man in China overseas, said this when he was interviewed by the media. Boom! Netizens were shocked once again. This is the responsibility that China's wealthy people should have. The ancient heroes were no more than this. How much money did you give up? I cried. What about you? Before netizens could recover from the shock, another piece of news exploded the internet. This complaint against Shanghai Disney was also initiated by this mysterious tycoon. If Shanghai Disney does not give us Chinese people an explanation, I, Zhou Beixiong, will be the first to disagree. Zhou Beixiong, chairman of Wanrong Group, said to the camera. When netizens learned about this, their emotions were completely ignited. Disney, come out and apologize. Disney, get out of China. If Disney doesn't give me an explanation, I will unconditionally boycott everything Disney. On the internet, you can hardly see anyone praising Disney for a long time. For safety reasons, China overseas officials decided to temporarily close Disney. When Chagil in the office saw the news, he was stunned. What a good move, step by step. Chagall was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had underestimated the strength and character of the boss of Washington. In order to force Disney to bow down, he just gave up the billions of dollars worth of assets. He is not a qualified businessman at all, he is clearly a madman. Beep beep. Just when Chagall was at a loss as to where to start, Disney headquarters called him. Chagall, you idiot, how on earth do you do things? Now the whole of China is discussing the dark history of our Disney. Do you know that our competitor Warner is taking this opportunity to attack us crazily? Now even people in our own country are asking us to apologize. How could Warner know so quickly? Chagall was very puzzled by this. Warner, the world's #1 media company and their old rival. Chapter 67, Encounter with the University Class Monitor. How should I know? The person on the other end of the phone roared. How could they know that it was Zhou Beixiong who notified Warner? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You must calm down the situation in China as soon as possible, otherwise, you will forget your job as CEO of Shanghai Disney. The person on the other end of the phone hung up angrily. Chagall stood there in a daze, thinking for a long time but couldn't come up with any solution. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he immediately called Disney's own media. In your country, there is a shameless businessman who, in order to acquire Disney's Disneyland in Shanghai, did not hesitate to use the power of the media to slander us Disney. What I want to tell him is that Disney will not give in so easily. Disney sent this message to the internet, which immediately caused an uproar and many netizens fell into deep thought. If it is true as Chagall said, that everything that is happening now is because the owner of Riverside Garden wants to acquire China overseas Disney, then are they being used? In response to this, hundreds of wealthy people in China overseas jointly spoke out. First, Disney's hegemonic behavior in Shanghai is well-founded. How can it be slandered? Second, the mysterious tycoon is indeed planning to acquire Shanghai Disney, but he also promised to donate the acquired Disney to the country for free. As soon as this statement came out, the skeptical voices on the internet immediately disappeared. Chagall was so angry that he smashed things in the office. Madman. Madman. That guy is a complete madman. Chagall couldn't understand why anyone would do that. Spending such a huge price but getting no benefit at all. Could it be that you just don't like Disney? In fact, Chagall was not wrong. Su Chen just doesn't like Disney. If you open a business in China, you must follow Chinese rules, otherwise get out. After Chagall vented his anger, he sat dejectedly in his chair, feeling powerless all over. Now, all the wealthy people in Shanghai are on the side of the boss of Huasheng. What can he use to fight against others? Moreover, the current comments about Disney on the internet are completely one-sided. Disney has become a rat crossing the street, and everyone wants to kill it. Even if he chooses to ignore it, Disney's popularity will plummet, and it may not even be able to make back the cost of maintaining the theme park. Chagall gritted his teeth and called the headquarters first. This time, Disney headquarters also calmed down. Abroad, there is mad targeting of China. In China, there is endless smear campaign by Warner. If they don't make the right decision, Disney will be seriously damaged. Apologize to China first. Disney headquarters said with great frustration. Chagall nodded silently. Now, they no longer have the capital to fight back. The next morning, Chagall called the media and said that Disney was willing to apologize for its previous misconduct and make compensation. However, few netizens bought into this message. Netizens know very well that the owner of Riverside Garden has done so much that it is not something that can be solved by an apology from Disney. Moreover, Disney's hegemonic behavior in China cannot be dismissed with a simple apology. Chagall's apology was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming ridicule from netizens and did not cause any waves. Chagall was dumbfounded. Aren't Chinese the easiest to compromise? How come this apology has no effect at all? Chagall reported the situation to headquarters. Disney headquarters was anxious because after this incident, their Disney stock price had fallen by more than 100 billion. Before Disney headquarters made a decision, the China Overseas Chamber of Commerce issued a notice. 28 companies stopped all cooperation with China Overseas Disney, and at the same time demanded compensation from Disney for not complying with Chinese laws and violating the cooperation contract. The compensation is 12 billion. Disney headquarters became even more uneasy after receiving this notice. It's not a big deal just to ask for compensation, but when the time comes, these 28 companies may not win the lawsuit. But the impact of 28 companies stopping cooperation with them is too great. It is equivalent to an ordinary person's home being cut off from electricity, water, gas, and food. You have to find all the lighting for eating by yourself. All of this will undoubtedly add a huge burden to Disney. Are these Chinese businessmen crazy? They don't even want to make money. Are they mentally ill? Disney headquarters couldn't understand and they quickly called on Chagall to contact other businesses. However, no company in the entire Shanghai or even Jiangnan and Wuyu regions was willing to cooperate with Disney. Disney was completely isolated. Who on earth is that Huashing boss? How could he mobilize so many business forces to deal with us? Disney headquarters couldn't figure it out. Of course, now is not the time for them to figure out Su Chen's identity, but how to deal with the China Overseas Disney matter. Now China Overseas Disney has become a hot potato. After some discussion among several giants at the headquarters, they helplessly discovered that the best option at the moment was to sell Disney to China Overseas. Insisting on keeping it will only result in more harm than good. Chagall, tell the boss of Huashing that we agree to sell Shanghai Disney, but 50 billion is too little, we want 80 billion. After receiving the order from the headquarters, Chagall asked Wan Xinghe for Su Chen's address and asked the driver to rush to Hentang Manor. Soon, we arrived at Hentang Manor. Even though Chagall had seen many mansions of American business tycoons, he was still shocked after seeing Hentang Manor. He had to admit that China's wealthy were gradually surpassing their American counterparts in wealth and quality of life. Times have changed. Mr. Chagall, you are finally here. Wan Xinghe had already been waiting at the gate of the manor. Your boss at Huashing is very capable. Chagall was considered an expert on China, and he said dissatisfiedly as he walked into the manor. Wan Xinghe chuckled, Mr. Chagall, if you want to blame someone, blame Disney for being too overbearing. When doing business in China, how can you not abide by our Chinese rules? Chagall didn't continue talking and just followed Wan Xinghe. When he arrived at the hall, Chagall saw many familiar figures. For example, Zhou Beixiong, Gui Guanghong, Rong Mao. Chagall couldn't help but be shocked. His gaze followed the direction and soon landed on Su Chen, who was sitting in the host's seat. So young. He was deeply shocked by Su Chen's age. Chagall took a deep breath and said, I guess you are Mr. Su, the boss of Huashing. Chagall said, holding out his palm. Su Chen ignored it directly, sat there calmly, and said, I never shake hands with people who don't abide by our Chinese rules. There was a flash of anger in Chagall's eyes, but he suppressed it and said, Mr. Su, I am here to discuss the acquisition with you on behalf of the U.S. head office. Our U.S. head office is willing to sell Shanghai Disney to you for 80 billion. Su Chen took out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket, pushed it in front of Chagall, and said calmly, I'll pay 1 yuan. Bang! Chagel slammed the table and said angrily, "Mr. Su, you are going too far. Is it too much? I think the price is fair." Facing Chagel's anger, Su Chen seemed exceptionally calm. "Fair? You are robbing me by force. It seems you don't want to sell it to me. Okay, you can take a look at this first." Chapter 68 Zhu Xiao's Mental Explosion. Su Chen snapped his fingers, and Wan Qinghe immediately took a stack of documents and placed them in front of Chagel. The more Chagel looked, the more frightened he became. Because this is all about proof of Su Chen's assets. The accumulated cash alone is as high as more than 520 billion Chinese yuan, and with other assets, he is almost catching up with the richest man in the United States. However, although Chagel was shocked, he was not very scared. If Microsoft had more money, it would have acquired Disney long ago. What do you want to say? Chagel looked at Su Chen deeply. Bang! Su Chen snapped his fingers again. Lao Gao piled a pile of documents in front of Chagel. Su Chen said indifferently, "Here are 132 indictments filed by Chinese individuals and companies against Shanghai Disney. Among them, the amount of compensation that Shanghai Disney needs to pay is 15.3 billion. So what? You say I'll pay you back?" Upon hearing this, Chagel sneered slightly. "That's right, I'll pay if I say so." Su Chen said indifferently, "Each indictment has solid evidence. If Disney does not pay compensation, China will ban all Disney activities in the country. This is an injunction document." Su Chen waved his hand, and another document appeared in front of Chagel. Chagel picked it up and saw that it was indeed the Chinese ban, and his face changed drastically. With this thing, Disney has been blacklisted by China. Unless the 15.3 billion compensation is paid. Su Chen said coldly, "You may be thinking that at worst you can pay money to lift the ban. But I tell you, you can get rid of our country's ban, but you can't get rid of mine. As long as you have the courage to choose not to sell, I will use these 520 billion to play with you. From now on, there will be no store in China that sells Disney products. There will be no theater that plays Disney movies. There won't be a single piece of land left to build a Disney theme park. Everything you own at Disney will be completely wiped out from the land of China. Now, are you going to sell it or not?" Su Chen picked up the 1 yuan coin and threw it back in front of Chagel. Stare, stare, stare. The coins jumped on the table, making sounds that constantly stimulated Chagel's nerves. Cold sweat had soaked his back. Su Chen's words made Chagel lose the dominance he had at the negotiation table in the past. His face changed and he fell silent for a while. Until the coin stopped jumping, Chagel looked at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes and shouted angrily, "You lunatic, what good will this do you? If Su Chen really bans Disney, then the market gap created by the ban will only be filled by Su Chen. For example, if a Disney movie is very popular, but major domestic cinemas cannot screen it because of Su Chen's ban, then who will compensate these cinemas for their losses? Only Su Chen paid the difference. Therefore, Su Chen's decision is a lose-lose situation." Chagel couldn't understand why a businessman would do this. Su Chen said calmly, "Benefits? I don't care. I just want foreign companies doing business in China to understand what the consequences will be if they don't abide by China's rules. Do you know how much money you will lose if we, Disney, choose to fight to the death? Is it worth spending 500 billion to establish a rule?" Chagel almost roared. "I think it's worth it." Su Chen nodded calmly and said, "Besides, do you really think that you Disney will fight to the death with me? If you sell Shanghai Disney to me for $1, you will lose at most 50 billion. As soon as my ban is issued, you, Disney, will be completely wiped out of the Chinese market. As far as I know, last year alone, your Disney movies, games, and a series of peripheral products earned more than 30 billion in our country, and there will be more in the future. Huagua, are you really willing to give up such a big piece of cake?" Chagel was silent again. The reason why he did not explicitly reject Su Chen's $1 acquisition of China overseas Disney was due to this consideration. If Su Chen really took 500 billion and went against Disney at every turn, the loss would be more than just 50 billion. Su Chen is a lunatic. Disney is not. Finally, Chagel reluctantly called Disney headquarters and explained everything. Shameless, this Chinese businessman named Su was simply a bastard. After listening to Chagel's report, several bigwigs at Disney headquarters were furious and started cursing. Chagel quickly reminded them, "Dear gentlemen, this Chinese businessman is a complete lunatic. I have reason to believe that if we reject his acquisition, he will not hesitate to ban us Disney, and we Disney will never make a penny from China. He wants to buy Disney with just $1. He is dreaming. They say that Americans are overbearing in business, but I think he is 100 times more overbearing than us. Several bigwigs firmly disagreed with the sale. This is no longer a simple acquisition issue. It's a question of dignity. But there are also some big guys who seem very rational. They can still distinguish between 50 billion and the hundreds of billions in the future. The two parties started a fierce argument. Some people suggested that Chinese officials intervene. After all, Su Chen's actions were destroying the free market. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected. The Chinese government even issued an official ban, which shows that it stands with Su Chen. This official route is blocked, and the market has been blocked by Su Chen. If Disney wants to avoid being kicked out of the Chinese market, it seems that it only has $1 to sell Disney to Su Chen. This is my Disney shame. One big boss was so angry that he pounded the table. However, between dignity and interests, he chose the latter. Promise him. The head of Disney in the United States uttered these 3 words weekly. He deeply felt that times had changed and China was no longer a place where they could do whatever they wanted. Disney lost in the end. The defeat was so swift and so clean. He said to Su Chen dejectedly, "The head office has decided to sell Shanghai Disney to Mr. Su for $1. Good." When these words were spoken, even an old hand like Zhou Beixiong couldn't help but get excited. This is not just a successful business game of making money out of nothing. Rather, it is a victory for Chinese businessmen against hegemonic American companies. After this incident, American companies will definitely be more disciplined when doing business on Chinese soil, which will make local companies much more competitive. They looked at Su Chen with admiration. Acquiring China Overseas Disney for $1 seems simple, but if anyone else, including Mada and Xiao Ma, were to do it, they would not succeed. Only Su Chen can do it. First, strength. Anyone who sees the $520 billion in liquid funds would be scared. Second, courage. Su Chen used $10 billion in charitable donations in Binjiang Gardens, $17.8 billion in losses, a total of $27.8 billion in hard cash, to buy the support of the government and the people. Without this premise, there would not be such a one-sided situation in the online speeches, and the authorities would not issue a ban document to Su Chen. Third, it is personal charm. So many wealthy people in China Overseas are willing to stand on the same front with Su Chen. One reason is Su Chen's strong financial resources, and the second is Su Chen's personal charm. Otherwise, without the strong support of this group of Shanghai tycoons, Su Chen might not be able to defeat Disney. Chai felt bad when he saw the happy faces of the Shanghai tycoons. He sneered in his heart, "Sooner or later, the loss of our Disney will be paid out of your pockets." Chapter 69, The Arrogant Woman. Just as Chai was thinking this, the system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. The host has suppressed the arrogance of foreign companies, won glory for the country, and let the light of justice shine on the earth. I will reward the host with 51% of the shares of the US Disney Group. Su Chen raised his eyebrow. He just hit Disney, and now he has suddenly become the boss of Disney? Does Disney still need to survive? As Chagall was about to leave the estate, he received a message on his cell phone about changes in their Disney equity. The largest shareholder of Disney Group, Su Chen. Shareholding ratio, 51. Puff. Chagall's eyes went dark and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After successfully taking over China Overseas Disney, Su Chen hosted a banquet at Hentang Manor to express his gratitude. The dinner lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening with clinking glasses and toasting each other. After the guests left, Su Chen called Gu Xiaowu and asked her to take him back to Binjiang Garden. Mr. Su. As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, the security guards of Binjiang Garden greeted him with gratitude. Because they finally owned a house of their own in Shanghai. And all of this was brought to them by the young boss in front of them. Su Chen smiled at them and said, "Thank you all for your hard work." The security guards felt warm in their hearts when they heard this. Su Chen also told the security guards not to reveal his identity to his cousin Xiaoyi and to just treat him as an ordinary tenant. "Cousin, you're back." Su Chen opened the door, and Xiaoyi, wearing pink pajamas, came to him skipping. "You haven't slept yet." Su Chen rubbed Xiaoyi's head. "No, I'm waiting for you to come back, cousin. I saw Disney's apology statement today." Xiaoyi took a pair of slippers and gave them to Su Chen, saying happily, "Humph, let's see if he dares to bully our country." Su Chen didn't intend to reveal too much to Xiaoyi. "Yes, cousin, were these all done by your friend?" Xiao Yi asked curiously. How could I have such an awesome friend? Su Chen shook his head. He just used the power of the media to report this incident. He didn't expect the series of events that happened afterwards. Xiao Yi did not doubt Su Chen's words. She nodded seriously and said, "Cousin, have you met the landlord of your Riverside Garden? I think the landlord of Riverside Garden has contributed a lot to Disney's apology this time. It's more than 20 billion. Just say no. If it weren't for him, Disney would definitely not apologize so easily. Do you think your cousin can meet such a great man? I just helped my friend to explain some of the situations these 2 days, but I don't know much about other things," Su Chen said with a smile. Xiao Yi thought about it and agreed. How could one easily get in touch with a big shot like the owner of Riverside Garden? The next day, in order to compensate Xiao Yi, Su Chen took Xiao Yi to visit all the scenic spots in Shanghai, such as People's Square, the Bund, Xintiandi. Just as Xiao Yi was happily walking through the streets and alleys of Shanghai, news about Disney exploded the entire internet. There are 4 in total. The first is a 3,000-word apology letter from Disney to China. This apology letter is much more sincere than the apology statement issued a day earlier. Second, Disney agreed to sell China Overseas Disney to Huaxing Group. Third, Huaxing Group donated China Overseas Disney to the country free of charge. Fourth, China Overseas officially issued a statement that a week later, Disneyland reopened, with ticket prices reduced from 399 yuan to 99 yuan per ticket, food was allowed to be brought in, and the number of visitors was limited to 10,000 people per day. As soon as these 4 pieces of news came out, netizens were ecstatic. Disney must be stupid now. He really thinks our country is still as weak as it was in the late Qing dynasty and can be bullied. Huaxing is mighty. Huaxing is awesome. Wow, it turns out that mysterious rich man is the boss of Huaxing. The boss of Huaxing is awesome. Hey, isn't he the owner of Riverside Garden? Someone asked doubtfully. I'm confused too. Wasn't it the owner of Riverside Garden who filed a complaint against Disney? How come it was the owner of Huaxing who bought Disney? Everyone was confused and made various speculations about this. Some people think that the boss of Washington got a bargain. Some people think that it is a powerful combination of the 2 bosses. However, even those who believed that Washington's boss had picked up a bargain did not say anything bad about Washington. After all, Disney has already donated, and Washington is not doing this for the sake of making money. Don't guess, the boss of Huaxing and the boss of Binjiang Garden are actually the same person. Zhou Huaxian, who has 40 million followers on Weibo, spoke out. Damn, it turns out to be the same person. Netizens expressed surprise. They didn't have much doubt about Zhou Huaxian's words. Who is Zhou Huaxian? He is the son of the richest man in Shanghai. I have contact with the top circles in China Overseas. Only people like him know these things. After confirming that Binjiang Garden and Huaxing Group have the same owner, netizens couldn't help but search for who this person is. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Because Su Chen had already instructed Wan Xinghe to hide his information on the internet. This made the curious netizens feel extremely regretful. When Xiao Yi saw the news online, she was also stunned, and it took her a while to digest it. Cousin, do you think Disney will dare to violate our country's regulations again after this lesson? Xiao Yi asked Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. I think he doesn't dare anymore. Su Chen did not tell Xiao Yi that he is now the largest shareholder of Disney. If Disney dares to mess around again, Su Chen doesn't mind letting Disney become a thing of the past. In fact, American Disney has become completely timid. Su Chen bought the park worth $50 billion for $1, and now even the company's largest shareholder has become Su Chen. How dare they do anything to offend Su Chen? They didn't even dare to release the blockbuster Shang-Chi, which cost $300 million to shoot. Because a character in Shang-Chi named Mandarin was suspected of insulting the dignity of China. If this makes Su Chen unhappy, Disney is in big trouble. Now, these Disney executives are eager to memorize all of China's laws for fear of making mistakes somewhere. After spending a whole day in Shanghai, Su Chen and Xiao Yi returned to Binjiang Garden. When Su Chen was slumped on the sofa, he saw Xiao Yi take out a set of live broadcast equipment. Are you a host now? Su Chen said in surprise. Xiao Yi stuck out her tongue and said, I didn't have anything to do after the college entrance examination, and I like chatting with people, so I started live streaming for a while, just as a hobby. Su Chen nodded. Xiao Yi was lively and could create a good atmosphere. She was quite suitable for live broadcast. He asked again, which platform do you want to broadcast on? Cat teeth. Xiao Yi skillfully fixed the phone on the bracket. Su Chen opened the cat's teeth and asked, what's Yi's ID name? Xiao Yi said a little embarrassedly, Aral. Su Chen searches for Aral. A user with an avatar of Xiao Yi and 1,253 followers popped up. Su Chen clicked in to take a look. The hostess announcement reads, live broadcast at random, no contact information required, children are prohibited from giving gifts. As for gifts, the first place on the weekly list has 300, the second place has 170, and the others are dozens of dollars, which does not exceed 500 in total. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 70, Minister of Finance of Huaxing. It's really a hobby. There are a total of 500 yuan on the weekly list, and Yi would be lucky if she could get 200 yuan. By this calculation, it's only about 800 yuan a month. Xiao Yi smiled shyly at Su Chen, then opened the live broadcast room and waited quietly. It took a long time before an audience member entered the live broadcast room. Miss Aral is finally on air. Miss, why haven't you been live streaming these past 2 days? Host, where are you now? Why is it different from your previous live broadcast environment? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Do you remember the handsome cousin I told you about? I came to Shanghai to visit him and I'm at his house now. Xiao Yi spoke very naturally to the camera. Is there anything fun in Shanghai? Netizens continued to ask questions, and Xiao Yi chatted with them in a casual manner. Su Chen watched for a while and found that although Xiao Yi was young, she behaved like a caring older sister when facing the audience. The audience would give Xiao Yi some small gifts from time to time, and Xiao Yi would express her gratitude sincerely. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room was unusually good. Just as Xiao Yi was happily chatting with her fans, a king account with the ID Han Wang entered the live broadcast room. As soon as Han Wang entered, he bought a Maoya number 1 worth 1,000 yuan, and left a message, little anchor, if you imitate a dog's bark, I will reward you with a Maoya number 1, how about that? The harmonious atmosphere in the live broadcast room was suddenly broken, and Xiao Yi's pretty face changed slightly. Little anchor, if you imitate a dog's bark, I will reward you with a cat tooth number 1, how about that? As soon as this sentence appeared in the live broadcast room, it immediately aroused the disgust of all the viewers. Xiao Yi was no exception, her smiling face suddenly turned cold. I'm sorry, I can't do that, and you're not welcome in my live studio. Xiao Yi said very directly. Yo, the little anchor has some personality. Han Wang left a message in the live broadcast room, and then brushed a Maoya number 1, and said provocatively, I like little anchors like you with personality. Come on, I will brush a Maoya number 1 when a dog barks. If you don't bark, I will keep brushing. I want to see how long you can last. Xiao Yi raised her eyebrows and her expression became even uglier. One viewer commented, I know who this guy is. He is one of the most shameless rich people in Maoya. I heard that his family got more than 1 billion yuan from demolition and relocation. He has no place to spend the money, so he hangs around on various live broadcast platforms every day, specifically to discuss new anchors. I also remembered that I didn't expect Miss Aral's live broadcast room to be targeted by this guy. I'm sick of it. This guy always asks the female anchors to take off their clothes and do obscene actions. If they don't do it, he will keep giving them money. In the end, the female anchors either give in or turn off their live broadcast rooms. Humph, Miss Aral's live broadcast room is the pure land of Maoya. We will never allow it to be polluted by the notorious guy Han Wang. After seeing these comments, Xiao Yi had a basic understanding of King Han and her brows furrowed slightly. She definitely won't compromise. If King Han keeps giving her gifts like this, she will have no choice but to close the live broadcast room. Brush. My name is Jiang Xiaobai, and I'm giving away a cat tooth number 1. Xiao Yi's fans began to fight back. Anchor, we can't compromise. Jiang Xiaobai spoke. Thank you, Xiaobai. Xiao Yi was touched. Jiang Xiaobai is her old fan. He bought the 300 yuan gift for the number 1 on the list. Ha, you dare to go against me, do you have the strength to do that? King Han showed up immediately. King Han, send out cat fawn number 1. Swish, 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 swish. 5 consecutive hits. The 5 cat teeth number 1s directly pressed Jiang Xiaobai to the ground and rubbed him. King Han, do you think it's fun to spend money to disgust people every day? Some audience members said angrily. Ha ha, I just like to use money to make these anchors sell out their principles. Just wait and hear the dog barking. King Han responded arrogantly. Some fans gritted their teeth and gave gifts to defend Xiaoyi. Protect the best-er-all and send out a confession balloon. My name is Zhang Bingxin, and I'm sending you cat tooth number 1. I'm a little kitten tooth, giving away a money gun. Although Xiaoyi's gifts were increasing in value, they were still far from King Han's 5 cat teeth number 1. 5 cat teeth number 1 cost 5,000 yuan. The total amount of gifts given by these fans was only about 3,000 yuan. Is that all your fighting power? A bunch of poor bastards want to fight me? If I don't see this little anchor barking like a dog today, I'm not the king of cold. King Han was very proud. Previously, there was a streamer with 100,000 fans, and he also asked the streamer to brush a cat tooth with a bark of a dog. The female streamer refused in various ways and even cursed him. As a result, when he gave gifts worth 100,000 yuan, the female anchor immediately compromised. The dog kept barking in the live broadcast room. That night he gave the female anchor gifts worth 300,000 yuan. King Han has no other hobbies except using money to trample on other people's dignity. Swish, swish, swish. After spraying, King Han brushed 5 cat teeth number 1 in one breath. I vomited and can't brush anymore. Is there any big brother who can come and save our little sister or all? Xiaoyi's fans were a little discouraged. Thank you very much for everything you have done for me. I will not compromise no matter what. Xiaoyi thanked the fans, and then apologized. I may have to end the live broadcast early tonight. Alas, that's all I can do. Why is there such a disgusting guy as King Han in the world? When he squanders the 1 billion yuan in demolition compensation, I wonder what he can do to show off. The audience vented their dissatisfaction with the culprit, King Han. When King Han saw these comments, he not only didn't care, but was very proud. Poor bastards, don't watch live broadcasts in the future. By the way, little anchor, I've memorized your ID number. I'll come to your live broadcast room every time you broadcast live from now on. I want to see how many times you can turn off the live broadcast. Son of a bitch. Xiaoyi's fans were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Xiaoyi was also very angry. If she continues to be harassed by King Han like this, she will never be able to do live broadcasts again. What made her even more angry was that she had no way to deal with King Han. With this anger, Xiaoyi prepared to turn off the live broadcast. Suddenly, a treasure chest floated past Xiaoyi's live broadcast room. SpongeBob, send a treasure map. Treasure map, the most valuable gift on the Maya live streaming platform. One treasure map costs 5,000 Chinese yuan. Before Xiaoyi and the audience could be surprised, the live broadcast room had another banner. SpongeBob, give away a treasure map. SpongeBob, send a treasure map. SpongeBob, send a treasure map. Treasure map, 10 consecutive draws, worth 50,000 Chinese yuan. What the hell, what's going on? Xiaoyi's fans were dumbfounded. Xiaoyi was no exception. She rubbed her eyes and thought she had seen it wrong. King Han? What kind of rubbish is that? You want to make Miss Aral unhappy too? SpongeBob left a message. Wow, I'm crying. The little anchor finally has the protection of the big brother. Brother SpongeBob, we love you. Where's King Han? Keep brushing. Aren't you trying to disgust us? King Han immediately jumped out and said, it's just 10 treasure maps, and you want to challenge King Han. Chapter 71. I'm sorry for being so rich. Let me tell you something. If your sword is not sharp and your horse is too skinny, what can you use to fight me? Swish, swish, swish. King Han directly produced 20 treasure maps. 20, $100,000. Xiaoyi's fans became nervous again. After all, King Han's family has a fortune of 10 billion. Can Big Brother SpongeBob beat him? Swish, swish, swish. 50 treasure maps appear. Brushed by SpongeBob. Brother SpongeBob is awesome. Fuck, 250,000 Chinese yuan, SpongeBob is such a big shot. As nearly 100 treasure maps were released, the entire Maya was in a sensation, and countless viewers flocked to Xiaoyi's live broadcast room to see what was going on. What the hell, King Han? Is someone arguing with King Han? Damn it, I don't know how many anchors have been disgusted by this guy Han Wang. Now someone finally stands up to fight him. Soon, these new viewers understood the situation and left messages, expressing their great anticipation. As more and more people paid attention to him, King Han posted a comment, "Fight with me? Are you worthy? The world is full of glitz and glamour, but if you don't have the ability, don't show off." Swish. 200 treasure maps appeared. Fuck you, he's worthy of being a man with 1 billion in demolition compensation. He just doesn't treat money as money. 1 million, my god. The new influx of viewers was shocked. Xiaoyi's fans are full of worries. It's already 1 million, can Big Brother SpongeBob still do it? Just when they had this thought. Swish. 1,000 treasure maps flashed across the live broadcast room. SpongeBob is giving away a treasure map 1,000, friends, come and see the rich man. A huge banner unfolded, visible to all Maya Live viewers. Oh my god, what the fuck happened? The audience and other anchors' live broadcast rooms were simply terrified. The anchors were also shocked. What does 1,000 treasure maps mean? 5 million Chinese yuan. Xiaoyi's live broadcast room was dead silent. The shock they received from the 1,000 treasure maps was so great that they could not react for a moment. Xiaoyi was also sitting there with a stunned expression. Brother SpongeBob did a great job. King Han, get out here, can you still swipe? Brother SpongeBob is mighty, Brother SpongeBob is awesome. Brother SpongeBob, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. I want one too. Can SpongeBob not be so stubborn? After the shock, Xiaoyi's live broadcast room completely exploded. The popularity has increased from a few thousand at the beginning to tens of thousands and now to tens of millions. The barrage of comments appeared so quickly that they disappeared almost as soon as they appeared. King Han, where are you? Some of Xiaoyi's fans have spoken out. SpongeBob, let me tell you, it's hot and my temper is bad. I won't smile. Don't make a fuss. It's just 5 million. I'm following you. King Han jumped out. Swish. Similarly, 1,000 treasure maps were displayed. The whole place exploded. As expected of the King of Cold, he is so domineering. Damn it, this is not arrogance, this is clearly a spendthrift. If I were the father of King Han, I would break his legs. You don't understand this, right? If King Han doesn't save his face now, he will become Maya's biggest joke, and this account will be thrown aside. By the way, who the hell is this SpongeBob? Is it possible that being a chef at a Krabby Patty is so rich? People in the live broadcast room had a heated discussion. King Han's act of spending 5 million once again scared Xiaoyi's fans, and they dared not say a word. King Han quickly jumped out and said, SpongeBob, aren't you awesome? Keep going, what's so great about you with just this little skill? Just as King Han's message appeared, a banner appeared that blinded all the viewers of Maya Live. SpongeBob is giving away a treasure map 10,000, friends, come and see the rich man. 10,000 treasure maps, 50 million Chinese yuan. The entire Maya Live was in deathly silence. Since the birth of the live broadcast industry, let alone a reward of 50 million Chinese yuan, there has not even been a single reward of more than 10 million. After a short period of silence, Xiaoyi's live broadcast room completely exploded, with comments flying. I really don't know what to say except that it's awesome. Brothers, put SpongeBob's big brother on the screen. Brother SpongeBob is awesome. For a moment, the screen was filled with, Brother SpongeBob is awesome. Where's the Cold King? Aren't you awesome? Go ahead and give it to Big Brother SpongeBob. Don't you dare to go ahead? What's there to be arrogant about in front of Big Brother SpongeBob? Some viewers returned Han Wang's words to him. The Han Wang people were already confused. He thought he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect to meet someone crazier than him. Although his family received 1 billion in demolition compensation, most of it was with his father, and he had less than 100 million in total. It's okay to take 5 million to prove his worth, but it's better to kill him than to ask him to take 50 million to prove his worth. Why is King Han silent? Isn't he born with a proud character? Don't put on airs in front of your brother Han. Where is King Han now? The audience continued to shout. When King Han saw these comments, his face turned pale. Maya Live is no longer viable. So, King Han quit the live broadcast room. King Han cancelled his account. I can't afford to provoke you, but I can't hide from you either. Damn it, we won. Seeing King Han leave the live broadcast room, Xiaoyi's fans cheered. Other viewers also sighed. I didn't expect King Han to be defeated by a small anchor. Xiaoyi was still sitting in front of her phone in a daze. How many gifts did she receive tonight? 50 million plus 25 million plus 1 million plus winning the lottery is not as fast as this. She was dumbfounded. After a long moment, she said to the audience somewhat numbly, "Sorry everyone, I need to calm down." After saying that, he turned off the live broadcast room. The audience were reluctant to leave and kept discussing this unprecedented battle in the history of live streaming in Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. "Cousin, let me tell you something." Xiao Yi pushed open the door of Su Chen's room with excitement on her face. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked curiously. Xiao Yi told Su Chen what had just happened in the live broadcast room. "Cousin, that's over 60 million. I feel like I'm dreaming now." Su Chen also acted quite surprised, as if frightened, and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Well, I plan to return all the money that the platform gave me to Brother SpongeBob. If it weren't for him today, I really don't know what I would do. I am very grateful for his help," Xiao Yi said without hesitation. "What if he doesn't accept it?" Su Chen said. "Not accepting?" Xiao Yi thought for a while. "If he doesn't want it, I will donate the money to charity organizations. I'm afraid that if I have so much money all of a sudden, I will no longer be myself." Su Chen rubbed Xiao Yi's head and said, "Re has grown up." Xiao Yi contacted SpongeBob as planned. Through private chat on the platform, I first thanked SpongeBob for his help. Then he solemnly promised to return all the platform rewards to him. SpongeBob didn't reply to the message for a long time. Helpless, Xiao Yi had to go wash up and wait for a reply. After Xiao Yi walked out of Su Chen's room, Su Chen clicked on Maya Live. His ID is SpongeBob SquarePants. He replied to Xiao Yi, "Hello, Anchor, I am not only your viewer, but also one of Maya's shareholders. The existence of King Han has seriously damaged the harmony of Maya's live broadcast. Today I just happened to use your live broadcast room to drive him away, and all this money is what you deserve, you don't need to pay it back to me." Chapter 72, Big Store Bullies Customers. Not long after, Xiao Yi sent a message saying that she would donate all the money to charity organizations. Su Chen sent a thumbs-up gesture. Xiao Yi lay in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. Everything that happened tonight was really shocking to her. SpongeBob said he is one of the shareholders of Maya? She picked up her phone and searched online. Because Su Chen had already hidden all his identity and information on the internet, Xiao Yi naturally gained nothing. The next morning, Xiao Yi told Su Chen that she was going to find a summer job. Su Chen did not stop him. Although he can guarantee that Xiao Yi will never lack money in her life, everyone has their own life, and he doesn't need to interfere too much. After Xiao Yi left, Su Chen decided to find something to do. So he first went to China Overseas Global Plaza to take a look and signed a few documents. Then he went to Washing Group and listened to Wan Xinghe's report on the work situation during this period. After finishing all this, Su Chen drove the Passat around the city. Bang! Just as he stopped the car in front of the zebra crossing and waited for the green light, the front of the Passat was hit by a red Porsche. Su Chen frowned. His car was hit because the Porsche turned around on the zebra crossing. This is a complete violation of traffic regulations. Swish! A heavily made-up woman wearing a white hat, a white camisole, straight pants, and red high heels got out of the Porsche. The heavily made-up woman was looking at Su Chen with an angry look on her face. "How the hell are you driving? Didn't you see I was turning around? Get out of the way." She pointed at Su Chen and started cursing. Su Chen was so angry that he laughed. Is it reasonable to make a U-turn on the same lane at a zebra crossing? He got out of the car and said calmly, "First, you violated traffic regulations. It has nothing to do with me. Second, you better keep your mouth clean." Hearing this, the female driver in the white hat became even more angry. She put her hands on her waist and cursed, "I always drive like this. I run red lights and speed. I'm famous in Shanghai. I can change these violation records with just one phone call. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If you don't pay me for the repairs today, I'll make you pay. Hey, what a majestic presence. Unfortunately, you messed with the wrong guy." Su Chen sneered. "Ha ha ha ha. How dare you, a guy driving a crappy Passat, say something like that in front of me?" The female driver in the white hat laughed arrogantly at first, then her face suddenly turned cold. "If you really have the guts, just settle this matter with me privately today." Su Chen smiled. "Okay, let's do it privately then." The female driver in the white hat also smiled brightly. "Just wait for me. I will kill you today." In order to avoid traffic jam, Su Chen found a tea house to stop the car, then ordered a cup of green tea and drank it calmly. The female driver in the white hat also followed him to the tea house, then picked up her cell phone and made a call. Wait. After finishing the call, she looked at Su Chen with cruel eyes. Su Chen was unmoved, and even opened Timmy to play a game of King of Glory. Victory! Su Chen won this round quite easily. Not long after Su Chen finished the king's game, a short and strong man with a bald tattoo entered the tea house. Behind the tattooed bald man were 20 or 30 elite young men. These young men have fierce looks on their faces, and you can tell at first glance that they are not people to be trifled with. As soon as the female driver in the white hat saw the tattooed bald man, she immediately came forward and said delicately, "Brother Long, why are you here just now?" The bald man, or Brother Long as the white-hatted female driver called him, pinched her face and said with a grin, "I was busy just now. As soon as I received Xiao Yeya's call, I immediately came here with my brothers. Who is so blind as to dare to mess with our sister-in-law Chenyu?" One of Brother Long's younger brothers stood up and asked. "Look, it's this little bastard. He was so arrogant just because he drove a Passat. He crashed into my car and said I had offended the wrong person." Chenyu pointed at Su Chen. Long Ji's men immediately surrounded Su Chen and shouted at him arrogantly, "Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you mess with our sister Chenyu? Kid, where are you from? Believe it or not, I'll break your legs. You think you can go to heaven by driving a Passat? If you drive a BMW M5 like our brother Long, wouldn't you go to Mars?" The tea house owner saw this scene and didn't dare to say anything. He knows Brother Long. Brother Long, a native of Kunshan, opened a loan company in Shanghai. He has hundreds of thugs under his command and is not someone that ordinary people can afford to offend. This young man is in big trouble. The tea house owner sighed in his heart. Su Chen remained calm from beginning to end. He raised his eyelids and said to Chenyu, "These are the people you called, right?" Chenyu smiled coldly, "With my brother Long here, it's enough to kill you 100 times. Su Chen nodded, "Okay, it's good that everyone is here, let's go to a place." Chenyu said unhappily, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Brother Long waved his hand and said confidently, "Just follow him." Can a guy driving a Passat really turn the world upside down? Chenyu thought about it and agreed. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the Hentaying Villa district. Su Chen's car was in the lead, followed by Brother Long's BMW M5, Chenyu's Porsche, and a dozen vans. Those sitting in the van were all Brother Long's brothers. "Boy, what do you mean?" In order to prevent Su Chen from running away halfway, Brother Long arranged for a younger brother to sit in Su Chen's car. Brother Long's voice came from the walkie-talkie in the younger brother's hand. Brother Long sat in the BMW with a frown on his face. The Hentaying Villa district is a well-known wealthy area of China overseas. Brother Long couldn't afford to offend any of the owners inside. "Just follow me," Su Chen answered via the intercom. Brother Long is still hesitating. Chenyu's impatient voice sounded, "Brother Long, he's just driving a Passat, there's nothing to be afraid of, just follow him, and when he can't pretend anymore, we'll deal with him properly." Brother Long didn't want to show his weakness in front of his woman, so he continued to follow Su Chen's car into the Hentaying Villa area. The Passat went up all the way, and Brother Long saw a house that looked like a palace. Hentaying Manor. After seeing Hentaying Manor, Brother Long actually felt relieved. This kid is really just pretending. If he knew the owner of Hentaying Manor, would he need to drive a Passat? Brother Long suddenly felt at ease. However, the next moment, the closed door of Hentaying Manor suddenly opened. The Passat entered unhindered. Brother Long suddenly panicked and stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake and drove in. Seeing this, the vehicles behind also drove into the manor. Beep beep. The Passat stopped at the manor parking lot and Su Chen got out of the car. "Hello, boss." Gu Xiaowu and the manor bodyguards had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Su Chen, they all bowed with respect on their faces. Brother Long got out of the car and was stunned when he saw this scene. The same goes for Chenyu and Brother Long's younger brothers. "Fuck you." The confused Long Gu subconsciously yelled at Su Chen. Gu Xiaowu raised his eyebrows suddenly and waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. In the manor, 20 well-trained bodyguards pulled out their guns and pointed them at Brother Long's head. Now, let's talk about the private settlement. Chapter 73, Summoning the Rich in Shanghai. Su Chen turned around and looked at Brother Long and Chenyu with indifference. Brother Long put his hand in his trouser pocket and touched his cell phone with trepidation. Is it too late to call the police now? Brother Long never thought that a street urchin like him would one day think of calling the police. But the situation now is really scary. Top-notch mansion, armed bodyguards. Brother Long knew without even thinking that he had offended a powerful person, and he was now extremely panicked. Chen Yu was even more tearful. The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz Maybach on the parking lot is not driven, the 10 Rolls-Royces are not driven, and China's only Batmobile is not driven. Driving a Passat on the road, isn't this deliberately cheating people? Damn it, it's over. It was clear to Brother Long's little brother that something was wrong. He huddled up in a ball, trembling. Tell me, why is it private? Su Chen looked at Brother Long and Chen Yu again. Brother Long took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen tremblingly. Brother, come, have a cigarette, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? A sneer appeared on Su Chen's lips. If the person Chen Yu met today was not him, but some other ordinary person. Not only will the car be hit, but you will also have to pay a large amount of money for repairs. How can this be resolved by just saying it's a misunderstanding? Province. Brother Long was anxious and took a step forward. Stop. The manor bodyguard put the muzzle of the gun directly to Brother Long's head and shouted coldly. Coqueek. Brother Long was being pointed at by the cold, dark muzzle of the gun. He was shaking all over, his teeth were chattering, and he almost peed his pants out of fright. Brother, why don't we be public? Brother Long said with a bitter face. He was afraid that if he settled the matter privately, he would be shot. Don't be fooled by the fact that he opened a loan company, has a net worth of tens of millions, and has hundreds of subordinates, and is very boastful. In fact, in front of truly rich people, you are just trash among trash. And the gentleman in front of him happens to be a rich man among rich people. If he really breaks down, he will have nowhere to complain. If it's public, even though he's still unlucky, at least he's still alive. Moreover, he has connections in the police department, and if he helps to organize the affairs, maybe a big matter can be made small, or a small matter can be made nothing. Bang! Su Chen slapped Brother Long in the face and said calmly, you were the ones who wanted to settle it privately, but now you want to settle it publicly. Are you kidding me? After the slap, Brother Long's cheek became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he lowered his head and dared not breathe. Finally, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and directly called Wu Shihao, one of the top 5 giants in Shanghai. Wu Shihao was in a meeting, but when he received Su Chen's call, he was immediately shocked and stopped the meeting to answer the call. The caller was the god of wealth of Shanghai. Good afternoon, Mr. Su. Wu Shihao seemed particularly polite. Su Chen told Wu Shihao what happened today. Wu Shihao hung up the phone and immediately rushed to Hentang Manor with a large number of police officers. Deal with it seriously. Must be dealt with seriously. In the police car, Wu Shihao looked a little ugly. At the manor, when Brother Long heard Su Chen calling Wu Shihao, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. China overseas giant Wu Shihao took action personally, and no matter how strong his connections were, they were of no use. Don't even think about getting out of prison in this lifetime. Fuck this idiot woman. Brother Long slapped Chen Yu hard. If Chen Yu hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Chen Yu is now regretting her decision to the core. After being slapped by Brother Long, she didn't dare to refute at all and just sobbed there. Soon, Wu Shihao appeared at Hentang Manor with police officers. Just as Brother Long expected. Wu Shihao personally gave the order, and even the incident of Brother Long peeping at his neighbor's little sister taking a bath when he was 5 years old was investigated, not to mention the series of illegal and disorderly things he committed in Shanghai. In the end, Brother Long was sentenced to life imprisonment. Chen Yu will serve 19 years in prison. Brother Long and his subordinates were all thrown into prison. Wu Shihao followed Brother Long's lead and eradicated a series of illegal fundraising and lending gangs in Shanghai, saving many young people from being deceived. Of course, this is all later. After Brother Long was taken away by Wu Shihao, Su Chen received a call from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi told Su Chen that she had found a summer job. Invite Su Chen to dinner in the evening. Su Chen smiled and continued driving the Passat towards where Xiao Yi was. Xiao Yi stood by the road waiting for Su Chen. When he saw that the front of the Passat was dented, he asked in surprise, "Cousin, was there a car crash?" After Xiao Yi got into the car, Su Chen said, "It was hit by a female driver. She is fully responsible. I'm glad you're okay, cousin. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xiao Yi told Su Chen about her job search today. She interviewed for many jobs: restaurant waiter, milk tea shop, supermarket cashier, clothing store shopping guide. At the beginning, the interviewer was quite satisfied with her image. However, when they heard Xiao Yi say that she was just working during the summer vacation and would only work for 2 months at most, they all refused. Just as Xiao Yi was dragging her tired body to end her job search journey for the day, the manager of a luxury goods store Vignes agreed to Xiao Yi's employment. I really have to thank Sister Hua, otherwise I really don't know what kind of job to find. After saying this, Xiao Yi sighed. Come on, do a good job. Su Chen encouraged. Cousin, do you know which restaurant in Shanghai is affordable and delicious? If you want me to treat you to a big meal, I can't afford it. Su Chen thought of a place, the university town. If you want to know where in every city there is the most delicious food and the best prices, it has to be the university town. Okay, let's go there. After walking around the university town, Xiao Yi finally chose a Sihai restaurant. The restaurant is quite large, and there is a note at the door saying grand opening sale. What would you two like to eat? However, when Su Chen and Xiao Yi entered the restaurant, there were few customers. Seeing this, Xiao Yi was about to change seats, but a waitress in her 40s came over with a warm face. Xiao Yi couldn't bear to disappoint the waitress, so she found a seat and sat down. Su Chen asked Xiao Yi to look at the menu and order. Xiao Yi chose again, and finally selected 3 dishes. A special dry pot shrimp. A fresh pepper frog. There is also a crab paste soup. Soon, the food was served. The brother and sister talked and laughed while they ate. Although the food doesn't taste that good. An hour later, seeing that she had almost finished her meal, Xiao Yi went to the front desk to pay under the pretext of washing her hands. Boss, check out. She clicked on the payment code. Hello, your total consumption is 7,569 yuan. We will round off the decimals for you, so the total is 7,500 yuan. The boss was a fat man with a greasy face. He spoke to Xiao Yi with a smile on his face. When Xiao Yi heard that they spent 7,500 yuan, her expression suddenly changed. She picked up the menu next to her and said, how could we spend so much? Look, isn't the special dry pot shrimp 188? Isn't the fresh pepper frog only 129? And the crab paste soup is 99, plus rice, which is 2 yuan a portion. How much is that in total? How could it be 7,500 yuan? The fat boss still had a smiling face. The special dry pot shrimp 188 refers to the 188 shrimp in it. The 129 fresh pepper frogs refer to the 129 frogs inside. 99 for crab paste soup means 99 per spoonful. By the way, rice is only 2 yuan per person, no cheating. Chapter 74 Su Chen's Strength. Xiao Yi was so angry when she heard what her boss said. Finally she understood why this restaurant was so big but had so few customers. It turned out to be a shady shop. She couldn't help but said, this is clearly a shady shop. As soon as these words came out, the boss who was smiling just a moment ago immediately turned pale, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want, our prices are clearly marked. What is a black shop or not? Xiao Yi was frightened by the cold light in the boss's eyes and took a small step back, but she quickly gathered her courage and said, you call this clearly marking prices? You are clearly deceiving customers. I'm going to call the police. Hey. The boss sneered, just quote it. Even if it's 7,500, it won't be less than a penny. Xiao Yi's heart sank. Realizing that her boss probably had someone to rely on and that was why he was so fearless, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Su Chen heard the noise and walked over. What's wrong? He glanced at the boss and then asked Xiao Yi. Before Xiao Yi could answer, the fat boss said, you two little bastards, if you can't afford the meal, don't eat it. If you don't want to pay after eating, why are you wasting your time here? Su Chen looked at the boss again and asked expressionlessly, how much? The fat boss groaned, 7,005. If you dare to pay me less than 1 cent, you won't be able to walk out of this store alive today. As soon as the boss finished speaking, 6 burly men came out of the kitchen and surrounded Su Chen and Xiao Yi with unfriendly looks on their faces. Xiao Yi had never seen such a lineup before, and her face turned pale with fear, but in order not to embarrass Su Chen, she forced herself to calm down. Su Chen glanced at these people and said, you are so brave to blackmail in broad daylight. At this point, the fat boss stopped pretending. I am blackmailing you today, so what? Either you pay me, or we beat you up and you pay me. Cousin, let me give you the money. Seeing that the fat boss looked like he was going to eat someone, Xiaoyi was worried that Su Chen would get hurt, so she quickly took out her cell phone and took out the money she had saved since she was a child to get a big red envelope. Su Chen stopped Xiaoyi and said, "Don't be afraid, E. These rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs can't do anything to your cousin." "Little thing, you say another word?" The fat boss and his men were shocked when they heard this and looked at Su Chen with ferocious faces. Bang! Su Chen suddenly took action, grabbed the fat boss by the collar with one hand, and pulled the fat boss out from the front desk. Bang bang bang! Su Chen slapped the fat boss several times, making him dizzy. "If you dare to say such dirty words again, I will knock out all your teeth." Su Chen snorted coldly. "Let go of Brother Chang. Little thing, you want to die, right?" Seeing this, the fat boss's men took another step forward, one of them furious. Xiao Yi was slightly stunned. When did my cousin become so powerful? After a moment of daze, she became even more worried. These guys are obviously not easy to mess with. "Kid, do you know who I am? Not only do you not want to pay me, but you also dare to attack me?" After Brother Chang's dizzy brain came to his senses, he spoke fiercely to Su Chen. "I will still beat you even if you are the king of heaven." As Su Chen spoke, he slapped out 2 more slaps, making loud slapping sounds. "I'm going to fucking kill you." After being slapped twice more, Brother Chang was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He said with an extremely ferocious expression, "Brother Scorpion from the university town is my cousin. If you touch me, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Yes, don't let Brother Chang go. Brother Xie is the king of the university town. There is no one he dares not touch." Hey, there was once a rich second-generation kid who offended Brother Scorpion in the university town, and Brother Scorpion broke his leg. That rich second-generation kid's family didn't even dare to fart. Several other big men shouted. Although Xiaoyi didn't know who Brother Scorpion was, she realized from these people's descriptions that Brother Scorpion was a gangster king, and became even more worried. Su Chen felt that the name Brother Scorpion sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Coincidentally, just as everyone finished talking, Brother Scorpion, with a shiny bald head, a big gold chain, and surrounded by a group of younger brothers, arrived at the Sihai Hotel. He was watching from a distance outside, and before he could understand what was happening, he said with a smile, "Oh, it's quite lively today." But when he entered the restaurant and understood the situation, his expression suddenly changed. "Fuck you, where did this wild boy come from? Hurry up and put my cousin down." When Brother Chang saw Brother Scorpion coming, he was like seeing a savior and shouted quickly, "Scorpion, you must help me kill this little bastard." When Xiaoyi saw this, the color on her face faded a little, and she looked extremely pale. She and her cousin might be in big trouble today. Bang! Su Chen threw Brother Chang to the ground, turned around, and smiled coldly at Brother Xia. "I was wondering why Brother Xia sounded familiar. It turned out to be you." The last time he had dinner with Qi Shaoqing, Su Pin, and Shen Yao in the university town, the Scorpion brother had caused trouble for them. However, when Brother Scorpion learned that even his backer Wan Wei couldn't afford to offend Su Chen, he suddenly became worried. And when Su Chen turned around, Brother Scorpion was also dumbfounded. "Oh my god, why is it this gentleman?" Brother Scorpion was roaring wildly in his heart. "You have to know that the man in front of you is wearing a watch worth 100 million yuan. Even his backer, Mr. Wan from Huaxing Group, has to admit defeat. Fuck me." Brother Scorpion wanted to cry but had no tears. However, Brother Chang and his burly men did not notice anything unusual about Brother Scorpion. Instead, he said to Su Chen fiercely, "Fuck you, what's your attitude? How dare you talk to Brother Scorpion? You are such a fool, Brother Scorpion will kill you in a second." When Brother Scorpion heard these sounds, his scalp suddenly exploded. "Damn, are you trying to kill him?" He rushed forward and kicked the person who spoke, knocking him to the ground. "Shut the fuck up. How dare you talk to Mr. Su like that? Do you believe I will be the first one to kill you?" When these words came out, the whole audience was stunned. "Scorpion, what are you talking about? Why are you messing with him, not my little brother?" Brother Chang looked at Brother Scorpion with a confused look on his face. "What the hell are you doing?" Wang Scorpion slapped Brother Chang several times without hesitation, making his already swollen face even more swollen, and then kicked Brother Chang hard, knocking him to the ground. After doing all this, Brother Scorpion quickly ran to Su Chen. In front of dozens of his younger brothers, his knees softened and he knelt down. He slapped himself a dozen times and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Su, I didn't know it was you. I beg you to spare me this situation." The whole place was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. When Brother Chang and his younger brothers saw Brother Scorpion kneeling down, their eyes almost popped out. This guy is a bully in the university town, a man who can get whatever he wants. How could he become so cowardly? How is he going to survive in the university town in the future? Brother Scorpion actually didn't want to do that, but this young man was too powerful and he could crush him to death with just a flick of his finger. He did not forget that he had just called Su Chen alpaca and wild boy. If an ordinary person dared to talk to him like this, he would definitely beat that person half to death. But in front of Su Chen, his brother Scorpion is just that ordinary person. That's why he knelt down directly. Face and such, is life worth anything? Chapter 75, Unrivaled Strength. Su Chen glanced at the stunned Xiao Yi and felt a headache. How should I explain this to Xiao Yi later? No matter how outstanding the employees of a company are, it is impossible for them to scare a local leader like Brother Scorpion into this state. Headache. Is my image as an ordinary person going to collapse? Su Chen was very depressed. Seeing that Su Chen hadn't spoken a word, Brother Scorpion became even more frightened and cried, "Mr. Su, I was just being mean, please give me another chance." After saying that, he slapped himself hard a few times. Su Chen was afraid of being exposed further, so he looked at Brother Xia and said, "Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Take good care of this store and Brother Chang and his people, or I won't let you go." "Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Su." Brother Scorpion nodded repeatedly. There was no trace of the majesty of a university town bully in him. Instead, he looked more like a dog. After Su Chen finished explaining, he pulled Xiao Yi, who was still in a daze, out of the hotel. "Beat them. Beat them to death." As soon as Su Chen left, Brother Scorpion quickly stood up from the ground and gave instructions to the younger brothers he brought with him. Upon hearing this, a dozen younger brothers pounced on Brother Chang and others like wolves, beating and kicking them. Ah! Brother Chang was beaten so hard that he screamed and wailed, "Scorpion, who on earth is he to scare you like this? I am your cousin." It would have been fine if Brother Chang hadn't mentioned it, but once Brother Xia mentioned it, he was so angry that he kicked Brother Chang hard. "Who are you? Even my backer, young Master Wan Wei, has to pretend to be a grandson in front of Mr. Su. Who the hell are you? How dare you offend Mr. Su? If you offend Mr. Su, I will beat you up even if you are my own father, not to mention my cousin." Only then did Brother Chang realize how powerful a person he had offended was. Wan Wei heard about this from Brother Scorpion. He is the only son of Huaxing Group's first vice president Dong Wanqing, a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. How terrifying is Mr. Su, who even Wan Wei has to pretend to be his grandson. "Brothers, smash the store for me and send that bastard Wang Chang to the police station," the King Scorpion said coldly. Ah! Wang Chang thought that he would be fine after a beating, but he had no idea that the matter was so serious. He immediately panicked and started shouting. Unfortunately, Wang Xia ignored him and said coldly, "My dear cousin, you forced me to be a good citizen." After Wang Chang was taken to the police station by his younger brothers, Brother Scorpion sat alone on the doorstep outside the restaurant, feeling a little scared. Fuck it, don't do these messy things anymore, or you'll get yourself into trouble sooner or later. After that, Brother Scorpion really did not do anything illegal again. He even felt ashamed of what he had done before from time to time. He started doing charity work and helping others. Su Chen never thought that Brother Scorpion would be frightened by him and decided to become a good man. He sat in the driver's seat, thinking about how to explain to Xiao Yi. "Cousin, are you hiding something from us?" Xiao Yi finally recovered from the shock brought by Brother Scorpion's kneeling, and looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. Su Chen thought about it and finally found a good reason for himself. "Are you talking about Brother Scorpion?" Brother Scorpion's backer, young Master Wan Wei, is the son of our company's director. He has a pretty good relationship with me. Young Master Wan and I have met Brother Scorpion once before. I guess he thought I was someone as powerful as Master Wan, that's why he was so scared. Xiao Yi nodded thoughtfully, and then said, "Cousin, when did your skills become so powerful?" "Just now, you lifted up the fat boss with one hand. He weighs at least 180 or 190 kilograms. Su Chen had already thought of the answer to this question. Well, I studied Kung Fu in a martial arts club during my 4 years in college, which is why I was able to easily deal with the boss of the black shop. I see. Xiao Yi nodded her head, without any doubt, and said excitedly, Cousin, I also want to learn martial arts from you. Ho hei he, I want to be as handsome as you. Su Chen smiled and said, I'll teach you some self-defense techniques when I have time. The two returned to Riverside Garden chatting and laughing. In the following days, Su Chen and Xiao Yi got back on track. Xiao Yi goes to work at Vignes from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. After coming back in the evening, she does a 2-hour live broadcast to chat with her fans. Her life is busy and fulfilling. Su Chen did not want to reveal his identity. Out of desperation, I had to get up early every day, carry my bag, drive to washing group and pretend to be working. Every day I play King of Glory, PUBG and read adult novels in the chairman's office. One day there was a traffic jam and he arrived at the company at 9:30. Besides him, there was also a young and beautiful girl in the elevator. The girl looked at Su Chen and said, You are new here, right? What a coincidence, we are all late. Su Chen laughed secretly in his heart. Little girl, no one cares if I'm late, but if you're late, your salary will be deducted. Time flies and it's Friday. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Yi called Su Chen. Cousin, a colleague of mine is having his birthday today and is planning to invite us to a bar. Can you come with me? When Su Chen heard that they were going to a bar, he felt a little worried about Xiao Yi and immediately agreed. In a cafe, a stylishly dressed girl looked at Xiao Yi who had just hung up the phone with some displeasure. Why did you ask your cousin to come with us when we go out to play? Xiao Yi stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly, Sister Nana, I'm afraid my cousin will worry if I go to the bar alone. The beautiful girl whom Xiao Yi called Sister Nana frowned. But if you bring other men, young Master Song will be unhappy, even if this man is your cousin. Xiao Yi's pretty face changed slightly, and she asked, You also called Song Chang? Sister Nana said, Can't you see that Mr. Song is interested in you? Mr. Song's family is a wealthy family in Zhanghai. If you follow Mr. Song, you will be guaranteed wealth and glory. What a great opportunity tonight. I don't know why you call your cousin? As Sister Nana continued to speak, Xiao Yi's face became a little ugly, and she said, Sister Nana, if you invite Song Chang, I won't go. Song Chang is a suitor she met while working at Vignes these days. It's just that Xiao Yi doesn't like Song Chang. Even though Song Chang has a prominent family background and looks okay, Xiao Yi just doesn't like him. Don't say that. Sister Nana means well. During the few days you came to the store, Sister Nana was so nice to you. Why do you talk to Sister Nana like this? Several other colleagues from the company quickly spoke up. Xiao Yi was silent for a moment. During the few days she came to the company, Suna was indeed very nice to her and gave her a lot of business help. When Suna saw Xiao Yi didn't say anything, she sneered in her heart and thought to herself, if you weren't beautiful and could hook up with those young masters, no one would help you so much. Although she secretly mocked in her heart, she smiled and said, I was inconsiderate. I apologize to you, but I have already asked young Master Song to come, so I feel embarrassed to ask someone else to go back. Xiao Yi sighed, okay then. Beep beep. Su Chen arrived in a Passat. Xiao Yi hurriedly went up to him, looking very happy, Cousin. Suna and others followed Xiao Yi as she looked excited. When they looked at the Passat driven by Su Chen, they curled their lips. Chapter 76 System Rewards. However, when Su Chen got out of the car, his eyes suddenly lit up. So handsome. Some younger girls immediately showed infatuated looks on their faces. Only Su Na didn't care. What is the point of being handsome in today's society? Money is the bottom line. Hello, my name is Su Chen, Cousin Yi. Su Chen greeted the girls. My name is Sha Sha. My name is Mimi. Several girls responded enthusiastically, but only Suna ignored them. Boom! After a while, a dark black Bentley San stopped in front of the cafe. The Bentley worth more than 5 million yuan formed a sharp contrast with Su Chen's Passat worth more than 200,000 yuan. Wow, Mr. Song! A tall, handsome, and well-dressed young man got out of the car, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. As soon as the handsome young man appeared, he aroused cheers from Suna and others. This person is Song Chang. Song Chang first smiled at Suna and the others, then walked up to Xiao Yi, handed her the rose, and said with a smile, Missy, this is for you. Xiao Yi frowned slightly and said, thank you, but I can't accept it. Being rejected in public, Song Chang's expression didn't change, but he was very annoyed in his heart. In order to pursue Xiao Yi, he gave her a lot of gifts these days, but Xiao Yi refused to accept any of them. Young Master Song doesn't care about his reputation. I'll hold it for Yi. Seeing this, Suna quickly spoke and took the rose. Who are you? At this moment, Song Cheng noticed Su Chen, who was very close to Xiao Yi, and his brows frowned slightly. Su Chen crossed his arms across his chest, his expression cold. I am Yi's cousin, Su Chen. Oh, so you are Yi's cousin. Hello, my name is Song Cheng. Zhonghai Xinhui Supermarket is owned by my family. I just came back from studying abroad. Upon hearing this, Song Cheng's frown suddenly relaxed and he stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Su Chen shook hands with Song Cheng calmly. He had heard of Xinhui Supermarket. It is considered a leader in China's overseas retail industry, with dozens of branches and assets worth tens of billions. But in Su Chen's eyes, this is not worth mentioning at all. Brother Su, if you have any problems in Zhonghai in the future, you can report my name. Song Cheng looked at Su Chen meaningfully. Sure. Su Chen remained calm. Su Chen's cold attitude finally made the smile on Song Cheng's face fade. You don't know what's good for you. He snorted coldly in his heart. Once we arrived at Sancheng, everyone was there. A few people packed up and prepared to head to their destination, night bar. How about taking my car? Before leaving, Song Cheng invited Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi got into the passenger seat of Su Chen's Passat and smiled at Song Cheng embarrassedly. Sorry, I'm with my cousin. Song Cheng's face darkened and he returned to the driver's seat of the Bentley. Suna got in the car and said to Song Cheng, Don't be discouraged, Mr. Song. There are plenty of opportunities tonight. Song Xiao was unhappy and cursed. I have a shit heart. I just can't stand Xiao Yi's pretentiousness. Damn it, a country girl who thinks she is so noble. Wait until I sleep with her and see if she dares to put on airs in front of me again. And her lousy cousin is also an ungrateful bastard. Although Song Cheng's voice was not loud, Su Chen heard every word he said. The cultivation level of a martial arts grandmaster is not just talk. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he said to Xiao Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, This Song Cheng is pursuing you, what do you think of him? Xiao Yi shook her head frantically. I always feel that the way he behaves now is just pretending. Anyway, I feel bad, and I also told him clearly that I don't like him. A curve appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. It seems that my cousin's sixth sense is quite strong. As the car was driving, we soon arrived at the night bar. Su Chen was no stranger to the night bar. He once competed with Qi Shaoqing's mortal enemy for wealth here, and for this, he sold all the Dalmor 62 worth more than 3 million yuan that was collected by the bar owner Su Xiao. Move and hit and move. As soon as they entered the bar, the sound of loud music rang in everyone's ears. It was the first time for Xiao Yi to attend such an occasion, and she subconsciously leaned towards Su Chen. After choosing a booth, Song Cheng ordered several bottles of foreign liquor worth tens of thousands of yuan in order to show off his financial strength in front of everyone, which made Suna and the other girls' eyes sparkle. Come on, although today is my birthday, Mr. Song will pay for the entire meal. Let's toast to Mr. Song. Suna poured everyone a full glass of foreign liquor with a concentration of over 40% alcohol, and then raised her glass. Xiao Yi frowned as she watched. First, she doesn't drink, and this full cup is at least 2 taels. Second, before she agreed to come to the bar, Suna promised not to let her drink. Suna's move now put her in a dilemma. If you don't drink, it will spoil everyone's mood. Drink it, you can't drink it yourself. Raise your glass, why are you standing there? Seeing Xiao Yi sitting still, Suna could not help but urge her, it's such a happy occasion today, you won't ignore me, right? I'm your good sister. Suna said this much, Xiao Yi took a deep breath and had to raise her glass. At this time, Su Chen reached out his hand, pushed Xiao Yi's cup back, and said lightly, doesn't know how to drink, you can just drink it yourself. Suna was immediately dissatisfied and said to Su Chen, I'm talking to Yi's cousin, aren't you meddling too much? Didn't you see Yi raised her glass? Why can't she drink? In this situation, Xiao Yi certainly couldn't let her cousin down. Besides, she really couldn't drink. She said, my cousin is right. I really can't drink. I'm sorry, I can't drink with you. On one side is my cousin and on the other side is my colleague. Xiao Yi chose the former without hesitation. Moreover, she always felt that something was not right about today's drinking. Okay, since Yi looks down on me, then don't drink. Suna acted as if she was aggrieved. This made Xiao Yi feel a little embarrassed, and she looked at Su Chen with an awkward expression. Su Chen still shook his head, and his meaning was very clear: he didn't want to drink. Song Cheng finally lost his temper and looked at Su Chen with some displeasure, saying, "Brother Su, we all come out to have fun, why do you have to spoil everyone's fun? It's just a glass of foreign wine, what's wrong with drinking it? Give me some face and let Yi drink it. If he doesn't get Xiao Yi drunk tonight, how will he stand a chance?" Song Cheng spoke, and Suna and several other girls turned their eyes to Su Chen. Su Chen lazily leaned on the sofa, his hands resting on the back of his head, and looked at Song Cheng indifferently. "I'm sorry, you have no face in front of me." If he had not heard what Song Cheng said, he might have been polite to Song Cheng, but now there is no need for that at all. After these words were spoken, Suna and others were slightly stunned. If we say that Su Chen's attitude towards Song Cheng was lukewarm before coming to the bar, it could also be said that Su Chen had low emotional intelligence. Now you can't just get away with saying you have low EQ. This is clearly a slap in the face to Song Cheng. Sure enough, after hearing Su Chen's words, Song Cheng's face suddenly turned cold. "Brother Su, are you looking down on me, Song Cheng?" "You may feel so." Su Chen still spoke indifferently. Chapter 77 ending. Fuck you. Song Cheng was furious. A guy who drives a shabby Passat dares to act like he's worth 2.58 million yuan in front of you. If you don't know him, you would think he is the richest man in Shanghai. Don't be angry, Mr. Song. We don't need to get angry with a poor loser like him. Seeing that Song Cheng was about to hit someone, Suna stopped Song Cheng. Snort. Song Cheng threw the cup to the ground and walked into the dance floor with an angry face. Unlucky. I told you not to call your cousin over, but you insisted on calling him. Now you've made young Master Song angry. Suna first stared at Xiao Yi with a reproachful look on her face, and then looked at Su Chen with disdain. "He is so unlucky to have a cousin like you." Xiao Yi was a little angry and said, "Don't say that about my cousin. My cousin is doing this for my own good." "Oh, for your own good?" Suna sneered and said, "If he was doing this for your own good, he wouldn't have given young Master Song face. Young Master Song actually liked you. If you could seize the opportunity and be with young Master Song, you would never have to worry about food and drink in your life. Now that your cousin has disgusted you, young Master Song might even hate you. How can you let young Master Song like you?" Xiao Yi's face darkened slightly, and she said, "I never thought about being with Song Cheng." Suna did not continue speaking, but instead said, "Why don't you let your cousin think about how to ask for Mr. Song's forgiveness? He dared to not give Mr. Song face in public, this matter will definitely not end." Xiao Yi immediately looked at Su Chen with a worried look on her face. Su Chen rubbed Xiao Yi's little head and said lightly, "Your cousin is not that easy to deal with. Still pretending, let's see how long you can keep pretending." Suna smiled coldly. On the dance floor, Song Cheng was moving among the crowd with coquettish steps and twisting his waist. He looked gloomy and was thinking about how to deal with Su Chen. Just as Suna said, Song Cheng's face would not be slapped casually. "Hey, isn't this Brother Cheng? When did you come back from the United States? You didn't even say hello to me so that I could welcome you." Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from beside Song Cheng. Song Cheng turned around and looked. A young man wearing a vest, a gold chain around his neck, and rings on his hands was looking at him with a very exaggerated expression. It turns out to be Zhang Rui. He recognized the identity of the flamboyant young man. Zhang Rui, the son of China, oversees Filon Logistics. Filon Logistics has had a lot of cooperation with Xinhui Supermarket. He and Zhang Rui grew up together. "Brother Chang, you looked a little unhappy just now. What's wrong? Who made Brother Chang angry?" Zhang Rui took out a cigarette and handed it to Song Cheng. After handing over the cigarette, Zhang Rui shouted to the back, "Come here, call Brother Chang." Several young people who were dancing immediately stopped and said weakly to Song Cheng, "Hello, Brother Chang." Seeing Zhang Rui bringing a group of younger brothers with him, Song Cheng did not find it strange. Zhang Rui's Filon Logistics was originally a semi-shady industry. Sometimes fights are common in order to compete with other companies for transportation lines. Thinking of this, Song Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Zhang Rui, lend it to your brother for a while. I'll pay for the drinks tonight." Zhang Rui smiled and said, "No problem. Which bastard do you dislike, Brother Chang?" Song Cheng's gaze penetrated the crowd, looked at Su Chen, and sneered slightly. Su Chen came back from the bathroom and found that Song Cheng had returned to the booth and was chatting and laughing with Suna. Su Chen didn't care much and sat back in his seat. It's him. He was taking advantage of me. I ran to the ladies' room, but he still wouldn't let me go. Before Su Chen could even sit down, an angry female voice came from the side. Then, a dozen young people with colorfully dyed hair appeared in front of him. One of the non-mainstream women with a nose ring had one hand on her waist and pointed at him with the other. Su Chen looked around and saw that there was no one else except Xiao Yi. Then he realized that the non-mainstream woman was talking about him. But he couldn't do such a dirty thing. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen saw the sinister smile on Song Cheng's mouth, and he immediately understood. Little sister, please don't talk nonsense. He is the cousin of my colleague Xiao Yi. How could he do such a dirty thing? Su Na said from the side. The non-mainstream woman pointed to her buttocks and said, how is it impossible? He touched me here, and kept touching it. I have never seen such a shameless person. Bang! Song Cheng slammed the table, stood up and said, Su Chen, hey, you are Xiao Yi's cousin, how could you do such a thing, hey? He looked heartbroken, then looked at the non-mainstream woman and said, little sister, tell me, how should I compensate you for this? Compensation? It's easy to say. I'll chop off the hand that touched my woman. Zhang Rui suddenly jumped out, full of murderous intent. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yi's expression changed immediately. She believed that Su Chen would definitely not do such a thing, but the other party obviously had bad intentions. Song Cheng took in Xiao Yi's expression, smiled smugly in his heart, and then looked at Zhang Rui. What's your name, brother? My name is Zhang Rui, don't try to get close to me. Zhang Rui responded arrogantly. So you are the young master of Phylon Logistics. My name is Song Chang, and Xinhui Supermarket is owned by my family. Song Chang looked at Zhang Rui calmly. Hiss. Zhang Rui took a breath of cold air, his face full of shock. It turned out to be Mr. Song. I'm sorry for offending you just now. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Ignorance is not a crime. Song Chang waved his hand generously. Why don't you just let it go for my sake in this matter of your woman? Zhang Rui frowned, a little embarrassed. Mr. Song, it's not that I don't give you face, but this bastard dared to take advantage of my woman. How can this matter be let go so easily? Song Cheng pondered and nodded. That's true, if someone dares to take advantage of my woman, I will never forgive him, but... Zhang Rui interrupted Song Cheng and said, Mr. Song, just tell me directly, what is your relationship with the bastard who took advantage of my woman? If we are close, I will give you this face today, Mr. Song. If the relationship is distant, Mr. Song, today I, Zhang Rui, can only say sorry. This. Song Cheng was silent for a while, then looked up at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was at a loss. Suna spoke up in time and said to Zhang Rui, Mr. Zhang, you don't know that the guy who took advantage of your girlfriend is Su Chen, and his cousin Xiao Yi is Mr. Song's girlfriend. Don't you agree? Suna's last sentence was directed to Xiao Yi, winking at her frantically as she spoke. Xiao Yi was extremely anxious. She couldn't admit that she was Song Cheng's girlfriend. Don't admit it, my cousin Su Chen is definitely in danger. Mr. Song, she doesn't seem to be willing to admit that she is your girlfriend. It seems that I can't give you this face today, Mr. Song. Brothers, Zhang Rui touched the big gold chain around his neck and grinned. Upon hearing this, his younger brothers immediately held a bottle of wine each and stared at Su Chen with eager eyes. Okay, I admit that I am. In order to avoid hurting Su Chen, Xiao Yi finally chose to reluctantly admit her identity as Song Cheng's girlfriend. But before she finished her words, Su Chen stood up from his seat and interrupted her. Sit down. Chapter 78, The Arrogant King Han. After saying that, he pushed Xiao Yi back onto the sofa. Oh, Mr. Song, it seems that he doesn't need your plea. Zhang Rui shouted. Song Cheng's face darkened and he stopped talking. Zhang Rui immediately understood. Brothers, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen wine bottles were thrown at Su Chen. Hey! Su Chen sneered, then pulled Song Cheng in front of him and used him as a shield. Bang bang bang. All the wine bottles fell on Song Cheng. Stop. Zhang Rui, why the F King hell, tell your brother to stop. Song Cheng was stunned. Zhang Rui also realized that something was wrong and shouted to his brothers to stop. Why the hell don't you let go of Mr. Song? Zhang Rui roared. Let me go. Song Cheng also kept struggling. Bang! Su Chen slapped Song Cheng twice on the face and said calmly, what if I don't let go? Before Song Chang could even speak, Su Na was the first to jump out. Su Chen, do you have any conscience? Young Master Song invited Xiao Yi to drink with you and help you solve your problems, and this is how you treat young Master Song? Repaying kindness with hatred? This is simply shameless to the extreme. He. Su Chen smiled coldly and said, are you inviting Yi to drink today just for a simple drink? Also, wasn't what you guys had already discussed about what's happening now? Don't be ridiculous, you're repaying kindness with enmity. I don't understand what you are saying. Su Na started playing dumb. You don't understand, but someone does. Su Chen picked up Song Chang with one hand and slapped him several times. He said in a cold voice, Mr. Song, can you tell me what happened just now? What's going on? I don't understand. Why don't you let me go? Song Chang looked at Su Chen with resentment. You're just being tough, aren't you? Su Chen slapped Song Chang a few more times, and his face was beaten into a pig's head. Damn it, you're looking for death, aren't you? How dare you do this to young Master Song? Zhang Rui said angrily. He wanted to ask his younger brothers to take action, but was afraid of hurting Song Chang, so he was cautious. Su Chen ignored Zhang Rui and continued to slap Song Chang in the face, saying, will you tell me or not? Ah, you dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you. Song Chang is going crazy. Bang bang bang. Su Chen remained unmoved and continued to slap Song Chang in the face, tell me or not. The intense pain gradually suppressed Song Chang's anger. As soon as he opened his mouth, Su Chen slapped him several more times. I said everything. Song Chang completely collapsed. The reason why Su Na invited Xiao Yi to the bar today was because I wanted to take this opportunity to get her drunk and sleep with her. I lusted after her body, I'm a slut. Also, Zhang Rui and I have known each other since childhood. I was the one who asked him to come here to accuse you. I'm sorry, brother Su, it's all my fault. Song Chang told all the truth like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Why didn't you just tell me earlier? Why did you have to give me a slap in the face? Su Chen threw Song Chang out. Zhang Rui, tell your men to kill him. As soon as Song Chang got out of control, he went berserk, his face full of viciousness and resentment. Get him. Zhang Rui gave an order. Swish. More than a dozen of his younger brothers picked up their weapons again and prepared to attack Su Chen. Be careful, cousin. Seeing this, Xiao Yi screamed in fear and shouted anxiously. Stop. Suddenly, a dull shout came from not far from the bar. A middle-aged man in his early 40s, wearing a suit and with a sinister look in his eyes, walked over. He was followed by a group of bar bouncers. These bodyguards all looked energetic and had unfriendly expressions. Hearing the middle-aged man shout, Zhang Rui's brothers stopped what they were doing immediately. What's going on? The middle-aged man walked over and looked at the messy scene with a cold expression. How dare you cause trouble in our CEO Su's place? Do you want to die? Xiao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the bar manager come out to maintain order. However, the next moment, her heart was lifted again. Manager Ma, I'm Song Chang. Song Chang, with a bruised face, looked at the middle-aged manager Ma. Mr. Song, who beat you up like this? Manager Ma was shocked to see Song Chang, who looked like a pig's head. He knew Song Chang, the young master of Xinhui Supermarket. He would come to their bar every year to play a few times, so he was considered a big customer. That's the bastard. Song Chang pointed at Su Chen with resentment. Take it for me. Manager Ma gave instructions to the bodyguards without saying a word. Following Manager Ma's order, the aggressive bodyguards began to surround Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Song Chang's resentful face finally showed a smile, and he grinned in his heart. Boy, if you dare to fight back and hit Su Zhao's people, don't even think about leaving the night bar today. Everyone who hangs out in the nightlife scene at Zhenghai knows that Su Xiao is no ordinary person. He is rich, powerful, and has many followers. It is said that he also has a close relationship with an official boss at Zhenghai. Even he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Su Xiao, let alone an ordinary person like Su Chen who drove a Passat. Su Chen glanced at the bar bouncer, then looked at Manager Ma expressionlessly and said, Is this how Su Xiao taught you to do things? Bold. When Manager Ma heard the name Su Xiao coming out of Su Chen's mouth, he was stunned for a moment, then he angrily asked, You can call Mr. Su by his name? This bastard really thinks he's not dying fast enough. Song Chang shook his head repeatedly, but he felt very comfortable in his heart. The crazier Su Chen behaves now, the more miserable his death will be later. Zhang Rui, Su Na and others also stared at Su Chen as if he was an idiot. Su Xiao, the king of the nightclub, how many people dare to call him by his name? Su Chen protected Xiao Yi behind him and said calmly, "Call Su Xiao and ask me if I am qualified to call him by his name." Su Chen's calmness made Manager Ma quite uneasy. Could this guy really have some extraordinary background? Song Chung hurriedly said, "Manager Ma, don't listen to his boasting. He just drives a shabby Passat. How could he possibly know Mr. Su?" Hearing this, Manager Ma seemed to have taken a reassurance pill, and looked at Su Chen with an arrogant look. "Boy, it's useless to pretend in front of me. You have committed 3 major offenses now. First, beat someone up at Mr. Su's place. Secondly, the person being beaten was a distinguished guest of our bar, young Master Song. Third, calling our CEO Su by his first name is extremely disrespectful to him. According to the rules, I have to take one of your arms. Tell me, which arm do you choose?" After hearing this, Xiao Yi's face turned pale. She regretted it very much now. If she had not agreed to let Su Na come to the bar, none of this would have happened. She stammered, "They were the ones who attacked my cousin first, and my cousin had no choice but to fight back, so you can't blame it all on my cousin. Little girl, you have nothing to do here." Manager Ma glared at Xiao Yi fiercely. "I only saw that Mr. Song was beaten black and blue, but your cousin was fine. If it wasn't your cousin who started it first, could it be someone else?" Manager Ma turned his gaze to Su Chen and said, "Choose, cut off your left hand or your right hand." "What if I don't choose either?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "Young man, don't be too angry, you will regret it." A hint of coldness appeared in Manager Ma's eyes. Song Cheng chuckled and said, "Manager Ma, why don't I help him choose and break both of his arms?" Manager Ma smiled and said, "Good idea." Chapter 79, Fight. Song Cheng was fearless and looked at Su Chen proudly and said, "It's not too late for you to kneel down and apologize to me now. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and ask Manager Ma to save your arm. You are the one who should kneel down and apologize." Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind everyone. This voice sounded very familiar to Manager Ma. He turned around and saw Su Xiao, with a cold face, walking towards him. When the bar bodyguards who were about to take action heard Su Xiao's voice, they immediately stopped their actions and looked at Su Xiao with respect. "Mr. Su?" Manager Ma swallowed and realized that something seemed wrong. Bang! Su Xiao kicked Manager Ma out and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect young Master Su?" Before rushing over, he had already taken a general look at the situation and became angry when he saw Manager Ma. Then, Su Xiao quickened his pace and came to Su Chen, bowed fiercely, and said, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I failed to discipline you properly and brought you trouble." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Song Chang, Zhang Rui, and Su Na stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Su Chen actually knew Su Xiao. Moreover, Su Xiao seemed so polite when facing Su Chen. How is this possible? One is a person who drives a Passat worth more than 200,000 yuan. One is a well-known figure in the Shanghai nightclub, worth more than 1 billion. The identities of the two people are obviously very different. What the hell is going on? The 3 people from Songcheng felt like they were going crazy. Su Chen didn't make it difficult for Su Xiao. After all, he couldn't be blamed for the whole thing. He said calmly, "It has nothing to do with you." Only then did Su Xiao stand up straight in fear and trepidation. During this period, he also heard a lot of news about Su Chen from rumors. What shocked him most was the acquisition of Shanghai Disney, which was worth 50 billion yuan, for $1. He would never believe in his life that this kind of method of making clouds and rain with the flip of his hand could be used. If he said that when he first met Su Chen and saw Su Chen driving the billion-dollar Batmobile, he had only respect for Su Chen in his heart. So, this time, what I saw when I saw Su Chen was more fear. To pocket just $1 from the 50 billion yuan worth of China overseas Disney, that requires such great power. You have to know that Disney in the United States is not a soft persimmon, but a giant among the Fortune 500 companies. But he was still stepped on by the young man in front of him. So, how could Su Xiao not be afraid? Xiao Yi stared at Su Chen intently. The cousin in front of her seemed different from the cousin she had known since childhood. "Manager Ma, come over and tell me what's going on." Su Xiao looked at Manager Ma indifferently. Manager Ma got up from the ground, looked at Su Xiao's appearance, trembling in his heart, and told him everything he knew. "Good, very good. How dare you disrespect young Master Su in my place? Su Xiao was such a smart person that when he learned that Su Chen and the girl next to him were cousins, he immediately guessed that it was almost correct. He turned his gaze and looked at Song Cheng and others, and a chill emanated from him. Although Su Chen said it was okay, the incident happened in his place, so he had to show his attitude. Moreover, he had just heard with his own ears Song Cheng shouting at Su Chen to kneel down and apologize. Song Cheng and the others were frightened by Su Xiao's gaze, especially Su Na, whose legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, almost frightened out of her wits. However, Song Cheng and Zhang Rui did have something to rely on. One of them is the young master of Xinhui Supermarket. One is the young master of Phylon Logistics. Although not as good as Su Xiao, his background is not weak either. Moreover, they didn't believe that Su Xiao would do anything to them for Su Chen. Boss Su, we didn't know he was your friend, so we had a little conflict. Besides, look at what he did to me. Let's just let this matter go. Song Cheng considered his words and spoke carefully. Bang! Su Xiao slapped Song Cheng in the face and said coldly, "Did I tell you to stand and talk? Kneel down." Song Cheng couldn't count how many slaps he had received today, and his face was numb. However, Su Xiao's slap didn't cause him much pain. But Song Cheng felt his dignity being trampled upon again, and he couldn't help but roar, "Su Xiao, what do you mean?" Su Xiao smiled coldly, "It seems that you don't know what it means to kneel down and talk." A bar bodyguard heard this, restrained Song Cheng and pressed him hard. Bang! Song Cheng knelt on the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Zhang Rui and others were so frightened upon seeing this that they dared not say anything. Su Na was so scared that she rolled her eyes. "Su Xiao, I'm the young master of Xinhui Supermarket. If you dare to do this to me, my father will not let you go." Being forced to kneel in public, young Master Song's pride could not stand it, so he shouted fiercely regardless of anything. Su Xiao sneered and turned to ask Su Chen for his opinion. "Young Master Su, what should we do with these people?" Su Chen looked at Xiao Yi and said, How do you want to deal with them?" "I'll take care of everything." Xiao Yi was silent for a moment. She is not a fool. She understood clearly from the beginning to the end that Song Cheng and Su Na had no good intentions towards her. And Su Na's help to her in the company was just to gain her trust and let her let down her guard. Xiao Yi sighed. "Sure enough, society is dangerous." She said to Su Chen, "Cousin, I will do whatever you say." Su Chen showed admiration and then said to Su Xiao, "Brother Su, doesn't Mr. Song want my 2 arms? Just cut off his 2 arms." Su Chen showed no mercy to Song Cheng. If he hadn't accompanied Xiao Yi here today, Xiao Yi's innocence would definitely be in jeopardy under the scheme of Song Cheng and Su Na. So what would it matter if his 2 arms were broken in this life? Song Cheng was so scared when he heard this that he shouted, "How dare you? My Song family has billions of assets. If you dare to touch me, my Song family will fight you to the death." Su Chen leaned on the sofa, calm and collected, and said calmly, "If you don't want your father to suffer, don't mention the Song family in front of me." Su Xiao gave the order without hesitation. "Did you hear me?" Young Master Su ordered that both of his arms be cut off. Snap! The bar bodyguard immediately took action and twisted Song Cheng's arms hard, causing them to fall down limply. Aha! After Song Cheng let out a pig-slaughtering howl, his head tilted and he fainted. Zhang Rui's face turned pale when he saw this scene. He quickly stood up and said, "Master Su, President Su, this matter has nothing to do with me. Song Cheng asked me to help. Please be gracious and let me go. He is lawless and aiding the tyrant. Cut off one of his hands." Su Chen said lightly. These second-generation rich kids rely on their family's wealth to do evil things, and Su Chen is definitely not the only one who has been targeted by them. Su Chen didn't mind asking for some interest back from those who had been bullied by Zhang Rui before. When Zhang Rui heard that he would also have an arm cut off, his mind went blank. Before he could even open his mouth, Su Xiao's bodyguard had already taken action, breaking one of Zhang Rui's arms cleanly and efficiently. "Aha, I'm going to kill you. Come on, kill them for me." Zhang Rui was in so much pain that he yelled frantically to his dozen or so younger brothers. These younger brothers all looked pale and trembling, afraid that their breathing would be louder, so they dared not take any action. "Shut up, throw him out with Song Cheng." Su Chen was a little impatient. "Yes." Su Xiao waved his hand and the bodyguards carried Song Cheng and Zhang Rui out. Chapter 80 BMW Dragon Brother. Su Na collapsed on the ground, too frightened to breathe. Su Chen's eyes moved towards her. From now on, I don't want to see you in Shanghai. Su Na was confused. I will disappear from Shanghai immediately. After saying that, he rolled and crawled out of the bar as fast as he could. Manager Ma, come here. Su Xiao looked at Manager Ma. Manager Ma walked over with great trepidation. Bang bang bang. Su Xiao slapped the man a dozen times and said, from now on, get out of the night bar. Also, I will have all the nightclubs in Shanghai ban you. You'd better take care of yourself. Boom. Manager Ma felt like the sky was falling. After finishing everything, Su Xiao took the bottle of whiskey brought by the waiter, filled himself a glass, and said to Su Chen with an apologetic look, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for spoiling your mood today. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, I'm driving today, so I won't drink with you. Then, he turned to Xiao Yi and said, do you still want to play? Xiao Yi shook her head, cousin, let us go. After saying hello to Su Xiao, Su Chen took Xiao Yi and left the bar. Call. After watching Su Chen leave the bar, Su Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, who was that young Master Su just now? Well, we injured two young masters, Song Chang and Zhang Rui. Should we prepare in advance? I'm afraid of revenge from the two families? Another bar manager asked cautiously. Su Xiao smiled calmly, the ones we should worry about are the Song and Zhang families. As for young Master Su's identity, you don't need to know too much. You just need to know that even our Shanghai's richest man, Zhou Beixiong, has to bow down in front of young Master Su. The bar manager looked horrified. Outside the bar, in the car, Su Chen was ready and said to Xiao Yi, ask. Xiao Yi opened her mouth several times, but swallowed her words back at the critical moment. Finally, she mustered up the courage to ask, cousin, are you being kept by some rich woman? Is that why they are so polite to you? What a mess, is your cousin that kind of person? Su Chen almost vomited blood. Xiao Yi stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Apart from this possibility, Xiao Yi really couldn't think of any other possibility that could make her cousin, a child from an ordinary family, suddenly become so awesome. Bang! Seeing Xiao Yi's unconvincing look, Su Chen gave Xiao Yi 2 slaps on the head and said unhappily, your cousin won tens of millions in the lottery, and then made billions in the stock market, so they are so polite to me. Xiao Yi rubbed her forehead and widened her eyes, billions? Cousin, you didn't lie to me, did you? Why would I lie to you? Su Chen said angrily, but sighed in his heart. The system's affairs were so mysterious that he had to make up a more reasonable excuse. What about your house and your car? Xiao Yi asked doubtfully. He rents a house and drives a Passat. He doesn't look like someone with billions of dollars in assets. The house in Riverside Garden is not rented, but purchased. As for the Passat, can I, your cousin, be low-key and simple? Su Chen glared at him. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded quickly, fearing that she would get hit on the head again. Just as Su Chen was driving towards Binjiang Garden, Song Dongsheng received the news that his son had both his hands broken in a bar. Asshole, does Su Xiao want to be an enemy of our Song family? Song Dongsheng was furious and called Su Xiao in anger. Su Xiao, I need you to give me an explanation, otherwise even if your uncle is Su Guoqiang, it won't work. Song Dongsheng's cold voice came from the phone. The Su Guoqiang he mentioned is one of the top 10 tycoons in China overseas official ranking and is also Su Xiao's uncle. Su Xiao was not surprised by Song Dongsheng's call. He said calmly, explain? No. Do you know who your son offended in my place tonight? Who is it? Song Dongsheng's voice was still cold. Su Chen, Mr. Su. There was a hint of respect in Su Xiao's tone. Mr. Su? Which Mr. Su? Song Dongsheng's tone changed. Hey, it's Mr. Su from Yunding Manor. Your son dared to hit on Mr. Su's cousin, and even threatened Mr. Su to kneel down and apologize. He is lucky to be alive. Dang! Song Dongsheng's whole body stiffened, and his phone fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. Mr. Su. He muttered tremblingly. This is the most terrifying figure in the entire Shanghai. China Overseas Disney offended him and was eventually acquired for 1 yuan. Now, his son actually dared to set his sights on Mr. Su's cousin and asked Mr. Su to kneel down and apologize. How deeply did he offend Mr. Su? Maybe Mr. Su would be so angry that he would directly wipe out their Xinhui supermarket from Shanghai. You are a traitor, you are a traitor! Song Dongsheng yelled in anger. He didn't even dare to think about revenge for Song Chang, now he just wanted Su Chen to let the Song family go. What to do? Song Dongxing was extremely anxious. After a long time, I finally thought of a solution. Riverside Garden. After Chow Yi got home, she tidied up simply and started the evening live broadcast. Now she is one of the top anchors of Maya. With an explosive reward of 50 million, it was hard for Chow Yi not to attract attention. However, Chow Yi's original intention has not changed with the increase in popularity. I live stream every day, still to chat with fans or listen to fans' complaints about life. As usual, she clicked on the SpongeBob account and sent a message, "Cousin?" She has already made a rough guess about the identity of SpongeBob SquarePants. Su Chen was reading a novel about a wealthy man. After receiving the message, he replied with a smiley face. When Chow Yi saw the smiling face, she showed an expression of as expected. She thought of another question and typed a line of words, "Cousin, are you really a shareholder of Maya Live? Otherwise, you will lose a lot." According to the platform's profit sharing, she can get a maximum of 20 million out of the more than 50 million yuan in rewards given to her by Su Chen, and the rest will belong to the platform. By this calculation, Su Chen spent almost 30 million to maintain her dignity. 30 million? Chow Yi felt heartbroken just thinking about it. The largest shareholder. Su Chen typed, "I checked." The 50 million reward caused quite a stir. Maoya's stock price went up. Not only did I not lose a cent, I even made a small profit of tens of millions. Chow Yi looked at the message, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly burst out laughing. If King Han knew about this. The person who competed with him in wealth that night was the major shareholder of Maya. He is also Chow Yi's cousin. This also caused a surge in the Maya stock market, allowing her cousin to earn tens of millions. I wonder if he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. After chatting with Chow Yi, Su Chen continued reading the novel when a phone call came in. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Song Cheng's father. My name is Song Dongsheng. I am now outside Binjiang Garden where you live. I have brought my son to apologize to you. I hope you can give me a chance." An extremely respectful and polite voice came from the phone. Su Chen thought about it and decided to go down and take a look. "Cousin, where are you going?" Chow Yi looked over curiously. "Go downstairs and buy something to eat." Su Chen made up an excuse and said, "Why are you eating beef?" "Beef? I don't eat beef?" Chow Yi was confused. Chapter 81 Black Shop. Su Chen held his forehead with his hand and asked in a clear and loud voice, do you eat beef jerky?" "Oh, sure." Only then did Chow Yi understand what Su Chen meant. After going downstairs, Su Chen went straight to the outside of the community. "Mr. Su." Song Dongsheng had already known Su Chen's appearance from his friends. So, when he saw Su Chen walking out of the community, he hurried to greet him. Song Chang, with gauze wrapped around his neck, stood not far away. There was no trace of blood on his face, nor any resentment. There was only deep fear. "Say what you want to say quickly," Su Chen said. Song Dongxing quickly took out a check from his pocket. Su Chen frowned as he looked at the check. Seeing this, Song Dongxing quickly explained, "Mr. Su, the check contains 340 million yuan, which is the most cash I can take out at the moment. I know Mr. Su is enthusiastic about charity, so I plan to donate this 340 million yuan to charity." Su Chen's frown finally relaxed and he nodded. "That's good." Only then did Song Dongxing breathe a sigh of relief. Although his heart was bleeding after donating 340 million yuan at once, he was more worried that Su Chen would go against his Song family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just 340 million that was lost, but the entire Song family. In fact, Song Dongsheng was completely overthinking it. Su Chen had no intention of dealing with the Song family at all. Song Dongsheng yelled at Song Cheng again, "You rebellious son, why don't you roll over here and apologize to Mr. Su?" Song Cheng walked over tremblingly, bent down suddenly, and lowered his head. "Mr. Su, I am blind and offended. Mr. Su, please forgive me." As he said this, Song Cheng was trembling all over. Su Chen threw his hands and said, "Go away." Song Dongsheng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly pulled Song Cheng away. The next day, Xiao Yi went to work as usual. Su Chen slept until dawn, and when his stomach started to growl, he decided to go out for dinner. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw a scene that made him angry. "I saw a tall and strong foreigner having a dispute with the community security guard." "Get out of the way, guard dog." The foreigner yelled angrily at the security guard in Chinese. A security guard calmly replied, "I'm sorry, sir, non-residents of this community are not allowed to enter it unless there is a community owner leading the way." The foreigner had a fierce look on his face and said, "My girlfriend lives in this community, why are you not letting me in? Guard dog, don't block my way." A security guard continued to block the foreigner and took a deep breath. "If you let your girlfriend take you, we will let you in. Also, sir, please watch your words." As soon as the security guard finished speaking, the foreigner punched him and said arrogantly, "That's your Chinese rule, and you want to use it to control me? Get out of here, guard dogs." When the other security guards saw their companion being beaten, they immediately stopped the foreigner and shouted, "Why are you hitting people?" The foreigner said arrogantly, "I didn't hit a person, I hit a guard dog." "Who told you guard dogs to stop me?" The security guards were all so angry that they gnashed their teeth, but they were very restrained and did not take any action. "A bunch of rubbish." The foreigner became even more arrogant and gave a thumbs up sign. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a figure flashed past him, and then he felt a huge pain in his abdomen, and the whole person flew out and fell heavily to the ground. "Fuck him." Su Chen appeared and said to the security guard, who was full of anger. When the security guard saw the boss had spoken, he immediately stopped restraining himself and rushed towards the foreigner, punching and kicking him. "Damn, you bastard, you dare to be so arrogant in our territory. If it weren't for work, I would have beaten you to a pulp. What the hell? You dare to call us watchdogs?" These security guards beat and scolded them. Soon, the foreigner was beaten black and blue, and begged for mercy again and again. "I was wrong, please stop, I won't do it again, I apologize." "Damn, you were so strong just now, but it turns out you're just a wimp." When the security guards heard the plea for mercy, they all stepped back and spoke to the foreigner with disdain. "Oh, honey, what's wrong with you?" As soon as the security guard stopped, a woman ran out of the community. She is a woman in her mid-20s, wearing heavy makeup and having a face like an internet celebrity. She looked at the foreigner with great distress. "Honey, they beat me." The foreigner spoke to the woman with a look of grievance and pointed at the security guard. Bang! Without saying a word, the woman slapped the nearest security guard. With a crisp sound, a clear slap mark appeared on the security guard's face. The woman shrieked, "My boyfriend Baman is American, what qualifications do you have to hit him?" The beaten security guard didn't react at all, but Su Chen walked out with a cold expression and slapped the woman directly. "Haha, what? Americans become masters when they come to China?" The woman was a little dazed after being beaten. It took her a long time to react. She said hysterically, "How dare you hit me? What right do you have to hit me? Then what rights do you have to hit the security guard?" Su Chen said coldly. "Because they beat up my boyfriend." The woman gritted her teeth and looked at Su Chen with hatred. "They beat your boyfriend because this foreigner started it first, and he was rude and humiliated them." Su Chen said. "How is that possible?" The woman looked incredulous. "My boyfriend is American and has received higher education. It must be you lowly security guards who forced my boyfriend to do it. Otherwise, with his status, how could he care about a few security guards? Don't even think about slandering him." Su Chen looked at the woman coldly. "There's no hope." A security guard said, "The surveillance footage shows that it was this foreigner who started it first." The woman said impatiently, "Well, even if Baman couldn't stand your hardship and started it first, he's an American. Can't you just let him hit you a few times? Why should he fight back?" Su Chen's forehead was throbbing with veins when he heard this. He asked, "Are you the owner of Binjiang Garden?" The woman raised her head with a proud look on her face. Su Chen took out his cell phone, called Yang Hui, and ordered, "I'm at the gate of the community, come over." Yang Hui, who was in the property management office, noticed the bad tone in Su Chen's voice and was startled. She hurried to the gate of the community. "It's useless for you to call anyone today. You hit my boyfriend, so you must apologize and compensate him. Because he is an American, the amount of compensation you pay cannot be less than 500,000, only then will you be worthy of his status." The woman did not care about Su Chen's actions, but said with pride, 500,000 is too little. I want 1 million. And this guy must kneel down and apologize to me. Baman covered his stomach and pointed at Su Chen. "I gave you a fucking face, didn't I? Do you know who you're talking to?" When the security guards heard this, they were ready to rush up and teach Baman a lesson. Baman shrank back in fear, while the woman stopped the security guard. What do you want to do? There was a security guard who couldn't stand the woman and slapped her in the face. Stupid woman, get out of here. You are a stinking security guard, a guard dog, and you dare to hit me? I am the owner of Binjiang Garden. Why do you, a gatekeeper, hit me? The woman covered her face in disbelief. The security guard who took action then realized that he was a bit impulsive and stepped back. The woman insisted, I want to complain to the management, I want you bastards to be fired, all of you get out. And you. The woman's finger pointed from the security guard to Su Chen. You are the one who should get out. Yang Hui appeared and stared at the woman with cold eyes. Chapter 82, Scorpion Brother kneeled in fright. Manager Yang? The woman was a little overwhelmed. Yang Hui came directly in front of Su Chen, bent down and bowed, hello, boss. The woman was even more dumbfounded. Yang Hui continued to say to Su Chen, boss, her name is Wang Lily. She has only paid a deposit so far. We have the right to evict her from the community. Manager Yang, what did you say? Wang Lily's face changed drastically. She had managed to reserve the house in Riverside Garden with great difficulty. Where can you find such a good deal as buying a house worth 80,000 yuan per square meter for only 20,000 yuan? If she was kicked out of Riverside Garden, she would probably never have the chance to buy a house in China overseas in her lifetime. Pack up her things and throw them out of Riverside Gardens. Su Chen said lightly. Okay. Several security guards immediately took action, quite excited. You can't do this. I'm going to complain. Wang Lily was anxious. Casual. Su Chen looked indifferent and walked towards the parking lot. Wang Lily wanted to stop Su Chen, but was surrounded by security guards. You better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating a woman. The security guards looked at the two men fiercely. Now, Wang Lily didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Not long after, all of Wang Lily's belongings were thrown at the gate of the community by the security guard, including a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Baman moved quickly and picked up the 20,000 yuan deposit. Wang Lily looked at Baman with a pitiful expression on her face. Dear, you are the only one I have now. Baman kicked Wang Lily and said, get out of here, you witch. If it weren't for the fact that you have a house in Shanghai, I would be with you. Now that you have no house, I will never be with you again. After kicking, Baman prepared to run away. Bang! A security guard hit Baman on the leg with a stick, knocking him to the ground. Brothers, he's robbing. A group of security guards rushed over and gave Baman a severe lesson, then picked up the phone to call the police. Uncle Police, we have a foreigner robbing here, and he has been subdued by us. Please come quickly. After hanging up the phone, several security guards looked at each other and laughed. After driving out of the community, Su Chen found a Shasian snack bar to have lunch. Just after I finished eating, my mother called. Mom, how was your trip to Zhouzhuang ancient town? I hope you were not disappointed. Su Chen spoke with a smile. From his mother's circle of friends, Su Chen knew that his parents had traveled to the ancient town of Zhouzhuang in the south of the Yangtze River. It's quite interesting, but there are too many people. Mother Su said, have you taken good care of Yi? If Yi suffers any injustice, I will not forgive you. Don't worry about this, Mom. That's good. Have you continued to date after breaking up with Xiao Chen? Do you have someone you like? Su Chen felt something was wrong when he heard this, and replied, nothing. Son, you are not young anymore. If you don't date now, when will you? The daughter of a friend of mine is about your age and is still single. She also lives in Shanghai. I will introduce her to you. You can find some time to meet her. If it's a good match, you can date her first. As soon as Su's mother finished speaking, she hung up the phone, not giving Su Chen any chance to refuse. Su Chen looked helpless. Beep beep. Soon, Su's mother pushed the girl's WeChat ID to Su Chen and said, let's have a good chat. If you dare to be perfunctory, I won't forgive you. Su Chen replied, covering his face with his hands and smiling bitterly. He opened the girl's WeChat moments. Good job. At night, either she goes dancing in the bar or singing in the KTV, accompanied by a carefully retouched photo. I guess Mom hasn't checked her moments. Su Chen said in his heart. If she had seen it, Su's mother would definitely not introduce such a girl to him. Stare. While Su Chen was thinking, the girl sent a message, you are my blind date today, right? My time is very precious, so don't send WeChat messages to harass me. At 5 p.m., go to Shanghai Global Plaza and find a place to wait for me. I will come after I am done. Su Chen was frowning again. What can he do? For my mom's sake, just do it. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at China Overseas Global Plaza and found a cafe to sit down. Drinking coffee and killing time. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Su Chen looked out the window leisurely. A beautiful girl came over and looked at him expectantly with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Not far away, several of the girl's companions were smiling foolishly. Su Chen did not refuse and smiled slightly and said, "No problem." Thanks. With the help of prestige, the girl returned to her companions with a blushing face, and they left the cafe together. Yes, he is really handsome. He has no flaws even when you look closely. His smile is very gentle. Outside the cafe, the girl excitedly spoke to her female companions. Send him a message quickly and ask him his name and whether he has a girlfriend. A short-haired companion couldn't wait to say. Isn't that too direct? The girl said shyly. The short-haired companion thought for a moment and said, then let's ask him what his name is first. The girl took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and sent a message to Su Chen. Hello, handsome guy, I'm the girl who added you on WeChat just now in the cafe. What's your name? What? I didn't shout. I was just drinking my coffee quietly. Soon, the girl received the message and her excited expression suddenly froze. What did he reply? The short-haired companion and several other girls asked impatiently. The girl handed the chat records to them. Ha! The girls were dumbfounded. The short-haired companion made the final decision. This guy is a straight man, there is no hope for him. Su Chen, who was drinking coffee in a cafe, had no idea that he had been labeled as a straight man. He checked the time, it was almost 5 o'clock, and then sent a message to the blind date that Su's mother had introduced. It took a long time before he received a reply. Got it. Please wait for a moment. I'm shopping with my boyfriend. Su Chen was speechless again. After waiting for 2 hours, I finally saw my blind date. She was wearing heavy makeup, carrying an LV bag, and behaved in an arrogant manner. The woman came to Su Chen but did not sit down directly. Su Chen's face was full of confusion. The woman said dissatisfiedly, "Don't you know to move the stool away for this little fairy? You have no gentlemanly manners at all." Little fairy? Su Chen looked at her heavily made-up face and felt a chill in his heart. But for his mother's sake, he stood up and moved the stool away for the woman. The woman still didn't sit down, and glanced at Su Chen. "Don't you know to say please sit down?" Su Chen took a deep breath and endured it for his mother's sake. "Please sit down." The woman sat down, looked at Su Chen and asked, "What car did you drive here?" Passat. Su Chen picked up the coffee, took a sip, and calmed himself down. Passat? The woman looked incredulous when she heard this. No way, are there still people driving garbage trucks like Passat these days? My male best friends all drive Maseratis. Su Chen almost laughed out of anger. The woman continued, "A car won't work. You must have at least a house worth about 8 million in Shanghai." Su Chen shook his head. Hentang Manor is worth more than 4 billion. According to the market price, the house in Riverside Garden is worth at least tens of millions. He really doesn't have a house worth 8 million. The woman frowned even deeper and looked at Su Chen with disdain. "You have nothing. How can you be worthy of going on a blind date with a fairy like me? Where do you work?" Chapter 83 Su Chen's explanation. Huasheng Group. Su Chen said. Hearing the words Huasheng Group, the woman showed a hint of interest. Huasheng Group is a big company. Although you drive a garbage truck and live in a garbage house, you are not worthy of me, but since you look good and have a good job, I am willing to give you a chance to pursue me. But I have to say something up front. If we are together, you must hand in your monthly salary on time. Of course, I'm not a heartless person. I'll give you 50 yuan pocket money every month. You can spend it however you like. I won't interfere at all. By the way, I'm not good at doing housework, so you have to be responsible for these. Also, I will let my male best friend come to our house every week, and you will be responsible for entertaining my male best friend. I will go out clubbing with him at night. Don't think too much. There is only pure friendship between him and me. Besides, I can't have children because it will affect my figure. The woman blah 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 said a bunch of nonsense, then looked at Su Chen. If you want to be with me, you must accept these. Su Chen was stunned and said, "You misunderstood. I never thought about being with you." As soon as he said this, the woman's expression changed and she shouted crazily, "How dare you, a loser with a broken car and a broken house, despise this fairy? How did your parents educate you?" Su Chen couldn't stand it when the woman mentioned his parents. Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang. It was Yuan Wenhe. "Boss, are you free now? Here are some documents that need your signature. I'll bring them to you." Su Chen told Yuan Wenhe the address of the cafe. Su Chen hung up the phone, but the woman was still chattering, "How dare a poor loser like you who doesn't even have a watch reject me? This fairy is giving you a chance. It's the blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. What qualifications do you have to refuse? You still say you've never thought about being with me? I think you just have low self-esteem and know you're not worthy of me, so you say that on purpose. You're still far from playing hard to get with this fairy. Su Chen has a headache. Where does this woman get so much drama from? Moreover, his watch that doesn't move is a Patek Philippe Ref 1518, worth 100 million. He said impatiently, "You think too much. I really don't have any interest in you. Let's just leave it at that." The woman did not leave. Instead, she picked up the coffee on the table and threw it at Su Chen, yelling, "I'm a little fairy, how dare you talk to me like that? How did your parents teach you? I doubt whether your family has any manners at all." Su Chen dodged the coffee nimbly, his face turned cold, and he said, "If you dare to mention my parents again, don't blame me for being rude to you." The woman continued to shout, "What? You stinky loser, you dare to hit me?" Bang! As soon as the woman finished speaking, she was slapped hard by Su Chen. Su Chen sneered and said, "I usually don't hit women, except bitches." The woman covered her face, stunned. After a long while, she shouted, "You dare to hit me? You, a stinking loser, dare to hit me? If you dare to say something dirty again, I will beat you up." There was no need for Su Chen to continue being polite to this kind of woman. When the woman saw Su Chen's cold gaze, she felt a chill all over her body and finally felt scared. For a moment, she didn't dare to speak again. "Baby, I'm here. Who is your blind date?" At this time, a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds appeared in the cafe. His hair was shiny and he had a smiling face with a very greasy expression. "Brother June, it's this poor loser, and he hit me." The woman saw the fat man and said quickly as if she saw a savior, then glared at Su Chen fiercely and said, "My male best friend is here, you are dead." Su Chen felt a chill in his heart again. When the fat man June heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Su Chen fiercely, "Who are you? How dare you hit my baby? What a pair of best friends, their friendship is so deep." Su Chen sneered. Jungu first embraced the woman in his arms, gently touched her cheek, and said, "Baby, does it hurt?" "Pain." Junji's eyes narrowed, "Little bastard, I'm going to make you pay." Bang! Su Chen slapped Jungu in the face without any hesitation. "What? You can't speak human language, right?" Brother June staggered and almost fell down due to the beating. "How dare you hit my male best friend?" The woman glared at Su Chen as if she wanted to eat him. After Jungu recovered, he took out his cell phone and made a call. "Don't watch the store, I got beaten up at the other side coffee, come and help me." After hanging up the phone, Jungu looked at Su Chen with resentment in his eyes. "Little bastard, just wait for me if you have the guts. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm not called Zhuing Jun." Su Chen sat back in his seat calmly. "Boss, we are here, who dares to attack you?" In less than a minute, a dozen young men rushed into the cafe, their clothes all printed with the words Zhu Dagui Jewelry. "That's the little bastard." Zhuing Jun stared at Su Chen with a murderous look on his face. "Brothers, fuck him." Several young guys were screaming. Seeing this, Zhuing Jun and the woman both showed satisfaction on their faces. "Stop it." Just as the employees of Zhu Dagui Jewelry rushed towards Su Chen, a majestic and deep shout rang out. Soon after, several middle-aged men in suits and ties, looking meticulous, entered the cafe. "Who the hell dares to ruin my business?" Zhu Dagui was already very angry, and when he heard this, he started cursing. However, when he looked again, he was dumbfounded. "Mr. Yuan, Mr. Yuan." Zhu Dagui murmured in disbelief. The person who came was the general manager of China Overseas Global Plaza, Yuan Wenhe. Yuan Wenhe didn't even look at Zhu Dagui. He walked straight to Su Chen, bent down suddenly, and said with an uneasy look on his face, "Sorry, boss, I'm late." Su Chen took a sip of coffee slowly and said, "It's okay." Xu Yingjun froze in place and spoke with some difficulty, "Mr. Yuan, what do you mean?" Yuan Wenha looked at Zhu Dagui, extremely angry, and said coldly, "Zhu Yingjun, you were so brave. You are doing business in China Overseas Global Plaza, and yet you dare to attack the big boss of China Overseas Global Plaza." Boom! Xu Yingjun seemed to be struck by lightning, his eyes widened, and he pointed at Su Chen and said, He is the big boss of Global Plaza?" Su Chen's blind date also looked incredulous. Yuan Wenha looked at Zhu Yingjun with disdain and said nothing more. Su Chen asked Yuan Wenha, "Is he a tenant of our plaza?" Yuan Wenha said, "Boss, Zhu Yingjun is indeed a tenant of our plaza. If I remember correctly, his rent is due at the end of this month." "No rent due." Su Chen only said 4 words. Yuan Wenha nodded quickly. After hearing the conversation between Su Chen and Yuan Wenha, Zhu Yingjun's face was filled with dejection. The reason why his jewelry store can make money is because it rents a shop in Global Plaza, which is a prime location. Global Plaza has a large flow of people every day and many wealthy people. Naturally, it can boost his business. If we move to another place, considering the price-performance ratio of their store, we would be lucky not to lose money. Zhu Yingjun's face was sullen, and there was no trace of arrogance left. He looked at Su Chen and pleaded, "Boss, please be kind and give me another chance. I am mentally ill and I am against you. I apologize. I apologize to you." Chapter 84. She can't drink. Su Chen looked indifferent and ignored him. The woman couldn't stand it anymore and screamed frantically, "Impossible, this is impossible. He drives a Passat, how could he be the owner of Global Plaza? This is fake, all of this is fake. Brother Jun, you must not let them fool you. He must have hired someone to act this out. I'll play your mother." Brother Jun was so angry that he slapped the woman hard. Who else except the owner of Global Plaza would have such a big face to let the general manager of the property management of Global Plaza act with him? Therefore, he had no doubt about Su Chen's identity. "Brother Jun, you actually hit me?" The woman covered her face and looked at Zhu Yingjun in disbelief. She said angrily, "Zhu Yingjun, I accompany you to eat, go shopping and sleep every day, and you actually hit me?" Su Chen heard this and sneered in his heart, "Ha, a male best friend? Zhu Yingjun, I eat, go shopping, and sleep with you every day, and you actually hit me?" When Zhu Yingjun heard this, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with you. This woman is the blind date of the big boss of China Overseas Global Plaza. It would be disastrous if the big boss knew that he had slept with his blind date. Ha, I've already fallen asleep, and you said it has nothing to do with me, you bastard," the woman said hysterically. Zhu Yingjun didn't dare to continue talking, and looked at Su Chen with sweat on his forehead. "Boss, please believe me, I really have nothing to do with this woman." Su Chen said indifferently, "I have no interest in what your relationship with her is, go away." Zhu Yingjun wanted to argue something, but Yuan Wenha did not give him a chance and directly called the security guard to drive Zhu Yingjun away. Before being driven away, Zhu Yingjun looked at the woman with resentment. If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't have missed the opportunity to do business in China Overseas Global Plaza. Zhu Yingjun left, but the woman still stood there. Su Chen looked at her with a frown. The woman said, "Your mother introduced me to you as your girlfriend. Even if you are the boss of Shanghai Global Plaza, you can't chase me away. Otherwise, how can you be worthy of your mother?" Through Zhu Yingjun's reaction, she no longer doubted Su Chen's identity as the big boss of Shanghai Global Plaza, but began to look forward to it. The big boss of Shanghai Global Plaza is much better than Zhu Yingjun, a gold shop owner. If she could be with this kind of person, she would have everything she wanted. He. Su Chen was so angry that he laughed. How strange is this woman's train of thought. Yuan Wenha and others also looked at Su Chen with sympathy. It's a sin to meet this kind of blind date partner. What are you standing there for? Send her away. Su Chen glared at Yuan Wenha unhappily. Yuan Wenha reacted and the security guards began to take action. "You can't do this to me. I'm the girlfriend your mother introduced me to. If you chase me away, you'd be unfilial and a traitor," the woman shouted anxiously. Veins on Su Chen's forehead were throbbing. From now on, no matter what the blind date his mother introduces to him looks like, he will never go on a blind date. The security guards threw the woman out of the square without hesitation. The woman who was left in the square finally reacted and sat on the ground crying. The chance to marry into a wealthy family was thus ruined. Woo woo woo. Unfortunately, after hearing the woman's story, no one passing by showed sympathy. He almost spit at the woman. You deserve it. Stare. The host has taught the gold digger a lesson and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I specially reward the host Zhenghai Qianlong Club. The long-lost voice of the system appeared in Su Chen's mind. Qianlong Club? What the hell is this? A strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Hiss, can it be, this is not positive at all. So he picked up his phone and started looking for it. In the end, nothing was found. Su Chen looked at Yuan Wanha in front of him and said, Old Yuan, do you know the Qianlong Club? Upon hearing this, Yuan Wanha was stunned for a moment and said, Boss, don't you know about Qianlong Club? Su Chen felt even more strange. I don't know what's so strange about Qianlong society. However, as Yuan Wanha introduced, Su Chen understood Yuan Wanha's surprise. It turns out that the Qianlong Club is the largest club in Shanghai. It was founded by a super rich man in Hong Kong Island and cost 18 billion yuan. The environment is first class in the country, and all the members are celebrities and wealthy people in China. Yuan Wanhai himself is one of the members. In his opinion, with Su Chen's identity, Qianlong Club must have sent Su Chen an invitation letter a long time ago. So, he felt strange when he heard Su Chen asking about Qianlong Club. After the introduction, Yuan Wanha asked curiously, Boss, excuse me, why did you suddenly ask about the situation of Qianlong Club? Oh, for no other reason than it belongs to me now, so I want to know. Su Chen said lightly. The corner of Yuan Wanha's mouth twitched. Don't you need to know something before buying something worth over 18 billion? Is this how China hides its richest man? It's really generous. Not long after, the person in charge of Qianlong Club called Su Chen and asked when Su Chen would be free to complete the property rights signing. Su Chen looked at his cell phone and saw that it was almost time for Qiao Yi to get off work, so he set the signing time for tomorrow and drove to pick up Qiao Yi after get off work. The next day, Su Chen first drove the Passat to find a place to eat. When he was ready to drive away after eating, he found that the exit was blocked by a Ferrari 488. There are cars on both sides of the Passat's parking space. If the Ferrari wants to be driven out, it can only move. Su Chen waited for a while, but the car owner was still nowhere to be seen. There was no other way, he could only rely on his martial arts mastery to push the car to another position. Who the hell are you? Stay away from my car. Just as Su Chen put his hands on the Ferrari, an arrogant voice sounded from not far away. Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound. A young man in a suit and sunglasses appeared in his sight, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Su Chen frowned and said, Your car is blocking my way, and there is no contact information on it. I can only push your car to move it. The young man in sunglasses glanced at the blocked Passat and said with disdain, If you damage my car, can you afford to pay for it? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, Can you talk nicely? You think it's reasonable to park the car in the aisle? Su Chen's tough attitude made the young man in sunglasses very unhappy. I can say whatever I like, it's none of your business. Don't you want me to move the car? I won't move it. No, okay. A sneer appeared on Su Chen's lips. He kicked the Ferrari at the rear without any hesitation. With a bang. The Ferrari moved 3 or 4 meters away, freeing up the aisle. The Ferrari also has an extra dent at the rear. How dare you kick my car? When the young man in sunglasses saw his beloved car being kicked, he immediately became furious and rushed towards Su Chen with clenched fists. Roll! Su Chen dodged the fist and kicked the young man in the stomach, causing him to fall over. The young man in sunglasses lay on the ground, groaning and unable to speak for a long time. Su Chen ignored him and drove away. 40 minutes later, we arrived at Qianlong Club. Su Chen decided to observe the situation in the club before contacting the person in charge. He came to the entrance of the club. The entrance was filled with bodyguards who were all over 1.85 meters tall, all of them were full of energy and had sharp eyes. Su Chen looked and saw that the way to enter the club was through facial recognition. Chapter 85 Frame Up. He walked over with the mentality of giving it a try. The eyes are so tight. It's open. Su Chen thought that the person in charge of the club might have entered his information in advance. After all, he was now the big boss of Qianlong Club. The entire Qianlong Club covers a very large area. The first thing that caught Su Chen's eyes was a row of luxurious and imposing villas. From the prompts on the side, Su-chen learned that each villa in the club is equipped with a swimming pool, gym, sauna room, etc., which are extremely enjoyable and provide rest specifically for club members. In front of the rows of villas is a large piece of lush green grass, divided into several sections: football field, basketball court, golf course. Wait, there's even a sports car track around it. The entire Qianlong Club is similar to Zhou Beixiong's New Century Club. In order to protect the privacy of members, they are all surrounded by tall and thick walls, and there are fully equipped bodyguards patrolling nearby from time to time, so the safety is beyond doubt. Not bad. After walking around, Su-chen nodded affirmatively. It's a good place for leisure and entertainment. He looked at the golf course not far away, became curious about the sport, and walked over. Under the guidance of the good-looking waiter, Su-chen took a position and prepared to swing the club. You son of a bitch, you didn't expect me to run into you here. Just as Su-chen was about to swing the golf ball for the first time in his life, a voice of resentment and surprise sounded from the side. Su-chen looked. Coincidentally, it was the Ferrari owner, the young man in sunglasses. But this time there was not only the young man with sunglasses, there were also several other companions who were about the same age as him. They were all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and looked arrogant. Ha, it seems that the lesson I taught you wasn't enough, Su-chen said lightly. Fuck you. As soon as these words came out, the young man in sunglasses immediately went berserk and was about to attack Su-chen with a golf club in hand. His companion quickly stopped him. Brother Hao, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Qianlong Club does not allow violence, and those who use violence will be disqualified from membership. It's not worth it to deal with such a small character. Hearing this, the young man in sunglasses, Brother Hao, put down his pole angrily and pointed at Su-chen's nose. Be careful, I'll take care of you sooner or later. Su-chen sneered, got into position, and swung the club hard. Swish! Hole in one. However, Brother Hao and the others did not see this scene. Brother Hao still looked unhappy and said, this little bastard asked me to move my car, but I didn't. He kicked my car first and then kicked me again. When have I, Jiang Hao, ever suffered such a loss in Jiangnan? Jiang Hao's companion heard this and said, Brother Hao is the young master of Xinqing Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in Jiangnan province. Who in Jiangnan doesn't respect Brother Hao? Hey, anyone who dared to be rude to me in Jiangnan would have been beaten to a pulp by me a long time ago. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. If he dared to kick me, if we were in Jiangnan, I would be merciful if I didn't kick him in the leg. Jiang Hao said, looking at a fat guy in the team and said, Fatty, you are from Shanghai, have you seen that kid? The little fat man shook his head, he is unfamiliar. Although he was able to enter the Qianlong Club, I see from his outfit and the passat you mentioned, Brother Hao, he is probably the most ordinary member of the Qianlong Club and does not have much power in Shanghai. Damn it, he's so arrogant without much power, I'll make him suffer. Jiang Hao said bitterly. Brother Hao, don't be impulsive. As long as he is in the Qianlong Club, we definitely can't touch him. The fat boy reminded. I just can't swallow this. Jiang Hao said angrily. Su-chen didn't know about the conversation between Jiang Hao and others. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. When Su-chen slaps someone in the face, he never considers the other person's identity. Anyway, the other person's identity cannot be more impressive than his. Would you like a drink, sir? After Su-chen swung a few more times, a sweet voice appeared. A tall and beautiful woman in Cheongsam appeared in front of Su-chen holding a plate. Hey, are you Lu Jiasen? Su-chen looked at the waiter with a look of surprise. You are Su-chen? The tall beauty looked at Su-chen for a few times and said excitedly. You really are Lu Jiasen, old classmate, long time no see. Su-chen smiled slightly. Lu Jiasen was his junior high school classmate and they also sat at the same table for a period of time, and they had a very good relationship. However, after entering high school from junior high school, since we were not in the same high school, we naturally had less contact. Gradually, the two people lost contact. Su-chen never expected to meet Lu Jiasen here. It's really like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Su-chen, you've become more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. Lu Jiasen also seemed particularly happy. Ha, you've become even more beautiful now. I remember that you were the goddess in the eyes of many classmates when you were in junior high school. Su-chen said with a smile. Lu Jiasen blushed slightly and asked curiously, why are you here? Su-chen smiled and said, I am a member here. Lu Jiasun showed a surprised look and said, "Old classmate, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can't get into Qianlong Club without a net worth of hundreds of millions." Su Chen scratched his head. "I am also lucky." Sharp. After getting Su Chen's affirmative answer, Lu Jiasun gave Su Chen a thumbs up. "How's your job here?" Su Chen changed the subject. "It's pretty good. I can earn about 15,000 yuan a month. The customers are also high-quality people, of course, with the exception of a few people. In short, the job is not bad," Lu Jiasun said with a smile. "That's pretty good indeed." Su Chen smiled and nodded. The two talked about some past events again. After talking about those interesting things, they would look at each other and smile. There is a joyful atmosphere in the air. "Brother Hao, look." On the other side, the little fat man noticed this scene and reminded Jiang Hao, "That guy seems to know the waiter." Jiang Hao looked at it for a while, then suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and he shouted to Lu Jiasun, "Waiter, I want some water." When Lu Jiasun heard Jiang Hao's voice, she looked at Su Chen apologetically and said, "I have to go get busy first." Su Chen glanced at Jiang Hao, then told Lu Jiasun, "Go ahead, and pay more attention." Lu Jiasun picked up the tray again and came to Jiang Hao and others. "I want to drink this." Jiang Hao pointed to a glass of red wine. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." Lu Jiasun picked up the red wine and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao reached out to take it. Bang! Jiang Hao held the wine glass and suddenly let go. The wine glass fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Red liquid splashed everywhere. Bang! Jiang Hao slapped Lu Jiasun's face fiercely and said, "You bastard, are you fucking blind? Didn't you see that I haven't caught the cup yet? Now the red wine is all over me. Do you know how expensive my clothes are? Especially this pair of leather shoes, they are imported leather, and now they are all covered with wine. If you don't lick them clean for me today, don't even think about leaving me." Lu Jiasun looked at the aggressive Jiang Hao and felt a little overwhelmed. It was clearly him who let go of her hand on purpose. How could he blame her? Anger and humiliation spread in Lu Jiasun's heart, but when she thought of the club's rules, she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, it was my negligence that caused trouble for you, sir." Bang! Jiang Hao slapped Lu Jiasun in the face without hesitation. Jiang Hao said with disdain, "Apologize? Apologize is useless." Chapter 86. Take it down. "If you don't lick my shoes clean today, this matter will not be over." Tears welled up in Lu Jiasun's eyes. She bit her lip and said, "Sir, I can help you clean it." He. Jiang Hao grinned grimly and raised his arm, ready to slap again. Lu Jiasun wanted to dodge, but then she remembered the club's customer first rule. If she hid, she might lose the job. So, she chose to stand still and close her eyes. Bang! There was a crisp sound, but the pain that Lu Jiasun expected did not appear. When she opened her eyes, she found that the young man in sunglasses who hit her was covering his cheek with resentment on his face. And Su Chen appeared beside her. "Su Chen, thank you." Lu Jiasun was stunned at first, and then looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Su Chen showed a look of shame on his face and said, "In fact, I should be the one to say sorry to you. He and I have some grudges, and that's why you have been implicated." Lu Jiasun suddenly realized. But she didn't mean to blame Su Chen, and said, "Anyway, I still have to thank you." "Fuck you, you little jerk, how dare you slap me?" Jiang Hao on the side went completely berserk. Snort! Su Chen snorted coldly, and then kicked out again, kicking Jiang Hao, who was unable to dodge, away. "Su Chen, stop it. It's the club's rules that you can't hurt others casually, otherwise the consequences will be serious." Lu Jiasun was a little anxious. Su Chen stopped what he was doing after hearing this. "Brothers, you see, it was this bastard who started it. When the people in the club ask about it, we will be in the right. Beat him up." Jiang Hao couldn't bear it at all. He fell to the ground and screamed wildly. Jiang Hao's companions were either his younger brothers brought from Jiangnan province, or wealthy young men from Zhenghai who wanted to curry favor with him. So after they heard Jiang Hao's order, they picked up their golf clubs and swung at Su Chen. Even Lu Jiasun was not spared. "Ah!" Lu Jiasun screamed in fear and froze in place, watching the golf club about to fall on her. Court death. Su Chen was very calm, his eyes turned cold, and he put one hand around Lu Jiasun's lower abdomen, leading her to avoid the attack. The other hand struck out like lightning, snatched a pole and launched a counterattack. Stare, dang. The clubs collided, making a crisp sound. Su Chen hugged Lu Jiasun and seemed to be at ease under the attack of 8 people, with his movements being graceful and neat. Bang! One of Jiang Hao's younger brothers was knocked to the ground by Su Chen's stick. Ah! After a few more shots, Jiang Hao and his gang didn't even touch the corner of Su Chen's clothes. They fell to the ground groaning with painful expressions. Are you okay? After the fight, Su Chen released his left hand from Lu Jiasun's waist. No, it's okay. Lu Jiasun buried her head, her face flushed. She had never had such close contact with a man in her life. Ahem. It was an emergency just now, so I had to do this. Su Chen noticed Lu Jiasun's abnormality and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Jiasun still buried her head, pinching the corner of her clothes with her hands, with a shy expression. She was still immersed in the feeling just now. Being held in Su Chen's arms, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. It seemed that even if the sky fell, this man could still protect him. This feeling made her obsessed. I wouldn't be. Lu Jiasun raised her head quietly, looking at Su Chen's well-defined face, impeccable features, and deep eyes. Her heart suddenly started beating faster. You're not hurt? Seeing that Lu Jiasun didn't react, Su Chen spoke again, his eyes filled with worry. W. Lu Jiasun finally reacted, her face turned even redder, and she whispered, I'm fine. I feel fine. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Hao, this guy is a martial artist, he's very difficult to deal with. On the other side, the fat boy who was hit on the leg with a stick grinned at Jiang Hao. The fierce light in Jiang Hao's eyes became even more fierce. I can't just let it go like this. The little fat man shrank his head and said carefully, for the time being, we can't move him. We are no match for him. Who said that? Jiang Hao looked in one direction. Swish, swish, swish. More than 20 club security guards in uniform appeared in his sight. Hey, it was that bastard who started it just now. We don't need to take action now. The club security won't let him go. Jiang Hao showed a cruel smile on his face. He had heard that a young man from the north did not abide by the rules of the club and injured a club member. The club ordered Northern Hao Xiao to apologize, but he refused. As a result, not only was his membership in the club cancelled, he was also almost taught a lesson. He is now looking forward to how Su Chen will perform in front of the club staff. What's going on? The club security chief was a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall with thick eyebrows. He frowned and said, Brother Wang, this guy didn't follow the club rules and actually slapped me. Jiang Hao looked at the nameplate on the chest of the muscular man with thick eyebrows. Qianlong Club, Deputy Director of Security Department, Wang Yao. Wang Yao was quite clear about Jiang Hao's identity. The young master of Jiangnan Xinqiang Group. Although he is not a native of Shanghai, Xinqiang Group is a large and powerful company, and Jiang Hao, the eldest son, has considerable influence in Shanghai. So he looked at Jiang Hao politely and said, Mr. Jiang, if it is as you said, we will definitely seek justice for you, even if he is also a member of our club. After that, Wang Yao looked at Su Chen with a sharp look and said, Sir, is it true that you were the first to hit someone as Mr. Jiang said? Su Chen said calmly, it was indeed me who started it first. Wang Yao's eyes suddenly darkened, and he said, Do you know that it is forbidden to hurt people in our Qianlong Club? Before Su Chen could speak, Lu Jiasun said anxiously, Minister Wang, Mr. Su only took action to help me because they beat me up. Wang Bu looked at Lu Jiasun with disdain and said, Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Also, when young Master Jiang hit you, it was a reward for you. How dare you ask someone to help you fight back? Have you completely forgotten the club's rules? I will report your behavior today to the Human Resources Department. Our club does not need unruly employees like you. Lu Jiasun's pretty face turned pale. Jiang Hao and others were particularly proud. Wang Yao's words made Su Chen feel quite uncomfortable. He had a very good impression of Qianlong Club at the beginning. The architecture is exquisite, the scenery is picturesque, and the security is great. But these rules, which were based on trampling on the dignity of employees, changed his view of Qianlong Club. What a great rule! As the largest club in Shanghai, Qianlong Club relies on this to please its customers? Su Chen said coldly. Wang Yao didn't take Su Chen seriously. Qianlong Club is the largest club in China overseas and has countless members. He remembers all the important members clearly. This definitely does not include Su Chen. He said disdainfully, The rules set by General Manager Wei Shengwei of our club are not for an outsider like you to comment on. Su Chen lowered his eyes slightly. Wei Sheng is the person responsible for contacting him in the club. Wang Yao said again, my friend, since you admit that you were the first to attack Zhang Xiao, then it's easy to deal with it. According to the rules of our club, first, your membership will be cancelled and you will never be allowed to enter the Qianlong Club again. Second, you must apologize to Mr. Jiang and compensate him for his physical and mental losses. Chapter 87 Kneel down and talk. What if I don't? Su Chen said lightly. No? Ha ha. Wang Yao sneered and said, then this club will have no choice but to take coercive measures against you. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's expression began to become excited. But Lu Jiasen was full of worry and anxiety. As an employee of the club, Lu Jiasen is well aware of the power of Qianlong Club. The Qianlong Club is backed by the wealthy people of Hong Kong Island and has terrifying power. Looking across the entire Shanghai, there are few people who dare not give face to Qianlong Club. How old is Su Chen? Obviously, he doesn't have this ability. Very good. Su Chen just nodded indifferently, then picked up the phone and called Wei Sheng. Come over here. I'm at the Qianlong Club golf course. The time limit is 5 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Call someone? Wang Yao raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, it seems that you know someone inside our club. But it doesn't matter who you call. Rules are rules. These rules were set by President Wei. Apart from the big boss, President Wei is the most powerful person in the entire Qianlong Club. Unless you go and beg the big boss for help. No. Unfortunately, our big boss is still in Hong Kong Island. Brother Wang, just let him yell. We can make him give up completely. Zhang Hao had a mocking smile on his face. Su Chen supported the golf club with his hands, looked into the distance, and admired the scenery of the club, ignoring the ridicule of Wang Yao and Zhang Hao. Hey, why is President Wei here? More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yao looked in one direction and uttered a light exclamation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and others also looked in the direction Wang Yao was looking. A middle-aged man in his early 40s appeared in their sight, with a hint of pride on his face. I heard that Mr. Wei Sheng is the trusted aide of the Hong Kong tycoon. In many cases, Wei Sheng represents the will of the Hong Kong tycoon. So, even though Wei Sheng is only the general manager of Qianlong Club, many bigwigs in Shanghai will choose to give Wei Sheng some face. The fat boy next to Zhang Hao muttered. Boss Wei. Wang Yao had already gone up with the security guards and shouted with great respect. Wei Sheng nodded proudly, his eyes passed Wang Yao and began searching. Soon, his eyes fell on Su Chen, a look of disdain flashed across his face, and then he walked towards Su Chen past Wang Yao. Wang Yao was startled when he saw Wei Sheng's actions. Could that guy know President Wei? He speculated uneasily in his heart. The next scene made Wang Yao's speculation completely confirmed. Wei Sheng walked up to Su Chen slowly, then stretched out his hand and said, Hello, Mr. Su. Swish. Seeing this scene, Wang Yao, Zhang Hao and others' faces changed drastically. And Lu Jiasen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Chen knows President Wei, there will probably be no trouble. However, the next moment, Su Chen's actions made Lu Jiasen's heart rise to her throat again. Facing the hand that Wei Sheng extended, Su Chen turned his body to the side and did not shake hands with Wei Sheng. He said indifferently, I gave you 5 minutes to arrive, and now it's almost 20 minutes. Didn't you tell me before you called that you were in the office of the club? Wei Sheng did not seem to notice the dissatisfaction in Su Chen's tone, but smiled and said, I was busy when you called me, so I couldn't make it. But don't be angry, Mr. Su, I'm coming here now. The conversation between the two left everyone confused. However, Su Chen's next sentence immediately made them understand. Su Chen said calmly, General Manager Wei, you don't seem to take me, the new owner of the club, seriously. Wang Yao, Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. The person they were going to deal with turned out to be the new owner of the club. Lu Jiasen also looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Qianlong Club is an industry worth nearly 20 billion. Is Su Chen so rich now? Wei Sheng said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, oh, no, boss, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that, I would like to apologize to you for being late before. Although Wei Sheng apologized, there was no sincerity on his face. In fact, Wei Sheng did not take Su Chen, the new boss, seriously. First, Su Chen was too young, and Wei Sheng had not found much information about Su Chen. I thought Su Chen was the young master of some wealthy family, and that some wealthy family bought the Qianlong Club from the previous owner and gave it to Su Chen to train. The second reason is that he is the spokesperson for the wealthy in Hong Kong Island, and he established the Qianlong Club himself. Without him, the Qianlong Club would not be able to operate at all. Based on these 2 points, Wei Sheng did not take Su Chen seriously. Su Chen looked at Wei Sheng with a meaningful look and said, I called you here suddenly and have 3 things for you to do. Please go ahead. There was no emotion on Wei Sheng's face. First, cancel the membership of these people. Su Chen pointed at Zhang Hao and others. Zhang Hao and the others turned pale and felt quite uneasy. Second, fire the Deputy Minister of Security. Su Chen pointed at Wang Yao and said. Wang Yao looked terrified. Third, I heard that you have set a lot of rules in the club. Change all the unreasonable ones. Finally, Su Chen looked at Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Su Chen and said, Boss, I'm sorry that I can't obey your 3 orders. He looked down upon Zhang Hao. Wang Yao doesn't mean much to him. The reason why Wei Sheng said this was to intimidate Su Chen and let Su Chen know. Although you are the boss of Qianlong Club, I still have the final say in everything about the club. Wei Sheng's answer stunned Wang Yao, Zhang Hao, and others. But they soon understood, and immediately straightened their chests and looked at Su Chen provocatively. It seemed as if they were saying, even if you are the boss of Qianlong Club, what can you do to me? Su Chen looked at Wei Sheng who was challenging him and smiled. He said directly, since you can't obey my order, then please sign your resignation letter yourself. Su Chen's tough attitude also made Wei Sheng stunned, but he soon smiled and said confidently, You want me to resign? No problem. However, since you are still my boss, I can tell you a fact. The reason why Qianlong Club has become the largest club in Shanghai is that it has more than 3,000 members. First, because the club was founded by Mr. Zhang Shirong, one of the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong Island, and entering the club means having the opportunity to make friends with Mr. Zhang. Secondly, it's because I'm the person in charge of the club and I'm capable enough. Believe it or not, if I resign today, a large number of club executives will resign this afternoon. Tomorrow, the club will have fewer than half of its members, and the day after tomorrow the club will be unable to make ends meet. The entire Qianlong Club will then be meaningless. After saying that, Wei Sheng stared at Su Chen's face, trying to find a trace of panic. Unfortunately, Su Chen was surprisingly calm. He smiled at him disdainfully and said, I don't believe it. Bang! As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Zhang Hao took out a card from his pocket, threw it hard on the ground, and said, Zhang Hao, will quit Qianlong Club from now on. The Qianlong Club is meaningless without Mr. Zhang Shirong and President Wei. Only idiots continue to be members there. Bang bang bang. Zhang Hao's younger brothers followed suit and threw their membership cards on the ground. A smug look flashed across Wei Sheng's face. Su Chen crossed his arms across his chest, ignoring the actions of Zhang Hao and the others, and said to Wei Sheng, Call the other senior executives of Qianlong Club. I want to see how many are willing to go with you. Chapter 88 Su Zhao's Attitude. Wei Sheng sneered slightly, and then sent a message to the senior executives of Qianlong Club. Soon, more than 30 executives from Qianlong Club appeared on the golf course. Boss Wei. Brother Wei. These executives appeared one after another and greeted Wei Sheng very politely. Wei Sheng responded proudly. Is there something that President Wei wants us to do? A deputy general manager of the club asked respectfully. Wei Sheng pointed to Su Chen and said, This is the new owner of our club, Su Chen, Mr. Su, who holds 100% of the shares. Upon hearing this, the faces of the executives changed slightly, and they quickly looked towards Su Chen and greeted him, Hello, boss. Hello, Mr. Su. Wei Sheng didn't wait for everyone to finish greeting Su Chen, and said, Our new boss thinks I'm not suitable to be the general manager of Qianlong Club, and asked me to pack up and leave. I want to know what you think. As soon as these words were spoken, the executives immediately sensed something was wrong. This is forcing them to take sides. The group of people's faces changed. One is the new owner of the club. The other one is the club's first veteran, with the big boss Zhang Shirong behind him. Moreover, through the management of the club over the years, Wei Sheng has already mastered the connections of most of the club's members. If Wei Sheng left, the club would inevitably be greatly affected and might even collapse. Therefore, if they choose a new boss, they will face the risk of the club collapsing. If they choose to stand on Wei Sheng's side, Wei Sheng's resources and connections can still allow them to live a happy life. One of the executives, who had a stern face and slicked back hair, asked Su Chen, "May I ask, Mr. Su, why did you fire Mr. Wei?" When these words came out, everyone pricked up their ears. Su Chen looked at Lu Jiasun and said with a smile, "Old classmate, please tell me exactly what happened just now." When Su Chen called her name, Lu Jiasun was stunned for a moment and a little nervous. Then she took a deep breath and began to speak. "May I ask, Boss Wei, is what she said true?" The executive with slicked back hair listened to the story and then looked at Wei Shang. Wei Shang was very conceited and said, "Yes, what she said is true." After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Let's talk about who has the biggest problem in this matter. Of course, Wei won. He did not carry out any of the new boss's 3 orders and even went against the new boss. If we don't fire him, who should we fire? However, although these executives know who was right and who was wrong, they will not choose to stand on Su Chen's side because of this. It's very simple. Although the new boss is right, if we follow him, the club might be destroyed tomorrow. Although Wei Shang was wrong, following him would still allow one to enjoy a good life. Those who are willing to stay can stand still, and those who are willing to follow Wei Shang can go to Wei Shang's side. Su Chen watched the ever-changing expressions of these executives. He knew exactly what they were thinking, so he brought up the subject directly. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the new boss kicking people out?" Wei Shang raised his eyebrows. Cough, cough. An executive coughed twice, then took action and stood with Wei Shang. With the first one, there will soon be a second one. In less than a minute, more than 20 out of more than 30 executives chose to stand with Wei Shang. The remaining 8 people stood there, including the executive with slicked back hair. A bunch of idiots. Wei Shang looked at the 8 people and sneered. "What is your name? What position do you currently hold in the club?" Su Chen looked at the executive with slicked back hair. "Shui Tao is currently the head of the club's security department." The slicked back executive said respectfully. "Good." Su Chen nodded and said, "From now on, you are one of the vice presidents of the club." Although her position was promoted, Shui Tao was not happy. The reason why he chose to stay was simply because he couldn't stand Wei Shang's personality. He didn't have much confidence in Su Chen. "What about you?" Su Chen asked the other 7 people. The 7 executives each gave their name and current position. Like Shui Tao, Su Chen also promoted them to a higher level in their current positions. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Everyone responded to Su Chen without enthusiasm. "Old classmate, come here." Su Chen called Lu Jiasun over. "Su." "President Su." Lu Jiasun shouted cautiously. "From now on, you are the general manager of Qianlong Club. Work hard. I have high hopes for you." Su Chen smiled at Lu Jiasun. Lu Jiasun was completely stunned. Not only Lu Jiasun was stunned, but Shui Tao and the other 8 were also stunned. It was a joke to promote a small waiter to become the general manager of Qianlong Club. How could such a large Qianlong Club be managed by someone without any management experience? They were not optimistic about the future of Qianlong Club. Su Chen's action made them completely give up. Why? Shui Tao and the other 8 sighed in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. Wei Shang laughed unabashedly. "Boy, I dare say that if Qianlong Club is handed over to you, it will go bankrupt within a month. If you are willing to give us 51% of the shares and ask us to come back to help, maybe I will consider it." The executives gathered around Wei Shang also nodded. "Be glad for your choice. Fortunately, I didn't stay, otherwise it would have been over sooner or later." Just as everyone was thinking this, a voice came. "Hey, Mr. Su, why are you here?" When the voice sounded, everyone looked over subconsciously. An old man in his 60s with a dignified look appeared in their sight. "Mr. Rong." Wei Shang and others were shocked. Rong Mao, head of Qianlian Group. The top 3 richest people in China overseas. One of the most influential members of Qianlong Club. "Boss Rong, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came to the club today?" Wei Shang put on a flattering smile and walked towards Rong Mao. Rong Mao just glanced at Wei Shang, nodded slightly, and then a smile appeared on his majestic face, and he walked past Wei Shang towards Su Chen. "Mr. Su, I am so lucky to meet you here." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. There was an expression of disbelief on everyone's face. Wei Shang even rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. What kind of person is Rong Mao? Even compared to his big backer, Zhang Shirong, one of the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong Island, is not much worse. How could he be so polite to a young man like Su Chen? Wei Sheng suddenly felt that his actions today were a bit hasty. It turned out to be Elder Rong. Su Chen smiled at Rong Mao. A few days ago, in order to deal with Disney, he summoned all the wealthy people in Shanghai to a meeting at Hentaying Manor, including Rong Mao. Why call me Mr. Rong? Mr. Su is too polite. If you don't mind me taking advantage of you, just call me Brother Rong. Rong Mao said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. Looking at this, it seems like Mr. Rong Maorong, the third richest man in Shanghai, is trying to please Su Chen. But how is this possible? Brother Rong, I will respectfully obey your orders. Su Chen smiled. That's right. Rong Mao smiled very happily. Others may not know Su Chen's abilities, but how could he not know? 20% of Sanxin's shares. 520 billion in cash flow. It would be easy to pin him, one of the top 3 richest men in Shanghai, to the ground. Could he be more polite? Mr. Rong, what are you doing? Wei Sheng felt a little nervous and spoke to Rong Mao cautiously. Chapter 89 Arrogant Foreigners. Why? You don't know Mr. Su? A wealthy man like Rong Mao had empty eyelashes. He immediately noticed that Wei Sheng's tone was not right and glanced at Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng shook his head. Apart from knowing that Su Chen is the new boss of Qianlong Club, he knows nothing else about Su Chen. Rong Mao glanced at Su Chen, and seeing that Su Chen had no reaction, he spoke to Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng, you are the general manager of Qianlong Club after all. Mr. Su came to you, but you don't even understand Mr. Su's identity. You know, the only Batmobile in China is Mr. Su's. You know, Hentaying Manor, the first luxury residence built by Wanrong Group, also belongs to Mr. Su. You know Shanghai Global Plaza, it still belongs to Mr. Su. You know the Riverside Garden that was sold for 21,000 yuan a square meter some time ago? That also belongs to Mr. Su. You know, Huasheng Group, the leading entertainment and media company in our country, is still owned by Mr. Su. By the way, you can't be unaware of Sanxin Group, South Korea's #1 enterprise. Mr. Su owns 20% of Sanxin's shares. Rong Mao listed all of Su Chen's assets like a treasure, and then said earnestly, what I have said so far is only the 10% of Mr. Su's iceberg that is exposed above the sea, and the other 90% is hidden in the sea. When Rong Mao mentioned one of Su Chen's industries, Wei Sheng's face turned pale. After Rong Mao put forward the iceberg theory, Wei Sheng's face turned pale. Fear spread through his heart. He originally thought Su Chen was just a local rich man. Who knew that the other person was Shen Wansan? Wei Sheng is like this, not to mention the executives in Jianghao and others who follow Wei Sheng. Shui Tao and the others just stood there in a daze. It turns out their new boss is so awesome. Now, it is almost difficult for Qianlong Club to go bankrupt. As long as the new boss is there will be countless people who want to contact the new boss through Qianlong Club. This is absolutely the right choice. At this moment, there was no frustration in their hearts. Instead, I am full of hope. Following such a boastful boss, the future is bright. Lu Jiasen was completely confused. Su Chen is really too powerful and scary. Rong, Mr. Rong, please don't joke like that. How old is he? How could he have achieved such success? Wei Sheng, with a pale face, was unwilling to give up. Do I look like I'm kidding you? Rong Mao stared at Wei Sheng coldly. Wei Sheng shuddered with fear and his throat became dry. I say, Wei Sheng, you won't offend Mr. Su, right? Rong Mao's eyes suddenly became sharp and he stared at Wei Sheng closely. Although Wei Sheng is the general manager of Qianlong Club and the spokesperson of Zhang Shirong, he has a prominent status. But in Rong Mao's eyes, it was just like that. There is no comparison with Su Chen, one is in heaven and the other is underground. Wei Sheng is in the mud. Wei Sheng was speechless. Bang! Rong Mao took out the club membership card and threw it hard in Wei Sheng's face. How dare you, a mere leader of the Qianlong Club, offend Mr. Su? From now on, I am no longer a member of your club. At the same time, Xianlian Group cuts off all cooperation with Qianlong Club. Mr. Rong, please don't. Mr. Su is the boss of Qianlong Club now, and Wei Sheng has been fired by Mr. Su. Upon seeing this, Shui Tao hurriedly spoke, feeling a little amused. Rong Mao was slightly stunned, then he quickly picked up the membership card on the ground and said, Hey who? Renew my membership for another 20 years, no, 50 years. Su Chen smiled happily. Shui Tao and others also laughed out loud. Wei Shang, Jiang Hao and others couldn't laugh anymore. Especially those who chose to follow Wei Shang, they hated Wei Shang to the core. If it weren't for Wei Shang, they would still be executives of the club. In the future, with the help of Su Chen, this great Buddha, you may be able to make further progress. Let alone making further progress now, it is still unknown whether they can find a job in Shanghai after going against a great man like Su Chen. Su Chen, oh, no, President Su, I can't be the general manager. Lu Jiasen suddenly said to Su Chen. Su Chen was a little puzzled and asked, why? Lu Jiasen said seriously, I don't have any management experience, I'm sure I won't be able to do it well, I don't want to disappoint you. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, don't be afraid, I believe in you. Besides, don't you have Shui Tao and the others to assist you? Yes, Mr. Lu, you can do it. Upon hearing this, Shui Tao and others quickly expressed their opinions. Now they don't care whether Lu Jiasen has management experience or not. As long as Su Chen is there, it doesn't matter who the general manager of Qianlong Club is. Lu Jiasen was silent for a moment, nodded heavily, and said, Boss Su, I will definitely not let you down. Su Chen added, don't call me President Su, we are old classmates, just call me Su Chen, it sounds better. Lu Jiasen was touched and said with gratitude, thank you, old classmate. Su Chen, to be honest, I don't know how to repay you. Su Chen suddenly stared at Lu Jiasen. Lu Jiasen's face turned red when she was stared at, and she felt extremely shy. After a while, she heard Su Chen sigh, it's a pity that you are a girl, otherwise we can become brothers. Lu Jiasen's expression froze. It's a pity that you are a girl, otherwise we could be brothers. When these words were spoken, Rong Mao, Shui Tao and others all burst into laughter. What kind of straight man would say something like that? Shui Tao and the others were filled with joy. People like Wei Shang, Jiang Hao, and Wang Yao couldn't even cry. Boss Su, I was blind and disrespectful to you. Please show some mercy and let me go. Wei Shang took a deep breath, and when he faced Su Chen again, he no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning, and was only filled with fear from the bottom of his heart. Su Chen ignored Wei Shang and instead set his eyes on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao trembled all over and stood up with a trembling face, Su. President Su, everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. I hope President Su will not take it to heart. Bang! Su Chen raised his hand and slapped Jiang Hao in the face, causing Jiang Hao to stagger. After being slapped again, Jiang Hao lost his temper and begged, Boss Su, you are a magnanimous person, please let me go. Bang! Su Chen ignored him and slapped Jiang Hao in the face again, saying, this slap is for your arrogance in the parking lot. Are you convinced? I am convinced, I am convinced. Jiang Hao lowered his eyebrows and nodded repeatedly. Bang! Su Chen attacked from both sides and slapped twice more. These two slaps are for Lu Jiasen, are you convinced? Yes, noodles. Jiang Hao said with tears in his eyes. Bang! Su Chen attacked again. This slap was given to us because you ordered people to attack us. Are you convinced? I accept. I accept. Jiang Hao nodded frantically, afraid that he would be a little slow. Bang bang bang! Su Chen's right hand flew, and he slapped Jiang Hao 10 times in one breath, saying, there is no reason for these 10 slaps. I just want to hit you. Do you accept it? Don't these rich second generations like to bully others by taking advantage of their power? Then Su Chen wouldn't be polite either. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender all, please let me go, Mr. Su. Jiang Hao was beaten so hard that he almost cried. Tears welled up in his eyes. His face no longer had the arrogance he had just had. He was as obedient as he could be. Let you go? That's easy. Chapter 90 Another Strange Woman. I plan to transform Qianlong Club into a nursing home, but I'm short of 100 million yuan in startup capital. Please think of a solution. When Jiang Hao heard this, his heart bled wildly. How could he not understand that Su Chen was trying to blackmail him? 100 million. Although he is the young master of Xinchen Group, a billion-dollar group, he has not yet begun to take power. 100 million is his current total wealth. But if he doesn't give it to him, Su Chen can easily kill him with his power. Within 3 days, I will prepare 100 million for President Su. Finally, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and said. The expression is as painful as it can be. One day. Su Chen said. Jiang Hao was anxious, one day? President Su. One day. Su Chen didn't give Jiang Hao a chance to finish his words. Jiang Hao lowered his head and said helplessly, "Boss Su, don't worry, I will prepare everything for you within one day." Although Jiang Hao was a playboy, he knew that at this moment, he was at the mercy of others and had no right to negotiate. After saying that, Jiang Hao immediately took action. "Sell your houses, cars and luxury goods at crazy low prices. Boss Su, I am willing to give out 200 million to support Boss Su." Suddenly, Wei Shang said from the side. No one found Wei Shang's words strange. Everyone understood that Wei Shang was spending 200 million to settle his feud with Su Chen. As long as Su Chen is willing to let Wei Shang go. With Wei Shang's current network of contacts, it is estimated that he will be able to earn back the 200 million yuan in less than 3 to 5 years. This is definitely a good deal for Wei Shang. Unfortunately, Su Chen still ignored Wei Shang. He looked at Shui Tao and said, "Kick out these people who are not club employees and non-members." "Yes." Shui Tao answered in a sonorous voice, then looked at Wei Shang and the others and said, "Mr. Wei, please." Wei Shang's eyes twitched, and he stared at Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, please forgive others when you can. Don't go too far. You are rich and powerful, but Mr. Zhang from Hong Kong Island behind me is not someone you can easily mess with. Isn't it good for everyone to make money in harmony? Roll." Su Chen had only one word to say in response to this. "You." Seeing that Su Chen didn't give him any face at all, Wei Shang's eyes darkened. "Brother Su told you to get out, so you should get out immediately. Why did you bring Zhang Shirong out? If Zhang Shirong dares to go against Mr. Su, our Shanghai Chamber of Commerce can guarantee that Zhang Shirong will never be able to do business in the mainland in his lifetime." Rong Mao smiled coldly at Wei Shang. Rong Mao's statement made Wei Shang's face pale again, and he completely realized the seriousness of the matter. Not surprisingly, Zhang Shirong would choose to abandon him without hesitation after learning about this. The rest of his life was over. The thought of deep regret came to Wei Shang's mind. If he had not chosen to go against Su Chen, then he will have a more powerful backer than Zhang Shirong, and his career will be able to go further. Unfortunately, it's too late. There is a price to pay for being arrogant. Go! Shui Tao didn't have enough time to give Wei Shang time to regret, so she scolded him mercilessly. Wei Shang let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, and left the club amid Shui Tao's scolding. "Jessen, Shui Tao, I will transform Qianlong Club into a nursing home and accommodate the elderly free of charge. You will be responsible for recruiting a group of doctors and nurses to take care of the daily lives of these elderly people and ensure their health." After Wei Shang and others left, Su Chen called 9 senior executives including Lu Jessen to his front. What? The 9 senior executives were all shocked. Just now, when they heard Su Chen tell Jiang Hao that he wanted to convert Qianlong Club into a nursing home, they thought that Su Chen said that on purpose in order to blackmail Jiang Hao. I didn't expect it to be true. And they take in the elderly free of charge. This is a completely losing business. Shui Tao can guarantee that if Su Chen really did this, the club's annual losses would be at least over 1 billion. This is completely an act of harming oneself to benefit others. You heard it right. We will convert the club into a nursing home and take in the elderly free of charge. Of course, as managers of the club, your salary and benefits will not be reduced. As long as you work hard, I, Su Chen, can guarantee that you will earn 1/3 more every year than you do now. Su Chen said again. But if that's the case, then your annual loss, Mr. Su, is at least over 1 billion yuan. Shui Tao couldn't help but say. 1 billion? Su Chen muttered something. Shui Tao and others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the huge loss would discourage Su Chen from doing this. However, Su Chen's next sentence left Shui Tao and others completely speechless. 1 billion? That's not much. Su Chen said calmly. Even without the system, his current 520 billion in cash would allow the club to operate for more than 500 years. In 500 years, the Monkey King would be released from prison. The corners of the 9 senior executives' mouths twitched wildly. What else can they say except arrogance? The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Brother Su is worthy of the word chivalrous. Rong Mao was moved when he heard Su Chen's words. 10 billion donated. A house that cost 80,000 or 90,000 yuan per square meter was sold for 20,000. Now they are willing to bear an annual expenditure of 1 billion yuan to provide a place for the elderly to live. Even an old hand like Rong Mao is full of respect for Su Chen. The word charity is easy to say. But there are few people who are really willing to follow it. Rich people like them do charity mostly for the sake of gaining a good reputation. Su Chen is only in his 20s and is one of the richest men in the country. Does he need to seek a good reputation? There is absolutely no need for that. But Su Chen did just that, and he spared no effort and regardless of the loss. To be honest, Rong Mao was moved. Rong Mao said, "Brother Su, my Qianlian group is willing to provide you with 200 million every year." Su Chen glanced at Rong Mao and said without hesitation, "That's great." It was decided that Qianlong Club would be converted into a nursing home. Stare. The host cares for the elderly and lets the light of righteousness shine on the earth. I will reward the host with 100% of the shares of Zhenghai Peninsula Hotel. The system's voice sounded. Zhenghai Peninsula Hotel? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. This is the most famous hotel in Zhenghai. It is also the hotel with the greatest ability to make money among China overseas. It is said that the Peninsula Hotel's annual net profit is over 2 billion yuan, far exceeding a large number of domestic listed companies. That's great, I don't have to spend money on meals anymore. Su Chen had only this one thought. At noon, Su Chen had a meal with Rong Mao to thank him for his generous donation. Then he held a short meeting with 9 senior executives of Lu Jussen's club. After leaving Qianlong Club, Lu Jussen stopped him and said, "Mr. Su Chen, Zhongyu is organizing a reunion for junior high school classmates tomorrow. Do you want to go with us?" Su Chen thought about it and realized that he had not seen many of his junior high school classmates, so he agreed to go. After returning to Riverside Garden, Su Chen skillfully opened the game, and become the king. It was another pleasant afternoon of gaining points. When it was almost time for Qiao Yi to get off work, Su Chen reluctantly quit the game and drove his Passat to the store to pick up Qiao Yi after get off work. "Cousin, the store manager is going to hold a meeting for us later, so he will be off work a little later." When Su Chen arrived at the place, Qiao Yi sent him a message. "Receive." Su Chen sent a message to Qiao Yi, then leaned back in his seat and took a rest. Half an hour later, a young figure appeared in front of Su Chen. He was a young man of about 23 or 24 years old, sitting on the roadside steps, pulling his hair hard, with a painful expression and a clear fingerprint on his face. Chapter 91 Blind Date. It's Zhang Bing. Su Chen recognized the young man's identity. His college classmate. But the two people are not very familiar with each other. Zhang Bing is a typical invisible person in the class. The first time Su Chen remembered his name was when the class organized a fundraising event for an alumnus with leukemia in the school. In that fundraising, Su Chen donated 800 yuan. He is the student who donated the second most in the class. Zhang Bing is first. Donated 1,138 yuan. It was this incident that made Su Chen remember Zhang Bing. After the fundraising was over, he asked Zhang Bing why he donated so much. Zhang Bing told him that he was just doing what he could. Later, Su Chen saw Zhang Bing eating steamed buns in the cafeteria many times. Su Chen understood that Zhang Bing was doing his best to help others. Zhang Bing. Su Chen got out of the car, sat next to Zhang Bing and shouted. Zhang Bing then noticed Su Chen's presence. He turned his head to look and asked in surprise, "Su Chen? Is it you?" After saying that, he quickly rubbed his face to make his expression look happier. In trouble? Su Chen looked at the vehicles coming and going on the road. Zhang Bing suddenly burst into tears. Tears welled up in Zhang Bing's eyes. Su Chen didn't say anything and just sat quietly beside him. Adults often collapse in an instant. After crying for a while, Zhang Bing wiped the tears from his face, put on a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Su Chen, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Tisk, you're talking like someone who has never broken down. When I cried, I was more arrogant and louder than you." Su Chen punched Zhang Bing and handed him a tissue. Zhang Bing took the tissue and wiped the tears from his face. He couldn't help but grin when he touched the fingerprints. Fuck this fucking life. Wiping away his tears, Zhang Bing shouted. Do you mind telling me about it? Su Chen looked at him. Zhang Bing took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it skillfully. Su Chen remembered that Zhang Bing didn't smoke before. Zhang Bing said slowly, I have been working in a financial company since graduation. Although the work is tiring and my boss is an idiot, I have been doing this job for the sake of the salary. Tonight, our company organized a party. After all, parties are nothing more than drinking, and drinking. But I have had a cold these days and took cefuroxime, so I can't drink alcohol. Before the party, I told my supervisor that I couldn't drink tonight, and he said it was okay. My supervisor said it was fine, so I felt relieved. During the party, another supervisor from the company came to toast me, but I said I couldn't drink because I had taken cefuroxime. But that stupid manager said that taking cefuroxime was nothing big and that not taking it was giving him no face. Everyone knows that you can't drink alcohol after taking ceftriaxone, so I had to refuse again and asked our supervisor for help. Our supervisor ignored me, and the supervisor who toasted me slapped me in the face, saying, "Who am I to dare to refuse his face?" To be honest, when I saw that stupid manager's look, I wanted to punch him, but for the sake of my job, I had no choice but to endure it. And after getting slapped, I had to apologize to him politely and explain again that I had taken cefuroxime and couldn't drink. As a result, the stupid manager slapped me again and left. I thought the matter was over, but my other colleagues asked me to go and toast to the supervisor to apologize. When they saw that I was unwilling, they prepared to force me to go. I realized something was wrong, so I left the hotel on the pretext of going to the restroom, and that's when I ran into you. Su-chan, tell me, I'm a person who never drinks or smokes. After 1 year of graduation, I smoke, drink, accept scolding, and endure beatings. Why am I still like this? Is it fucking wrong for me not to smoke or drink? I just can't fucking drink, that's all. Did I hurt anyone? No, why would they do this to me? Is all this really my fault? As Zhang Bing spoke, tears rolled down his face again. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. On the side of the road, 2 men sat on the stairs, silent. Zhang Bing, if you believe in me, follow me to seek justice for you. After a while, Su-chen saw that Zhang Bing's emotions had stabilized and spoke calmly. Although Su-chen appeared calm on the surface, he was actually furious. Just because he couldn't drink, he slapped Zhang Bing. This leader is so arrogant. At the same time, he was also wondering, if he didn't have a system, would he be like Zhang Bing and be bullied by others? The answer is yes. Zhang Bing's eyes moved slightly. From the previous university class group, Zhang Bing knew that Su-chen was doing quite well at the moment, and even the rich second-generation Zhang Yang didn't dare to mess with him. However, the company he currently worked for, Galaxy Finance, was not simple either, with a market value of nearly 200 million. Zhang Bing was worried that Su-chen's identity might not be enough to intimidate Galaxy Finance. At that time, it will bring trouble to Su-chen. Come on, I have to help you vent your anger today. Su-chen saw Zhang Bing's hesitation and stood up from the stone steps, staring at Zhang Bing with sharp eyes. Zhang Bing gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I was born by my mother and raised by my father. Why should I be bullied by them like this? I don't want this job anymore." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Bing thought of the humiliation he suffered at the party and stood up suddenly. The venue for Galaxy Finance's party tonight is in a hotel called Grand Hyatt, not far from the 2 of them. Soon, the 2 of them arrived outside the private room where the party was held. Drink it all. No one will be able to go back sober tonight. Drink, Shaoli, if you don't drink, you're not giving Brother Ja face. Hey, that's right, refreshing. There were constant sounds coming from the private room. Swish. Su-chen pushed open the door of the private room. Damn it, waiter, didn't I tell you? Don't come in without our order. Oh, it turns out to be you, little bastard Zhang Bing. A middle-aged fat man with a red, greasy face looked towards the door, first furious, then a hint of sneer appeared on his face. Bang! Before Zhang Bing could say anything, Su-chen walked up to him, raised his hand and slapped him in the face, making the fat man dizzy. As soon as this move was made, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone who was drunk stared at Su-chen with wide eyes, and the private room suddenly became quiet. Even Zhang Bing was shocked by Su-chen's actions. This is too direct. Who the hell are you? You dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I will fucking kill you. After being slapped, the middle-aged fat man sobered up a lot and looked at Su-chen angrily. Who is the biggest here? Su-chen looked around and said lightly. It's me. My name is Fong Ming, and I'm their manager. What do you mean, my friend? A thin middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke and looked at Su-chen with a wary look. Nothing. I heard that there is a manager named Xingzhe in your company who likes to drink a lot. I came here to make him drink enough. Su-chen said with a cold expression. Xingzhe is the supervisor who slapped Zhang Bing. I am Xingzhe. The fat man who was beaten first said loudly, and then his eyes fell on Zhang Bing and said, "Zhang Bing, you little bastard, how dare you find someone to retaliate against me? Do you still want to work in Galaxy Finance?" Zhang Bing first looked at the supervisor in charge of them, and found that the supervisor did not express any opinion. Chapter 92 Male Best Friend? Zhang Bing has given up hope. He took out his work badge and threw it on the ground, saying, "I just quit. I've had enough of you hypocritical idiots." The other employees were extremely surprised by Zhang Bing's action. Is this still the same honest and hard-working Zhang Bing? Several employees had envious looks in their eyes. In fact, they have long been fed up with the company's management system. "I think about quitting all the time. I always want to scold my leader. But they don't have the courage of Zhang Bing. You're a piece of trash. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Do you still want to scare me? And you haven't finished slapping me yet. I'm going to take my revenge now." Shengzhe was dismissive of this. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. Zhang Bing was frightened by Shengzhe's behavior. If the police really came, Su Chen would definitely suffer a great loss. After all, it was Su Chen who started the fight first. Su Chen calmly took something out of his pocket and threw it in front of Fang Ming. Fang Ming looked at the thing Su Chen threw over, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Rolls-Royce car keys. Don't call the police yet." Fang Ming quickly stopped Shengzhe. Shengzhe looked over in confusion and saw the Rolls-Royce car keys thrown by Su Chen. His expression suddenly changed. Don't be fooled by Shengzhe's arrogance at this moment. In fact, he is just a white-collar worker who earns 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. How much worse than someone who can afford a Rolls-Royce? If such a person went against him, Shengzhe might have to pack up his things in Shanghai and return to his hometown. But Shengzhe was still unwilling to give up. He said to Zhang Bing, "You little bastard, you asked someone to make a fake car key and you want to scare me? Dream on." At this time, Zhang Bing's heart was not at peace either. He knew that Su Chen was doing well, but he didn't expect that he could even drive a Rolls-Royce. Fake key? Ha! Facing Shengzhe's doubt, Su Chen smiled, then took off the watch on his hand, threw it in front of Fang Ming, and said, "Check it out. There is only one such piece in the whole of China. You can verify its authenticity by checking it out. What is so great about a watch?" Shengzhe shouted. But even though he said this, he began to panic. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. A watch often says more about a person than a car. He craned his neck to look at Fang Ming's phone, which he was checking. Patek Philippe Ref 1518. Price, $16 million. Shengzhe's expression suddenly froze. This watch is actually worth more than 100 million Chinese yuan. How much is the person wearing this watch worth? 1 billion? 10 billion? 100 billion? Shengzhe didn't dare to think about it at all. When he looked at Su Chen again, his eyes were full of fear. Fang Ming was completely dumbfounded. Even though he is a manager of Galaxy Finance, he seems to be quite powerful. But compared to these billionaires, or even super rich people who may be tens of billions of dollars, he is not much different from an ant. Coo! Fang Ming swallowed and broke out in a cold sweat. "Sir, I'm sorry for offending you just now." Fang Ming quickly stood up from his seat, then returned the watch to Su Chen and said carefully. Su Chen ignored Fang Ming and came to the dining table. He picked up a bottle of white wine and filled a glass. Then he looked at Shengzhe. "Drink!" Su Chen uttered a word indifferently. Shengzhe tremblingly picked up the wine glass containing 2 taels of white wine and drank it all in one gulp. As soon as he finished drinking, Su Chen poured him another full glass. Shengzhe's eyes flickered and he drank it all again. "Drink!" Su Chen filled another glass. Didn't Shengzhe ask someone to drink with him? Su Chen let him drink as much as he wanted at once. Su Chen is not a saint and cannot repay evil with kindness. All he could do was give him a taste of his own medicine. "Drink!" Shengzhe looked at the 2 taels of white wine in the glass and his stomach churned. He usually drinks about 1 pound of liquor. He had already drunk quite a lot during the party just now, and he really couldn't bear to continue drinking like this. But the wine was poured for him by Su Chen. Does he dare not drink? Dare not. At this moment, he suddenly realized that when he asked others to drink, did others feel the same as he did now? Don't drink? That means you are not giving me face. Su Chen's cold voice interrupted Shang's thoughts. Shang's whole body trembled, he gritted his teeth, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Drink. Su Chen had no intention of stopping. I can't drink, brother, please let me go. Shangja was shaking all over and begging for mercy. Bang! Su Chen slapped Shangja unceremoniously and said, if you don't drink, you are not giving me face. Shangja was beaten so hard that blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction or resentment towards Su Chen. Instead, he smiled and said, I'll drink it right away. After saying that, he took a deep breath and drank the liquor in the glass. After drinking this glass of wine, Shangja felt his internal organs churning and his expression was extremely painful. The employees of Galaxy Finance looked at this scene without much sympathy, but instead felt particularly pleased. Because that's how Shangja treats them. Taking advantage of their positions and work threats, they are forced to pick up their glasses and drink again and again until they are drunk, vomit, or even have stomach bleeding. Coo. Su Chen poured 10 cups in one breath and finished 2 large bottles of white wine. He looked at Fang Ming, Shangja, and Zhang Bing's supervisor and said, don't you like to use your power to overwhelm others? I'm here to learn from you today. I can tell you clearly that if you don't drink enough to make Zhang Bing and I feel better tonight, I will buy out the entire Galaxy Finance tomorrow and kick you out of the company. You can do it yourself. After saying that, Su Chen pulled over a stool and sat down. Fang Ming and others had no doubt about Su Chen's words. Or rather, dare not doubt. Because they didn't dare to go against Su Chen at all. Coo. Fang Ming started to act and quickly finished a glass of white wine. Cough. Because he drank too quickly, Fang Ming coughed repeatedly and his whole face turned red. The manager started drinking, so Zhang Bing's supervisor didn't dare to just stand there and picked up a glass and started drinking as well. Shangja felt very upset in his stomach, but he had no choice but to continue drinking. Coo. 10 glasses of white wine were drunk. Fang Ming could no longer stand, and his face turned terribly red. Whoa. The violent churning in his stomach finally made Shangja vomit, leaving a mess on the ground. Zhang Bing's supervisor was not much better. He covered his mouth and his throat moved. Coo. Su Chen stood up and filled 10 cups again, saying coldly, continue. Fang Ming and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Especially Shangja, who was about to cry, said, brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I really can't drink anymore. If I drink anymore, someone will die. Bang! Su Chen slapped Shangja in the face again and said, you forced Zhang Bing to drink alcohol even after he took cefuroxime. Now it's your turn? Are you just being so disrespectful to me? Bang! Suddenly, Shangja knelt down in front of Su Chen and begged, brother, I really know I was wrong. I will never do this again. If I force my employees to drink again, I am not a human being. Su Chen looked at a middle-aged man in his 40s kneeling in front of him, crying, and frowned. He turned to look at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing's anger had almost subsided. He said to Su Chen, why don't we just forget it? Su Chen nodded and said, if it weren't for Zhang Bing pleading for you, I would never let you go so easily. Chapter 93 Qianlong Club. Thank you, Brother Bing. Thank you, Brother Bing. Shangja thanked Zhang Bing repeatedly. Snort. Zhang Bing didn't give Shangji a good look. Don't think you are superior just because you are a small leader. If you dare to be arrogant to your subordinates, there will be bigger leaders who will be arrogant to you. So be careful. Su Chen stood up, said something, and left the private room with Zhang Bing. As soon as Su Chen left, the 3 managers of Galaxy Finance vomited like crazy. After finally vomiting, the 3 of them smelled alcohol in the room and couldn't help vomiting again until they had vomited out everything in their stomachs. I'm never going to drink again in my fucking life. Shangja said with a distorted expression. Fang Ming and Zhang Bing's supervisor nodded in empathy. Seeing this, other employees of Galaxy Finance were extremely happy, especially some female employees. They could finally say goodbye to drinking at parties. Su Chen, thank you. Outside the hotel, the 2 people were enjoying the breeze, and Zhang Bing looked at Su Chen with gratitude. You're welcome. Su Chen waved his hand and said, I have a charitable nursing home that is not small in scale. I am currently short of a financial director. Are you willing to help me with this? Zhang Bing felt warmed at heart when he heard this and said, no problem, I will definitely not let you down. By the way, what is the name of this charitable nursing home you are talking about? Zhang Bing seemed particularly curious about Su Chen's current identity. It's now called Qianlong Club. I plan to change it into a charity nursing home. Let's call it Changqing Nursing Home. Su Chen thought for a while and said, Qianlong Club? Are you the boss of Qianlong Club? Zhang Bing's eyes widened when he heard this. He once heard the big boss of Galaxy Finance mention Qianlong Club. I have a simple understanding of Qianlong Club. Qianlong Club is known as the largest club in Zhonghai and cost 18 billion yuan to build. Those who can enter Qianlong Club are all wealthy or famous people, and they are all celebrities and dignitaries from the upper class. In other words, if a person enters the Qianlong Club, it means that he has successfully entered the upper class. The big boss of Galaxy Finance once said that entering the Qianlong Club was his lifelong dream. Because of this, Zhang Bing also developed a keen interest in Qianlong Club. What he never expected was that his former college classmate was the owner of Qianlong Club. It has only been a short time since I became one. Su Chen smiled slightly. Wait a minute, you just said that you want to transform the Qianlong Club into a charitable nursing home. Doesn't that mean you are going to operate it at a loss? Zhang Bing savored Su Chen's words and was shocked again. It will indeed be a loss. A senior executive of the club told me that if I transform the club into a charitable nursing home, I will lose about 1 billion yuan every year. Su Chen said calmly. Zhang Bing was dumbfounded and said subconsciously, Su Chen, don't you feel bad about losing 1 billion? Su Chen touched his chin and said, to be honest, I rarely touch money. I am not interested in money. Because the happiest time was when I was making 7,000 yuan a month, and that was when I was working at Tianyu. At that time, I saved money every month because I knew that if I could hold on for a few more months, I could buy a good phone and a good computer, but now I don't have the need for that. So, money is just a number to me, I might as well use it to do more good things. When Zhang Bing heard what Su Chen said, he felt like punching someone. Su Chen chatted with Zhang Bing for a while. I told Zhang Bing the contact information of Lu Jiasen, the general manager of Qianlong Club, and told him to go find her directly. At the same time, he also communicated with Lu Jiasen. Su Chen, I'm grateful for your kindness. All I can do is not let you down and live up to the position you gave me. Zhang Bing was extremely touched. Considering the size of Qianlong Club, the annual salary of the financial director should be at least millions. Without Su Chen, he probably wouldn't be able to get an annual salary of 1 million in his life. Do a good job. The most important thing is to make the elderly who enter Qianlong Club, also known as Changqing Nursing Home, live a more comfortable life. Su Chen patted Zhang Bing on the shoulder. No problem. Zhang Bing solemnly promised. Beep. Xiao Yi sent a message to Su Chen, saying that the meeting was over. I have to pick up my cousin. See you later. Su Chen said goodbye to Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing watched Su Chen get into the Passat, his eyes full of admiration. The car turned a corner and Su Chen saw Xiao Yi. What? Did something unhappy happen? After Xiao Yi got in the car, Su Chen noticed that Xiao Yi was in a bad mood and looked depressed. One thing, about work. Xiao Yi let out a long breath, with a bit of fatigue on her face. Well, if you feel that working at Vignes is not suitable for you, your cousin has acquired several industries and you can go to work at his company. Su Chen asked with concern. Xiao Yi smiled and said, thank you, cousin, but it's not necessary. I know that even if I do nothing, my cousin will take good care of me, but I want to try it myself first. Okay, but if someone bullies you, you must tell your cousin. Su Chen finished speaking and started the car. He didn't notice that a hint of hesitation flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes after she heard his words. After arriving home, Xiao Yi did not turn on the live broadcast as usual, but packed up early and went to bed. Su Chen noticed this anomaly, touched his chin, and thought to himself, don't let anyone bully you, otherwise I will never let you go. The next day, Sunday. Su Chen got up very early today because he promised Xinyao that he would go to Xinyao's Baji Martial Arts School to teach every weekend. Zhonghai Global Plaza, Baji Martial Arts School. Brother Chen, you are here. Xinyao, who was organizing equipment, immediately put down what she was holding when she saw Su Chen appear. She jumped in front of Su Chen with an excited look on her face. Ah, I promised you before. Su Chen glanced at Xinyao and smiled slightly. He discovered that Xinyao was wearing makeup today, which made her heroic and sarcastic face look more charming and radiant. When Xinyao noticed Su Chen's gaze lingering on her face, she felt a little happy in her heart. It seemed that her makeup today was not in vain. However, Su Chen's gaze quickly moved away from her face and looked at the martial arts facilities. Shen Yao's heart suddenly darkened. Boss Su, you're finally here. Yao Yao has been looking forward to the weekend so that she can see you. Shen Yao's cousin, Shen Lai, also noticed Su Chen's presence and said excitedly. Brother, what are you talking about? Shen Yao pouted and glared at Shen Lai fiercely. After glaring at Shen Lai, Shen Yao looked at Su Chen again, wanting to know Su Chen's reaction. Ha ha. Su Chen gave an awkward but polite smile, scanned the facilities in the martial arts gym again, and said, well, the equipment and facilities inside are pretty good. Shen Yao's expression darkened. Her feelings for Su Chen were actually quite obvious. In fact, Su Chen didn't really understand nothing. He could see that girls like Shuya, Su Yan, and Shen Yao all had some affection for him, but he only had friendship with them. Therefore, Su Chen deliberately pretended to understand nothing and tactfully told these girls his attitude. The day's teaching ended quickly. Shen Yao and Shen Lai, who both had a good foundation in Baji, felt that they benefited a lot and learned a lot from Su Chen. When those students with a shallow foundation saw Su Chen's demonstration of Baji, they only had one sentence in their minds, damn handsome. Chapter 94 Old Classmates. Especially those dozens of female students in their 20s and 30s, whose eyes were twinkling with little stars all day long. Coach, let's have dinner together tonight. Little brother, I still don't know a few basic moves. Can you teach me in the evening? When Su Chen said the class was over, the female students immediately gathered around him and spoke with anticipation on their faces. When Su Chen heard these words, he was overwhelmed and ran out of Baji martial arts school. Why? The female students paused, their faces filled with regret. Shen Yao looked at Su Chen's leaving back with a complicated expression. Shen Lai came to her side and said earnestly, just treat brother Su as a friend. Don't think too much and find other suitable boys around you. Shen Lai could see that his cousin was in love with Su Chen, but Su Chen did not have any romantic feelings for his cousin. If Shen Yao continued like this, she would be the only one who would suffer. Shen Yao was silent. Once you have seen the ocean, all other waters are but puddles. Once you have seen Mount Wushan, all other clouds are but mounds. For those who have experienced the vastness and depth of the ocean, no other water will attract them. Except for the magnificent clouds of Wushan Mountain, all other clouds pale in comparison. After meeting a man like Su Chen, how could she look down on anyone else? After leaving China Overseas Global Plaza, Su Chen received a message from Lu Jiasen. Mr. Su, Zhongyu has decided on the venue for the party at the Peninsula Hotel. The party will start at 7 p.m. About 20 junior high school classmates will come. More than 20 junior high school classmates. Su Chen replied with a received and became somewhat expectant. Su Chen also has some affection for these classmates who he had studied with for 3 years. And because the venue of the party happened to be the Peninsula Hotel, his property, Su Chen decided to go and take a look first. He sent a message to Zhang Dong, the head of the Peninsula Hotel. He said he wanted to visit the Peninsula Hotel. Hurry up, quicken yourselves and get ready to greet our new boss. On the other hand, after receiving the news, Zhang Dong took immediate action and summoned all the employees of the Peninsula Hotel. Not long after, 300 employees of the Peninsula Hotel were ready for reception at the hotel entrance. Fortunately, it is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon and there are not many customers, otherwise they would be shocked to see such a scene. A handsome and extraordinary young man walks slowly to the door of the hotel. So handsome. The female waitress at the Peninsula Hotel couldn't help but look at him. Welcome, boss. At this moment, Zhang Dong, the head of the Peninsula Hotel, suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized that this person was the new owner of the Peninsula Hotel. They all bowed and said respectfully, welcome, boss. The first impression that the Peninsula Hotel gave Su Chen was that it was luxurious and grand. He looked at the 300 people in front of him and said quickly, no need to be so polite. Zhang Dong was the first to look up, with a flattering smile on his face, and said, boss, I've finally got you here. Zhang Dong had already learned about Su Chen's identity from a wealthy man who had attended the Hentang Manor meeting. Knowing that this young man in his early 20s is already richer than both Ma and Dama. Following such a great person, your future is boundless. Let them do their respective duties. You can accompany me around the hotel. Su Chen said to Zhang Dong. Afterwards, Su Chen got a basic understanding of the Peninsula Hotel from Zhang Dong. The Peninsula Hotel officially opened in 2009 and is located on the iconic Bund in China, becoming a beacon in the luxury hotel industry. It has various guest rooms and suites, in addition to Michelin restaurant, cafe, bar, and so on. Of course, as a benchmark for domestic 5-star hotels, the Peninsula Hotel is not cheap. The most common guest rooms cost more than 3,000 yuan. A meal costs at least tens of thousands of yuan. After learning about it, Suchen said to Zhang Dong, "One of my junior high school classmates will hold a junior high school reunion here tonight. I will be there at that time. I don't want them to know my identity." Clear. Zhang Dong said seriously. The reason why Suchen didn't want these junior high school classmates to know his identity was very simple. He was afraid that these classmates would feel distant from him because of this. Imagine that one day one of your classmates becomes the richest man in a country. Can you still treat him with the same attitude as you did in school? The answer is no. Suchen didn't want to spoil the class reunion because of this. He also told Lu Jiasen the same instructions. Suchen found a tea house near the hotel and played 2 games. Then, looking at the messages in the WeChat group established for this party, he realized that most people were almost there. He packed up briefly and walked towards the hotel. There were quite a few people standing at the entrance of the hotel. Some are dressed in suits, some are simple, some are full of ambition, and some are secretly worried. Suchen looked at the group of people and recognized that they were his junior high school classmates who came to attend today's party. It's all changed a bit. Suchen's eyes swept over them and he thought to himself, "Could this be Suchen? Damn, he's getting more and more handsome." Someone looked at Suchen and was immediately surprised. Yes, it is Guanadine Suchen. These people spoke to Suchen with some excitement. Zhang Wei, Lu Shubua, Lu Xiaoqiao, Chen Jia. After all, they haven't seen each other for so many years. Suchen seemed a little excited, walked over and read out their names. "Fuck, it's really you. You are getting more and more handsome now. If there is any rich woman who contacted you, introduce one to me." The tall and handsome Lu Xiaoqiao was joking. "Do you need Suchen to introduce you to something? Just go around the bar and pick up 3 or 5 rich ladies." "You must have been drinking a lot of Shinbao recently," said Zhang Wei, who was dressed neatly. "Hee, what nonsense are you talking about? I, Lu Xiaoqiao, am known as a gentleman." Lu Xiaoqiao said with eyes wide open. "Ha, who told me that 1 bottle of Shinbao can refresh your mind, 2 bottles can keep you from getting tired, and 3 bottles can make you immortal? Drinking Shinbao is good, and it will be great for conquering the battlefield." Zhang Wei continued to sabotage. This made several female classmates laugh out loud. Lu Xiaoqiao was not annoyed and started laughing too. Suchen looked at this scene and felt a little warm in his heart. They said they hadn't changed, but it seems like they have changed. Although they have changed, it seems that they still have the same personalities as their junior high school classmates. "It's almost 7 o'clock, why hasn't Zhongyu arrived yet?" At this time, a classmate said. "I guess it will be soon. I heard that Zhongyu is doing well now. He joined Wanrong Group and has become a manager with an annual salary of 2 to 3 million. Zhang Wei continued, with a hint of envy in his eyes. "So how are you guys doing now?" "Suchen, you speak first?" A girl wearing eyeshadow spoke up. "Me." Under the gaze of everyone, Suchen pointed at himself and said, "It's enough for me to live on for now." "Zhang Wei, you are a lawyer now, so your salary should be pretty good." The eyeshadow girl looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly and said, "What's good about it? It's just to make a living." Everyone just smiled kindly at Suchen and Zhang Wei's answers. "What about you, Xiaoqiao? I heard that you were working on some scientific research project some time ago. It must be very good." The eyeshadow girl said to Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaoqiao's expression suddenly became awkward. Chen Jia said beside him, "What kind of scientific research project is this?" "It's actually just donating crystals, 5,000 each time." Phew. Everyone smiled. Suchen saw that Lu Xiaoqiao's expression was not right, and said, "I don't have Xiaoqiao's conditions, otherwise I would also do this research project." Chapter 95 Rules of the Qianlong Club. Yes. I only went there once, but the results showed that the quality was not up to standard, so I was not allowed to participate. Zhang Wei followed up. Chen Jia then realized that he had said the wrong thing and looked at Lu Xiaoqiao with an apologetic look on his face. "What's so funny?" Just then, a Porsche 911 stopped in front of everyone. The car window slid down, and a young face appeared in front of everyone. "Zhongyu." Zhongyu walked out of the car, wearing a neat suit, a Rolex on his wrist, big leather shoes on his feet, and his hair was slicked back. Brother Zhong is here. It seems that Brother Zhong has really made a fortune. He even drives a Porsche 911, which is $1 million luxury car. Seeing Zhongyu appear, several junior high school classmates couldn't wait to greet him with flattering looks on their faces. Only Su Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao, and a few others stood there, smiling at Zhongyu to express their welcome. Zhongyu came over. He knew about Lu Xiaoxiao's research project from others and said, "Lu Xiaoxiao, I remember you were quite capable in junior high school. How come you are like this now? I am embarrassed to say that you were my junior high school classmate." Lu Xiaoxiao frowned. Zhongyu looked at Zhang Wei again and said, "Zhang Wei, I heard that you have never won a lawsuit. Is that true?" Zhang Wei smiled awkwardly. Zhongyu came to Su Chen again and saw the Passat car key hanging on Su Chen's waist. He said, "Su Chen, it seems that you are doing well. You can drive a Passat. But I have eliminated this kind of car a long time ago. Mercedes-Benz and Porsche are more powerful to drive." Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Zhongyu counted the number of people and found that there were still 2 people who had not arrived. One is Lu Jiasen, and the other is a rich second generation in their class. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Jiasen appeared. When Zhongyu saw Lu Jiasen, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Jiasen, you're finally here. What do you think of my new car?" Unfortunately, Lu Jiasen ignored Zhongyu and waved enthusiastically at Su Chen. She has a charming smile and beautiful eyes. Zhongyu's eyes changed when he looked at Su Chen. It wasn't just Zhongyu's eyes that kept flickering. Even other students were surprised by Lu Jiasen's behavior. In their impression, the relationship between Lu Jiasen and Su Chen didn't seem to be that close. "Here I come." Su Chen nodded at Lu Jiasen. After Lu Jiasen greeted other classmates, she immediately returned to Su Chen's side and was quiet. When Zhongyu saw this, a gloomy look flashed across his eyes. He looked at his Rolex watch and said, "It's 2 minutes to 7. Why hasn't Chi Chao come yet?" Su Chen was impressed by the name Chi Chao. Because when he was in junior high school, Chi Chao was a well-known rich second generation in the whole school. At that time, when they were still wearing clothes that cost dozens of yuan each, Chi Chao was already wearing clothes that cost thousands of yuan each. I still miss Mr. Chi a lot. At that time, whenever there was an activity in the class that required money, Mr. Chi would pay for it all by himself. There was a look of reminiscence on Lu Xiaoxiao's face. He. At this time, Zhongyu laughed disdainfully and said, "Chi Chao's family has gone bankrupt. There is no need for you to curry favor with him." Su Chen found this a bit harsh. If he remembered correctly, when they were in school, Zhongyu was the one who fawned over Chi Chao the most and was considered Chi Chao's #1 fanboy. Chi Chao had indeed given Zhongyu many benefits, so to say this now was too ungrateful. A hint of anger flashed across Lu Xiaoxiao's face. He just said this and had no intention of currying favor with Chi Chao. Zhongyu's words undoubtedly made him a little unhappy. But thinking that Zhongyu was already a senior executive of Wanrong Group and was not someone he could afford to offend, Lu Xiaoxiao chose to remain silent. While everyone was discussing, a dark-skinned man who looked to be about 30 years old appeared in everyone's sight on a shared bicycle. "Is this Chi Chao?" Someone murmured. "It's really Chi Chao. How come he has become like this now?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, with expressions of surprise on their faces. There was a hint of pride on Zhongyu's face. Sorry, I'm almost 10 seconds late." The man on the shared bike was indeed Chi Chao. He was dressed simply and his face looked old and grieved. "Chi Chao, long time no see." Su Chen took the initiative to go up and say hello. Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Jiasen and others followed and smiled at Chi Chao. Zhongyu and most of his junior high school classmates remained where they were. It looked like he didn't take Chi Chao seriously. Su Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhang Wei, long time no see. I'm so happy to see you today." Chi Chao had a sincere smile on his face. Master Chi is worthy of being the protagonist of the finale. He will never show up until the last moment. Zhongyu said something in a sarcastic tone. Chi Chao's expression darkened, and he said, "Zhongyu, my family has been bankrupt for a long time, just call me by my name." "Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Zhongyu said with an exaggerated look. Chi Chao didn't say much. As we entered the hotel lobby, we were immediately greeted by a group of service staff. The leader was a man in his early 30s, dressed in a suit, who looked particularly smart. The man in the suit first looked at Su-chun with respect, but said nothing. Because he had already received information from Zhang Dong, he could not reveal Su-chen's true identity. So he showed his respect for Su-chen to Zhongyu. Manager Zhong, thank you for taking care of our Peninsula Hotel's business again. The private room you reserved is over here. Please follow me. Zhongyu was a little dazed by the enthusiasm of the man in the suit. He had come to the Peninsula Hotel for dinner several times, and he was lucky to have a waiter to serve him before. And now a person at the hotel manager level has been dispatched. Manager Zhang, you're too polite. Zhongyu responded enthusiastically. Then, Manager Zhang took the group of 22 people to a luxuriously decorated private room. Manager Zhong, if you need anything, just let me know and I'll be there right away. When leaving the room, Manager Zhang spoke to Zhongyu enthusiastically. Fuck, Brother Zhong didn't expect you to be so impressive. Even the director of the Peninsula Hotel is so polite to you. That's right. If people like us come to the Peninsula Hotel for dinner, the hotel manager won't even look at us. Brother Zhong is the one who has the upper hand. A classmate said in a flattering manner. I am also an old customer here, so I definitely have some face. Zhongyu smiled proudly. Good evening, everyone. I'm Zhang Dong, the person in charge of the Peninsula Hotel. What would you like to eat? As soon as everyone sat down, Zhang Dong came in with Manager Zhang and several waiters, carrying a glass of red wine. The head of the Peninsula Hotel. As soon as they heard Zhang Dong's self-introduction, Su-chen's junior high school classmates immediately became excited. Zhongyu rushed up as if he had a rocket on his buttocks, and said to Zhang Dong with a flattering face, Mr. Zhang, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Zhang Dong looked at Zhongyu with a smile and said, Manager Zhong is young and promising. He became the manager of Wanrong Group in his early 20s. I came here to give you and your classmates a bottle of red wine. When Zhongyu heard this, his face turned red with excitement. The person in charge of the Peninsula Hotel actually knew him and gave them a bottle of red wine for free. Zhongyu was so happy. Appearance. It's so impressive. Mr. Zhang is so polite. Chapter 96, A Show of Power to Su-chen. Zhongyu held Zhang Dong's hand, extremely excited. Ha, everyone, eat and drink well tonight. Make sure you have a good time. Zhang Dong's gaze swept across this group of people, and finally fell on Su-chen, with a deep smile. It seemed like he was talking to Su-chen. See how I do? After Zhang Dong and others left the private room, the room became lively again. Brother Zhong is awesome. Brother Zhong is so amazing, he is a winner in life. Brother Zhong, I want to be your leg pendant. Some junior high school classmates began to flatter me. Several female classmates even began to lean towards Zhongyu with ambiguous movements. Su-chen looked at these and sighed. This class reunion has really taken a turn for the worse. It seems that I won't have to attend any more class reunions in the future. So as not to destroy the beauty of studying together. Ha ha ha. Zhongyu laughed triumphantly. He put his hand on the shoulder of a female classmate, and said with a frivolous expression, if you encounter any trouble in Shanghai in the future, tell me my name, Brother Zhong, and I promise to help you solve it. Thank you, Brother Zhong is so kind. Some students responded quickly. Only Su-chen, Shi Chao and others had no reaction. Zhongyu looked at Su-chen and the others, a sneer appeared on his face. This was clearly a lack of respect for him. He picked up a few feathers that decorated the dining table and put them in the upper pocket of his suit to make himself more eye-catching. Then, Zhongyu looked at Su-chen and said, Su-chen, I remember when we were in school, you liked writing poems very much. The Chinese teacher often read your essays as model essays and said that you were very talented in writing. Why don't you write a poem about today's scene? Let everyone see it? No problem. Su-chen didn't even think about it and said, my former classmates all wore chicken feather costumes. They were all classmates wearing chicken feather costumes. You. At first, Zhongyu didn't react. After he reacted, his face suddenly turned grim. Su-chen clearly meant that he was showing off in front of everyone. However, he did organize today's class reunion just to show off. Su-chen, how can you talk like that? Apologize to Brother Zhong right now. Some classmates immediately stood up to speak up for Zhongyu. Su-chen picked up the water on the table and took a sip, then ignored him. Su Chen, why are you still standing there? Apologize to Brother Zhong. To be frank, if it weren't for Brother Zhong today, I don't think you would have ever met a big shot like the head of the Peninsula Hotel in your life. Don't you know how to be grateful to Brother Zhong? The girl whose shoulders Zhong Yu put his arm around glared at Su Chen with extreme dissatisfaction. Okay. Shi Chao, Lu Xiaoxiao and others quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Lu Jiasin wanted to say something, but Su Chen stopped her with his eyes. I won't bother with you today. Zhong Yu glanced at Su Chen with a gloomy look. Su Chen shrugged and didn't take it seriously. Soon, the food and wine were served. A male classmate picked up his glass, stood up and said, I propose that we all toast to Brother Zhong. Okay. That's a good suggestion. Then someone responded. After all, it was a class reunion, so Su Chen also stood up. Dry. Zhong Yu said with a grin, a look of satisfaction on his face. After a glass of wine, the topic started to open up. As they chatted, Zhong Yu asked Shi Chao in a joking tone, Shi Chao, your family was so rich in the past, you must know a lot of rich projects, bring them to us brothers. Shi Chao smiled bitterly and said, I went to teach in a remote mountain village right after I graduated from university. There is no way to make money there. Teaching? When everyone heard this, they were slightly stunned. Are you sane? Going to teach in rural areas? How much money can you make from teaching in rural areas? Zhong Yu said with disdain. Shi Chao's face was filled with reminiscence, and he said, no money, no compensation. The main reason is that I feel so sorry for the children in the mountain villages who can't go to school. If they don't study, they will have to stay in that small mountain valley for the rest of their lives. I want to bring them out. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at Shi Chao with admiration. This former rich second generation has made him look at him with new eyes. It's free of charge. I think you are an idiot. You wasted your most valuable years on those little brats in the mountains. You deserve your family to go bankrupt. Even if I didn't go bankrupt before, you will make me bankrupt sooner or later. Zhong Yu said with a mocking look on his face. Zhong Yu, you are not allowed to say that about my students. Shi Chao looked at Zhong Yu angrily. Hey, you, a down-and-out rich second generation, dare to give Brother Zhong the cold shoulder? There's nothing wrong with what Brother Zhong said. Shi Chao, please be polite when speaking to Brother Zhong now. Before Zhong Yu could say anything, some of his junior high school classmates began to stand up and seek justice. You guys? Seeing this, Shi Chao sat back in his seat with a disappointed look on his face. Shi Chao, what you do is very meaningful. I admire you very much. Su Chen patted Shi Chao on the shoulder. Yes, to be honest, Shi Chao, I never expected you to be so dedicated. Lu Jiasin also said from the bottom of her heart. Su Chen, are you going to go against me today? Seeing this, Zhong Yu slammed the table and stood up, staring at Su Chen with displeasure. Is there anything wrong with Shi Chao sacrificing his own interests to teach in the mountain village? What qualifications do you have to sneer at him? Su Chen glanced at Zhong Yu indifferently. Humph, just because I work in Wanrong and my annual salary starts at over 2 million. Zhong Yu shouted. So if someone makes more money than you every year, does that mean they can also be sarcastic to you? There was a hint of indifference on Su Chen's face. Find me one here first. If someone has a higher annual salary than me, I will accept the ridicule. But it's a pity that you can't find one. Zhong Yu snorted coldly. Who said no? Lu Jiasin looked at Zhong Yu coldly. Who? Find one for me. Zhong Yu looked confident. Seeing that Su Chen did not stop her, Lu Jiasin said, Su Chen, Mr. Su's annual income is much higher than yours now. Have you ever seen Mr. Su mock others? Everyone finally came to a class reunion, but you insisted on making it a mess, elevating yourself and belittling others. If you continue like this, who will attend class reunions in the future? After Lu Jiasin finished speaking, everyone looked at Su Chen with surprised expressions. Su Chen doesn't look like a rich man at all. Didn't you see that the watch on his wrist didn't move? How does it compare with Zhong Yu's Rolex? Zhong Yu didn't believe Lu Jiasin's words either, and said sarcastically, him? Su Chen? Stop bragging. You want to pretend to be rich by driving a shabby Passat? You should at least pretend to be a bit more convincing. Who said Mr. Su is always pretending? As soon as Zhong Yu finished speaking, a figure walked in. It was Zhang Dong. He was just about to come in and offer a toast to win over the affections of classmates like Su Chen when he heard Zhong Yu's sarcastic voice. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing?" Zheng Dong's appearance made Zhong Yu smell something bad. Zheng Dong didn't even look at Zhong Yu. He strode to Su Chen, bent down, lowered his head, and said in an extremely respectful voice, "Hello, boss." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Zhong Yu stood there frozen, as if petrified. Shi Chao, Lu Xiaoxiao and others were also stunned and couldn't believe it. Only Lu Jiasun was relatively calm. Su Chen did not blame Zheng Dong for revealing his identity without permission. He said, "Get up." Chapter 97 Mr. Su, why are you here? Only then did Zheng Dong stand up straight. This after a long time, Zhong Yu's throat finally uttered these syllables, and he felt unwell all over. Su Chen is actually the owner of Zhenghai Peninsula Hotel. Suddenly, Zhong Yu understood why manager Zhang and Zheng Dong were so polite to him, giving him wine and praising him. Because Su Chen is the owner of the hotel. As Su Chen's classmate, how could these people not be polite to him? And he even dared to confront Su Chen. This is such a joke. Su Chen, why didn't you tell us that you were the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? Lu Xiaoqiao looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen picked up a glass of wine on the table, drank it all, and said, "I would like to apologize to my classmates first. I concealed my identity. I did this because I didn't want you to have a different view of me, because I am still the junior high school classmate you first met." After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They understood that Su Chen didn't say anything because he didn't want to affect everyone's feelings. The students who were dissatisfied with Su Chen at the beginning lowered their heads in shame. Zhong Yu stood there in a daze, his face turning pale and blue, burning with pain. Su Chen's identity was exposed, and the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became subtle. Zhong Yu huddled in the corner, trembling, no longer feeling the pride and complacency he had before. When Zhong Yu saw other students surrounding Su Chen and flattering him, he felt uncomfortable. Originally, he organized this class reunion just to show off, but he didn't expect Su Chen to become the protagonist of the party, while he was left aside. Seeing that no one paid attention to him for a long time, Zhong Yu felt a little uncomfortable and left the private room to get some fresh air. Not long after he came out of the private room, a tall, handsome and imposing young man appeared in his sight. "Mr. Zhou." Zhong Yu looked at the young man, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This young man is none other than the young master of Wanrong Group, Zhou Huaxian. Zhou Huaxian has a popular young actress on his wrist, and is surrounded by several glamorous young people, all of whom are second-generation figures with considerable wealth. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I didn't expect to meet you here." As soon as Zhong Yu saw Zhou Huaxian, he couldn't wait to greet him with a flattering look on his face. Zhou Huaxian glanced at Zhong Yu, but after a long while he had no impression of him. He said expressionlessly, "Who are you?" Zhong Yu opened his phone, which contained his message, and said, "Mr. Zhou, I am a manager of Wanrong Group." Oh. There was still no expression on Zhou Huaxian's face. Seeing Zhou Huaxian's cold attitude, Zhong Yu's face flashed with embarrassment, but he continued, "Mr. Zhou, I organized a class reunion tonight. They all admire you very much. I wonder if you can let my classmates meet you in person." Zhou Huaxian hesitated and said, "Okay. After all, he is a small manager in our company, so I will just consider it as winning his heart." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Zhong Yu was extremely excited, his eyes full of pride. Now we can finally turn the tables. Even if you, Su Chen, are the owner of Zhenghai Peninsula Hotel, so what? I know the son of Zhenghai's richest man, Zhou Huaxian. Zhong Yu seemed to have already seen the shock and admiration of his classmates. "Su Chen, you actually became the owner of the Peninsula Hotel without making any noise, that's amazing." "That's right, the Peninsula Hotel is worth at least tens of billions of dollars. Su Chen, we are really going to rely on you." A group of classmates gathered around Su Chen and spoke excitedly. Compared to the hypocritical flattery to Zhong Yu, their praise for Su Chen seemed more sincere. Su Chen turned his gaze to Chi Chao and said, "Chi Chao, my company is currently short of staff. Are you interested in coming to help me? The annual salary is probably over 1 million. Chi Chao's eyes lit up and said, "Of course I am willing, but I'm afraid I can't do a good job and embarrass you. I trust you." Su Chen smiled. The other students looked at this scene with envy. That's $1 million annual salary. Chi Chao has now reached the pinnacle of success. Chi Chao pushed up his glasses and said, "Su Chen, I want to ask, why are you willing to let me help in your company? Su Chen said firmly, because I want to prove a truth, good people will be rewarded. After hearing this, Shi Chao showed some emotion on his face, and the other students were also touched. After a moment, Lu Xiaoqiao looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, excuse me, what is the name of your company? Can we apply for a job there? 1. Su Chen was just about to answer when the door of the private room was opened. Zhong Yu pushed open the door, looking very smug and excited. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Has Zhong Yu become mentally disturbed by Su Chen's attack? However, they soon saw Zhou Huaxian entering the private room, and his face suddenly changed, full of shock. Zhou Huaxian. They are no strangers to this internet celebrity who has been on the hot searches on Weibo for many years and is a top tycoon who is comparable to Wang Xikong of the Northern Yida Group. Zhou Huaxian turned his head to chat with the popular young actress, and his attention was not on the private room. Ahem. Zhong Yu held his head high and said, I don't think I need to introduce this person to you all. He is the young master of our Wanrong group. Zhong Yu actually knows Zhou Huaxian. Everyone was shocked again. Zhong Yu knows such a person, so he will have a bright future and rise rapidly. Suddenly, they began to think about pleasing Zhong Yu again. Although Zhong Yu's character is not very good, he has a backer. Mr. Zhou, please come this way. Zhong Yu took in everyone's expressions and felt more and more proud. He quickly came to Su Chen and said in a tough tone, Su Chen, why don't you give the main seat to young Master Zhou? With Zhou Huaxian as his backer, what does it matter even if Su Chen is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? He still didn't believe that Su Chen dared to offend Zhou Huaxian. Su Chen? Zhou Huaxian, who was chatting with a popular young actress, was immediately cheered up when he heard the name and looked towards the source of Zhong Yu's voice. Oh my god, it's really Master Su. Zhou Huaxian was no longer calm. This young man is currently the most powerful figure in the entire Chinese business world. Even his father has to be polite when he meets him. Zhou Huaxian hurriedly walked towards Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of getting up, Zhong Yu frowned, snorted coldly, and said, Su Chen, did you hear me? I told you to give up your seat to young Master Zhou. When the other students saw this, they secretly shook their heads in their hearts. Su Chen is too confident. He is the son of the richest man in Zhonghai. Shi Chao, Lu Xiaoqiao and others also began to worry about Su Chen. However, the next scene left everyone stunned and dumbfounded. Get out of my way. Zhou Huaxian pushed Zhong Yu aside, came to Su Chen, and said politely, Mr. Su, long time no see. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the entire room was filled with the sound of a pin drop. Zhou Huaxian, the son of the richest man in Zhonghai, was actually so polite to their former junior high school classmate. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Zhong Yu opened his mouth so wide that his eyes almost popped out. What the fuck is going on? Zhong Yu felt his head buzzing. It turns out to be Mr. Zhou. Su Chen looked at Zhou Huaxian and smiled. Zhou Huaxian's face showed a hint of nervousness, and he said, Young Master Su, just call me Huaxian. If my old man hears young Master Su calling me young Master Zhou, he will definitely give me a beating. Su Chen smiled, understanding why Zhou Huaxian was so nervous, and said, Okay, then I'll call you Huaxian. Chapter 98 Regret. When everyone heard this conversation, they could all hear the hidden message in it. This shows that Su Chen is at least at the same level as Zhou Beixiong of Wanrong Group. But what kind of person is Zhou Beixiong? The richest man in China overseas, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, he is a tycoon who can call the shots in China's business world. Su Chen can actually be compared with such a person. Suddenly, there was a hint of fear in the eyes of these junior high school students when they looked at Su Chen. Zhong Yu was almost frightened to the point of peeing his pants. What a stupid fuck I did. Zhong Yu wanted to slap himself hard. The Peninsula Hotel, Tianzi private room. Su Chen sat in the main seat, Zhou Huaxian sat next to him, and the others sat down. On the big round table were all kinds of exquisite and luxurious food, which could not be called delicacies from land and sea. Such as Boston lobster, king crab as big as a wash basin, Super Seaview Buddha jumps over the wall, 1982 Lafite, and so on. Some students secretly calculated it. This table of food and drinks cost at least 2 million. A meal is an apartment. Master Su, how do we deal with this guy? Zhou Huaxian glanced indifferently at Zhong Yu, who was standing trembling beside him. If young Master Su doesn't like him, I will kick him out of Wanrong Group immediately. When Zhong Yu heard this, he immediately looked at Su Chen with a nervous expression. Su Chen said calmly, No need. He looked at Zhong Yu and said, donate 1/3 of your salary to charity in the future. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su. Zhou Yu's face was full of gratitude and he felt relieved. His current annual salary is 2 million. After donating 1/3 of it, he still has about 1,300,000 left, which is enough for him to live a comfortable life in Shanghai. It is much better than being fired completely. At the same time, Zhou Yu also made up his mind to be an honest person and stop showing off. Please take a seat, Su Chen said lightly. After all, Zhou Yu was his junior high school classmate and not a bad person, so there was no need for Su Chen to pursue him relentlessly. Next is the time to eat and drink. At first, the students seemed very reserved. After all, he is Zhou Huaxian, one of the top young masters in China. One is a character even more terrifying than Zhou Huaxian. But they are all ordinary people, afraid of saying the wrong thing. However, after 3 rounds of drinks, and seeing that Su Chen was indeed not arrogant, they relaxed. Some people even took the initiative to ask Zhou Huaxian about the secrets of the entertainment industry. For Su Chen's sake, Zhou Huaxian started talking. There are many wonderful and bizarre stories among them, which open people's eyes and refresh their ears. After several rounds of toasts, the dinner ended at 10 o'clock. Su Chen, let me take you there. Lu Jiasin didn't drink tonight, and she volunteered to join Su Chen, who was drunk. Although Su Chen was conscious, he adhered to the principle of not drinking and driving, and not driving after drinking, and did not refuse. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your hospitality. Good night, Su Chen. Be careful on the road. Before leaving, Zhou Huaxian and others said to Su Chen. Su Chen also responded. After getting in the car, Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery outside in a trance. Lu Jiasin drove seriously and did not chat with Su Chen. According to the address given by Su Chen, 40 minutes later, Lu Jiasin drove to Binjiang Garden. Lu Jiasin was about to remind Su Chen that he had arrived, but when she turned around, she saw Su Chen leaning against the passenger seat with his eyes closed. The exquisitely carved features, the unparalleled contours, the transcendent temperament, Lu Jiasin was momentarily distracted. A bold idea suddenly came into her mind. Lu Jiasin quietly unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned down, moved her face closer to Su Chen, and slowly lowered her red lips. Just as the atmosphere in the air became more ambiguous, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Jiasin. Lu Jiasin bounced back to her seat like a frightened rabbit, her face terribly red. You don't have to help me unbuckle my seatbelt. I can do it myself, Su Chen said as if nothing had happened. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Lu Jiasin's mind went blank and she nodded mechanically. Soon, they both got off the car. Su Chen thanked Lu Jiasin and said, "Be careful on your way back." Okay. The blush on Lu Jiasin's face took a long time to fade away. Cousin, you're back. I made you some pea hangover soup. As soon as Su Chen opened the door, he heard Xiao Yi's concerned voice. Thank you, Yi. Su Chen smiled faintly, but when he saw Xiao Yi, his heart sank. Because there was a palm print on Xiao Yi's face. Although it was so faint that it was almost invisible, it still could not escape Su Chen's eyes. Yi, how was your work today? Su Chen said. A hint of hesitation flashed across Xiao Yi's eyes, then she smiled and said, very good. I feel fine. Su Chen nodded. But how could the hesitation in Xiao Yi's eyes escape Su Chen's eyes? Su Chen made up his mind to go to the Vignes store where Xiao Yi worked tomorrow. No words were spoken that night. The next day, not long after Xiao Yi set off, Su Chen followed in his car. On the way, he bought a set of Armani shirt and trousers, spending about 10,000 yuan to give himself a new look. The store where Xiao Yi works, Vignes, is located in the Shanghai Winglong Plaza shopping center. The store is over 300 square meters in size, which is quite large, with dozens of employees. At first, Su Chen didn't know about the brand Vignes. Later, with Xiao Yi's introduction, I had a certain understanding of it. Vignes is one of the few domestically made luxury clothing companies in China, a listed company with a market value of nearly 3 billion. As a luxury clothing item, the things inside Vignes are not cheap either. A pair of short-sleeved shirts and shorts can cost thousands of yuan. As Su Chen entered the store, many sales staff immediately came to greet him. Welcome, what can I do for you? These sales staff looked at Su Chen with stars in their eyes. Su Chen was the most handsome man they had seen since they started working at Vignes. And judging from Su Chen's clothes, he was definitely a wealthy man, and everyone was vying to serve him. Xiao Yi also noticed it and was a little surprised to see that it was her cousin. Su Chen also saw Xiao Yi and smiled slightly. "This beautiful lady, can you help me pick out some clothes?" Xiao Yi smiled secretly in her heart and said, "Of course." The other waiters looked at Xiao Yi with envy. This is a big customer, Xiao Yi can get a lot of commission. However, several shopping guides knew the whole story and were aware of the relationship between Su Chen and Xiao Yi's cousin, but they did not say anything. "Sir, she is new in our store. She knows nothing and is stupid. Why don't you let me introduce our clothes to you?" Suddenly, Chang Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. A woman in her 30s, wearing heavy makeup and with a seductive expression, appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the nameplate on her chest. Deputy Store Manager of Vignes Store, Wang Wan. At this time, Su Chen heard the murmurs of other shopping guides. "Yi is so unlucky. She is targeted by Deputy Manager Wang again. Hey, who told Yi to be liked by the store manager? Deputy Store Manager Wang must be unhappy. Then Deputy Manager Wang can't be like this. He just slapped Yi in the face for no reason yesterday. Stop talking now. Don't you know who Deputy Store Manager Wang is? If she hears you, she might make things difficult for you." When Su Chen heard these voices, he didn't say anything, but nodded towards Wang Wan. Chapter 99, Renovation of the Qianlong Club. Wang Wan smiled brightly and flatteredly. "Excuse me, sir, what is your last name? Are you planning to buy clothes for your girlfriend?" "The last name is Su." "It's not for a girlfriend, it's for a cousin of mine," Su Chen said expressionlessly. Wang Wan was still smiling, her eyes stayed on Su Chen's face, her heart was beating fast. This guy is so handsome, it would be great if he could be her boyfriend. Wang Wan looked at him affectionately and said, "I really envy Mr. Su's cousin for having such a good cousin." Su Chen's attitude remained lukewarm. Next, Su Chen began to buy in large quantities. "I bought this one. I bought that one. Don't want this one or that one. Pack up all the rest for me." Su Chen spent more than 200,000 yuan in one go. A group of shopping guides watched and were particularly envious of Mr. Su's cousin. Su Chen finally stopped after seeing that the two shopping guides could hardly lift the clothing bags. "Do you need us to help Mr. Su get his clothes to the car?" Wang Wan said enthusiastically. After she finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Yi, her smile immediately disappeared, and she said coldly, "Why don't you come over and help? Don't you have a brain?" "No." At this time Su Chen spoke. "Mr. Su, what do you mean?" Wang Wan looked puzzled. Su Chen asked two shopping guides to put the bag in front of Xiao Yi. Under the blank gaze of Wang Wan and many shopping guides, Su Chen looked at Xiao Yi and smiled slightly. Try these clothes and see if they fit you?" Try these clothes and see if they fit you." Seeing the rich man Mr. Su being so gentle in front of Xiao Yi, the enthusiasm on Wang Wan's face suddenly froze. "Thank you, cousin." Xiao Yi happily took the clothes. "Mr. Su, what do you mean?" Wang Wan's face looked a little unhappy. Su Chen said calmly, "Although Re is young and lacks social experience, this does not mean that she can be bullied. Tell me, what happened when you slapped Yi?" When Xiao Yi heard this, a look of emotion appeared in her eyes. "It seems that nothing can be hidden from my cousin." Wang Wan's expression became even uglier, and she was no longer polite. She said, "Xiao Yi offended the client, and a slap in the face was considered light." "Offending customers?" "That's right. Our store has a big customer who is a married man. In order to boost sales, Xiao Yi actually seduced that customer. Shouldn't such a person be beaten?" "Yeah." Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and there was a hint of sharpness in his gaze as he looked at Wang Wan. "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Wang Wan crossed her arms and pointed at the other shopping guides in the store with her chin, looking very confident. The shopping guides were silent for a while. Sometimes silence means consent. When Su Chen saw this, his eyes flickered. Just when Wang Wan was confident, a young shopping guide stood up and said weakly, "It's not what Deputy Manager Wang said. It was Boss Wu who harassed Yi. Yi didn't treat him well, so Boss Wu got angry and told Deputy Manager Wang that Yi didn't respect customers, so Deputy Manager Wang beat Yi." "Thank you, Sasha." Su Chen smiled and thanked the girl. He was not a stranger to this girl. This girl had appeared when Suna organized a birthday party at the night bar. The reason why the girl dared to stand up and tell the truth was because she had witnessed Su Chen's power in the night bar. When Su Chen called out her name, the girl Sasha's face showed a hint of shyness, and she was a little afraid to look up and look directly at Su Chen. Lu Shasha, what are you talking about? Do you still want to work at Vignes? Wang Wan looked at Sasha with an angry look on her face. Sasha shrank her neck in fear. It seems that what Sasha said is right. Su Chen looked at the furious Wang Wan calmly. Snort! Wang Wan sneered and said arrogantly, even if this is true, what can you do to me? I am the deputy manager of this store. I beat him up, so what can you do to me? Su Chen shook his head and looked at Wang Wan as if she were an idiot. I didn't want to do anything to you. I just wanted you to apologize to Yi. Now it seems that asking you to apologize is too easy for you. He. Wang Wan couldn't help sneering and said, everyone can brag. Don't think that just because you spent over 200,000 yuan at Vignes, you are a big customer. You can do anything to me. Dream on. Su Chen ignored Wang Wan and looked at Xiaoyi, saying, you are my sister, Su Chen. No one in this world can let you suffer injustice. You don't need to hide the unfair treatment from your brother. In this world, even if the King of Heaven makes you angry, I will beat him up to vent your anger. At this point, Su Chen stared at Xiaoyi with deep eyes and said, do you understand? A smile bloomed on Xiaoyi's somewhat dull face and she nodded vigorously, I understand, brother. Su Chen then smiled. At this moment, an inappropriate sound of sneer and ridicule came out of Wang Wan's mouth. Then you are a little cow riding a plane, the cow is better than the sky. In her opinion, Su Chen was just a middle school boy who was talking big. She looked at Su Chen provocatively and said, I'm telling you now, not only did I beat her, but now I'm going to fire her. Xiaoyi won't get a penny of her salary for the next few days. What can you do to me? Before Su Chen could say anything, Xiaoyi took off the Vignes work clothes she was wearing outside and said, you didn't fire me, but I don't want to do this job anymore. I'll take you somewhere. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said to Xiaoyi. After that, he looked at Lu Shasha again and said, Shasha, are you willing to go with us? Lu Shasha was in hesitation. Wang Wan sneered at the side and said, Lu Shasha, if you dare to follow them, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Shasha boldly said to Su Chen and the others, okay, I will go with you, Mr. Su. Sasha, I won't let you down. Su Chen smiled at Lu Shasha. Then, the three of them walked out of the store. 3 idiots. Wang Wan sneered at the backs of the 3 people as they left. The other shopping guides all shook their heads secretly when they saw the scene. Both Xiaoyi, her cousin, and Lu Shasha looked too young. This society is full of all kinds of filth and disgust. You have no ability to change it, so you can only choose to adapt to it. It's like this now. Who is the one who suffers? It was still Xiaoyi, her cousin, and Lu Shasha. Did Wang Wan suffer any loss? No. Cousin, where are we going? In the car, Xiaoyi asked curiously. Lu Shasha also pricked up her ears. She could be said to have placed her entire future on Su Chen. Vignes headquarters. Su Chen replied. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the car roared out. Half an hour later, we arrived at Vignes Fashion Company, Limited, located on Huichuan Road, Zhonghai. Hello, how can I help you? Su Chen brought the somewhat nervous Xiaoyi and Lu Shasha to the front desk hall. The sweet-looking lady smiled at Su Chen and said, I have an appointment with Mr. Wang Mingxing from your company. Su Chen said this, picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Su Chen. The phone was connected and Su Chen spoke. Hello Mr. Su, hello, I have heard a lot about you. An extremely enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 100, Meet Old Classmates Again. I am at the front desk of your company now. I'll be right down. Su Chen hung up the phone. Cousin, how did you know Mr. Wang's phone number? And it seems that Mr. Wang knows you. Xiaoyi was a little surprised. Lu Shasha also looked at Su Chen with uneasy eyes. Su Chen just smiled slightly. With his current status, it is not easy to get a private phone number. In fact, when Su Chen discovered the palm print on Xiaoyi's face last night, he realized that it must be related to the Vignes store where Xiaoyi worked. So he asked Wan Xinghe to get Vignes information, including the personal information of Wang Mingxing, the founder and chairman of Vignes. Su Chen looked through the information and found that although Vignes is one of the top luxury clothing brands in China, it has gradually begun to decline under the pressure of foreign old luxury brands. As a domestic brand with the potential to go global. Su Chen didn't want to see Vignes disappear, so he thought about investing. Therefore, he asked Wang Xinghe to communicate with Wang Mingxing in advance. This is why Wang Mingxing was so excited when he heard Su Chen's voice. The god of wealth is here. And after Su Chen takes control of Vignes, he still can't deal with a small deputy store manager? In less than 2 minutes, Wang Mingxing, a man in his early 50s, dressed neatly and with a worried look on his face, appeared in front of Su Chen. Mr. Su, I have long heard of your great name and have known you for a long time. Today I finally get to meet you, Mr. Su. As soon as Wang Mingxing appeared, he couldn't wait to hold Su Chen's hands. It kept shaking and almost made Su Chen fly up. Su Chen's mouth twitched. It seems that Vignes is indeed being suffocated by the pressure from foreign luxury clothing brands. Xiao Yi and Lu Shasha were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but say in their hearts, cousin Mr. Su is so amazing that even Mr. Wang from Vignes is so polite to him. Boss Wang, let's go to the office and talk. Su Chen said lightly. Okay. Wang Mingxing nodded quickly, just like one of Su Chen's followers. As for the identities of Xiao Yi and Lu Shasha, he did not ask too much and just thought they were Su Chen's secretaries. Mr. Su, this way please. When they arrived at the office, Wang Mingxing enthusiastically asked Su Chen to sit down. Su Chen sat down and said without beating around the bush, as far as I know, the market value of Vignes is nearly 3 billion. Mr. Wang is the absolute controlling shareholder of Vignes and holds 60% of the shares. I am willing to buy half of Mr. Wang's shares at the current share price of Vignes. I believe that Mr. Wang should have no doubts about my ability. Wang Minheng already knew that the man in front of him was the business tycoon who bought the 50 billion Shanghai Disney for 1 yuan and had the power to call the wind and rain in the business world and change the world. He quickly shook his head and said, no, not at all. If Mr. Su wants to buy all my shares, it's no problem, because Vignes will go further and longer in Mr. Su's hands than in mine, and may be able to compete with top foreign luxury goods in the future. Wang Mingxing's answer surprised Su Chen a little. If Wang Mingxing sold all his shares to him, it would mean that Wang Mingxing would completely lose control of Vignes. Wang Mingxing saw the surprise in Su Chen's heart and said with a smile, I founded Vignes just to let China have its own luxury clothing brand. With Mr. Su in charge, my dream will be easier to realize. What's wrong with working for Mr. Su? Su Chen was silent for a moment, and said, I've looked at the company's equity structure. Currently, the second largest shareholder after you holds 8% of the shares. How about this? I'll buy out 51% of your shares and leave you 9%. This way, you'll still be the second largest shareholder of the company. No problem. Wang Mingxing nodded without hesitation. After the agreement was reached, Wang Mingxing called in a team of lawyers to draft the equity transfer agreement. An hour later, Su Chen bought 51% of Wang Mingxing's shares for 1.5 billion yuan and became the largest shareholder with absolute control over Vignes. I will serve Mr. Su from now on. Please take care of me. After the document was signed, Wang Mingxing shook hands with Su Chen again, his expression even more polite. Su Chen nodded and said, there is something I need you to do. Please call the deputy store managers of Vignes to the company. I need to hold a small meeting. Wang Mingxing issued a notice without any questions. Cousin, are you the boss of Vignes now? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Xiao Yi looked dazed and hadn't reacted yet. Lu Shasha was the same, with a dazed look on her face. She now had only one thought in her mind, that the bet was right. On the other side, in the Vignes store, Wang Wan was arguing with the store manager who had just returned. Wang Wan, what qualifications do you have to hit an employee? And you fired her? The store manager is a woman in her early 40s, with the gentleness of a girl from the Jiangnan water towns. At this moment, there was an angry look on her gentle face. Wang Wan looked disdainful and said, she's just an intern. As the deputy store manager, can't I beat her up? Also, I didn't fire them. They wanted to leave on their own. Does it make any difference? The store manager has learned the whole story from other employees. You are really too outrageous. I will file a complaint against you to the head office. Complain against me? Wang Wan laughed again and said, what can you, an old woman, complain about me? Don't you know the relationship between Ma Tao, the director of the HR department, and me? If you still want to be the manager of this store, you better behave yourself. Shameless. The store manager was so angry that his face turned green. Everyone in the company knew that Wang Wan had an improper relationship with Ma Tao, the married man who was the director of the HR department. But the store manager didn't expect that Wang Wan would bring up this matter so shamelessly and even feel quite proud of it. Just as the store manager was about to say something else, she and Wang Wan simultaneously received a notice from the headquarters asking them to go to the headquarters to attend a meeting. Old woman, be careful. Wang Wan hung up the phone, walked out of the store in her high heels, and looked very proud. Why? The store manager shook his head and sighed. I felt guilty towards Xiao Yi. She couldn't avenge Xiao Yi. Just as Wang Wan said, with the HR director Ma Tao as her backer, complaining is useless. Brother Ma, why did the headquarters suddenly call us to a meeting? At the Vignes headquarters, Wang Wan was walking with the HR director and spoke in a delicate voice. I don't know, maybe there's something big to announce. Ma Tao touched Wang Wan's face with a smile. It's probably the leader bragging again. Let's just listen. This kind of meeting is really annoying. Wang Wan played with her hair and kept winking at Ma Tao. The two of them entered the large conference room talking and laughing. The others looked at this scene and felt disgusted. It's immoral. At this time, many people were already sitting in the conference room, all guessing the purpose of this meeting. Soon, everyone arrived. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wang Minhang took the microphone and walked onto the stage, saying, I called you all here today for one thing. The company's equity has undergone a huge change, and 51% of my equity has been transferred to another shareholder. Chapter 101 Largest Shareholder. In the future, this shareholder will be the largest shareholder of Vignes and will also serve as the chairman of the company, and I will assist the chairman as the first vice chairman. Next, let's welcome the new chairman of Vignes. Please give him a round of applause. Wang Mingxing's words were like a bolt from the blue. Immediately, everyone in the conference room was filled with shock and fear. They hurriedly looked in the direction Wang Mingxing pointed. A young and handsome man with a calm face appeared in everyone's sight. How could it be him? Seeing this, Wang Wan was so shocked that she almost jumped up from her chair. Su Chen stood calmly on the stage, his eyes slowly scanning the crowd. Although he is young, his eyes seem to have the power to penetrate people's hearts. Wherever he passed, everyone was told to lower their heads and not dare to look at Su Chen. Finally, Su Chen's gaze fell on Wang Wan, with a smile on his face. Wang Wan felt like she was struck by lightning and her heart almost stopped beating. Su Chen opened his mouth slowly and said, Wang Wan, deputy manager of the Vignes store in Yonglong Plaza, has bad conduct and is hereby expelled from the company. After these words were spoken, many employees couldn't help but look at Wang Wan. Logically speaking, Wang Wan, as a small deputy store manager, would not attract so much attention. However, due to her improper relationship with the financial director Ma Tao, Wang Wan became quite famous in the Vignes headquarters. I've been displeased with this woman for a long time. Now that she's been fired, I'm really happy. Some people fought quietly in their hearts. The manager of Vignes in Yonglong Plaza felt as relaxed as if he had drunk ice water in the dog days of summer. Wang Wan looked as pale as death, and looked for help at Ma Tao, who was not far from her. Seeing Wang Wan's pleading eyes, Ma Tao's heart softened. He stood up, and said weakly to Su Chen, Chairman, Wang Wan has worked in Vignes for 7 or 8 years, working hard and achieving great results. I hope the chairman can reconsider it. Su Chen looked at Wang Mingxing and asked, who is he? Wang Minhang replied, Vignes financial director. Su Chen nodded, pointed at Ma Tao, and said, from now on, you are also fired, just like Wang Wan, pack up your things and get out. Swish. Ma Tao's face suddenly turned pale and blue. He thought that as the HR director of Vignes, he was a heavyweight in the company. The new boss will definitely give him some face. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not give him face, but also fired him. Chairman, is this how you treat the company as veterans when you first take office? Ma Tao said unconvinced. Tell the security to kick him out. Su Chen was too lazy to waste words with Ma Tao. Ma Tao became more and more angry and shouted, if you can't keep me here, I'll find another place that will keep me. If you treat the company's veterans like this, Vignes will be killed by you sooner or later. As soon as Ma Tao finished speaking, the security guards grabbed him and dragged him out of the meeting room. Wang Wan was not spared either. However, Ma Tao's words had a significant impact in the conference room. The new CEO is so young and so authoritarian, some senior executives in the conference room are worried about the future of Vignes. Su Chen saw this scene, but did not say much. He asked Wang Mingxing to go on stage and do some business promotion. Brother Ma, what should we do now? Outside the door of Vignes company, Wang Wan looked at Ma Tao in a panic. Bah, a little bastard dares to fire me? Ma Tao spat fiercely at the door of Vignes and said, "Don't worry. With my ability and connections, there are many companies that will invite me to take important positions. When the time comes, we will just watch Vignes close down under the leadership of that little bastard. Brother Ma, I will rely on you from now on." Wang Wan looked at Ma Tao with admiration. "Hey, follow me, I won't let you suffer any loss." Ma Tao touched Wang Wan's face again. At this time, several figures walked towards Vignes. Ma Tao was shocked when he saw it. Mr. Wan Qinghe from Huasheng Group. Yuan Wanhe, General Manager of Shanghai Global Plaza. Ma Tao recognized the two people who were talking and laughing in the lead. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, a hunting smile appeared on his face, and he walked quickly towards Wan Qinghe. "Hello, Mr. Wan." Wan Qinghe glanced at Ma Tao and didn't recognize him, but he still replied, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Ma Tao replied politely, "Boss Wan, I am the HR director of Vignes. It is like this. Vignes has signed a contract with Yunin, a subsidiary of Huasheng Group, to allow Yunin to sell Vignes clothing products through live streaming on the platform. Now Vignes wants to terminate this contract, so I will explain this to President Wan first." "Yeah?" Wan Qinghe looked at Ma Tao indifferently. Ma Tao nodded affirmatively and said, "That's true. I negotiated this contract with Yunin's manager Fong. I can't joke about my performance. This contract was indeed negotiated by Ma Tao. But the termination of the contract is pure nonsense from Ma Tao. The reason why he did this was that he wanted to discuss Vignes again before leaving her. If Wan Qinghe knew about this, Vignes actually wanted to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with Huasheng. Wan Qinghe will definitely have a bad impression. From now on, it will not be so easy for Vignes to promote through Washington. However, Ma Tao could never have imagined that Wan Qinghe was called by Su Chen to sign the contract for cooperation with Vignes. How is it possible to terminate the contract at this juncture? "Okay, I understand," Wan Qinghe said coldly. After saying that, he walked around Ma Tao and entered the company. Ma Tao touched his chin, an expression of success appearing on his face. He thought about it and decided to follow Wan Qinghe to see what would happen. Under the leadership of General Manager Su Chen, Vignes will surely reach a new height. Wang Minhang was still standing on the stage, talking passionately. But the more he did this, the more guilty Vignes' senior executives felt. Is it possible to let a young man in his early 20s manage a listed company with thousands of employees? Just when everyone was beginning to doubt Su Chen, Wang Mingxing's secretary whispered something to Wang Mingxing. Wang Minhan's expression suddenly changed, and he said excitedly into the microphone, "Quick, everyone, please welcome Mr. Wan Qinghe from Huasheng Group and Mr. Yuan Wanhe from Shanghai Global Plaza." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole conference room was in an uproar again. Both Huasheng Group and China Overseas Global Plaza are much more powerful companies than Vignes. Why did the CEOs of these two major groups come to Vignes in person? These people were filled with confusion. The door to the conference room opened, and two dignified middle-aged men took the lead, followed by several energetic and capable workplace elites. It's really President Wan and President Yuan. Everyone stood straight, with a look of nervousness on their faces. "Welcome President Wan and President Yuan to Vignes and give us guidance on our work," Wang Mingxing said enthusiastically. "Welcome President Wan and President Yuan to Vignes and give us guidance on our work." Other employees also shouted excitedly. Wan Qinghe and Yuan Wanhe nodded to everyone as a response, and then looked towards the first row of the meeting room. Everyone looked and found that the new boss was still sitting there with his arms and legs spread out. Chapter 102: The Happiest Time. Facing the two well-known bosses of China Overseas, he showed no intention of standing up to greet them. "It's over." Everyone was extremely anxious and felt a little more blaming towards Su Chen. However, the next moment, the blame in these people's hearts turned into shock. Wan Qinghe and Yuan Wanhe quickly ran to Su Chen, bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, President Su." Seeing this scene, everyone looked stunned, including Ma Tao and Wang Wan, who entered again. Ma Tao and Wang Wan seemed to have seen the most unbelievable scene. Their expressions froze and their pupils shrank suddenly. His senses was breathing heavily, his face still full of fear. What did he see? Wan Qinghe, the deputy director of the Huasheng Group and the general manager of China Overseas Global Plaza, actually behaved so respectfully and humbly in front of Vignes' new boss. You have to know that even Wang Mingxing, who founded Vignes, is not qualified to sit on an equal footing with the two CEOs. Who is this new boss? Ma Tao began to feel uneasy. We are all family, so don't be so serious. Sitting on the chair, Su Chen smiled faintly at Wan Qinghe and Yuan Wenhe. The two CEOs then straightened up. Su Chen added, "You guys follow what I said on the phone and draft 2 contracts with Wang Mingxing so I can sign them." Yes. The 3 CEOs got together. Then, Su Chen turned his gaze to Ma Tao and Wang Wan outside the meeting room. The two of them shuddered and quickly fled away from Vignes. Later, Ma Tao thought that he could easily find a good job with his resume as the director of the HR department of Vignes. Unexpectedly, he failed every time he interviewed at Zhonghai. Even though small and second-rate companies were unwilling to offer him a job, Ma Tao had no choice but to leave Zhonghai and find another way out. It was at this time that he realized how terrifying the power of the young new boss was. The same is true for Wang Wan. After the contract was signed, the entire Vignes headquarters was filled with jubilation. Because these 2 contracts have greatly helped Vignes' development. Moreover, these Vignes executives also learned about Su Chen's other identity from Wang Mingxing, chairman of Huasheng Group, owner of China Overseas Global Plaza. With such a great man as the chairman of Vignes, the future of Vignes is bright and limitless. They no longer have any doubts about Su Chen. In the office of the chairman of Vignes, Su Chen handed a contract to Lu Shasha and said with a smile, "Shasha, from now on, you will serve as the deputy manager of the Vignes store in Yonglong Plaza and assist the store manager. This contract contains 1% of Vignes shares. Sign it and the shares will be yours." What? Lu Shasha's eyes widened and she quickly said, "I can't take these. Apart from anything else, 1% of Vignes shares alone is worth 30 million. Su Chen placed the contract in front of Lu Shasha and said, "You have the courage to stand up and tell the truth, and clear Yi's name. You deserve this. In this world, good people should be rewarded." Lu Shasha struggled with her expression, hesitated for a while, and finally chose to sign the contract. Even after the contract was signed, Lu Shasha couldn't calm down. From now on, she is a wealthy woman with a net worth of 30 million. All this seemed too easy and too unreal. She looked at Su Chen, her heart filled with gratitude. Besides, she was also grateful to herself. "I am grateful that I chose justice at the critical moment." Yi, are you interested in becoming the largest shareholder of Vignes? Just as Lu Shasha was sighing to herself, Su Chen came in front of Xiao Yi. "Not interested, I have my cousin for you to take care of." Xiao Yi shook her head like a rattle. "That's fine." Su Chen smiled and rubbed Xiao Yi's head. "Then do you still want to go to work in that store next?" "Of course, I did it to train myself." Xiao Yi waved her little fist. "Then you have to work harder." Su Chen smiled at Xiao Yi. Afterwards, Xiao Yi and Sasha went back to the Vignes store in Yonglong Plaza to work. After Su Chen had dinner with Wan Qinghe and others, he slipped back to Riverside Garden. Lying on the sofa and playing 2 games, Su Chen received a message from his childhood friend Chao Gang. In the message, Chao Gang told Su Chen that the restaurant that Su Chen paid for and he worked for officially opened today. Name, Brothers Inn. He asked Su Chen if he was free to attend the restaurant's opening ceremony. Su Chen replied, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After a quick tinkering, Su Chen drove towards the Brothers Inn. On the way, Su Chen sent messages to some friends in Zhonghai. Now that the new store has opened, it has to be lively and bustling. Brothers Inn is not located in the bustling city center, and Su Chen drove for an hour to get there. As soon as Su Chen got off the car, he saw a scene that made him furious. More than a dozen thugs with dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies were restraining Chao Gang. The yellow-haired leader shouted fiercely, "Fuck you, why don't you ask who is protecting this area? You are not willing to pay tens of thousands of yuan in protection fees. If that's the case, there is no need for you to keep running this store. Let me go if you dare. I'll kill you." Chao Gang looked disheveled, with blood all over his face, but there was no trace of cowardice in his eyes. "Fuck you, you dare to act so arrogant in front of me, brothers, smash this crappy store for me." The yellow-haired man slapped Chao Gang hard on the face and shouted arrogantly, "Yes." Upon hearing this, all the younger brothers started to grab their weapons and prepare for action. "Stop it. Don't smash it. Don't smash it." A trace of panic finally appeared on Chao Gang's face. "I'm going to smash it today." Huang Mao became even more proud when he saw this. After saying that, he swung the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it towards a chair. Bang! Just as the baseball bat was about to fall on the chair, a white jade hand caught it. You have the guts to touch my brother. Su Chen looked at the yellow-haired man with indifference. Hey, here comes another fearless guy. Brothers, beat him up. The yellow-haired man shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 5 or 6 baseball bats whizzed towards Su Chen. Brother Chen, be careful. Chao Gang was so frightened that his face turned pale. Bang bang bang. In the next scene, Chao Gang was stunned. Su Chen moved quickly and moved as fast as lightning, knocking down the people who were besieging him cleanly and neatly. After dealing with these guys, Su Chen kept moving like a ghost, and knocked down several other thugs in an instant. Bang! The next moment, Su Chen appeared in front of the yellow-haired man again, and with a wave of his hand, he slapped the yellow-haired man in the face. You. The yellow-haired man covered his cheek and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Is this a fucking encounter with Wang Fei Hung? Bang! Su Chen slapped him twice more and said coldly, kneel down and apologize. Huang Mao grimaced in pain and shouted, You want me to apologize? No way. Do you know who I am? Su Chen slapped the yellow-haired man twice without hesitation, with no expression on his face. Kneel down and apologize. Damn it, try hitting him again, my eldest brother is the Emperor Qinfeng, the yellow-haired man shouted fiercely. As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, Su Chen slapped him twice again. What is the Emperor? Chapter 103 Welcome Boss. He hasn't heard of it. Central and Upper Emperor Qinfeng, is he that great? Who gave him the title? Su Chen smiled coldly. After being slapped several times in a row, the yellow-haired boy felt a little dizzy. It turns out that this guy is a fool and has never even heard of Emperor Qinfeng. After realizing this, Huang Mao didn't dare to continue to be stubborn in front of Su Chen, otherwise he would only get hurt worse. He gritted his teeth secretly, forced a smile on his face, and said, Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to cause trouble. Brother, please be magnanimous and let me go. Su Chen pushed the yellow-haired man to his knees in front of Chao Gang and said, Gangzi, how do we deal with him? Chao Gang hesitated for a moment and said, It's a good start, but it's not good to see blood. Let's just forget about it. Bang! Su Chen slapped the yellow-haired man twice again, his eyes slightly cold, and said, Get out of here, and next time it won't be as simple as a few slaps. The yellow-haired man rolled and crawled towards the car parked on the side of the road. When he was about to get in the car, he looked at Su Chen with a ferocious face and shouted, Just wait for me, or I'll kill you. After saying that, he drove away as fast as possible. Gangzi, are you okay? Su Chen checked Chao Gang's physical condition. It's nothing serious, just superficial injuries. Chao Gang shook his head, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and said, I'm afraid that if they continue to cause trouble, this business will be gone. Don't worry, I'm here. Su Chen was very calm. Chao Gang smiled and said, I almost forgot that our brother Chen is a big shot. A few thugs took care of him in a few moves. They are not ordinary thugs. At this time, a middle-aged man in chef's clothes came over, looked at Chao Gang with a heavy expression, and said, Boss, I want to resign. Brother Du, what are you doing? Chao Gang frowned. Brother Du was the deputy chef of the hotel and his right-hand man. Brother Du said, The thug you just chased away is called Huang Jun. He is not just an ordinary thug, but a second-generation rich man with a wide network of contacts. He became a thug just for the excitement. Now that you have offended him, this restaurant will definitely not last long. I don't want to be unlucky with you. Chao Gang frowned even more tightly. Su Chen on the side said, Let him go, there is no need to embarrass them. Only then did Chao Gang nod. There are not many employees in the Brothers Inn. Including the two bosses Su Chen and Chao Gang, there are 8 other people. Among them, 5 people, like Brother Du, resigned. Su Chen could understand them. After all, we are all ordinary people who need to support our families. It is normal to feel fear and worry at this time. All of a sudden, there were only 4 people left in the Brothers Inn. You're not leaving? Su Chen looked at the 2 remaining employees. These are 2 young girls who work as waitresses in a restaurant. Brother Gang was very good to us. Now that I'm gone, I feel sorry for him, said one of the petite girls with a cute dimple on her face. The other girl with twin ponytails nodded shyly under Su Chen's gaze. Thank you, what are your names? Su Chen smiled at the 2 girls. The 2 said their names. The girl with dimples is called Zhao Qian, and the girl with twin ponytails is called Zhang Mi. Brother Chen, we are short of manpower now, so it looks like we will be busy tonight. Chao Gang went to change his clothes and said to Su Chen. Then let's get to work. Su Chen smiled faintly. You really still want to do this? The girl named Zhao Qian said weakly. What? Is there a problem? Su Chen asked curiously. Zhao Qian whispered, I don't know much about the Huang Jun that Brother Du mentioned, but I know something about the Zhongshan Emperor Qin Feng. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said, it seems that he should be very powerful. Zhao Qian nodded her head and said, like Wang Sicong of the Northern Yida Group and Zhou Huaxian of Zhenghai, Qin Feng is also known as the national husband on Weibo, but his background is even more mysterious and has not been revealed yet. Qin Feng first became famous in 2015 when he had a car accident that destroyed a 30 million yuan Ferrari. The owner of the Ferrari was Qin Feng, and this was the first time Qin Feng entered the public eye. Later, Qin Feng continued to post pictures of luxury cars and watches, and even private jets, on Weibo, and he became more and more well known. Because his background has not been exposed until now, netizens think that he should be more powerful than Wang Sicong and Zhou Huaxian, and he is called the Middle Emperor. Su Chen didn't react much after hearing what Zhao Qian said, but Chao Gang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. According to Zhao Qian, this Qin Feng is extremely powerful. Even if Su Chen is the big boss of China Overseas Global Plaza, he may not be able to suppress him. Damn it, if I had known earlier I would have given that yellow-haired guy some protection money, and it would have been a way to avoid disaster. Chao Gang sighed and cursed. Gangzi, do you have so little confidence in me? Su Chen smiled slightly. Seeing that Su Chen still looked like he didn't care about anything, Zhao Qian became anxious and said, if you keep acting like this, something bad will definitely happen to you. Everyone, get busy. He's just a young man. He can't scare your second boss. The guests are coming soon. We have to hurry up and prepare. Su Chenfeng said calmly. After saying that, he rearranged the tables, chairs and benches that had been knocked over during the fight. Chao Gang didn't say much. He just followed whatever Brother Chen said and went to the kitchen to get busy. Zhao Qian stamped her feet in anxiety. Sister Qian, what should we do? Zhang Mi said to Zhao Qian nervously. Why? Zhao Qian sighed and said, let's help first. If Qin Feng and the others really come, we will leave. Beep beep. After a while, an Audi A5 stopped outside the brothers' inn. Qi Shaoqing came over with a cigarette in his mouth and a bottle of Mao Tai in his hand. Young Master Su, your young Master Qi is here, why don't you come and greet him quickly? Su Chen, who was busy in the store, heard the voice and walked out. When Qi Shaoqing saw Su Chen wearing an apron and holding a broom, he smiled and said, what is Su Xiao up to? Su Chen picked up an apron and threw it to Qi Shaoqing. We are short of manpower, come and help. Qi Shaoqing's face turned bitter, and he said, no way, in order to celebrate the opening of Master Su's new store, I stole all the fine wine that the old man had collected for more than 10 years. Master Su, are you doing this to me now? However, although Qi Shaoqing said this, he quickly put on an apron and started helping to clean. Su Chen introduced Qi Shaoqing and Chao Gang to each other. Qi Shaoqing looked at the scale of the restaurant and the obvious lack of staff, and said, Master Su, come on, you want me to do hard labor for you, right? You want me to do hard labor for you, right? Su Chen told what had just happened. Qi Shaoqing paused and said, they are really tampering with the Tai Sui Lord's head. Zhao Qian and Zhang Mi happened to hear this, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. Why do I feel that the second boss and his friends are a little overconfident? It's no wonder that Zhao Qian and Zhang Mi questioned it. Compared with Qin Feng, who has been famous for a long time, Su Chen seems particularly unfamiliar to them. Driving a Passat worth about 200,000 yuan, how could they compete with Qin Feng, who drove a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan? Despite their suspicions, the two women still fulfilled their job responsibilities conscientiously and were busy in the hotel. Not long after Qi Shaoqing arrived, Yang Ya, the head of Binjiang Gardens Property Management Office, came with several employees. Chapter 104 Class Reunion. Two tall men were carrying a foot-high pure gold statue of the god of wealth. Yang Ya looked at this small restaurant with a hint of doubt in her eyes. With the financial resources of their boss Su Chen, is it necessary to open such a small store? It would be more than enough to open an international hotel. Su Chen and Chao Gang heard the noise and walked out. I wish Mr. Su a prosperous business. Yang Ya said respectfully. This is the boss of the restaurant, Chao Gang, Boss Chao. Su Chen pushed Chao Gang out. Chao Gang was dumbfounded when he saw the statue of the god of wealth that required two people to lift it. This thing must cost at least several million. He only spent 1 million to open this store. I wish Boss Chow a prosperous business and lots of money. My name is Yangya, and I'm General Manager Su's subordinate. Please take care of me in the future. Yangya clasped her fists and said to Chow Gang with a smile. You're welcome. You're welcome. Chow Gang quickly responded that judging from the fact that she gave away a statue of the god of wealth worth millions, this woman named Yangya was no ordinary person. Zhao Qian and Zhang Mi were surprised when they heard Yangya's self-narration. This woman is actually a subordinate of their second boss. The two of them shifted their gaze to Su Chen, their eyes rolling around quickly. It seems that the second boss is not as simple as he looks. Don't just sit there, help. Su Chen handed 7 or 8 aprons to Yangya. Okay, Mr. Su. Yangya acted without hesitation. Boss Su, I used to be a chef. Do you want me to help in the kitchen? The security captain who Su Chen often saw at the gate of Binjiang Garden recommended himself. Go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand. Okay. The security captain seemed very excited. Not long after, Su Chen's college class monitor Yang Bo arrived. She was holding several flower baskets with a few blessings written on them. Squad leader, you are here too. Come, put on your apron and help. Shi Shaoqing came out to greet him. Yang Bo was put on the apron while he was in a daze. What to do? Help suck. A few minutes after Yang Bo arrived, Lu Jiasun, Zhang Bing, Qi Chao and others appeared at the brothers' inn. The three of them each carried a gift. Wow, she's so beautiful and has such a strong presence. Zhao and Zhang, who were just about to take a break, looked at Lu Jiasun with envy in their eyes. Lu Jiasun has indeed become a different person since she became the general manager of Qianlong Club. She has a more noble and cool temperament, and her every move gives people an impression of calm and decisiveness. Boss Su, we are here. However, as soon as she saw Su Chen, the coldness on Lu Jiasun's face disappeared instantly, and she was filled with enthusiasm. Put your things down first and come and help. Su Chen was not polite either. The three nodded, full of energy. Why do I find it a bit difficult to understand our second boss? Zhao Qian's eyes were a little dull. The second boss seems to be very powerful. Zheng Ni followed suit inside. Woo woo woo. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard the sound of supercars blasting down the street, coming closer and closer. A silver-white Koenigsegg Agria came roaring, followed by a dozen Porsches, Ferraris and other sports cars. With a screeching brake sound, Koenigsegg stopped at the door of the brothers' inn. A short young man with pale face and short hair came out of the car. He said arrogantly, "Who just beat up Qin Feng's people? Get out of here." The person who came was Qin Feng, who was called the Emperor of China by netizens. Boom boom boom. About 20 men and women got out of the other 10 or so sports cars, dressed fashionably and looking bright and beautiful. The yellow-haired Huang Jun was also among them, following behind Qin Feng. When Zhao Qian and Zhang Mi saw the scene, their faces suddenly turned pale. Qin Feng finally came. Ding ding ding. Su Chen was concentrating on cutting vegetables in the kitchen. When he heard the noise outside, he shouted, "Someone come and see what's going on?" "Master Su, I'll go take a look." Shi Shaoqing took off his apron and walked towards Qin Feng and others. What? Looking for trouble? Shi Shaoqing lit a cigarette and said with a curl of his lips. One of the second-generation rich recognized Shi Shaoqing's identity and said disdainfully, "It turns out that you have Qi Kang's son as a backer. No wonder you dare to touch Huang Jun, but in front of Qin Xiao, who are you, Shi Shaoqing?" Being ignored like this, Shi Shaoqing was somewhat annoyed and said, "To tell you the truth, as long as I'm here today, don't even think about running wild." Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter and did not take Shi Shaoqing's words to heart at all. Any one of them is no less important than Shi Shaoqing, not to mention the big Buddha Qin Feng. Just you? You think you can save the people? Don't fucking dream. If you anger us, we will beat you too. Several rich second generations said with sarcasm on their faces. Qin Feng never even looked at Shi Shaoqing from beginning to end. And us? Yangya, Lu Jiasun, Yang Bo and others followed out. Yangya, Lu Jiasun said to Qin Feng with cold eyes. Qin Feng glanced at the two girls, somewhat puzzled. He didn't know either of these women. At this time, the second girl said, "My name is Yangya, the person in charge of Binjiang Garden." "My name is Lu Jiasun, the general manager of Qianlong Club." After the introduction, Qin Feng and others changed their expressions slightly. Riverside Garden and Qianlong Club are both worth tens of billions of dollars. The fact that the two girls can manage such a large industry shows that they are not simple people. However, Qin Feng still didn't take it seriously. After all, they were just two workers. What could scare him, Qin Feng? A few big cats and small cats dared to beat up Qin Feng's people. Is it because I, Qin Feng, haven't been back to Shanghai for too long that no one takes me seriously? Qin Feng said coldly, hand over the man who beat my little brother, and I can let you off the hook. Otherwise, you can expect to suffer together. You, Qin Feng, are so majestic. At this time, a red Ferrari stopped at the door, and a young man in his early 30s, dressed in a suit and looking very imposing, got out. Su Xiao. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiao and frowned slightly. Unlike high-level employees like the person in charge of Binjiang Garden and the general manager of Qianlong Club, Su Xiao is a genuine wealthy man in China overseas. The group of rich second generations following behind Qin Feng also showed a hint of panic on their faces. This group of people hang out in nightclubs all the time, so they know Su Xiao, the king of Shanghai nightclubs. What? You, Su Xiao, are also going to get involved in this mess? Qin Feng looked at Su Xiao with a slightly cold expression. But even so, Qin Feng didn't take Su Xiao seriously. There is also a gap between the rich and the very rich. It's just Su Xiao, he can't be scared. Su Xiao put his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, that's right. I will definitely wade into this muddy water. Seeing Su Xiao's decisive answer, Qin Feng felt angry but also a little confused. Who is the guy who beat Huang Jun? What could make Su Xiao say this? Of course, he said without any hesitation, you alone, Su Xiao, can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, the rich second generations behind Su Xiao took out baseball bats, slingshots and other weapons from the sports car, and waved them in the air a few times with unfriendly looks on their faces. Seeing this, Zhao Chen and Zhang Mi felt their hearts hang in the air again. It seems that it is not so easy to deal with Qin Feng. Su Xiao said, how can a mere Su Xiao scare a great emperor like you? But I can tell you for sure that if you mess with anyone in this store, you and your father will be in big trouble. Chapter 105, Brilliant Writing. Qin Feng heard this and sneered, who are you trying to scare here? I'm really going to take over this store today, and I won't let the guy who beat up Huang Jun go. Who do you want to touch? As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from Qin Feng's ears. Zhou Huaxian, the son of Shanghai's richest man, came over with dozens of rich second generations. Zhou Huaxian was looking at Qin Feng with a cold expression. Zhou Huaxian? As soon as Zhou Huaxian appeared, Zhao Chen and Zhang Mi's hearts skipped a beat and they had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Qin Feng also found it unbelievable. He looked at Zhou Huaxian warily and asked, Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Huaxian strode forward, came in front of Qin Feng, and slapped him, landing squarely on Qin Feng's face, and said, let me ask you, who do you want to touch? Zhou Huaxian's action shocked Zhao and Zhang even more. It said that Qin Feng's background might be even more powerful than Zhou Huaxian's? How dare Zhou Huaxian do that? Mr. Zhou, you. Qin Feng's face also showed a hint of indignation, and he glared at Zhou Huaxian. Bang! Zhou Huaxian slapped Qin Feng twice on the face without hesitation, and said in a cold voice, let me ask you, who do you want to touch? Zhou Huaxian, you're going too far. After being slapped repeatedly in public, Qin Feng finally couldn't help but roared in anger. Too much? Ha ha! Facing Qin Feng's anger, Zhou Huaxian said with disdain, your family is just a shareholder of the Dongxing Casino in Aodao. At most, you have a net worth of 10 billion. Do you really think you are the emperor? I and Wang Sihong have no objection to you scamming me online, but if you want to touch anyone in this restaurant, you'd better see how many lives you have first. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, extremely angry. Zhao Chen and Zhang Mi both had a look of realization on their faces. So that's why. No wonder Zhou Huaxian dared to slap Qin Feng. It turns out that Qin Feng's background is not as impressive as rumored online. They were completely relieved. At the same time, they couldn't help but become more curious about the second boss Su Chen. What kind of identity does the second boss have that makes the son of the richest man in Shanghai value him so much? Zhou Huaxian, even if I can't beat you, you can't do this to me. I just want to touch a small restaurant owner, why do you treat me like this? Qin Feng almost gritted his teeth. Although Qin Feng is not considered a top-notch young master in Shanghai, he is also a well-known figure. Now that he has been slapped in the face like this, how can he continue to survive in Shanghai in the future? He, the restaurant owner? Zhou Huaxian smiled. Brothers Inn is a nice little hotel. But this does not mean that the owner of this restaurant is just a small boss. If Su Chen can only be considered a small boss, then no one in the entire China can be called a boss. Could it be possible that he has another identity? There was hatred in Qin Feng's eyes. Zhou Huaxian stretched out a hand and patted Qin Feng on the face, saying, "Qin Feng, to be honest, you should thank me. If I hadn't arrived in time and stopped you, otherwise, once you had made a move, your father might not be able to save you even if he spent all his money." Qin Feng was finally moved and said, "Impossible." Huang Jun said that he didn't know the person who beat him. If he was really a big shot in Shanghai, how could Huang Jun not know him? Zhou Huaxian said, "Some big shots are not worthy of your little brothers to know. Don't be so self-righteous." Qin Feng still refused to give up and said, "I still don't believe that someone who runs such a small shop can be that powerful. I just won't accept it today." "Good." Zhou Huaxian sneered and said, "I will make you give up completely today. The owner of this shop is the owner of Yunding Manor. Yunding Manor is an industry developed by my family. There is no need for me to lie to you." Boom! When Qin Feng heard this, he suddenly felt cold all over and his face turned pale. What was the most sensational event in China overseas recently? It must be that the owner of Hentang Manor acquired China Overseas Disney for $1. He dared not even think of such a method of making things happen with just a flip of his hand. Such great figures are the ones he will have to look up to throughout his life. And now, he actually brought his brothers to cause trouble for the owner of Hentang Manor. Isn't this fucking boring? Their Qin family is not as good as China Overseas Disney, which is worth 50 billion. This. Qin Feng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Are you scared now?" Zhou Huaxian snorted coldly. "Please save me, Master Zhou," Qin Feng said tremblingly. Zhou Huaxian shook his head and said, "I don't have that much face in front of young Master Su, but I can tell you one thing. Young Master Su likes to do charity. If you want young Master Su to let you go, it depends on how much you are willing to pay." Qin Feng was silent for a moment after hearing this, then nodded, "I understand, Mr. Zhou." After saying that, he started raising money frantically. "Hey, there are quite a few people here." Su Chen finally finished his work in the kitchen and appeared in front of everyone, wiping his hands with an apron while speaking. "Mr. Su, congratulations on the opening of your new store." When Zhou Huaxian saw Su Chen, a warm smile immediately appeared on his face. "Ha, I'm just the second boss of this store. This one is the big boss, Chao Gang. You can just call him Boss Chao." Su Chen introduced Chao Gang to everyone again. Chao Gang looked a little nervous when he saw Zhou Huaxian, the Weibo celebrity and the son of the richest man. Zhou Huaxian and the rich second generation were very perceptive. They could tell that Chao Gang was just an ordinary person. However, they still did not neglect him at all and greeted him immediately. "Boss Chao, your business is booming. Congratulations on your prosperity." As these people spoke, they presented gifts. They are all luxury cars, famous watches, pearls and jade, and those with a little bit of culture will give them expensive calligraphy and paintings. Chao Gang looked at these gifts and his heart was broken again. None of these gifts cost less than 1 million. All the gifts added together are worth hundreds of millions. How about opening another branch with Brother Chen in a few days? Receive gifts again? Chao Gang had such an idea in his mind. Of course, this thought just flashed through Chao Gang's mind. He glanced at Qin Feng not far away and was no longer worried. Even Zhou Huaxian has shown up, he doesn't believe that Qin Feng can do anything to them? "Don't stand outside, come in and sit down, the food is ready." After Chao Gang had a general understanding of these people, Su Chen smiled. Come on, let's go in and have a meal. Let's try Boss Chao's cooking skills and see if this small shop can continue to operate in Shanghai." Qi Shaoqing screamed. Zhou Huaxian, Lu Jiasen and others entered the hotel one after another. "Second boss, you are awesome." Zhao Qian and Zhang Mi came to Su Chen, said something with admiration, and then began to perform the duties of waiters, serving dishes to each table. Suddenly, only Qin Feng and his gang, as well as Su Chen, were left outside. When Su Chen looked at Qin Feng and others, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference. "Goo!" Qin Feng shuddered. He learned Su Chen's identity from Zhou Huaxian, and felt that every look in Su Chen's eyes was so terrifying. "Lin. Young Master Su." Qin Feng said tremblingly. You guys are so awesome, rich second generation, dandy, young master. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks at home? You touched my brother and you want to destroy my store? If I didn't have some skills, wouldn't I be killed by you guys? Chapter 106 Identity Exposed. Su Chen walked up to Qin Feng and others and said coldly. As soon as he saw Qin Feng's expression, he knew that Zhou Huaxian had told Qin Feng his true identity. I dare not, I dare not. Qin Feng kept shaking his head like a rattle. Su Chen slapped him and said, Is there anything else that you young masters wouldn't dare to do? After being slapped, Qin Feng didn't even dare to breathe, and said, Young Master Su, we really know we were wrong, we will definitely change, and we will behave ourselves from now on. After saying that, Qin Feng quickly handed over the check he had just signed and said, I heard that young Master Su was enthusiastic about charity. Here is 260 million yuan as a token of my appreciation. Su Chen collected the check and said, Okay, for the sake of this charity donation, I'll forgive you this time. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su. Qin Feng expressed his thanks repeatedly. Although the price of 260 million made him extremely painful, Qin Feng felt it was worth it as long as he could calm Su Chen's anger towards him. Otherwise, this young master would target their Qin family. It is estimated that within 10 days or half a month, the Qin family will be able to get out of Shanghai. After doing all this, Qin Feng hurriedly got into the sports car. Seeing this, the other brothers did not dare to stay. Did I ask you to leave? Su Chen said to the yellow-haired Huang Jun who was about to get into the car. Huang Jun stopped and looked nervous. Su Chen said to him, I remember I told you that next time it won't be as simple as a few slaps. You don't seem to take my words to heart. Huang Jun's face was full of panic, and he stammered, Mr. Su, please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again. He. Su Chen sneered and said, Do you want me to give you 2 more chances? Huang Jun could hear the sarcasm in Su Chen's words. He quickly looked at Qin Feng and begged for help. Master Qin, help me persuade Master Su to show mercy and let me go this time. Qin Feng looked struggling, but in the end he said nothing and got back into the car silently. Huang Jun saw this and looked desperate. Snap! Su Chen kicked out, directly crippling one of Huang Jun's legs, and said coldly, You can get out now. One of Huang Jun's legs was broken and he fainted. Several other people helped him into the car and drove away. Thank you all for coming, cheers. Su Chen returned to the hotel, picked up his glass and toasted everyone together with Chao Gang. Stare, stare, stare. The sound of wine glasses clinking was constant. For a while, there was toasting and happiness in the Brothers Inn, and both the host and the guests were having a great time. Su Chen, it's worth it to have you as my brother in this life. Chao Gang toasted Su Chen with his last glass and expressed his sincere emotion. Brother Chen, I must also toast you a glass of wine. Lu Jiasun, Yang Bo, Zhang Bing, and Qi Chao followed closely. Without exception, the life trajectories of these 4 people changed because of Su Chen and are developing in a better direction. They were filled with gratitude towards Su Chen. The opening banquet lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening before everyone left. The next day, Su Chen got up from bed and found Xiao Yi making breakfast. Aren't you going to work today? Su Chen yawned. It's a day off today, cousin. I saw in Yunnan that the night view of the Dongfang Third Bridge is very good. How about we go and see it tonight? Xiao Yi said expectantly. No problem. Su Chen nodded and started eating the breakfast prepared by Xiao Yi. While Xiao Yi was on vacation, Su Chen showed off his skills to her. He showed off his god-level cooking skills, and Xiao Yi ate with relish, almost swallowing her tongue. Cousin, you are so rich now, but I don't know what my future sister-in-law will look like to be worthy of you. Cousin, seriously, have you never considered finding a sister-in-law for me? Su Chen's mind flickered. Yes. It's time for me to find a girlfriend. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Chen shook his head vigorously. My girlfriend or something will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. In the evening, Su Chen drove with Xiao Yi to Shanghai's latest internet-famous bridge. Dongfang Third Bridge. Wow, there are too many people. Looking at the crowd passing by, Xiao Yi opened her mouth wide. Su Chen also felt a headache when he saw this. There are indeed quite a lot of people. People were walking, taking pictures, setting up stalls, and chatting, and the main bridge among the 3 bridges was almost packed with people. However, there were not so many people on the 2 side bridges. Su Chen took Xiaoyi along the main bridge, watching the neon night scene and colorful lights flashing along the way. On the way back, the two decided to go through the branch bridge. After all, there were not so many people. When they were halfway along the way, they were suddenly stopped by someone who said, "This road is blocked, go back the way you came." Su Chen and Xiaoyi walked along the main bridge of Oriental Third Bridge for an hour before they reached the end. It's not that the journey is too far, but there are too many people on the main bridge. There were huge crowds of people, shoulder to shoulder. I had to stop almost every 2 steps. Therefore, no matter how beautiful the scenery of the main bridge was, the two of them did not plan to continue walking on the main bridge on their return trip, as it was too tiring. Just as they set out from Finxiao and were halfway there, they discovered that a large group of people had gathered in front of them. The two men walked forward. I discovered that more than 20 big men had formed a circle, blocking both ends of the intersection. Inside the circle was a film crew of more than 10 people, filming something. "This road is blocked, return the same way." Su Chen pulled Xiaoyi forward when the big man, who was still wearing sunglasses late at night, spoke coldly. "Why won't you let us pass?" The person who spoke was not Su Chen, but a young girl next to Su Chen, who pouted and said with some displeasure. Next to the little lowly is an old man in his 70s. It looks like a grandfather-grandson relationship. The old man was breathing slightly, and there was a hint of fatigue on his old face. "I just can't pass. Why are there so many Ys and Ys? Stop whining in front of me, or I'll be rude to you." The big man in sunglasses glared at the little girl. "This road is not yours." The little girl shrank her neck in fear, muttered something under her breath, and looked a little angry. The old lady is old, and if she goes back the same way and walks back from the main bridge, it will be half her life. However, although the little girl's voice was not loud, it was still heard by the big man in sunglasses. The big man in sunglasses stretched out his hand and pushed the little girl, and said impatiently, "It's endless, isn't it? Get out of my way." "Ah!" Seeing the big hand pushing towards her, the little lowly screamed in fear. The old man next to him was also very anxious. Bang! At this time, Su Chen stretched out his hand and knocked the sunglasses man's palm away. His expression was slightly cold, and he said, "If this road is not yours, you must give us an explanation." "That's right. We walked for a long time to get here. Why do you block the road and prevent us from passing? Yes, even when filming a movie, you wouldn't be so overbearing. Hurry up and let us pass." The people around Su Chen were also excited. Seeing this, the man in sunglasses had a cold look in his eyes. He looked at Su Chen fiercely and said, "Boy, you like to meddle in other people's business, right? Let's see if you have the ability to do that first." After saying that, the big man in sunglasses swung his fist and hit Su Chen in the face. Court death. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he kicked the man in sunglasses away, and he fell into the crew who were filming. Ah! Seeing someone coming, everyone who was taking photos and filming was startled. Chapter 107, Turn the Tables? One of them was a middle-aged woman with bright lipstick and a mean look. She reacted quickly and walked up to Su Chen in her high heels, saying, "What right do you have to hit someone?" Su Chen crossed his arms and said indifferently, "What? You allow him to hit me, but I can't fight back? I only saw you hitting someone." The middle-aged woman has sharp eyes. "It was obviously he who wanted to hit my brother, so my brother fought back." "What do you think?" Xiaoyi yelled. "Yes, that person wanted to hit me." The little Lolita was the first to respond. "That's right, it was the guy wearing sunglasses who started it first." Others responded one after another. The middle-aged woman saw this scene and raised her eyes. She said, "Humph, our bodyguards are all professionally trained. No matter what happens, they will not hit anyone, unless they can't help it. You must have done something you shouldn't have done," which angered him. "So he hit you, and you deserve it." Bang! Su Chen slapped the middle-aged woman without any hesitation. The middle-aged woman was stunned at first, and only reacted after a while. She covered her face with one hand and shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Su Chen said calmly, "I have also received professional training. No matter what happens, I will not hit anyone, unless that person does something that he shouldn't do or says something that he shouldn't say. So, you deserve this slap." The middle-aged woman was speechless for a moment after Su Chen used her words to counterattack her. "Sister Zhao, what happened?" At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice came from not far away. A tall, sexy woman wearing a belly-bearing top and short shorts walked over. The woman was wearing heavy makeup and had a cold expression. Meishi, it's just a small matter. It won't delay your video shooting. I can solve the problem right away. A look of respect appeared on Sister Zhao's face. The young and cold woman nodded, glanced at the crowd, and said with a condescending expression, "You civilians better get out of here. You delayed my video shooting, Zhang Meishi, and I won't forgive you." Zhang Meishi? She is Zhang Meishi. There were exclamations coming from all around Su Chen. No wonder she's so arrogant. She turns out to be a popular young actress, but she seems a little different in person than on TV. What's so strange about this? It's just a beauty filter. Looking at her appearance, she can only get 50 points at most. Humph, isn't she afraid that we will expose her behavior today? What are you afraid of? She has tens of millions of fans online. If you dare to expose her, her fans will be able to drown you with a mouthful of spit. And I heard that a wealthy sponsor is supporting her. I estimate that as soon as you spread this news online, it will be deleted immediately and there will be no place to expose it. Su Chen's face grew colder as he listened to these voices. He asked Zhang Meishi coldly, "I just want to ask, did you get official approval to block the road and film the video?" Hearing this, Zhang Meishi turned around and looked at Su Chen. Her eyes lit up at first, but the next second she said with disdain, "Do I, Zhang Meishi, need official approval to block a road? I can block it if I want to. Is it your business?" Su Chen smiled, but his smile was a little cold, and said, "You are just an actor. Do you really think you are superior to others? Since you don't have official approval, get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude." When Zhang Meishi heard this, a bit more hostility appeared on her disdainful face. What she hates most is when people say she is an actor. She is a dazzling and popular star. Zhang Meishi said coldly, "Bodyguard, slap me in the face." Suddenly, two bodyguards came out and stared at Su Chen fiercely. Swish! One of the bodyguards pounced on Su Chen like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Su Chen didn't even look at him, he slapped the bodyguard away with his backhand, and then kicked out, knocking down another bodyguard who was about to attack. Bang! After doing all this, Su Chen clapped his hands, looked at Zhang Meishi, and said indifferently, "Do you know the consequences of shouting in front of me? Who do you think you are, daring to threaten our Meishi?" After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Jia, the agent standing next to Zhang Meishi, immediately stood up and stared at Su Chen with hatred. The slap just now made her face hurt. Zhang Meishi ignored the two bodyguards who were knocked down by Su Chen. Maybe others would think that Su Chen was very skilled, but Zhang Meishi had seen even more powerful martial arts masters. These kung fu masters are usually stunt doubles in the crew, doing the most tiring and dangerous work and getting the least money. In Zhang Meishi's eyes, a mere kung fu master is no different from a beggar on the street. Besides, how could a big star like her with millions of fans be scared by a passerby? She said to Su Chen, "Do you know what will happen if you offend me, Zhang Meishi?" "What will happen?" Su Chen said with a smile. Little Loli and others looked worried. After learning that the person who blocked the road was Zhang Meishi, they actually decided not to continue and prepared to return the same way they came. After all, how can ordinary people like them compete with a big star? Seeing that Su Chen still did not give up, they felt both admiration and worry. Zhang Meishi looked at Su Chen, who still had an indifferent expression on his face. She felt particularly unhappy and sneered, "I guarantee that you won't be able to survive in Shanghai." Phew! Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her cousin is a billionaire. This female star is too confident. Are you laughing at me? Zhang Meishi looked towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi shook her head quickly and said, No, how dare I laugh at you? What if you make me unable to survive in Shanghai like my cousin?" This was clearly a blatant mockery. Zhang Meishi's face almost twisted with anger. She said with a distorted expression, "Give me a hard slap in the face." The remaining dozen or so bodyguards were a little afraid of Su Chen's skills when they heard this, but they still moved closer to Xiao Yi. Snort! The moment they took action, Su Chen also moved. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen passed the bodyguards and appeared in front of Zhang Meishi. He raised his hand and slapped Zhang Meishi on the face, saying coldly, "Since you like slapping people so much, I'll let you experience the feeling of being slapped in the face." Bang! The slap was so loud and clear that Zhang Meishi was stunned. Sister Zhao and other passers-by were equally dumbfounded. They could understand that Su Chen had the courage to hit Sister Zhao and the bodyguard. After all, they are just small characters. But Zhang Meishi is not an insignificant character, but a popular artist, with fans and sponsors. If this slap is given, who knows how much trouble it will cause. Ah! The pain on her cheek woke Zhang Meishi up. She yelled without any image, "You dare to hit me? I will kill you. I will immediately let Huasheng expose your personal information, leaving you with nowhere to hide. You will live a life worse than death." Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Coincidentally, Zhang Meishi is actually a contracted artist under Huasheng. Snap. Sister Zhao took a photo of Su Chen with her mobile phone and said to Zhang Meishi, "Meishi, let's expose him now." Zhang Meishi's eyes revealed hatred as she picked up her phone and made a call. Mobile phone note, Director of Huasheng Entertainment Department, Chen Yi. "Brother Yi, I want to expose a bastard. Help me find him right now." Chapter 108, A Critical Moment. When the call was connected, Zhang Meishi couldn't wait to speak. Expose a person? On the other end of the phone, Chen Yi had a headache. It is illegal to dox someone at will, and he doesn't want to do such a thing. But considering the identity of the financial backer behind Zhang Meishi, Chen Yi hesitated. Beep beep. The next second, he received a photo sent by Zhang Meishi. "It's this bastard. I'm going to make him die miserably." Zhang Meishi left a message under the photo. Chen Yi looked at the photo and his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn, isn't this the chairman of Huasheng? Su Chen, President Su. Chen Yi rubbed his eyes, looked again, and confirmed that it was Su Chen, the chairman of Huasheng. Beep beep. Then, he received another message from Zhang Meishi, saying, "Brother Yi, do you know anyone from the police? Not only will I expose him, I will also throw him in jail. Who the hell does he think he is if he dares to fight me, Zhang Meishi?" Chen Ye's eyelids twitched as he read the message, and he cursed Zhang Meishi's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Let him find President Su and have him thrown into jail. Isn't Zhang Meishi asking him to die? He quickly called Zhang Meishi. When Zhang Meishi received a call from Chen Yi, she thought that the results of the human flesh search had come out. In order to scare Su Chen, she turned on the speakerphone of her phone. "Zhang Meishi, you idiot, do you know who you asked me to do human flesh search for? It's President Su, the big boss of Huasheng. You don't want to be in this business anymore, but I still want to be in this business. From now on, Huasheng will terminate your contract with you, and Huasheng will ban you from the entire film and television industry. Get as far away from me as possible." Zhang Meishi listened to Chen Ye's furious voice coming from the phone, and her whole body seemed to be petrified, with a dull look in her eyes. The person she wanted to find was actually the big boss of Huasheng. Zhang Meishi couldn't believe her ears. Not only Zhang Meishi couldn't believe it, but everyone including Xiao Yi looked at Su Chen with disbelief. "Cousin, you are actually the big boss of Huasheng." Xiao Yi spoke with difficulty. Huasheng Group is the leader in China's entertainment and media industry. Just like Alibaba's position in the e-commerce industry. Just like the existence of Penguin Group on the internet. Of course, Huasheng Group cannot compare with Alibaba and Penguin in terms of market value, but it is also a behemoth worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Her cousin is really too outstanding. Facing everyone's shocked gazes, Su Chen just smiled faintly. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the terrified Zhang Meishi and said, "You can get out of here now." Sister Zhao was trembling. A dozen bodyguards looked at the ground with meek expressions. You. Zhang Meishi pointed at Su Chen, her face turning pale and blue. She noticed the mocking and pleased looks from others and suddenly shouted, "Bodyguard, beat him up. Beat him to death." The bodyguards did not move. Zhang Meishi's expression was distorted and ferocious, like a shrew. She said, "You dogs, have you forgotten what young Master Qin told you to do? I told you all to listen to me. I'm telling you to go up and beat him up now. Do you hear me?" The bodyguards looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and moved towards Su Chen. Bang bang bang. However, they didn't dare to use heavy hands against Su Chen, and Su Chen himself was ridiculously strong. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen bodyguards were lying on the ground. Waste, all waste. Upon seeing this, Zhang Meishi started cursing, spitting everywhere. Su Chen crossed his arms, looked at Zhang Meishi, and said calmly, "I'll give you a chance to call for help, go ahead. I want to see who gave you such courage. The way has been cleared." But not many people left, they all stood aside to watch the fun. Looking forward to further developments. After all, one of them is the hidden boss of Huasheng Group. The other is a popular female star who is supported by a wealthy sponsor. This is bound to be a good show. Zhang Meishi took out her cell phone without hesitation and dialed. When the call was connected, Zhang Meishi immediately put on a different expression, full of flattery, and said in a coquettish voice, "Mr. Qin, I'm shooting a video at Dongfang Sanxiao now, and I've encountered some minor troubles. Can you come over and help me? Whoever dares to bully our Meishi, I'll come right over." The answer on the other end of the phone was affirmative. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Meishi's face regained its proud look. So what if he is the big boss of Huaxing Group? The financial backer behind her is no weak either. Seeing that Zhang Meishi made a call, everyone waited patiently. The same goes for Su Chen. Neither he nor Qiaoyi were in a hurry to go back, and they calmly appreciated the scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River. Who bullied our Meishi? You don't want to stay in Zhenghai anymore, right? Less than half an hour later, an arrogant voice was heard. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 young people dressed fashionably walked towards the scene. The leader was a little angry. "Mr. Qin, you are finally here." When Zhang Meishi heard the voice, her expression suddenly became excited and she rushed towards the leader, being as docile as possible. Sister Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the young man in the lead. Zhang Meishi's bodyguard trembled as he greeted the young man, "Mr. Qin." Bang! The young man swept left and right, slapped the 2 bodyguards in front of him, and snorted coldly, "Useless things, you can't even protect this young master's woman." As he was talking, young Master Qin still felt unsatisfied and kicked a bodyguard in front of him over. "What's the point of me keeping a bunch of you useless people?" These bodyguards lowered their heads and eyes, not daring to breathe. It's actually him. As Qin Shao appeared on the stage, the audience watching the show around him also exclaimed, "The Emperor, Qin Feng." No wonder Zhang Meishi is so confident. It turns out that the financial sponsor behind her is Qin Feng. He is one of the most powerful young masters in Zhenghai and is known as the national husband on the internet. TSK, do you think the big boss of Huaxing can handle Qin Feng? It's hard to say. If Qin Feng is really as powerful as the rumors on the internet, I guess this young Huaxing boss will have to apologize to him. I guess it's 50-50. Zhang Meishi listened to the discussion and looked more and more smug. She pointed at Su Chen, who was admiring the night view with his back to them, and said to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, it was this little jerk who caused trouble for me and slapped me." "Mr. Qin, you didn't even hit me, so why did he hit me? You must seek justice for me." Qin Feng looked at Su Chen's back and felt that he looked a little familiar, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He met a lot of people in a day, but few of them were more awesome than him. In order to help his woman get back her face, Qin Feng stared at Su Chen's back and said in a very unfriendly tone, "I don't care who you are. If you dare to mess with my woman, Qin Feng, you must give me an explanation, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." He. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen first sneered with disdain, then slowly turned around and said indifferently, "What? Wasn't the lesson I taught you yesterday enough?" Boom! Looking at that indifferent and handsome face, Qin Feng felt as if struck by lightning and almost fell to his knees. How could it be this gentleman? Qin Feng wanted to cry. Who is he most afraid of now? It has to be the gentleman in front of me. Zhang Meishi did not notice Qin Feng's expression. She shook Qin Feng's arm and said, "Mr. Qin, look how arrogant this guy is. You have to avenge me." Chapter 109, The Arrogant Deputy Store Manager. Bang! As soon as Zhang Meishi finished speaking, Qin Feng slapped her with all his strength. Qin Feng said almost madly, "I'll take revenge." Stupid woman. Hurry up and apologize to Master Su. Otherwise, I will kill you. Looking at Qin Feng's performance, the brains of the audience around him began to react. Isn't Qin Feng known as the national husband, with a mysterious background, and can he be compared with Wang Xigong and Zhou Huaxian? Why did you get so scared all of a sudden? Everyone looked confused. Even if the other party is the big boss of Huaxing, it shouldn't be like that. Zhang Meishi was also puzzled. She covered her face and stared with innocent eyes and asked, "Mr. Qin, why did you hit me?" Bang! Qin Feng raised his hand and slapped Zhang Meishi twice on the face, roaring, "I'm hitting you, you stupid woman. If you want to die, don't get me into trouble." After the fight, Qin Feng cautiously said to Su Chen, "Young Master Su, this woman actually has nothing to do with me. I have no idea what happened here today. Please don't take it to heart." After saying that, he slapped himself twice. Then he lowered his head and held his breath, like a prisoner waiting for sentencing. At this moment, Zhang Meishi finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Her face instantly lost all color, and the look she gave Su Chen was no longer that condescending look she had before, but was filled with fear. How could a little star like her afford to offend someone who even Qin Feng was so afraid of? With this thought, Zhang Meishi no longer cared about her dignity and face. She knelt down in front of Su Chen and said, "Master Su, I was wrong. I will never dare to go against you again." Su Chen said expressionlessly, "Do you think I taught you a lesson just because you went against me? If you hadn't relied on your idol status and the financial backing to block the bridge without permission and prevent others from crossing, I wouldn't have the time to bother with people like you." Bang! Zhang Meishi slapped herself crazily, crying and saying, "Mr. Su, I was self-righteous and unreasonable. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it again." Looking at Zhang Meishi's tearful appearance, Su Chen showed no mercy and said coldly, "Get out of here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meishi felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She got up from the ground, turned around and ran away. Agent's sister Zhao also disappeared into the crowd. "Mr. Su," Qin Feng said with a shy face, wanting to say something to Su Chen. Su Chen interrupted without any hesitation and said coldly, "Get lost." Qin Feng was embarrassed and left with his brothers. The further they walked, the uglier Qin Feng's expression became. He knew that what happened in the past 2 days had completely turned him into a joke in Zhanghai. "Tell Zhang Meishi not to let me run into her in Zhanghai, or I'll fucking kill her," Qin Feng roared with a ferocious expression. Su Chen, he didn't dare to hate him. After all, this is a person whose name even his father would shudder when he heard it. There's no use for him to hate. The only thing he could do was to transfer his anger to Zhang Meishi. Although Su Chen left Dongfang Sanxiao, but the Eastern Third Bridge left behind the legend of Su Chen. That night, someone posted what happened at Dongfang Third Bridge online, along with pictures and videos, causing a huge sensation. "Fuck, who is this handsome guy? He's so awesome." He slapped Zhang Meishi, and scared Qin Feng so much that he slapped himself. People who read the news exclaimed, "I don't know. It seems that he is more powerful than Principal Wang and young Master Zhou. Didn't you see someone saying that this handsome guy is the big boss of Huaxing Group? Considering the size of Huaxing, he must be a super rich man with a net worth of at least tens of billions. He's already a billionaire at such a young age. This is too awesome. I'm jealous." No, even if that's the case, it shouldn't scare Qin Feng. I heard that Qin Feng has a mysterious background, no worse than Principal Wang and young Master Zhou. A billionaire can't scare Principal Wang and young Master Zhou. Didn't you see Principal Wang dare to criticize Mr. Su online? He's one of the biggest tycoons in the real estate industry. Please stop bragging about Qin Feng. How can his family background be compared with Wang Sihong and Zhou Huaxian? Come, I will tell you about Qin Feng today. His family is not what is said on the internet. He is not the descendant of some big shot. His father is a major shareholder of a casino. His net worth is about 10 billion at most. I see. No wonder you were so scared. Then again, this handsome guy has become the big boss of Huaxing at such a young age. His family background must be very impressive. I don't know about that, but at least it's at the level of the Zhou family or the Wang family. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. However, these discussions did not last long, because the related topic videos disappeared from the internet in an instant, leaving them with no place to discuss. The person who blocked the topic was naturally Wan Qinghe. He knew that Su Chen didn't like to be high profile, so he quickly ordered his employees to clear the information from the internet. Although this topic did not cause much stir online, discussions among the public have continued. Some people compare Su Chen and Zhou Huaxian, calling them the two young talents of China overseas. Zhou Huaxian heard this and was so scared that he immediately made a statement in the circle, saying that he was just a younger brother in front of Su Chen. This statement caused an uproar in some circles. Su Chen's status also rose in their minds. Replaced Qin Feng and became the real emperor. Su Chen was unaware of all this. The next morning, Su Chen received a message from Lu Jiasen saying that the renovation of Qianlong Club had been basically completed and the name had been changed to Changqing Nursing Home. The next step was to take in the elderly and widowed people. Without saying a word, Su Chen directly transferred 1 billion yuan to the Changqing Nursing Home Company account. After spending 1 billion, Su Chen looked at the more than 500 billion left in the account and felt that he could not let the money just lie in the bank card. For example, setting up an investment company or something, so that the money can be put to best use. Su Chen acted immediately. He called Wan Xinghe and asked him to find some talents in financial investment for him so that he could come to Huaxing for an interview tomorrow. After receiving the call, Wan Xinghe retrieved a large amount of information about talents in this area from Huaxing's database, and then sent them recruitment information. When Wan Xinghe browsed to the last person, he looked at the profile, thought carefully, and then sent a message. When these financial geniuses received the news and found out that it was a recruitment information sent by Huaxing Group, they immediately became more excited. Huaxing Group is a leading enterprise in entertainment and media. With a market value of over 300 billion, it is a perfect platform for them to display their talents. In a simple rental house, a woman with cold features is browsing job information online. Waiter, factory technician, insurance agent, etc. At this time, a girl with messy hair and wearing panda pajamas came over with instant noodles. She slurped the noodles, looked at the message on the computer, and said, "Sister Hongyan, are you really going to do these jobs? You are the youngest PhD in Harvard and a prodigy in the financial world." Hearing this, the cold and beautiful woman put down the mouse that had been turning pages. A hint of self-mockery appeared in her eyes, and she said, "So what if I am a financial genius? Huang Feilong banned me from the financial world with just one sentence. If he doesn't give in, no financial investment company will dare to hire me." After hearing the name Huang Feilong, the panda girl's face became more angry. She said, Huang Feilong was suspected of a financial fraud worth tens of billions, but he was released after only being detained for a few months. "I really feel unfair for you, Hongyan. You risked your life to report Huang Feilong." Chapter 110. How could it be him? A hint of sharpness flashed in the cold and beautiful woman's eyes, and she said, "Wealth can make you a god. I underestimated him. If I am given another chance, I will make him stay in prison for the rest of his life." At this point, the cold and beautiful woman's face once again showed a self-deprecating look, and her voice became a little weaker. "I can't even afford to eat now, and I'm still thinking about fighting Huang Feilong. It's ridiculous." Beep beep. At this moment, the cell phone next to the cold and beautiful woman vibrated. The cold and beautiful woman took a look at it, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in disbelief, "This is a recruitment information sent by Huaxing Group. Could it be that Huaxing is preparing to enter the financial industry? They sent me a message. Aren't they afraid of Huang Feilong's revenge?" The panda girl thought for a moment and said, "Sister Hongyan, don't think too much about it. Even if Huang Feilong wants to take revenge, he may not be able to defeat the Huaxing Group." The cold and beautiful woman sneered and said, "You underestimate Huang Feilong. Although Huang Feilong's net worth is only more than 30 billion, which is not even among the top 10 richest people in Shanghai, the casinos, underground banks, black money, etc. that Huang Feilong secretly controls are no less than 100 billion. He is a real financial tycoon." The panda girl was slightly moved and said, "Sister Hongyan, are you going to Huaxing or not?" The cold and beautiful woman said without hesitation, "Go, why not?" Time quickly came to the next day. Su Chen tinkered around at home for a while and then set off for Huaxing Group. Thump thump. Wan Xinghe knocked on the door and entered the chairman's office. He said respectfully to Su Chen, "Boss Su, I have selected the best financial investment talents in the past 10 years for you. There are more than 10 of them now. When do you think we can start the interview?" Su Chen looked through the personal information of the interviewees outside, his eyes stopped on the page with the photo of the cold and beautiful woman, and said, "From now on, she is the first one, Jiang Hongyan." "Yes." Wan Xinghe retreated. Soon, Jiang Hongyan, wearing a light black professional suit, with a sexy figure, a cool temperament, and black-framed glasses, walked in. Her eyes fell on him, and a hint of surprise appeared on her impeccable face. The chairman of Huaxing is actually such a young man. It seems, quite handsome. Jiang Hongyan's gaze did not stay on Su Chen for long. As a financial prodigy, she has her own pride. And seeing that Su Chen was so young, Jiang Hongyan immediately thought that Su Chen was a rich young man who had gained experience in Huaxing Group. It is often difficult for such young men to achieve anything. Therefore, the surprise on Jiang Hongyan's face turned into indifference. Su Chen saw the whole scene, but didn't say much. He looked at Jiang Hongyan's personal information and said, "You used to be the financial director of Taiba Finance, responsible for financial operations, and did a good job. Later, you found out that Taiba Finance was suspected of financial fraud, so you reported Taiba Finance?" Jiang Hongyan's face was expressionless as she said, "That's right, but it's a pity that Huang Feilong, the culprit, had connections and was released after only a few months in prison." Huang Feilong is known as the underground leader of Shanghai. He is extremely powerful and ruthless. Aren't you afraid of retaliation if you dare to report him? Su Chen asked, staring into Zhang Hongyan's eyes. Zhang Hongyan did not dodge or avoid, and looked at Su Chen with a firm look in her eyes. She said, I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. But I'm more afraid of going against my conscience. Su Chen put down Zhang Hongyan's personal information, with a smile on his face, and said, okay, you are accepted. From now on, you are the general manager of Xianyuan Investment. What? Zhang Hongyan was a little slow to react. This is too smooth. And what the hell is Xianyuan Investment? Zhang Hongyan couldn't help but ask, excuse me, is Xianyuan Investment a new business that Huaxing Group is about to develop? No. Su Chen shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with Huaxing. It's a new company I founded. This. Zhang Hongyan frowned. The reason she came to the interview was because of the size of Huaxing. If the company is not big enough, it will easily be swallowed up by Huang Feilong. What? You don't have confidence in me? Su Chen smiled faintly. Zhang Hongyan nodded and said bluntly, if it is just an investment company of average size, I cannot accept the offer, because as long as I am here, Huang Feilong will definitely target us. Ordinary companies cannot defeat Huang Feilong, and I don't want to harm this company. Su Chen threw out a pile of asset certificates and said, what if I tell you that Xianyuan Investment has a liquid amount of 520 billion? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongyan quickly picked up the proof of assets. The more she looked, the more horrified her expression became. This. After seeing the end, Zhang Hongyan was speechless for a long time. Her heart was in turmoil and she couldn't calm down. 520 billion in cash flow. How horrible this is. You have to know that even Shiha and Alibaba may not be able to come up with so much cash. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Zhang Hongyan's mind. She looked at Su Chen with a twinkling gaze and asked, are you the Mr. Su? Apart from the mysterious owner of China Overseas Hentang Manor, who else could come up with so much cash flow in one go? That's right. Su Chen smiled and nodded. There was a sudden glimmer in Zhang Hongyan's eyes. Su Chen continued, now you are interested in being the general manager of Xianyuan Investment. Zhang Hongyan bowed sincerely towards Su Chen and said, thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. According to a normal interview, what should we talk about next? Oh, it's time to talk about salary. Su Chen touched his chin and asked, how much annual salary does a general investment company pay its general manager? Zhang Hongyan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she said, boss, I don't need a salary. I want a commission, 1% of Xianyuan Investment's annual profit. Oh? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said, you are quite confident in yourself. He. Zhang Hongyan showed a confident smile on her face and said, with more than 500 billion in cash as support, I can't make money for the boss, so I don't have to take this salary. Good. Su Chen cast an admiring look at Zhang Hongyan, since you are now the general manager of Xianyuan Investment, you will be the one to interview the outsiders. It is up to you to decide whether to hire them or not. Thank you, boss. Zhang Hongyan bowed to Su Chen with gratitude. Where can we find a boss who is willing to delegate power? Xianyuan Investment will be a platform for her to realize her ambitions. After Zhang Hongyan left, Su Chen started playing games in the office. It's not that he is unwilling to give up power, but he doesn't understand anything about it, so there is no need for him to get involved. Playing games is more suitable for him. 2 hours later, Zhang Hongyan returned to the chairman's office. At this time, she already had several more lists in her hands, and she handed them to Su Chen respectfully, saying, boss, this is the list of people I have decided to admit. Are you ready to meet them? Su Chen glanced at about 10 people and said, no need, I trust you. Thank you, boss. Zhang Hongyan was deeply moved. Gurgle. Su Chen was a little hungry, so he said to Zhang Hongyan, who was still in the office, do me a favor first, buy me a KFC. Zhang Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then she said with a sharp look, I understand. After saying this, he left the office in a high-spirited manner. Su Chen was a little confused. Isn't it just a KFC? Is it necessary to be so aggressive? Is there something wrong with this girl? Su Chen thought that KFC would arrive soon, but he had to wait for an hour. He was so hungry that he almost didn't go to the cafeteria.